Nation. Michael Buckhouse here with the Man Hour, short of manhourradio.com. Check out the merchandise page. Check out the blog section. Check out the Pick'ems page right over there. We got weekly Pick'ems over there. Chance to win $100 bills. Yo, $100 bills. Yo, not doll hairs, actual doll hairs. Some money. Some dollar bills. Yo. So, that being said, if you guys are new here, welcome to the show. Be sure to hit that like button and share this with a couple friends as well, because sharing is caring at the end of the day. We got a great sport for you, lined up for you guys today. We're going to talk a little bit about New York Jets, continue our AFC East talk through this week of June, last week of June. June 26th right here on the East Coast time, 2:30 East Coast time, I should say, June 26th. And it is time to talk a little bit about the New York Football Jets. The New York Football Jets are a team that has kind of been a bust the last couple years, let's just be honest. They have not been very good the last couple seasons. 2023, they went out and got Aaron Rodgers. They thought, hey, we're going to make that splash. Aaron Rodgers goes down, third play of the season, gets sacked. Insert Zach Wilson. Insert a win over the Buffalo Bills come week 1, but the wheels kind of fell off week 2, week 3, week 4. And then week 5 through 7, they kind of got on the track. And then the wheels fell off. Zach Wilson was benched. Insert Boyle. Insert Trevor Siemian. Insert we don't know what to do our hands. Another 7-10 in season for the New York Jets in 2023. Much like what I predicted. The last 2 seasons, the New York Jets have been 7-10, much like I have predicted. So with that being said, the New York Jets finally go into 2024. They have dressed the offensive line, pick up some key free agents. Their first overall pick in the draft was offensive line as well. Aaron Rodgers is back. Breece Hall is officially 100% back. Should be back all season long. They still got that stout defense. But what can 2024 really truly bring for the New York Football Jets? Can we really expect them to make a playoff? Can we really expect them to be in competition for the AFC East Championship? What can we truly expect from the New York Football Jets? And I'm going to tell you right here, we're going to break down all 17 games this season. We've done everything is for the AFC East so far, and it is time to jump on to the New York Football Jets. Week number one. First things first, guys, we get a lot of prime time games from the New York Jets. This first half of the season, what we see them on prime time, 1, 2, 3. We got 4 times going into week 9, plus the game overseas, so basically 7 times. We got a lot of prime time games for the New York Jets. We're going to get to see them a lot. And week number 1, Monday Night Football, New York Jets travel to Super Bowl runner-up, yet again, the San Francisco 49ers. This is a game that I don't know what to expect. Obviously, I think the San Francisco 49ers are probably going to continue the momentum that they built the last couple seasons. Brock Purdy is a second year going into a starter. This is his third year as the NFL, but second year as a true starter here in the NFL, and we are kind of like, hey, is it time to put up or shut up now for Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers? Obviously, Brandon Ayuk wants that contract. There's a lot of controversy happening over there in San Francisco, but I don't see the Jets any way, shape, or form pulling out this win. I do not see the New York Jets being any good at all in this game. I think the San Francisco 49ers come out and they pretty much blow them out. And say, what's up? Glad you made the trip, but it's time for you to go home. Monday Night Football is going to be a wash for the Jets this season. Get out of town. Take that L with you. Jumping into week number 2. Back on the road again. Not a primetime game, but they travel to the Tennessee Titans. Aaron Rodgers taking on Will Levis and the Tennessee Titans. We've been talking about Tennessee Titans a lot. They've had a really good offseason. Will Levis is their guy. Added a running back in Tony Pollard. Picked up L'Jarius Sneed from the Kansas City Chiefs on the defense. Offense got better with adding Calvin Ridley. The Titans are a team that I don't think many people are anticipating they're going to be very good. Let's just be honest. I don't think many people are overlooking the Titans. And the Jets are a team that you can say really can't afford to overlook anybody, but I think they're going to overlook the Titans, unfortunately. And they're going to lose. Second game of the season. They're 0-2 all ready to start this season. Ouch. Aaron Rodgers' epic return to 2024 NFL season, just not looking good. 0-2 so far. And the Jets are just not looking good. Just not looking like a very good team. Week 3, first home game of the young NFL season. This is a Amazon Prime game, so Thursday night game. Patriots coming to town. A Patriots team that we just broke down, Monday. We didn't think they were going to be very good. But I think this is going to be a pretty good matchup. I think this is going to be a matchup of two winless teams, I should say. And I think the Jets come out on top in this game first. I think the Jets come out in like a 17-14, 17-10 type of score. It is going to be a kind of a low-scoring, ugly, sluggish game, right? But the Jets do get their first win of the season at home, giving us a Week 4 matchup. The Denver Broncos. I kind of have this game highlighted a little bit. I have this game highlighted just a tad bit. Why do you ask? Well, Zach Wilson is no longer a part of the New York Football Jets. He was traded. What team was he traded to? The Denver Broncos. What do the Denver Broncos have that many teams don't? They don't have a quarterback. Denver Broncos right now, their starting quarterback is Jarrett Stidham. Yes, they did draft Bo Nix, and Zach Wilson is currently listed as third on the roster. But it would not surprise me one bit if come Week 4, Jarrett Stidham is benched. Bo Nix isn't quite ready yet. We all know how Sean Payton likes rookie quarterbacks. He doesn't. We could see Zach Wilson versus Aaron Rodgers come Week 4. But I think the Jets pull it out. I think the Jets are now on a 2-game winning streak. They are now 2-2 on this young season. Speaking of young, John Peoples in the chat. He says, "What's up?" What's up, John? Welcome to Over the Hill Hoodish. Casey Morgan's also in the chat. He has a 3 by his name. Is that a 3-year anniversary follower? Casey, you've been there for a minute, haven't you? He says, "I'm not liking needing Netflix to watch some games this coming season. So many streaming services spreading it out." Casey, I agree with you 100%. We talked about the NFL Sunday Ticket and how it's kind of like overpriced, and kind of how I'm kind of pissed off about it. Like, why do I want to spend $400 on NFL Sunday Ticket when I still got to buy Netflix? I still got to buy Paramount. I still got to buy freaking Amazon Prime. Plus YouTube TV, because you can't watch but not football games either. I feel your pain. Feel your pain. Jets are 2-2 on this young season, 2-game winning streak. Insert Week 5. Sam Darnold and the Minnesota Vikings travel to New York to take on his former team. Yes, I know he was a 49er, and I know he was a Panther, but he was a Jet at some point. Sam Darnold might have a chip on his shoulder going into this game. Sam Darnold might be a little bit of, hey, let's sling the ball over. Let's get these guys. Come on. It doesn't help. The Minnesota Vikings are going to be a bad, bad team. I don't care if they got JJ. I don't care if they got that other receiver that they got. His name's still in my mind right now. I don't care if they have Tom freaking Brady, right? Patrick Mahomes. The Vikings are a bad team, poorly coached, bad organization. Worse off than the Jets. But the Jets win this game, giving them their 3rd win of the season. After starting out 0-2 losses to the Titans and the 49ers, all of a sudden, people are talking about the Jets. People are talking about the New York Football Jets. 3 wins in a row, going into a Week 6 matchup at home. They're all month home, right? 4 home games in a row. Taking on the division opponent, the Buffalo Bills. What's up, Mark? The Buffalo Bills come into New York. At this time, the Buffalo Bills are kind of on a skid right now, right? We talked about this yesterday. About week 4 through week 7, the Buffalo Bills are going to kind of lose their way. They're kind of be like, we don't know what to do. The chirping in the Buffalo Bills land for Sean McDermott's head is going to get really, really loud when they go into New York week 6 and they lose to Aaron Rodgers and to the New York Jets. The chirping is going to be really, really loud. People will be like, the Jets are the real deal, baby. The Jets are the real deal. They got wins over the Buffalo Bills at this point, the Minnesota Vikings, the Denver Broncos, the New England Patriots. 4 wins in a row. Aaron Rodgers is looking like an MVP. The defense is playing lights out. Garrett Wilson and those boys are shining the way they could. And Breece Hall is still running on the Dallas Cowboys. Yes, I know he didn't play the Dallas Cowboys. They don't play the Cowboys this year. But it's, you know what I'm talking about. 4 games in a row, they have talked, or they have won. 4 games in a row, the Jets are kicking ass. But slow it down, baby. Slow it down, baby. My man Wayne G from the NFL Experts Podcast, if you guys have not subscribed to the channel, please do so. He said it the best. He said at some point in the season, the Jets will jet. The Jets will jet. But before we get too carried away in that, Mark's got this question. It says, everybody's sleeping on Zach Wilson. He has the most starts as a quarterback and has a better arm than all 3 of those guys. I bet he starts this season and plays against the Jets. We'll be talking about Zach Wilson and the Denver Broncos next Wednesday with my man Mark from the NFL Experts Podcast. But back to the New York Jets. We've seen them clicking. We see them on a 4-game winning streak. We see them sky high. They are leading Get Up in the Morning. They're leading First Take. They're leading the Good Morning Football. We are talking about the New York Football Jets right now. But week 7, as like my 5th favorite band ever says, Smash Mouth, things come crashing back down to reality. And the New York Jets fall to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Russell Wilson and the Pittsburgh Steelers team is way too much for the New York Football Jets at this particular point. Too much to handle. Pittsburgh Steelers are probably going to win the AFC North. The Pittsburgh Steelers are going to be a really, really good Super Bowl competitive team. And they lose this week 7 game. The Jets' 4-game winning streak shot out the window. They get spanked by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Bad baby, bad baby, bad baby. Casey Morgan asks, is Aaron Rodgers even fully healed? I believe he is fully healed. If the Jets were in a playoff position last season, he would have played last December. I've seen him at mini camps. I've seen him at OTAs. He looks pretty good. He kind of looks younger, honestly. Maybe those LSD trips are doing the thing. And then John wants to make this bold statement. The Jets will be 3rd in their division. We'll find out Friday where they land, John. We'll find out Friday. Mark says Wilson is going to give Tomlin his first losing season. Mark, we talked about the Pittsburgh Steelers, and we'll cover them even more in depth in 3 weeks, right, when we do the AFC North. Here's the great thing about the Pittsburgh Steelers, if you are a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Russell Wilson just has to not suck. If Russell Wilson just does not suck, the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to win that division. They have the best team on paper. top 2, top 3 defense. Great running back in Najee Harris. Great offensive line. Pretty good receiver core. And then John wants to say the Jets defense is better. What? Casey says Steelers defense is going to be a force. I agree. The Jets defense will smother the sequels. Okay. Let's say the Jets defense does shut down the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Pittsburgh Steelers defense is going to shut down the Jets offense. And I have more faith in the Pittsburgh Steelers offense than the New York Jets offense. Steelers win this game. Give us a Week 8 matchup. A rematch from Week 3 already. Knocking out the Patriots twice, right? They've already beat the Patriots once this season, kind of giving them that momentum into that 4-game winning streak. Insert Week 8. The Jets travel to New England. Travel to Foxborough, Massachusetts to take on Jacoby Brissett and the New England Patriots. Or is it going to be Drake May? The Patriots are going to be a struggling team, right? We are going to see a lot of good and a lot of bad from the New England Patriots. Fortunately, if you are a Patriots fan, I think the Patriots beat the New York Jets Week 3 or Week 8. The Jets are now on a 2-game skid yet again, right? We started the season with losses for the 49ers and the Titans. Week 7 was a loss versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now they're losing to the New England Patriots. After the Jets were sky high, leading SportsCenter, leading the NFL channel, leading our show, leading the NFL expert show, leading all the shows across the world. The Jets are Super Bowl bound. They've now lost 2 games in a row. They have now lost 2 games in a row. They've been smacked in the mouth, and they're like, we don't know what to do with our hands. We don't know what to do with our hands anymore. Man, we could really use a bye week right now. Guess what? Bye week isn't for another 4 weeks. Another 4 weeks is not a bye week. But right now, the Jets are 4-4. They are 500 going into week 9, into the second part of the season. Kind of right where they want to be, right? Nice little middle of the road team. It is what it is. But James, welcome to chat. He says, Russ will be a lot better in Pittsburgh than he was in Denver the last 2 seasons. I agree. I concur with that. Casey Morgan says the Pats are the dark horse this season. We shall see. And John says the Patriots suck 3-15. I think he means 3-14. He's got those sausage fingers. Right? We only play 17 games right now. We don't be playing no 18 games yet. And Sweet Carolina's in the chat. What's up, Caroline? She got a 1 by her name. She must be a year follower. Welcome, Caroline. Welcome to the show. Long time no see. So 4-4 going into week 9. Back at home. Taking on the Houston Texans. A Houston Texans team that many people are super high on. A Houston Texans teams that people are like, CJ Stroud, MVP, Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs. Who can stop them? They got Daniil Hunter. They got this, right? Well, guess what? There's a such thing as called a sophomore slump in the NFL. There's a such thing as called when you go from a 4th place schedule to a 1st place schedule, you may not be as good as people think you are. However, I think this Week 9 game is going to be must-see TV. I think this Week 9 game, Houston Texans taking on the old mighty New York Football Jets, is going to be must-see TV. I do think the Jets play very, very well in this game. I do also think that the Houston Texans play very well in this game. This is yet another primetime game. And I think the lights are shining just a little bit too bright on the Houston Texans at this particular part of the season, and I think the Jets squeak out the win. Let's say 27-26. It is going to be a last-second field goal, a last-second interception. It is going to come down to the final play of the game. I think the Jets get this win over the Houston Texans come Week 9. Give us a Week 10 matchup. Back on the road. Back on the road, the Jets travel way out west to take on the Arizona Cardinals. This is another 4 o'clock game. This is semi-de facto primetime game, right? There's not a whole lot of 4:25 games happening in week 8 through 12. But the Cardinals are a team that I am very intrigued about. As I prep for show, guys, I watch minicamp, I watch OTAs. I watch full from start to finish of several mini camps for these players. And the Arizona Cardinals might shock some teams this season, but they're not going to shock the Jets come week 10. The Jets are finally back on track. The Jets are finally back on track, looking like that Super Bowl caliber team like they were just a few weeks ago. They now have 2 wins in a row over the Texans and the Cardinals, giving them a week 11 matchup back at home, taking on the mighty Indianapolis Colts. This Colts team is going to shock a lot of people this season. This Colts team is going to come up and bite a lot of people in his ass. Anthony Richardson and JT and Michael Pittman Jr. and the rest of that defense and the offense, they're going to bite a lot of people in the ass. At this point, week 11, Aaron Rodgers is getting a little tired. The Jets are getting a little tired. They are back on the front page news, right? We are talking about them two games in a row. They are now 6-4 on the season. They might be leading the AFC East at this particular point. We don't know. But the Indianapolis Colts come in and they smack the Jets in the mouth. This is going to be a knockout, drag-out fight, and the Colts come out on top in the third quarter. It's going to be a knockout, drag-out fight the first half. Jets might get some counter punches, but come second half, the Colts are going to run the ball, and then they're going to run the ball, and then they're going to run the ball, and then they're going to run the ball some more. The Colts are going to dominate the Jets in the second half. They're going to pull away, and the Colts get this Week 11 win, giving us a Week 12 bye week. The Jets are a 500 team, more or less, going into the bye week. They're 1 game above 500. We've seen them at extreme lows, losses to the 49ers and Titans in a row, losses to the Steelers and Patriots in a row. It's seen them at extreme high. 4-game winning streak over the Patriots, Broncos, Vikings, and Buffalo Bills, and wins over the Houston Texans and the Cardinals before going into the bye week here. Robert Saleh's seat's getting super warm at this particular point. Robert Saleh is already on the hot seat going into this season as is. It is time to put up or shut up time in New York. 7-10 is just not cutting it anymore. Woody Johnson's pissed off. Robert Saleh's pissed off. I would not be surprised at some point during this bye week in week 12, we see some type of coaching changes in the New York Jets organization. Whether it be taking out of Nathaniel Hackett, whether it be Robert Saleh, there is going to be a coaching change come week 12. Come week 12, there's going to be a coaching change. Or there's going to be a lot of talk about it, right? Either way, the seat's getting hot. Collar's getting a little warm underneath there for Robert Saleh and the New York Jets. Giving us a Week 13 matchup. Week 13, Seattle Seahawks. Seattle Seahawks come into town. No more primetime games for them for the rest of the season. Finally, maybe the Jets can stop jetting and just be a normal team at this particular time, right? The Jets are finally a team like, hey, no more primetime games. Let's figure it out. And I do think they win this Week 13 matchup versus the Seattle Seahawks. When we spoke with Wayne G on Monday, when the Seahawks were playing the Patriots, right? He said it the best. We don't know how the Seahawks are going to be. New coach, defensive-minded coach, right? Geno Smith, is he still going to be outperforming what he's done the rest of his career? Can DK Metcalf finally step up and be that number one guy? Like, we don't know what the Jets are going to be, but I do think the Jets do beat them come Week 13. Dave is in the chat. He says, man, now are not a chance. They are as delusional as the Cleveland Clowns. Dave is answering the question if the New York Jets make the playoffs this season. He says, no, not a chance. James also says 2 AFC East coaches will lose their job this year. Saleh in New York and McDermott in Buffalo. That is not a hot take at all. I said it earlier, Friday, when I put the list of 6 coaches that were on hot seats. Robert Saleh and Sean McDermott were at the top. John says, when did the Jets play the Chiefs? Because they win that one. Listen, the Jets have got to make the playoffs to have a chance to play the Chiefs. They don't play them this season. But week 14, they do play the Miami Dolphins. They travel to Miami to take on Tua and the boys. Jets at this point, nice little win over the Seahawks. Finally, 2 games above 500. They're 7-5 at this particular point. But the Miami Dolphins at home in December and earlier, they're a pretty good team. They are a pretty good team. This is a December 8th game. James, I know you're a Dolphins fan. Arthur Brown, I know you're a Dolphins fan. But if I am a Dolphins fan, I am worried on this game. I am worried on this game because there might be many records broken in this game. Tua might throw for 700 yards. Tyreek Hill might catch for 400 yards. I don't have any confidence in the Jets whatsoever going to Miami in the month of December and beating the Miami Dolphins. I just don't see it happening. You're going to hear Sauce Gardner chopping all week, and Tyreek Hill is going to make him like a 2-punk little bitch. Tyreek Hill is going to run all over the New York Jets defense because they're going to be chopping. They're going to be talking. Jets lose this game, dropping them down into 7-6 on the season. James says, we hanging a 50-piece on them Jets. Buffalo's on the hot seat. Only if it's in New York. Casey says the Fins can't play in the cold. I don't think they're going deep again. Maybe 1 and out. We'll be talking about the Dolphins tomorrow, Casey. We'll be talking about them tomorrow. Week 15 matchup. Might as well just stay in Florida, right? You're playing the old mighty Jacksonville Jaguars. The Jaguars are a team that I think is going to be a terrible team. They overpaid for Trevor Lawrence. I'm going to die on that sword. I think they overpaid for him. I'm not saying he's not a good quarterback or a great quarterback. Let me rephrase that. I'm not saying he's not a good quarterback. He's not a great quarterback. And he got great quarterback money. And unfortunately, the Jags are not a great team right now. But the Jets are in a bad way right now. They just got humiliated by a division rival in the Miami Dolphins. Talk for firing Robert Saleh is getting hot. It's getting spicy. And I think they lose to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think the Jets lose to the Jacksonville Jaguars in this Week 15 matchup. Jaguars are probably due for 7-8 wins, and one of them comes versus the New York Football Jets. Give us a Week 16 matchup. 2 road games have not been treating us very well. Let's get back home. Let's get back home to the cold and the wind and just being miserable in New Jersey. There's a reason why the Statue of Liberty faces the other way in New Jersey. But the Rams and Matthew Stafford come into town. This is a Rams team that people are sleeping on again, I think. This is a Rams team. Yes, they did lose Aaron Donald, but they still got Matthew Stafford. They still got a pretty prolific offense. They still got a pretty good head coach. But Rams are from LA. I don't think in LA it gets below like 65 degrees. I don't think in LA they have seen snow or rain ever. This is a late December game. This game is actually December 22nd. It's going to be cold in New Jersey. It's going to probably be raining / snowing / sleeting, whatever you guys call that crap, right? But I think the Jets pull this game out. I think we've heard a lot of talk about the Jets at this particular point about how bad they are, how bad they got embarrassed by the Dolphins, how they lost to a bad Jacksonville team. But they right the ship a little bit. They right the ship a little bit, making them 8-6 on the season. And James says you never, ever sleep on McVay and the Rams. You don't. But at this particular point in the season, the Jets are not looking over, buddy. They're not overlooking anybody because I think the AFC East is so convoluted at this point right now that every win counts. 8-6 going into Week 17 matchup on the road versus the Buffalo Bills. Speaking of snow, if you guys want to make $20 an hour, go ahead. Week 17, December 29th, go ahead and put your name on that Buffalo Bills stadium. You'll be plowing out snow. The Buffalo Bills are a team that's probably fighting for a shot at the playoffs right now too. At this point in the season, Week 17 is probably a 3-horse race in the AFC East. You got the Jets battling for a championship right there. You got the Buffalo Bills at 8 wins as well. You probably have the Miami Dolphins at 8 wins as well going into Week 17. Every win is going to count these last 3 weeks of the season, but the Jets shit the bed. The Jets shit the bed versus the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen at home, give me him 9 times out of 10 and twice on Sunday. Josh Allen is a really, really good regular season quarterback. Of course, Aaron Rodgers is a really good regular season quarterback as well, but Josh Allen just a little bit better right now in his career. John People says Josh Allen throws for 400 yards in this game. Would not shock me one bit. Bills get the dub. Give us a Week 18 matchup back at home. Feel like we just played the Miami Dolphins, but it was about a month ago at this particular point. Miami Dolphins come to New York or to New Jersey to take on the Jets in this Week 18 matchup. This game might be a winner-take-all type of situation. Now, we'll be talking about the Jets or the Dolphins tomorrow. We'll see how the Dolphins are going to be at this particular point of the season. But this could be a winner-take-all type of situation. Right now, I have the Jets sitting at 8-8. 8-8. Maybe just on the outside looking in of the playoffs. It's an improvement from last season. Right? They're not 7-10 like they were the last 3 seasons. Finally getting over that extra win, getting 8 wins. And I think they finished the season with 9 wins. I think the Jets beat the Miami Dolphins at the Week 18 matchup because of the snow, because of the wind, and just the Jets are just a tad bit better. So when we look at this schedule, guys, what do you guys think? I had the Jets going 9-8 on this season with wins over the Patriots, Broncos, Vikings, Buffalo Bills, Texans, Cardinals, Seahawks, Rams, and Dolphins to end the season. 9-8. Right now, if you guys are following along, right now they are second in the AFC East, tied with the Buffalo Bills at 9-8. What do you guys think? Do you agree with this? Do you concur? Do you disagree? Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the comments. James says about this Week 18 matchup, Dolphins versus Jets, says no. It doesn't matter. Miami Dolphins will be resting players because they clinched the division 2 weeks ago. Think so? We'll be talking to the Dolphins tomorrow. 2:30 East Coast time right here at Facebook.com, of course, YouTube.com. Subscribe and hit that bell icon. We'll see. John says, got to go to work. Have a great day, y'all. Let me help you who goes to the wins in Super Bowl 59. It's Raiders 35, Lions 31. John must be on those halogenics or whatever you call, right? Casey says, I think it's more like 8-9. They lose to the Texans. So when we look at this record, This stretch right here was at week 9, 10, 11 is very, very big for the New York Jets. Let's push it back even to week 7, right? If they could beat the Patriots week 8 there, right? Lose to the Texans, lose to the Cardinals. 8 to 9 is a very, very real possibility. I think Houston is going to be good. I'm not trying to downplay the Houston Texans at all. I think they're going to be good, but Houston Texans are still a young team. They are traveling to New York on this week 9 matchup. This is a Monday Night Football game, if I'm not mistaken, on Halloween night. Everything that could go wrong will go wrong. But we can agree to disagree. That's what makes all the great shows. But guys, that's going to be it for today. Nice little short show today. Sorry, but I got family coming to town. I gotta get the old house clean. Get that, John. Raiders are not going to the Super Bowl. Raiders are terrible. But guess what, guys? We out. And what is up, Man Hour Nation? Michael Buckeyes here with the Man Hour. Sure, have manhourradio.com. Check out the merchandise page. Sure, check out the blog section as well. But if you are listening to us right here, right now, right here at manhourradio.com, facebook.com/manhour, and of course, youtube.com/manhour NFL Talk. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and share it with a couple friends, because sharing is caring at the end of the day. And welcome to AFC East week, guys, right here at Man Hour, the dog day of summer, June 25th, 2024, 2:30 right here on the East Coast time. And we're going to be talking about the mighty, mighty, mighty Buffalo Bills today. We're going to be talking about my man Carson Lang's Buffalo Bills, my man Alpha Rob's Buffalo Bills. We already talked about the New England Patriots earlier this week, and many people are way down on the New England Patriots. Me, I'm kind of up on them. Have them going, 6-11 this season? Not too terrible, but not too great either. But in the end, it is time to talk some Buffalo Bills. Some Buffalo Bills, yo. But before we get too carried away, if you have not become a Pigskin Pundit yet, please become a Pigskin Pundit. Click on the subscribe button below. For $4.99 a month, you get some free merch. You get some hoodies, get some t-shirts. You got some hats on like on the way as well. But most importantly, starting July, you get a pre-show. Every day at 2 p.m. East Coast time, you get a pre-show. Whether it be us just shooting the shit, whether it just be us talking about something else besides football, join the live show. It's good times. Also, if you are a Pigskin Pundit, you get free entry. That's right, free FREE into our $100 weekly pick'em once the NFL season officially starts. So become a Pigskin Pundit. You get access to the pick'ems. You get access to some NFL games. But most importantly, you get some free merch and access to the members only stream. So with that being said, guys, let's talk some Buffalo Bills. Let's talk about how the Buffalo Bills kind of have not been up to snub as of late. Yes, last year they did get hot late in the season. Yes, last year they'd end up making the playoffs. Yes, last year they did finish the season 11-6, but let's look back about week 5. Week 5. They travel over the season. They play the Jacksonville Jaguars. They lose that game. Then they lose to the Patriots, and then lose to the Bengals, and then lose to the Broncos, and then lose to the Eagles. And everything thought the world was coming to an end. A bye week came. Offensive coordinator was out. Insert Joe Brady. Bada bing, bada boom. They rattled off wins over the Chiefs at Kansas City. Rattled a win off for the Dallas Cowboys. James Cook is still running on the Dallas Cowboys. Went to Los Angeles, beat the Chargers, beat the Patriots, and beat Miami in Miami to win that division, giving them a wild card opponent at home versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then they played the divisional championship game at home versus Kansas City Chiefs and ultimately lost that game. So after a rough start of the 2023 NFL season, out goes the offensive coordinator. In comes a new one. rattle off some wins, make it into the playoffs. Not only make it to the playoffs, beat the Pittsburgh Steelers on a Monday night in the wild card in the playoffs, and everything's looking up, everything's looking dandy. And the hell, they even battled the Kansas City Chiefs, the back-to-back Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs, to a 27-24 loss. But this offseason has kind of been really kind of crazy for the Buffalo Bills, right? They said, let's blow everything up. Let's blow everything up. Stephon Diggs, see you in Houston, my man. We don't want you. We don't need you. Don't call us. We'll call you. Just kidding. My phone number got changed. Gabe Davis, he gone. Whole secondary, pretty much corners, safeties, free safeties, y'all gone. We don't want you no more. Pretty much the only thing they cut was their rookie, Shakir, from last year, James Cook, Josh Allen. Of course, you still got Ed Oliver, AJ Espinina, which is amazing player. Everybody else pretty much new on the Buffalo Bills. Let's just be flat out honest. Everybody knew on the Buffalo, pretty much everybody news is on the Buffalo Bills, like at this particular point. So before we get Carson in here on the phone to talk some Buffalo Bills, let's pull up some chats. Let's welcome to James Chamberlain into the chat. He says McDermott is on the hot seat up there this year. And I concur with that 150%, James. 150%, I concur that Sean McDermott is on the hot seat. Not because the Buffalo Bills are not a good team, because they have such a good team that they should be in the AFC Championship game year after year after year. They should be competing for championships, not getting hot at the right time and sneaking into the playoffs. I said sneak in, but yes, they were a second seed. They did rattle off 5 wins in a row and had to win that Week 18 game versus the Miami Dolphins to really solidify that second seed. But let's just be honest. Once they get to the playoffs, they don't do shit. It is what it is. They don't do shit once they get to the playoffs. I don't care what you have to say about it. They don't do shit. So, James, you are absolutely correct. I wish I could bring your comment up. For some reason, guys, the comments are not popping up on my screen, but I got them pulled up. Mark Lewis is in the chat as well. Looks like he's a Chiefs fan. What's up, Mark? Fellow Kansas City Chiefs fan myself here. He says, who are the Buffalo Bills? Do they still have a team? Listen, Mark, I want you to stick around, because when I pick our games, or not our games, but when I pick the Buffalo Bills games, I believe it was week 12 when they play the Kansas City Chiefs, I want you to sit back and I want you to listen to my pick for this game. I want you to listen to my pick for this game. I am a Chiefs fan. Let's put it out there. Mark, you are a Chiefs fan. And not to spoil anything, but we may not be happy. We may not be happy. For some reason, the Kansas City Chiefs cannot beat the Buffalo Bills in the regular season. Playoffs, different story. Give me Josh Allen like in the playoffs any day of the week, twice on Sunday, right? But regular season, Mark is in the chat as well from the NFL Experts Podcast. Go over there and give them a shout out, guys. Wednesday, July 3rd, we'll be talking to Mark about the Denver Broncos, about how bad they are. But he says, what's up, Buck? Mark, what's going on, man? Hope you're having a grand day, man. I enjoy interacting with you guys here in the chat. And Mark, I look forward to having you on here. James, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you a Miami Dolphins fan? I need somebody to talk to Miami Dolphins with me on Thursday. Wednesday or Thursday. Tomorrow or Thursday, right? I think you're a Miami Dolphins fan, James. If you are, hit me up. Let's get on the phone. Let's talk some of your offseason. Let's talk about those offseason moves that the Miami Dolphins made. But speaking of offseason moves, the Buffalo Bills. Let me propose this question for you guys. Stephon Diggs, we kind of all thought was a cancer, right? We all kind of thought he was on his way out after the look he gave Josh Allen after that playoff loss versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Yet again. But when you lose Gabe Davis and you bring in Chase Claypool, you bring in NVS, you have a second-year receiver that you're going to be your number one guy. Your number two guy is going to be Keenan Coleman. We don't know what he's going to do in the NFL yet. And then your number 3, number 4 receiver are going to be Curtis Samuel, right? He is, quote, the vet on the team, 27 years old. Second-round pick from Carolina from 2017. When you look at this receiver room for the Buffalo Bills, guys, are you impressed with them at all? Are you scared of them at all? It might even say the kid's name right, Shakar. He had a hell of a season last year. I will give him that. He kind of came off the map and kind of exploded. Right, when he had 611 yards, 2 touchdowns, a nice 81-yard touchdown. I do remember that one. 39 catches, but in the playoffs, he had 10 catches, 75 yards for 2 touchdowns. Kind of started coming to his own toward the end of the year. But now he isn't the third receiver. He is the guy. Let's just be honest. He is the guy in Buffalo. So let me ask you guys this question. Do the Buffalo Bills receiver core, have they gotten better this offseason? Minus Gabe Davis, minus Stephon Diggs, insert draft pick Keenan Coleman, insert MVS, insert Chase Claypool. Are they better at all? Let's ask that question. Are they better? Let's have a conversation about it. Are they better? I don't see it. I don't see any way, shape, or form that they are better at all. I don't think they even have an opportunity to be better than what they were last season. I'm going to open the floor up to you guys. Do you think they got better? Got my man WB Ant in the chat as well. What's up, WB Ant? My man was complaining about the heat yesterday. It's even hotter today. At least here in Louisville, Kentucky, it's 95 degrees right now, per what my computer says. Hopefully, you're all staying out there, Ant. James Chamberlain says, "Yes, Dolphins land for life. Timing to do that will be a challenge." James, hit my inbox, and we'll discuss of what we can do. Speaking of pigskin punters, my man John Peebles is in the chat. He's a CFO of the Pigskin Punt. He says, "What up, all? What up, though? What up, though?" As they say in Detroit. What up, though? WBN says Curtis Samuels is decent, but like you said, nobody is scared of that wide receiver core. Nobody in the NFC should be scared of that wide receiver core, and I think right now nobody is scared of that wide receiver core for the Buffalo Bills. I don't think anybody in their right mind is legitimately scared of the Buffalo Bills receiver core. Now, on the flip side of that, they do have potential, right? The Buffalo Bills receiver core does have a lot of potential. But are we basing their season off of potential? Are we basing the Buffalo Bills off of hope and dreams? Are we basing off Keenan Coleman isn't going to be a bust? Are we banking on that Chase Claypool could return back to his rookie form? Are we hoping that MVS can catch a damn ball? I know in Kansas City we hope he could catch a damn ball, but guess what? He doesn't. He doesn't like catching the ball no more. He's scared of it. You think Patrick Mahomes threw the ball hard? Josh Allen throws it twice as hard, twice as further. He puts it in your chest and you'll feel it the next day. Maybe that's what MVS needs. Passively, Patrick Mahomes like, oh, I guess I got to throw it a little softer, huh? Go throw a little softer. But I think you're right. I don't think nobody is scared of that receiver core, and John Peoples agrees with me. He says nope. Nobody is scared of that receiver core. Nobody. With that being said, let's look at the schedule. Let's look at the schedule moving forward. I don't have any fancy edits today. Work caught up to me, and unfortunately, I didn't have time to do it. I apologize. I know I've kind of prided myself on doing some good quality graphics, but today we're just a little bit MIA on that. A little MIA. Week number 1, though. They're taking on the Arizona Cardinals. Buffalo Bills taking on the Arizona Cardinals, and I think that is a dub. I think the Buffalo Bills Week 1, they come out firing. Everything's clicking. Everything's looking good. Everything's looking hunky-dory. They're running the ball. They're looking nice and young. And bada bing, bada boom, they get that dub opening week. Opening week. What do you guys think? Can the Arizona Cardinals pull off anything this season at all? Can they be any good at all? I just don't see it. Just don't see it, unfortunately, for them at all. Next up, we have a week 2 matchup. Traveling down to Miami, Florida on a Thursday night football game, September 12th on Prime Video. This game is going to be hot. It is going to be humid. It's going to be high scoring, and the Buffalo Bills cannot keep up. The Buffalo Bills, I don't think they can keep up in this game at all. I'm not saying that they may not have a high-flying offense, but first part of the season, they're going to highly rely on the running game like they did most of the second part of the season. And James Cook may get 100 yards, may get 150 yards, but guess what? The Miami Dolphins play really well at home. The Miami Dolphins play really well in the regular season. The Miami Dolphins play really well the first half of the season. In week 2, the Buffalo Bills take the first loss of the season to the Miami Dolphins. WB Ant says, my only knock on Coleman is that he's not that fast, and he's a little bit slow on his release. He is elite and good DBs will be able to contain him. I have got an opportunity to watch some mini camp footage of Keenan Coleman, and he does look a little sluggish out there. He does look like a step slower than the rest of the bunch, right? He does. But hear me out. If he happens to drop down to a third receiver, he's going to have the third best slot corner on him. He's going to have a linebacker on him. He's going to have some opportunities. Jim Powell is in the chat. What's up, Jim? He's a pigskin pundit as well. He says nothing about the Buffalo Bills screams quality. Buffalo Bills are just kind of nah, he says. Kind of John says they will finish ahead of the Cowboys. And me and James are on the same page here. Week 2, Buffalo Bills will be 1-1. I like it. Week 3. Play the Jacksonville Jaguars. Back at Buffalo. This is a Monday Night Football game. So back-to-back primetime games coming off a mini bye week. Jacksonville Jaguars, I don't have any faith in them. I don't have any faith in Jacksonville Jaguars whatsoever. I know my man Wayne G praised Trevor Lawrence yesterday. I know that he's fun to watch and worth every penny. Well, guess what? Trevor Lawrence is not worth every penny. Trevor Lawrence is boring to watch, and he is going to be a bust of the quarterback after this season, and the Buffalo Bills defense is going to walk all over the Jacksonville Jaguars on Monday Night Football. I don't think the Jacksonville Jaguars have a chance in this game. Moving the Buffalo Bills to 2-1 on the season. People are satisfied, but yet questioning their ability going into week 4. And when they start to question the ability of the Buffalo Bills, it gets in Josh Allen's head. When the team starts to questioning themselves, Sean McDermott starts questioning him like himself. And I think slowly but surely, the wheels start to fall off of the Buffalo Bills coming week 4. Week 4, they travel to the Baltimore Ravens. This is another primetime game. Sunday Night Football. Let's flash back. 3 prime times in a games in a row. Thursday, Monday, Sunday. Buffalo Bills kind of got exposed versus the Miami Dolphins. The Jaguars just really couldn't execute that blueprint that is out there, but the Baltimore Ravens can. Baltimore Ravens, top 5 defense in the NFL, top 10 offense in the NFL. They're going to be another really, really good team, another good regular season for the Baltimore Ravens, and this win really solidifies them as a top dog in the NFC. Baltimore Ravens beat down the Buffalo Bills on Sunday Night Football. It might be a 70-piece. Lamar Jackson might be sitting down about halftime. But then we're like, slow it down, baby. Week 5. Doesn't get much better. Finally not a primetime game, but they're traveling down to Houston, taking on the Texans, and that is another loss. Another loss. We now have 2 losses in a row, and the Buffalo Bills are now sitting at 2-3, they're back at home. No, I lied. They are traveling to New York to take on the New York Football Jets on yet another prime time game. So far in this young NFL season, the Buffalo Bills have had 4 primetime games and 2 non-primetime games. In all of these primetime games, what have we got a common theme so far? They are losing these primetime games. They are not stepping up to the spotlight. Their receiver core is getting exposed. The secondary is getting exposed. Josh Allen might be doing his thing, might be slinging it all over the field, scrambling, running for his life, but that's not the MO of the Buffalo Bills and how they win. They lose to the New York Jets on Monday Night Football. Right now we have 3 losses in a row. Lost 4 of their last 5 at this particular point. Losses to the Miami, losses to Baltimore, Houston, and the Jets. And we finally into late to mid-October. Back home, taking on the Tennessee Titans. Tennessee Titans. This is the Tennessee Titans team that I'm a little bit worried about. If I'm anybody in the AFC South or the AFC in general, I'm a little bit worried about this Tennessee Titans team. Also worried about the Colts, but this Tennessee Titans team, many people are sleeping on them. Oh, that's an easy win. Will Levis as a quarterback, rookie head coach, Derrick Henry's gone. Well, guess what? The Buffalo Bills get beat by the Tennessee Titans. Tennessee Titans run all over the Buffalo Bills. Literally run. Tony Pollard probably gets 150 yards in this game. We now have 4 straight losses at this particular point. 5 of their last 6 are losses. At this time last season, we're kind of in that same boat, right? What do we do with our hands? The sky is falling. But slow it down, baby. Slow it down. The Buffalo Bills. They know how to win. They know how to get back to their roots. They know that to win in the AFC, like they did last season, 5 straight games to end the season, they need to run the ball. And that's exactly what they do come week 8 versus the Seattle Seahawks. They travel to Seattle. The dome's probably going to be closed because it's going to be raining. But they're going to literally run all over the Seattle Seahawks. James Cooks is going to look like he looked like when he played the Dallas Cowboys last season. That's a win. Then they're back at home. Month of November, Miami Dolphins come back into town, and that is a win as well. Sorry, James. Miami is not sweeping the Buffalo Bills this season. They are splitting yet again. 2 wins in a row for the New England Patriots at this point. Come week 10, traveling to the Indianapolis Colts, a Colts team that's a really, really good Colts team as well. Buffalo Bills have learned not to mess around with the AFC South. F around and you'll find out, right? They already lost to the Texans. They already lost to the Titans. They're not going to make it 3. No. They beat the Colts. 3 wins in a row. Everything's getting back on track. Everything is looking good. Then you welcome the Kansas City Chiefs into town. Sunday afternoon game, probably going to be the America's game of the week, right? The Kansas City Chiefs come into town, and for whatever reason, the Kansas City Chiefs cannot beat the Buffalo Bills in the regular season, and that trend continues. That trend continues. We now have 4 wins in a row at this particular point. Wins over the Seahawks, the Dolphins, the Colts, and the Chiefs going into their bye week. Whew. Let's take a break, right? Let's breathe a little bit. They say. We had 4 losses in a row to the Ravens, Texans, Jets, and Titans. 4 wins in a row over the Seahawks, Dolphins, Colts, and Chiefs. Going into the bye week. Playing reigning NFC champions coming off the bye week. And that's the San Francisco 49ers. This is another primetime game. Sunday Night Football. Buffalo Bills versus the San Francisco 49ers. This is at home. And guess what? It is another win. Now the Buffalo Bills have now beaten the Seahawks, the Dolphins, the Colts, the Chiefs, and the 49ers all in a row, giving them 5 straight wins in a row. Everybody's hyped. Everybody's like, yeah, boy, look at us. Slow it down, baby. Every time the Buffalo Bills start to get a little bit cocky, things start to fall off. They travel to LA, lose to the Rams. Travel to Detroit, lose to the Detroit Lions. Back at home versus the Patriots, they beat the Patriots, they beat the Jets, and week 18, they lose to the Patriots the final week of the season. Final week of the season, they do lose to the Patriots. Letting them finish 9-8 on the season. I think the Buffalo Bills will finish 9-8 on this season. Yes, I know I forgot to change the Buffalo names at the top. When I post this at 3:30 here, I will change it. But 9-8 for the Buffalo Bills this season. What do you guys think? Do you concur? Am I way off? Am I spot on? What are your thoughts, guys? Let me know in the comments below. Henry will run for $120 versus the Buffalo Bills, says Ant. Listen, Derrick Henry is going to have some pretty good games this season. Pretty good games they're going to have. He may not last all season long. He's old. Week 4 is still pretty young. The Diggs revenge game, says James. Oh, the Houston Texans for the Buffalo Bills, week 5. Yeah, I bet you Stephon Diggs says, I want 20 touches that game. When we look at week 5, I bet you the ball is going to Stephon Diggs a lot. A lot. Ant says, remember, I told you all yesterday I would not be surprised if they missed the playoffs. The Super Bowl window is officially closed for the Buffalo Bills. Is 9-8 good enough to make the playoffs in the AFC? If we were to talk about that last year, the answer to that question is no. It was not good enough to make the playoffs last season. There were several 9-8 teams last season that missed the playoffs. Jacksonville Jaguars. Indianapolis Colts. Right? So, to really solidify their playoff opportunities, I think 10 wins is a must. And when I look at their losses, they have losses versus the Miami Dolphins, Ravens, Texans, Jets, Titans, Rams, Lions, and Patriots. Where could they potentially get that one extra win? Where could they potentially get that 10th win? And the only thing that I could possibly change here and I would be comfortable with is that week 18 game versus the Patriots, right? Because we said it yesterday, the Patriots are not going to be a very good team. 6-11. I think Wayne G had them at 3-14, right? That week 18, they're going to be playing for much of nothing but a first overall pick, more than likely. Are they going to play people? More than likely not. So that win could come in and get their 10th win and really boast them into the playoffs. But at the same time, spoiler alert, right? Let's play spoiler. The Patriots want to play spoiler in that game. I could see it. But with that being said, guys, 9-8. What do you guys think? Let me know. Until then, we out. And what is up, Man Hour Nation? Michael Buckcuster here with the Man Hour Shorter, manhourradio.com. Check out the merchandise page. Of course, check out the blog section as well as we continue our AFC East week breakdown. We've already done the Patriots. We've already done the Buffalo Bills. We've already done the New York Football Jets. But tonight, this afternoon, we got the last team, and that is the Miami Dolphins. And many people predict that the Miami Dolphins will be, quite arguably, the best team in the East. People think that the Miami Dolphins are going to go to the Super Bowl. People think that the Miami Dolphins are going to go 17-0. But guess what? Here at the Man Hour, we are realistic. And I got to tell you guys something. We got another thing coming. Y'all got another thing coming. If you think that the Miami Dolphins are going to go 7-0. We got another thing coming if you think that the Miami Dolphins are going to run the AFC. But before we got into it, we got to welcome the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. John freaking Peoples in the chat. He says, what's up, y'all? Dolphins run the East. They run the East, he says. We will see. We will see. So far, we have two teams that are sitting at 9-8. That is the Buffalo Bills, and that's the New York Football Jets, in my opinion. And we have the New England Patriots sitting at, 6-11. Will the Miami Dolphins run the East? Stay tuned, stay tuned, stay tuned. We also got my man Mark in the chat. He says, what up, Buck? What's up, Mark? Hope you're having a grand old day, man. Catch me and this man next week as we talk to Denver Broncos from the NFL Experts podcast. We're going to break it down, yo. And let me tell you one thing, Mark. The Denver Broncos are not winning the West. The Denver Broncos are not going to have a 500 season. The Denver Broncos might have the first overall pick. But hey, it is. Simmer down now, Buck. Simmer down next week. Simmer down next week, right? Simmer down next week. James Chamberlain's in the chat. He says, AFC champs? Of course, he says. Of course. But Super Bowl? Nah. Let's make the playoffs, and then anything can happen. Anything can happen, he says, if we make the playoffs. You're right. Anything can happen. You can be a 7th seed on the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl ring and lose in the first round. But hey, don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. Also, John People thinks it's going 11-6. We will see. We'll see. Hart Ford is in the chat. What's up, Hart? He says, no undefeated, but they'll top the East. We will see. We'll see. We'll see. But we will be breaking down the Miami Dolphins for this show. But first, we got a flashback to the 2023 NFL season. The Miami Dolphins had a kind of a roller coaster season, right? They started out hot with the huge win over the Chargers. They beat down a division foe at the Patriots, back-to-back road games, putting a 70-piece on Mark's Denver Broncos. But then the Buffalo Bills like, bad baby. They come crashing back down to reality. Things are kind of like up and down, teeter-tottering, but they were atop the AFC East all season long. All the way, in fact, until Week 18. And they lost to the Buffalo Bills, and they ended up going from the 2 seed to the 7 seed. Air quotes, it was 6 seed. But it is what it is. This offseason, they had a fairly decent draft. But first of all, let's talk about the offseason. They lost the defensive lineman Wilkins. He said, see you later, alligator. I'm going to Vegas. I'm going to get those da-da-da-da Bills, y'all. So what they do with that? They added Chop Robertson, an edge rusher from Penn State in the first round this season. They added Patrick Paul, some offensive line help. Jalen Wright from the University of Tennessee as a running back. They added another edge rusher from Colorado State. And most importantly, they added OBJ to that already stout wide receiver core. Will this help them? Will they project onto the promised land next season? We will talk about that all show long. But let's welcome Sports Kingdom into the show here. He says, how do you think the Titans are going to be this season? We will be breaking down the AFC South in 2 weeks. But I can tell you, Sports Kingdom, first of all, thank you. I see you guys still got Derrick Henry on your avatar. You should probably change that if you think your Titans are hoping Derrick Henry comes back. But I think the Titans are going to be pretty good. I think the Titans are going to be kind of a shock to the system, to the world. I think like, whoa, we lost Derrick Henry, but we got hell of a lot better. But we'll be talking about the Tennessee Titans here in about 2 weeks, second week of July, as we continue our breakdown, the dog days of summer here, but we are breaking down each and every team here. And right now we are on the AFC East. Hart Ford, let's get his comment in. He says, O-line needs to stay healthy for the Fins. How about this? The defense needs to stay healthy for the Miami Dolphins. What was it? The last 3 or 4 weeks of the season, they had like 7 defensive ends go down. They just need to stay healthy, period. And I think the Miami Dolphins will be A-okay. But let's start off with breaking down the schedule. And we got a week 1 matchup. Battle of Florida, right off the bat. Highly paid, the highest, or tied for the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. We got Trevor Lawrence taking on Tua in the Miami Dolphins in the week 1 matchup. It is going to be hot. It's going to be steamy. This is going to be a 1 o'clock game on CBS. This game is going to be for the birds. If I am a Miami Dolphins fan or I'm a Jaguars fan, I am not going to this game. I am sitting inside my nice AC house and I'm watching this game, and I'm going to watch the Miami Dolphins run all over the Jacksonville Jaguars. Week 1, Miami Dolphins are no match for any team out there. Week 1, the Miami Dolphins are going to show why they are a top team in the AFC on paper. The Miami Dolphins are going to show that their offense cannot be stopped in Florida. Week 1, they win this game. It is not even close. It might be a 56-12 score. It is going to be an up and down game, mainly up and down on the Miami Dolphins because their defense is going to be so fresh the whole game, like 30 plays maybe. Miami Dolphins are going to kill this game 100%. James says, yeah, that turf field in Baltimore destroyed our defense last season. Yeah, it was tough. But week 1, already starting out 1-0, much like last season. Week 2, still at home. Buffalo Bills come down to town. Josh Allen. James, you sent me a message earlier, basically saying that Josh Allen was paid so much money and they haven't done shit. Well, guess what? Josh Allen doesn't do shit again in this game. The Buffalo Bills, our team, week 2. What do we do with our hands, coach? We don't know what to do, coach. Where's lost, coach? Miami Dolphins run all over the Buffalo Bills, week 2. This game is, these games are just getting ugly. Miami Dolphins offense is clicking. Tyreek Hill is eating. OBJ's getting even in the mix. Jalen Waddle is waddling his way down the field. Tua's looking like an MVP candidate. Can anybody stop it at this point? Doesn't look like it. Does not look like it. Week 3. Hey, let's travel across the United States. When I was looking at the schedule, I noticed that the Miami Dolphins travel a lot. Really far. They traveled to the West Coast like three times. I think it was. They're going to have a lot of air miles, but guess what? It doesn't matter. They can be in white. They can be in green. They can be in whatever color they want because this first part of the season, they are clicking and they are looking good. They beat the Seahawks down. 3-0 to start the season. 3-0 to start this young NFL season. They are looking unstoppable at this point. They are clicking. The offense is going up and down the field. The defense is shutting people down. And James Simmers says, that's not this time of year. Buffalo can't come to South Beach and win in September. Facts, baby. But then John wants to talk his shit. Says Mother Nature in playoffs freezes the fish. But that's all right. That's all right. Because right now we are in September. It's still 115 degrees outside in Florida. Fish are still swimming free in that nice warm ocean. 3-0. Giving us a week 4 matchup back at home, right? 3 of the first 4 games are at home in sunny Florida, where that sun is beating down on you. But this is a Monday Night Football game. This is a Monday Night Football game for the Will Levis taking on Tua and the Miami Dolphins. As much as I like the Tennessee Titans so far this season, Miami Dolphins right now are clicking, guys. The Miami Dolphins are 3-0 going into this game. Nothing right now is derailing the Miami Dolphins at all. They are going to walk all over the Tennessee Titans come week 4. They are going to walk all over the Tennessee Titans come week 4. A much improved Tennessee Titans team, but the Dolphins right now are too much for any team to handle. 4-0 going into week 5 on the road, taking on the mighty New England Patriots. The Patriots team that right now is 0-4 at this particular point. They don't know what to do. Are we going to start Jacoby Brissett? Are we going to bring in Drake May? Are we going to call Tom Brady out there at Fox and try to get him to join us? And it continues for the Miami Dolphins. They're now 5-0 on the season. They are going up and down this field unscathed. It's like a varsity team playing a JV team at this particular point. Little to no resistance. They are clicking. People are speaking so highly of them. They're on top of the world. They are clicking, and things are looking very, very nice. Very, 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 very nice. John People says if they played in Florida all season long, they'd go to the show. Not wrong. But this is where the Miami Dolphins season, guys, comes to a fork in the road. Right now, they are 5-0. They are with the Jets and the Miami Dolphins. They're both leading ESPN Sports Center. They're both leading every NFL show out there. Are the 2 Super Bowl teams, or the Super Bowl teams coming from the East is going to be the Jets or the Dolphins. Dolphins are 5-0. Everything's clicking. Everything's happening. Week 6 is the bye week, which sucks for them because they're clicking. They're looking nice. And they go on the road after the bye week, week 7 versus the Indianapolis Colts. This is a stretch of the season that is going to make or break the Miami Dolphins seasons, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This week 7 game and beyond is going to make or break the Miami Dolphins season. Already they are 5-0. They're 5-0. They had the bye week. They're looking fresh. They're looking smooth as silk, right? This is the game that I went back and forth on all day long, all week long. This week 7 game had me thinking, man, first of all, if you have not been to Lucas Oil Stadium here in Indianapolis, Indiana, it is a really, really cool place to play. The crowd is just obnoxiously loud all game long, and the fans aren't really engaged. It just echoes, and it's nonstop. James thinks it might be the first possible loss right here. And you know what? I agree. I think the first loss of the season comes week 7 for the Miami Dolphins versus the Indianapolis Colts. It's kind of a perfect storm, right? They started off the season 5-0, go into a bye week. People are talking high of them. They're crushing the opponents. They are running up and down the field nonstop. Going to Indianapolis, potentially overlooking the Colts. Oh, Colts, right? Whatever. It's just the Colts. Rookie quarterback. I know he's the second-year quarterback, but rookie quarterback, young head coach. Colts win this game. Colts win this week 7 game. Rob Green is in the chat. He says Dolphins defense was hobbled with injuries after Christmas last year. Hopefully they stay relatively healthy this season. That seems to be a common theme in the comments. Health, health, health. right now. First loss of the season to the Indianapolis Colts. Giving us a Week 8 matchup. Finally back at home, right? This is Week 8. This is late October. Could potentially be warm still. Could potentially be a hurricane or a monsoon outside. But it doesn't matter. The Miami Dolphins heard the noise. You guys are just flukes. You guys are just this. You guys are just that. Whatever, right? They step it up and they beat down the Arizona Cardinals. Many people are kind of thinking Cardinals might be sleepers. Cardinals might be a little bit this, might be a little bit of that. Unfortunately, I'm not sold on the Cardinals as of right now. I've watched a couple of their mini camps and OTAs. Obviously, I'll dive deeper into that once we really start breaking down their schedule. But right now, I'm not impressed with them at all. And I think the Miami Dolphins flex on the Arizona Cardinals, giving them their 6th win of the season. 6-1 now on this young NFL season. Give us a Week 9 matchup. This matchup could potentially determine the division. Miami Dolphins going to Buffalo in the first week of November. This is another game that I have circled. This is a stretch of games that I have circled here from Week 9 to Week 13, 14-ish. This is the stretch of games that really, really the Miami Dolphins need to focus, right? Week 9 is kind of the dog days of the NFL season if you're an NFL player, right? Hype for us, right? Hype for us fans. Ooh, we're finally getting in the groove. It's cold outside. We got nothing else bad to do. Let's bring inside, right? The Buffalo Bills beat the Miami Dolphins this Week 9 game. I do not have faith in the Miami Dolphins going anywhere on the road from November on and winning a game. I just don't. I don't care if it's to Kansas City. I don't care if it's to LA. I don't care if it's to Buffalo. I do not have faith in the Miami Dolphins on the road from November on. Giving them their 2nd loss of the season. Giving us a Week 10 matchup. What did I just say? They're on the road. They're on the road versus the LA Rams. Rams are obviously not going to be as good as last season. If you talk to the experts, right, last season, the Rams were going to be, whatever, they're out of it. They're playing for a first-round pick. Matthew Stafford get traded to Dallas, whatever, right? Rams kind of shocked the world and made the playoffs. With that being said, I think the Rams are going to kind of have that chip on their shoulder this season. I think the Rams are kind of going to step up to these big games here. And the Miami Dolphins is going to be a big game. It is a Monday night game in LA, and I think the Rams step up, and I think to give the Miami Dolphins a 2nd loss in a row in 3 of their last 4. People right now are kind of scratching their heads. Miami Dolphins, what happened? You guys were 5-0. You were flying high. You were 6-1. You were looking okay. Now all of a sudden you lost to the Bills and the Rams. Back-to-back weeks. What is going on? What is going on? Slow it down, baby. Week 11. Let's go back home. I've already told you guys how bad the Raiders are going to be. But do the Raiders upset the Miami Dolphins? Week 11. Does a Week 11 afternoon game in late November get the juices flowing for the Raiders to step up and beat the Miami Dolphins? Do they step up? Paul doesn't like the statement. The Miami Dolphins lay the hammer down on the Las Vegas Raiders. The Miami Dolphins are tired of hearing about that noise. They go from Super Bowl contenders to losing 3 out of the last 4. They're tired of it. They're tired of it. They're going to beat you down, and they are going to beat the living dog crap out of the Las Vegas Raiders. You guys thought the 70-piece last season for the Denver Broncos was rubbing it in? Let's see 80 this season. Hell, let's see 100. I don't care how good you guys think the Las Vegas Raiders defense is. The Miami Dolphins are going to run up and down on this team over and over and over again. And Ron Green agrees. He says Raiders do not stand a chance. Ron, I'm with you on this. Not only do the Raiders not stand a chance, their coach may not even get on the plane on the way home because they got their ass beat so bad in this game. James says no. Raiders are crap. Raiders take Tua out, Wilkins sack. Oh, come on now. Wilkins won't even get off the ball in this game. He was so tired. Oh, it's so hot. I'm so fat and lazy. James says the Raiders game will look like the Broncos game last year. Facts. Preach it, James. Say it louder. The Miami Dolphins may have lost 3 of the last 4, but they're back on track right now. Give us a Week 12 game at home versus potentially Drake May and the New England Patriots. Potentially. I don't have faith in the Miami Dolphins on the road from November on. I've said it once. I'll say it again, and I'm going to stand on it until they prove me otherwise. This New England Patriot game is at home. They win this game. It may not be an 80-point or 70-point outputting, but they complete the sweep and they beat down the New England Patriots. Let's call it 35-14 type of score. It is a comfortable win, but the Dolphins are kind of like, man, we're kind of tired, right? Scoring all these points makes us kind of tired. Give us a Week 13 matchup. This is a game that I have concerns with. On the road, Green Bay Packers, last weekend of November, Sunday night football game, potentially snow, potentially cold, potentially not a good atmosphere for this high-flying offense of the Miami Dolphins. However, I do think the Miami Dolphins play well in this game. I do think the stigma of them not being able to play in the cold, not being able to play on the road in November, December, January, kind of starts to take a backseat a little bit. I still think the Green Bay Packers win this game. I like the Packers. I like them a lot this season. But Green Bay Packers just a little bit better. A little bit better in the outs, the Miami Dolphins. And the Miami Dolphins are kind of on this train again, right? Big wins over the Vegas Raiders and the Patriots, but get kind of humbled, I guess, by the Packers. John thinks the Packers win this game. Ron Green brings up a great point. He says Tua doesn't lose to the Patriots or the Jets ever. He's 11-0. Well, slow it down, baby. Slow it down, because Week 14, guess who comes into town? Aaron Rodgers and the New York Football Jets. Week 14 matchup. I think the Miami Dolphins still win this game. They're at home. The Jets are a team that, guys, yes, I did have them going 9-8 last season, or yesterday, right? I just don't think they can compete with the Miami Dolphins at or on the road at Miami. I don't see it happening. So I think that trend continues, Ron. Might as well go ahead and put him at 14-0 right now, right? Wins over the Patriots twice this season. That's 12-13, and another one over the Jets. Make him 14-0 right now versus the Patriots and the Jets. Give us a Week 15 matchup. A potential playoff preview. Miami Dolphins travel to Houston to take on C.J. Stroud and the Texans. This game is another close game. Much like the Packers game, this is a game where the Dolphins look well, right? They look well, but I think a few key mistakes here or there, and the Texans pull it out. I think it's going to be a very fought to the very last second type of score. Let's just say Stephon Diggs scores a game-winning touchdown over a team that he could never beat in Miami, right? Texans win this game. Give us the Week 16 matchup. This is the game that many Miami Dolphins fans probably have circled, to be honest. I kind of wish this game was earlier in the season. This would have been a real true measuring stick for both teams at this particular point. But Week 16, the San Francisco 49ers come across the United States of America to take on the Miami Dolphins. The 49ers are a team, guys, they have a lot of what ifs, right? Meaning, what if Brandon Ayuk isn't on the team moving forward? What if Brock Purdy isn't an MVP level quarterback? What if, right? This game has a lot of question marks on it. If Brandon Ayuk is playing for the San Francisco 49ers this season, in this game, the San Francisco 49ers win. It's going to be a defensive struggle game. I think both of these defenses really step up and look good. But I do think the 49ers come out on top. So right now, guys, we have the Miami Dolphins sitting at 9 wins. Sitting with 9 wins with 2 weeks left in the season. Games versus the Browns, Week 17, and then we got the Jets, Week 18. To solidify the AFC East championship, all they got to do is win one of these games. Win one of these games versus the Browns or versus the Jets. That gives you 10 wins on the season, and I think that wins the AFC East. Let's go to Week 17 first. Week 17, the Browns. Arguably a top 5 defense in the NFL this season. Going to probably be a top 5 defense. Offense was pretty good last season. Even with the 4th-string quarterback that still made the playoffs. Now, in theory, Deshaun Watson should be playing all 17 games this season. Nick Chubb is back, right? Amari Cooper's playing for that next big contract. I think the Browns are a team you really don't want to mess with, especially late in the season. Especially in Cleveland, at home, Week 17. I think the Browns win this Week 17 game matchup versus the Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins right now sitting at 9-7. Traveling to New York, Week 18, to take on the New York Jets and Aaron Rodgers and the boys. Let's flash back to what Ron Green just said. He said, and I quote, Tua doesn't lose to the Patriots or the Jets ever. Already once this season, the Miami Dolphins have swept the Patriots. 13-0 for Tua. They've already beat the Jets once. Make that 14-0. Can he go 15-0 versus the New York Jets and the New England Patriots? This is the game that it's a flex game. So it's definitely going to be that 1 o'clock game more than likely. We're going to have this Jets-Dolphins game and Patriots and Bills playing at the same time, more than likely. And I think Tua gets his first loss versus the Patriots or the Jets. I think Tua and the Miami Dolphins go into New York and the cold gets to them. The weather gets to them in this Week 18 matchup. When we look at the first part of their schedule, very, very favorable schedule. Either at home or on the road where it's historically cold and late, so they play them early, right? This game kind of bites them in the ass. These last 2 games, at Cleveland, at New York in January, or in December going into January, sucks. So I think they do finish the season 9-8. I think Tua and the Miami Dolphins have a very high-powered offense. Their defense is going to be pretty good. Unfortunately, their schedule is not very favorable for them. Unfortunately, they got to play Green Bay at Green Bay. They got to play Houston at Houston. They travel to Indianapolis. They travel to Cleveland. Right? They play a lot of tough games. And I misspoke about week 16. I actually had them beating the San Francisco 49ers. I misspoke on that. My apologies. But let me know what you guys think. Do the Miami Dolphins go 9-8? Are they better or are they worse? John thinks they will be 11-6 this season. John says, didn't someone disagree with Miami in cold weather last season? If you're referring to the playoff game last season, John, when Miami traveled to Kansas City, that was cold that nobody can prepare for. Let's just be flat out honest. That negative 20-degree wind shields or whatever it is, nobody was prepared for that at all. I don't care if you play in Alaska outside. You cannot play. You cannot prepare for that cold at all. I had the Miami Dolphins going 9-8. John sees 11-6. Travellis Tinkers says, shout out from the Bahamas. What up, though? He says, they say Dolphins will win 13 games this season. Let me ask you this, Tinker. Who are the 4 losses then to? Ron says, I got the Miami Dolphins going at 11-6 as well. So many people are thinking repeat of last season. Last season, the Miami Dolphins did go 11-6. 12th win would have got them a second seed. They see 11-6 repeat. Let me ask you guys this question. Who are the 6 losses? Where do we disagree? Is it the Colts? Is it the Bills? Is it the Rams, Texans, Browns, Packers? Where do those 6 losses come from? Because if I would flip any of these games, it would probably be the Colts game. Like I said, that was the game that I've been going back and forth all day, all week long. And I think, let's play devil's advocate here. Let's say they win that Colts game, right? And then they are 6-0. And then they're 7-0. And then they lose to the Bills and Rams again. I think I think if they beat the Colts, they will lose to the Raiders or the Patriots. I think they can only win 2 of those three games. Those 3 games being the Patriots, the Raiders, and the Colts. I think they can only win 2 of those 3 games. Now, if they win all 3, that's 10 wins easy, right? And I think if they get to that 10-win mark, I could see 13 wins. I could see 14 wins. Beating the Jets again, week 18. Let's see here. John thinks the losses will come to the Raiders, Homer, Brown, Texas, Jets twice, and the Pats once. I don't see the Jets stepping up and beating the Dolphins. And he says only with the caveat of only if Aaron Rodgers makes it all season long. I guess maybe I don't know. Tinker says the Buffalo Bills will beat them, the Niners, Texans, and maybe the Rams. Never sleep on the Rams. I believe James said at best, you never sleep on the Rams and Sean McVay, right? Never sleep on them. James says the Browns are going to Brown. We win that game. Just like the Jets will Jets. Listen, James, I concur with that. The Browns will Brown, right? Meaning the Browns will somehow find a way to F up that game. Somehow, some way, the Browns will be one of the best teams in the NFL. Have Nick Chubb, top-rated defense, Amari Cooper just going crazy, and somehow they're only going to get 8 wins. It is what it is. Tinker says Jets neither Pats, not beating the Dolphins. I'm not for sure what you're trying to say there, but what up? Ron Green says the Bills twice as losses. So Texas, Packers, 49ers, and Browns, all losses. So you have them going 4-2 in the division, but losing to the Browns, 49ers, Pack, Texans, and Buffalo Bills twice, giving them 11-6 record. John, I believe Tink said it had that 13 wins. Yep. So it'd be 13-4. So that's all I need is four losses, baby. That's all you need. But let's pop it back up there again. I think they're going to go 9-8. I could flip 2 games here. It would be the Colts and then the Jets week 18. That does give them 11. And I would be with you guys on most of them, right? So let me know. Let me know what you guys think. But that is going to be it for today's show, guys. We will be back next week. We'll be back next week, living the dream, talking the AFC West. We'll be playing the movie edition of this AFC East AFC East week here. We'll take all 4 shows, combining them into one for your viewing pleasure, because I will be gone tomorrow. Dave Matthews is calling my name, aka my wife is making me go to Dave Matthews because she loves Dave Matthews, and since she loves Dave Matthews, I love Dave Matthews, and since I love Dave Matthews, you guys gotta love Dave Matthews. But we out. And now, Mike's Thoughts. What is up, Man Hour Nation? Michael Buckhouse here with the Man Hour. No special intro today. No special breakdown. No special of Mike's Thoughts. This is live. This is Brawl. This is uncut NFL talk, and I want to jump right into it. And I got to welcome the man, the myth, the legend from the NFL Experts Podcast, my man, Mr. Wayne G. What's up, Wayne?
What's going on? As I say on my show, what is pippity poppadin?
What is pickety poppadin? What does that even mean?
I don't know. I just started saying it one day and it was fun, so I kept with it.
There you go. You know what? It is what it is. You got to have fun when you do podcasts, when you have shows, when you're out there streaming to the people and dealing with the abstracts of daily life. But tell the people a little bit about your show before you get too carried away.
Yeah, for sure. So the NFL Experts, we are usually on Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern time, and it is myself and Mark DiGiacomo. He's my co-host. He's a Broncos fan. I'm a Patriots fan, but we talk all things football, whatever's going on in the news. We've been breaking down the schedules lately, but we did take a couple of weeks off here because, let's be honest, this time of year, not a whole lot going on.
AKA the dog days of NFL season. And I agree with you. There's a whole lot not going on, and that's why I'm going through each and every team, breaking them down. And when it came up to time to do the New England Patriots, I'm like, Wayne G is my guy. We are going to have them. And so I want to talk about the Patriots today. The Patriots have kind of had that turbulent offseason, I guess you can say. They new coach, new quarterback, new GM, new outlook on life possibly. What do you think about the offseason moves that the Patriots have had so far this season?
I hate them because the first move we have to talk about is releasing Bill Belichick, or parting ways with Bill Belichick, who I do believe is the best coach in NFL history and still one of the best coaches, if not the best coach in the NFL today. I understand things went south with Mac Jones. He didn't get along with Robert Kraft, but that's the biggest offseason move. And I don't think they really signed any big name free agents. The draft was okay for them. They got a quarterback who's probably not going to play for half the season. So not a lot to be optimistic about.
Yeah, and that's kind of the first question that I want to ask you about is, who do you think the starting quarterback is going to be? Is it going to be Jacoby Brissett, or is it going to be Drake May? And I think you already kind of answered that, but dive a little bit more into that.
I think it's going to be Jacoby Brissett, but it could also be Bailey Zappi. I don't want to close the door on him. They have 4 quarterbacks on the roster right now. Joe Milton is going to be on the roster when the season starts. He actually may be a practice squad guy, but he will be on that roster, I think. So I don't think they're going to carry all 4. Bailey Zappi is the one who's on the hottest seat, but I think that he could have a good preseason. And, Jacoby Brissett gets the axe. It's a 1-year deal, not a lot of guaranteed money. So I could see Bailey Zappi winning that, but my heart tells me, or my brain tells me, it's probably going to be Brissett for at least the first 8 games.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the schedule, and the first four games are pretty tough on the old Jacoby Brissett as is, and to be honest, the Patriots schedule is not very favorable, and that's kind of what I want to jump into right off the bat is week 1. The New England Patriots played Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals in Cincinnati, and this game I'm kind of like, do they even have a shot? Can the defense hang with the high-flying Bengals offense, or is it just going to be just a complete blowout? What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, it's in Cincinnati, so that gives the edge to Cincinnati. Now, I don't know how long Joe Burrow is going to be healthy for, but we have to assume at least for the first week of the season.
Right.
So I think that it's going to be definitely a win for the Bengals. How big, I'm not sure. I still believe in this Patriots defense. It's a very solid defensive unit. I don't see a lot of teams blowing them out unless they turn the ball over a lot. But with Jacoby Brissett and a run game heavy is what I'm thinking offensive plan, it's probably not going to be a lot of blowouts, but also not a lot of wins for them. So this is a loss I have for them as well.
For the loss for the Patriots, I'm assuming here. But we do got to welcome some people into the chat here. I totally forgot that to welcome people into the chat. I was so excited to talk to you, Wayne. But Mark is in the chat. He says, "What's up, yo guys? What's up, Mark? What's up? We will be talking about the Broncos next week, so be sure to we'll touch bases and we'll get Mark on. But Mark is your co-host there, and he's a Denver Broncos fan, so we got to give him a little bit of slack. But he does say, "Yo, what's up?" Of course, we got my man Jim Powell in the chat and says, "I thought you got arrested at the PGA Tour on Sunday, pulling your best Scotty Scheffler, huh, Mark or Wayne?"
No, I was actually there on Saturday, and I actually missed Cameron Young shot a 59. It's only the 13th or 14th time in history that's happened, and he was on the 18th. He buried his putt for the 59. We were on the first, so we heard the cheer all the way across the course, but we weren't there to see it.
Yeah, I was here when Scotty got arrested here in Louisville. It was good times. And we got James Frank in the chat as well. What's up, James? It says he will be missed in the land. Says they got the real one in Takaki. Is that how you say?
Takaki.
Yeah. Will you miss him? I don't know.
We have him here now. We'll see how he does.
Yeah, we'll see. Week number 2, back at home for the first game of the season at home, take on the Seattle Seahawks. This is a kind of a game that I've kind of tossed up in the air. Like, I don't know how good the Seahawks are going to be, but I think they can probably pull out this win. But what are your thoughts about this Seahawk game?
I think this is a win for the Patriots, and I'll tell you why. Similar to you, I don't know how I feel about this Seahawks team this season. I know they have a good receiving core. They have a good running back tandem. They usually have a good defense, and they have a defensive-minded head coach. However, I think this is a 4-13 team, and I think one of those 13 losses comes to the Patriots in week 2.
Yeah, the Seahawks are the true wild card because I don't know nothing about their head coach at all. Do you know anything about the Seahawks, like, head coach at all, just besides his name and kind of his past history? Like, is he a defensive-minded head coach? Is he offensive-minded like head coach?
He's defensive-minded, I believe, and that was surprising because they had a defensive-minded coach in Pete Carroll. So similar to the Patriots, where you went from a defensive guy to a defensive guy, they go from a defensive guy to a defensive guy. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, honestly, letting Pete Carroll go was kind of a kind of like why, like a head-scratching move there. But as we go by week here, week 3, they're back on the road, take on the Jets, a division foe. Is this a potential win?
I have this as a loss for them. I know that I always say the Jets are going to jet, but I think Aaron Rodgers is going to be healthy at this point in the season. I think that the Jets are too good to beat the Patriots. This Patriots team is really bad. I'm going to be saying loss a lot through these 17 games, and this is going to be one of them at New York because I believe this is also a Thursday night game.
Yes.
So right after beating Seattle, short rest, I think they go into New York, they lose.
And to be honest, that might be their best ways to get multiple wins this season is getting a win and then going on that short week so you don't really think about it and kind of build your own hype up. Plus, I don't trust the Jets at all. I mean, yes, they do have Aaron Rodgers and arguably one of the best receivers in the NFL and Garrett. But Jets are, like you said, Jets are going to jet, and they've been 7-10, 7-10, 7-10. And Robert Saleh is on the hot seat. And unfortunately, I think the Jets are really, really overrated, but I'll be breaking them down later. And it just tough for me to talk well about the Jets. We got CQE Ditz says, "What's up, guys? What's up? What's going on to you, man? What's up, man? As well." Mark says, "I don't trust the Jets either." Let me ask you this question, Wayne G. You are in the New England area, the New York area. Is Robert Saleh on the hot seat?
I think so. I mean, Aaron Rodgers got hurt last year, so they couldn't pin that on him. They couldn't say, well, you had a bad season, because they were putting everything on him. Well, now Rodgers is back. He looks like he's going to be healthy. He says he's healthy. And so if he plays the full season and they go 4-13 or they go 7-10, I think Saleh's out. I think if Aaron Rodgers gets hurt again, he doesn't get a second free pass. It's basically you have to win, make the playoffs now, or you're gone.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think last year was a pass for them either, because you really didn't have Aaron Rodgers all season long. Yes, you can bank on whatever you want, but the truth of the matter is Nathaniel Hackett is a terrible coach and an even worse offensive of coordinator, and it shows that Aaron Rodgers pretty much carried him, right?
Yeah, exactly. Aaron Rodgers was everything, and then it was like, all right, we got Zach Wilson. Let's see what we can do. So I think really a lot of it's going to fall on Breece Hall, him carrying the load for the offense.
Yeah, we'll definitely see about that. Jim Powell says Roger will probably already be out come week 3. I'm not wishing him ill will, but he's old and fragile.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, Tom Brady was old as well. I mean, maybe he's working with Brady's guy.
Yeah,
stretched.
Maybe. And Mark says Aaron Rodgers ditched minicamp to go to Akasawaka, however you say that name. But on the flip side, Mark, he was at every voluntary workout as well. So I mean, it's not like he skipped all summer. He just missed mandatory camp, right? So
yeah, he goes on an LSD trip or whatever every year at the start of the season.
Yeah, and you can't argue with the MVP, right? And speaking of MVP, not Brock Purdy, but week 4, the Patriots travel to West to go to California to take on the 49ers. And do the Patriots have a shot in this game?
No, I said they weren't going to get blown out a whole lot, but this will be one of those exceptions. I think the 49ers absolutely just steamrolled this team. I don't think the Patriots can counter that defense. On offense, they don't have enough offensive weapons. And on defense, as good as they are, that offense for San Fran, as long as they keep Ayuk and Samuel, because we'll see what happens there, they're really tough.
Yeah, so you keep referring that they're not going to get blown out. Is it because their defense is that good, or their offense is going to be able to keep them in some games?
It's a combination. When you have a defensive-heavy team or a defensive-favored team like Belichick has brought up throughout the years, they usually lean on the running game. The quarterback just has to not make mistakes. You don't need a playmaker at quarterback, just a guy who doesn't make mistakes. And Brissett's totally that guy. They have a decent running game with Ramondre Stevenson. However, I don't think that, and I said they're not going to get blown out because they're going to manage the clock. Their defense is great. Their defensive pass rush might be one of the best in the NFL. Their secondary is great. I don't know how they can stop the run. They're going up against Christian McCaffrey here, so I don't think it's going to be a good game for them.
Right. So I spoke earlier about how really tough the Patriots schedule actually is, because if we look at their schedule, week 1 on the road, week 3 on the road, week 4 on the road. So to start the season, the first month of the season, 3 of their four games are on the road, but then week 5 comes and you get a nice little home stretch. You get a whole month at home, starting off week 5, taking on the Miami Dolphins, another division foe. Can the Patriots pull the upset at all?
I don't think so. I have this as a loss as well. I have them basically going 1-5 in the division, but they're going to lose this game to the Dolphins. The Dolphins, this is another game that because of their speed, both at wide receiver, at running back, they could put up 50. We don't know. But it's in New England, so I don't think that's going to be a blowout here, but it will be a loss.
Yeah. This is the one part of the schedule where I'm like, man, they could have pushed this back to December to give the Patriots a shot, right? But it's going to be nice and warm, not going to be cold yet. Might be a perfect 65-degree day up there, and I'm not for sure if the Patriots can hang with the Dolphins. But I'm going to save my picks for to the end of the show here. But there somehow, some way, the Patriots always seem to beat the Miami Dolphins, but that's usually at Miami, right?
Right. Well, so in Miami, the game at Miami is usually later in the season because all the snowbirds up here in New England, they go down to Florida to live for the winter, and they watch that game down there.
So they give us another home game, week 6 matchup when the Houston Texans come to town. Many people are super high on the Texans, and let's not forget, it took a drop pass from the Indianapolis Colts running back to get the Texans into the playoffs, but nonetheless, they are a playoff team. They did go to the divisional round last season. Patriots going to New England. Once again, Texans are maybe a little overrated, but they're still pretty good. Can the Patriots even hang with them in this week?
I don't think so. Again, the Texans were great last year, especially C.J. Stroud, who I think had, 28 touchdowns to 4 interceptions or 6 interceptions. Very efficient, very accurate. And then they added Joe Mixon at running back. They added Stephon Diggs at wide receiver. This team got significantly better, and they were already good. So they're going to be really tough. I don't think the Patriots can beat them. Yeah,
and let's not forget that C.J. Stroud didn't throw his first interception until week 12 or 13 or something like that. He's been very efficient on that. Give us another home game versus your prototypical built-in-a-lab quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, taking on the New England Patriots here. What do you like about this game?
I like watching Trevor Lawrence throw the football, and I think he's going to do it a lot against this team, and he's going to have success against this team. I think he's worth every single penny that they gave him. I do think he's got the talent to be a top 5 quarterback in the league. I'm not saying he is right now, but this is a game, again, that I think the Patriots just can't keep with that offense. I'm not sure about the Jaguars' defense, so it could be a closer game. But, again, I don't believe in the Patriots' offense either. That their offense is as bad as the Jaguars' defense probably, so it's a wash.
Yeah, and we were talking about the Seahawks earlier about we don't know what they're going to bring, right? And unfortunately, we don't know what the Jaguars are going to bring either because their receiving core took a huge loss this offseason of losing Calvin out there. And I'm not for sure if Trevor Lawrence can get the rest of the guys kind of elevated, right? I think that's the biggest knock on Trevor Lawrence right now is he doesn't elevate the players around him. Can Trevor Lawrence elevate the people around him at all?
I think he can. I think that he doesn't have a ton of talent. He's not Tom Brady, so he's not a guy who's going to go to the Super Bowl with David Givens as your number 1 receiver.
Right.
But he's a guy who has a lot of talent, and if you put even moderate receivers around him, which I think he has, I think he's a guy who's going to be tough to beat. The division he's in is weird. I don't know. Everyone in that division could go 8-9, all 4 teams.
Yeah.
So I don't know how it's going to play out with the Jaguars.
All right, guys. So just to break it down so far, we are talking with my man Wayne G from the NFL Experts Podcast. They air every Wednesday night over here at Facebook and, of course, YouTube.com. Be sure to, guys, give them a like and a follow. Like we were speaking with my man Wayne G. We're breaking down the New England Patriots 2024 NFL schedule. So far, the Patriots are not looking very good. They've had a tough start to the season. Now we're on our 4th home game in a row and a rematch of week 3 taking on the New York Jets, this time at home. Patriots will win.
At this point, they're 1-6, and I think the Jets come to New England, and I think the Jets lose this one. This is the game where I think that at home, this is where the Jets are going to jet. Patriots probably get 4 or 5 sacks, couple interceptions, and they actually finally get their second win of the season to go to 2-6.
So let me ask you this question, because my wife is over here looking at me weird, and she's like, what does it mean when Jets are going to jet? Can you explain to the people that are not really ingrained into the football world like we are, what does it mean when Jets are going to jet?
The Jets are going to find a way to lose. They do it all the time, whether it was with Chad Pennington, whether it's with Mark Sanchez. And I know they had the butt fumble game, and they beat the Patriots back when they had Sanchez, but they didn't make it to the Super Bowl. The Jets always figure out a way to lose. No matter what you give them for weapons, quarterbacks, wide receivers, they're going to look really hard. They're going to try to find a way to lose. They'll find it, and they'll put it into play, and they'll lose. That's what the Jets are going to jet me. They're going to figure out a way to lose the game.
Yeah, it just, unfortunately, if basically the Jets have no luck or bad luck. Nothing really ever goes their way. And nothing in my book right now is going the Patriots' way whatsoever. They've had 4 home games, finally get a win, right? But then we just talked about the AFC South and about how every team could be 8-9 at some particular point in this season. But I think the Texans got a hell of a lot better this offseason on both sides of the ball, finally giving the keys of the kingdom to Will Levis, and the Patriots travel to Nashville to take on the Titans. Can they pull out the win?
I say no. And yeah, this team the Titans, they could be unbeatable, or they could be not that good. Well, it all falls on Levis's arm, what he can do. But they gave him the receivers. His receiving room is loaded. They went out and they got Tony Pollard. I know they lost Derrick Henry, but they get Pollard in there, who's a receiving back anyways. So even more receivers. They fixed the left tackle. That was their biggest issue last season. 40% of the sacks they gave up came from left tackle. They got J.C. Latham out of Alabama. So he's well protected. He's got guys he can throw to. Will Levis, like I said, he could be an MVP candidate, or this team could be 4-13 and he's no longer the starter after 2 years.
Yeah, I think the Titans are going to be pretty good, but at the same time, I also think the Patriots are not going to be bad as you or many people out there are going to think. I think the Patriots do pull out a couple wins at some time along the season. They're going to upset somebody. Is it the Titans? I don't know. Like I said, I'll save that till the very end, and that gives a Week 10 matchup. They're back on the road, take on a rookie quarterback this time in the Chicago Bears and Caleb Williams. Can they beat the rookie quarterback?
They cannot. I mean, when Bill Belichick was there, I think he had a record of like 40-3 or 40-4 against rookie quarterbacks. He's not there anymore. And I know Gerard Mayo is supposed to be mini Belichick, but I think Caleb Williams is a special quarterback. You look at what he has in receivers with Keenan Allen and DJ Moore and Romo Dunze, and they went out, they got Swift at running back. That whole team just rebuilt, ready to win right now. I don't think they're going to in that division, but they will against the Patriots because I don't think the Patriots can stop them.
Yeah, and let's not forget that they added Sweat last year on the trade deadline to boost up that defensive line as well, and the defense is just as potent as the offense could be. I think the Chicago Bears have a bright future ahead of them, but I'm kind of on you with not right now. Slow it down, baby, as the people like to say. But speaking of a team that people are kind of don't know what to do, we've talked about the Titans, we've talked about the Colts, we've talked about the Seahawks. We don't know how good they're going to be, and the LA Rams. This is a team that we don't know how good or how bad they're going to be. Last season, a lot of people slept on them. I were kind of hyped on them. I thought they were going to make the playoffs. They made the playoffs. Lost to Detroit, but they lost a huge part of their defense in Aaron Donald this season, and Matthew Stafford is kind of doing like a passive holdout. He wants some dollar bills, yo. But Week 11, the Rams do come to New England to take on the Patriots.
And what I think will be really interesting for storylines, so if we believe in the scripted NFL, expect this to happen. Jimmy Garoppolo is the backup in LA, so
yes,
maybe Stafford gets hurt around this time, and then Garoppolo versus the Patriots with the Rams. If you believe in the NFL script, you'll see that happen. I do think Aaron Donald was a huge loss. I mean, it's basically their entire defense was Aaron Donald. Yeah. I think they've got decent receivers. They've got a good running game. Again, if Matthew Stafford stays healthy, that's decent. I think Sean McVay is the best coach in the NFL over Andy Reid. I know as a Chiefs fan, you probably don't like that, but I think that this is a team that's going to beat the Patriots, even with all those question marks.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Jacoby Brissett drafted by the Patriots 10 years ago, like at this point?
Yeah, well, Brissett was picked in like the fourth round, but Jimmy Garoppolo, was a second round pick for them.
Yeah.
However, he was supposed to replace Tom Brady, and remember, Belichick wanted to trade Brady and stick with Garoppolo, and Kraft said no way.
Yeah, and if you believe in storylines, scripted, this is definitely. I agree with you 100%. But we will see. We will see. Week 12, the Patriots are back on the road. Imagine that, a month gone by, 3 road games, 1 home game. They're back on the road in Miami this time. Take on the Dolphins. Can they pull the upset in Miami?
No, they couldn't beat Miami at home. They're not going to beat Miami on the road. I know it's November. It's Florida. It's probably going to be 96, and they're coming from New England where it's probably going to be 46.
Right.
And I think they're just going to be sweating. They're going to be run all over that field. Again, Miami could put up a huge number in this game.
Let's hope it's not 70 like they did against the Broncos last season. But also that kind of kicked off the Broncos season like a little bit too. So maybe this could kick off a winning streak potentially for the New England Patriots traveling to week 13. They're finally back at home, taking on the Colts, another AFC South team. Can they win?
Yeah, so this game's December 1st. It's going to be cold in New England. Indianapolis is an indoor team. They're going to come here. I love Anthony Richardson and what he's doing, but he is essentially a rookie quarterback, only starting like 3 or 4 games last year before he got hurt. So I think that this is a game the Colts lose. The Patriots pick up another win here, I think, against the Colts in the cold weather with Anthony Richardson.
I like the Colts a lot. Actually, I am very fond of the AFC South this year in general, and I think the Patriots kind of got the short end of the stick of having to play that division and the NFC West this season. But that gives us a week 14, and that is their bye week. At this point, Wayne, Patriots are not doing very, very good. And you said at some point Drake May was probably going to get the start. Is this week 14 when they finally pull the trigger and make that quarterback transition, or have they already done that?
I think they could do it here, and it makes sense to do it here to give him some reps. The only thing is that this still isn't an easy stretch, only because you still have at the Bills, and then you're going to have finish the season home to the Bills. That's not going to be good for Drake May. Obviously, at the Cardinals is a great way to start your rookie campaign, get your first start, maybe get a win against the Cardinals. But yeah, it is. This is probably where he gets the start, but it's not going to be a great finish for him.
Yeah. So speaking of the Cardinals, week 15 they travel to Arizona, fresh off the bye week, taking on a much improved Cardinals team. Many people are hyping the Cardinals up a lot this season with Kyler Murray coming back from his ACL, Marvin Harrison Jr. in the helm. But their defense seems very iffy, right? The rest of the team seems very iffy. Can the Patriots go in there with the potentially Drake May as his first start and get the dub?
They could. I mean, this would be a toss-up. And again, especially with Drake May going in there, if he is the starter at this point, teams don't really have any film on him. It's his debut. They're going to see him for the first time. He's got a great arm. We know that. We know the Patriots receiving room is young, but at this point, they've started to learn the playbook a little bit. So this could be an upset. I have it as a loss, but it could be a win. This will be a close game.
So let me ask you this question. Last season, I thought the Packers were going to be really bad, and then toward the end of the season, they were going to be really, really good because of the young receiver core, basically Jordan Love being a rookie quarterback like at that time, and the head coach finally getting Aaron Rodgers out and kind of being his team. Could we potentially see the Patriots be a really bad team the first month or two of the season, then kind of start to turn it on toward the end because with the rookie quarterback, rookie head coach, etc.?
No, and I do think that Drake May has every bit of the talent that Jordan Love has, but Jordan Love had 3 years with the playbook, and Drake May is going to have 2 months with it. So right. I don't think that he's going to develop as quickly as we saw Jordan Love turn it on second half of the season. You're not going to see that from Drake May.
Right, and also Jordan Love had the opportunity to sit behind Aaron Rodgers for those years as well, learning from one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Give us a week 16. We talked about the Buffalo Bills. They travel to Buffalo to take on Josh Allen and the Bills.
Yeah, if you want to make $20 an hour, hang around this game because they're probably going to need some people to shovel and snow blow for them. Late December game in Buffalo. It's going to be cold. All those hits are going to hurt 10 times more than they usually do.
Yeah.
And this is going to be, if this is Drake May's second game, this is going to be his wake up call to the NFL. Welcome to the NFL, rookie.
Yeah. Does it never not snow in Buffalo in late December, feet upon feet of snow? I don't think so. But week 17, finally back at home after this schedule is just so weird. All these road games, all these home games in a row. They felt like they could have mixed them up a little bit better. But finally at home, take on the LA Chargers and Justin Herbert. Does Drake May potentially get a second win?
I think he does, but I really think more this is Herbert losing the game. So I love Herbert's talent, his arm talent. I know he lost Keenan Allen, which is a huge loss. He lost Mike Williams. I think that's a loss. So you got Quentin Johnson is your best receiver.
Yeah.
I don't know if I love this Chargers team for Jim Harbaugh's first year. Again, another team that could be 8-9, 7-10. I think this is a loss for the Chargers, a win for the Patriots in New England.
Yeah, we talked about overhyped teams, and I think the Chargers are potentially an overhyped team as well. Yes, I do love the addition of Coach Harbaugh back there, but when you lose 3 big offensive parts of their team, how well can you bounce back from that? Of course, they were always injured, but it is what it is. Giving us the final game of the year at home, take on division rival Buffalo Bills. Game probably doesn't matter much for the Bills at this point, so can the Patriots potentially get the 4th win of the season?
No, I think this is a loss, and I think the game does matter for Buffalo because I actually have Miami winning the division. Okay. And I think that Buffalo is going to need to scrape and claw to try to win the division this year, and they're actually going to end up with a wild card. But they do win this game to end up getting a wild card.
So basically, you had the Patriots being pretty bad this year. What was it, 3-14?
4-13.
4-13. So not a very good record at all. Potentially a top 5 pick. Should be a top 5 pick in this year's draft. overall, what are your thoughts about the Patriots in 2020 or 2024? Should they basically tank for a top 5 pick, or should they actually go out there and try to execute and potentially be a 6-7 win team?
I would hope that they would go out and try. I don't like the idea of tanking. Obviously, that's something that we say as fans. I don't think players ever go out to lose.
No.
I just don't think that they have the players that can go out and win. I think the coaching staff wants to win. The players want to win. I even think the ownership wants to win. They just don't have the horses. So as hard as they're going to try, and I hope they do, I think it's going to be a bad year for them. And the only thing I can hope is that a lot of these young guys, particularly on defense and offense, I guess, I hope that they don't get discouraged by a 4-13 season and they feel encouraged going into next year. But it's going to be a rough year.
So what are the holes on the Patriots team that like you see, like, you know, like say if they added this piece or this piece, it could possibly turn a 3-win team into a 6-win team or a 7-win team. Like, what is that glaring weakness in the team?
Yeah, so their defense alone, to me, is a 9-10 win team if you have the right offense. But the problem is, one, they don't have a quarterback. They've got a journeyman quarterback who's a game manager. They've got a rookie who doesn't know the playbook. Their best wide receiver is Kendrick Bourne, a guy who couldn't have gotten another contract if he wanted to, and they gave him this huge extension. He's their best receiver. They've got a bunch of rookie receivers. Their offensive line is riddled. I mean, they've got Mike Onwenu playing right tackle, and I think their left tackle right now is Chukwuma Okafor. I mean, I don't know how good he is, but this offensive line, as bad as I think Mac Jones was last year, he was set up for failure. He was getting buried every single time he stepped back. So it's going to be a similar situation this year.
So you brought up receiver, and there's a receiver out there that is unhappy with his current situation. And you said Kendrick Bourne got a massive deal. This receiver that I'm speaking about is Brandon Ayuk. This guy, I think, is a very good talent out there. I think he is the actual centerpiece of the San Francisco 49ers wide receiver core. He is kind of one that makes everything click, right? Because he's able to pull that defender over and not have to double team Debo and not keep 8 guys in the box over and over and over. So as a Patriots fan, as a Patriots, you know, like, they are your team, would you make a play for Brandon Ayuk if you could?
I wouldn't. If I was going to make a play for any receiver, it would be T. Higgins in Cincinnati, because he also wants out.
Right.
And he hasn't signed that or the franchise tag, right?
He did sign it last week.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so he's a guy that I think that I would rather get, because you get him for cheaper. He's a little bit longer. I don't love Ayuk, and actually, I'll tell you something. I don't like the whole receiver market right now. I mean, the internet market, we watched that. The internet bubble burst. The running back bubble in the NFL burst with Ezekiel Elliott signing that big deal.
Right.
Now we're seeing Justin Jefferson get $35 million. Tyreek Hill wants $35 million. Brandon Ayuk wants $30 million. The wide receiver bubble is going to burst, and teams are going to start favoring draft picks in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, just like they do with running backs now with the receiver position, because they're not going to want to pay that kind of money.
So I'm actually glad you brought that up, because I actually just was on a discussion earlier, and I believe it was you a couple years ago saying that the quarterback should have their own salary cap. Now that is starting to gain traction a little bit in the mainstream media per se. I believe it was the Pat McAfee show was talking about it. So basically what they're trying to do is make a quarterback, you know, max salary cap, whatever. They get their own cash, and then the 52 other guys have the rest of the $250 million to play with. So if that were to happen, let's just play devil's advocate, that does happen. Does that help a team like the Patriots, or does it help a team like the Chiefs and the 49ers just get richer and richer and richer?
Teams that draft well and sign well get richer and richer. Teams that don't will have poorer and poorer. I don't love the idea of a salary cap just for quarterbacks. Honestly, I think it's one big salary cap. You have to manage it as an adult, as a general manager.
Right.
It would be almost like me spending too much money on junk food, and I go to Congress. I'm like, can you pass a law putting a limit on how much I can spend on junk food? No, I just need to be better at it. And the owners need to be better at signing players.
So maybe I think it was Brandon Combs that actually said that. But of course, we know Beastie and his knowledge out there is just kind of lackluster at best, right? No, I'm joking here, but Then I actually had a conversation today on the internet when I thought I was having a conversation, but apparently people think I was attacking them. But I said, why not have a max contract like the NBA does? So basically, like a team can't throw billions upon billions of dollars at one player that changes the whole landscape. They have a max contract, max years, and it favors players to stay with said team. Do you think something like that would ever happen in the NFL?
It would be a really tough thing to get the players union to agree to that, because the players union agreed to the rookie salary cap when rookies were signing for $40 and $50 million.
Yep.
The union agreed to that because they said all that money is going to go to our veterans. Now you want to take money away from the veterans? It's just not going to happen.
Yeah. So you don't think there's ever going to be a mass contract or a max contract ever?
It could be used as a negotiating chip. Like if the players say, hey, listen, we'll agree to a max contract thing if we don't have to play 18 games. Let's just keep it at 17. And the NFL's done that for the last couple of years. They wanted to go to 18, and they've held something else over the players union head to keep them, happy. So I think that could be a bargaining chip, but otherwise there's no reason for me to think that the NFL players union would want to cap salaries at all.
Yeah, and then so that's my last question for you that I have is the 18-game season. I spoke on it a little bit last week, and I said, like, at what point do we get too many NFL games? Is it the 18 games? Is it 19 games? Is it 20 games? Are you favor for an 18-game NFL season? And what is the limit of how many games you think the NFL will have in a season?
I mean, I think they could go to 18. I really wouldn't want to play more than that because you're getting rid of the preseason, so they don't have that time to warm up. And I know some people think the preseason doesn't matter, but I think it does in terms of getting in shape. It gives you that extra month to get into game shape. And I think that matters. So you're getting rid of the preseason. You now have 18 games. Then you have playoffs. It really becomes a war of attrition. I understand that the NFL wants to make money and more games equals more money. Yeah. But here's an idea. The NFL should partner with the UFL and say, listen, you're going to be our minor leagues so that our stars don't have to play 25 game seasons and get hurt every other game. We're going to send all of our young guys down to you, but you're an NFL affiliate now. So people are going to watch your games knowing that you're NFL, affiliated. And so that's a way that the NFL could make more money. But continuing to add NFL games, I think you're only asking your big stars to get hurt. And now you're paying them 60, 70 million a year and they're getting hurt because you have so many games. Something's got to give. So
let me be devil's advocate at this point. Yes, the NFL will make more money in the end, but also a NFL player has to play at least 4 years in the NFL to get a retirement and health insurance after they leave the game. So this might be a ploy for the NFL in the back of their head. Hey, we play 18 games. That's 2 more than the previous seasons, right? And now players are playing less because they get hurt. That extra game on the field, they get hurt. They don't want to play no more. They don't want to do the wear and tear on their knees and their heads so people are retiring after 2 years, after 3 years, so they don't have to worry about that retirement and health insurance after players leave. Do you think that is something that they might be thinking of in a roundabout, narcissistic way?
Yeah, I think there's all kinds of things they have to think about too. And I'm thinking again, as the players union, as they start to extend these games, we know that players had a lot of tread on them, quote unquote, when they played 16 game seasons and they would play for 4 years with that 5th year team option on their rookie year. By the time they hit free agency, they've got 250,000 miles on the tires, right? So they've got to, if they're going to extend the season, so now you've got 4 years of control plus a 5th year team option, and they have to play 18 games. I guarantee you the players union is going to push for a 3 year with a 4th year team option and to lower that contract so you become a free agent faster since you're playing more games.
Yeah, and that would be a devil's advocate, right? So, I mean, because sometimes players are crappy the first 3 years of their NFL life, and then the 4th year they blow up, and so it is a double-edged sword no matter what you think about it at the end of the day. But let me ask a question: at what point are too many NFL regular season games too many?
I think anything over 18. I don't think you can get to 20. 20 is way too much. Yeah. So 18 is where I would cap it.
I mean, obviously, I don't think this would ever happen, but would they ever go back to 16 games season?
I could see them going back to 16 game seasons, especially again, it's a negotiation. So the players union would have to agree to take less. Right now, I think they get 53% or 54% of revenue. I think if they said, hey, we'll take 48% of revenue if you guys take away a game, I think the NFL would do that. But then it's a question of who wants to give up money, the owners or the players. Somebody's got to give up money in order for that to work.
Well, and to be honest, the owners are maybe making that extra game every other year, right? Because there's 9 home games, and then next year you'll have 8. And the Jacksonville Jaguars stands to they only get 6 home games because they're playing everything overseas. So I feel at some point it has to go up or down. I don't think 17 will last very long, unfortunately. And it hurts my brain. I hate doing 3-14, 14-3. Like, give me an 8-8, give me 9-9, give me an even number. Damn it. But Mark says you guys will be discussing that on July 3rd show, so be sure to check out NFL Expert Guys coming up July 3rd. But Wayne, thank you for thanks for joining me. Tell the people about your show and where they can find you before we let you go.
Absolutely. Check NFL Experts. We are on Facebook, although right now Facebook's giving us a hard time about streaming live. So you can check us out on YouTube and Twitter live, and we do rebroadcast, or we share the broadcast, as well as Spotify. If you want to listen instead of watch, you can do that. But we do have some cool graphics and things, and you can participate during the live show. But yeah, NFL Experts, Wednesday nights, 7 p.m. Eastern time.
So let me ask you this question. Why is Facebook giving you shit?
They say we don't have enough followers to have a live show.
Well, damn it, people, go over there and like the show. I'll drop the link on the page, and let's get you however many likes you guys want over there. Or what you probably need 50 or something, like how many more?
I think 100. Yeah.
So let's get him 100 likes, guys. So we got my man. Oh, sorry, Wayne. Thank you for joining us, man. And we'll definitely catch you next time. All right.
See ya.
All right, guys. So that was Wayne G with the NFL Experts Podcast. We got my man WB Ant in the chat. What is up, Ant? What is up? What is up? What is up? Hope you're having a grand old day, man. It's a long time no see. We'll be talking about your Ravens here pretty darn soon. Let me fix this and go back to what I know and love. Why is it so loud? Why is it so? There he goes. There he goes. All right. So, and we'll be talking about your Ravens here in about 2 weeks. This week we're talking AFC East. Next week we're doing AFC West, and then the following week we'll be doing AFC North. Says nothing, man. Unfortunately, work been busy. Listen, man, I feel you. Work is busy. Summer is busy for me as well. Football starts back up. Football practice, work, yada yada yada. But guys, we have been going through the New England Patriots. Wayne thinks we're going to go 3-14 this season, and I think the Patriots are going to do a little bit better. I think the Patriots are not going to be as bad as people think. I think the Patriots are a team that is. I mean, obviously they are not going to go to the Super Bowl, I feel. They're probably not going to go to the playoffs. They're probably not even going to be battling for a division, but I think they get six wins this season. I think week two they beat the Seahawks. Like we were saying earlier, we are really confused of the Seahawks. What are the Seahawks going to bring? What are the Seahawks like this season? There's a lot of what ifs with the Seahawks right now. And I think that week 2 matchup, when the Seahawks come to New England, I think they get that dub. But then losses versus the Jets, losses versus the 49ers, losses to the Dolphins, losses to the Texans. And then week 7, I think they make that quarterback change. Week 7, I think Gerard Mayo is going to be, you know what, Jacoby Brissett, you are just not it. Right? You are just not it. You are, at this point, you are 1-5 as a starter. Yes, I know you played the Bengals. Yes, I know you played the Jets defense, which is a great defense. You play the top 49ers team, the Miami Dolphins potentially to be really, really good. The Texans should be good as well. But things are just not clicking for you, right? Things are not clicking. Let's bring in Drake May. Insert Drake May. I think they beat the Jaguars that week 7. I don't have faith in Jaguars whatsoever. I don't like Trevor Lawrence. I don't like what they've done on the offense. The Jaguars, I think, are going to be a 7-win team this season. I think they get the second win of the season versus the Jaguars. Then the momentum starts to build up. And as Wayne G likes to say, the Jets will jet. This week 8 game, the Jets will jet. They will lose this game in the 2-game winning streak for the Patriots. Look out, guys. Look out, look out, look out. Then they travel to Nashville. They lose to a good Titans team, a really much improved Titans team, and they're back on the road versus the Bears. And now all of a sudden they got 3 out of 4 wins. Things are clicking. Things are looking pretty good, right? But play a Rams team at home. Rams are going to be a lot worse this season. I don't think they're even a playoff team without Aaron Donald, but I think they lose that. They lose to Miami at Miami. The Colts come to New England. I think they lose that game as well. So as fast as the Drake May hype started, 3-4, lost 3 in a row going into the bye week. The Patriots fans are grumbling. They're upset. They're like, what do we do with our hands? We're so mad at life right now. And then they come back. They go to Arizona. They whoop that ass. Then they go to Buffalo, get that ass whooped. And then they finish out the season 2 more wins over the Chargers and the Buffalo Bills. And I think they finished 6-11 this season. I don't think they're a playoff team. I don't think they're a Super Bowl team. I don't think they're really going to, compete in these losses. I think they're going to get blown out several times this season. But when they do win, it's going to be a lot of their defense. They do have a really, really good defense in the end. And I think a Week 18 matchup over the Buffalo Bills, it's because the Buffalo Bills already have their spot locked up. Whether it's the division win or they already have a wild card seed locked up. The reason why the Patriots win that Week 18 game is because the Bills are playing. Who's their backup quarterback? Mitchell Trubisky still. Like, God, I don't even know who their backup quarterback is anymore in Buffalo. Let me look that up just because I'm curious now because we are talking about Buffalo Bills tomorrow. Mitchell Trubisky is still the backup there. So it is what it is. But I do think they go 6-7. So let me answer some of these comments here. Ant says the heat is crazy. It is crazy, man. I went back home to Kansas over the weekend, and it was like 7 o'clock in the morning. 7 o'clock in the morning, and I already have sweat running down my butt cracks, like 85 degrees. I'm like, come on, Kansas, do better. Ant says the Seahawks need to draft a quarterback next season. Many people thought they were going to draft a quarterback this season, right? I don't think the Geno Smith project is quite done in Seattle. I don't think the Geno Smith experiment project, whatever you want to call it, is done. I mean, he was drafted in 2013, so he's been 11 years in the league. So he's probably 34, 33 years old, right? But let's not forget, though, the Seahawks did pick up Sam Howell this offseason, right? They traded for him. So they kind of already got that replacement potentially in place. And they still have XFL quarterback PJ Walker, which got picked up by the Panthers, been kind of floating around a little bit. So I would be curious to see once Geno Smith does ride off into the sunset, whether he is pushed out, whether he is, asked to leave or whatever, right? I think Sam Howell could be a good replacement. Because watching Sam Howell film from the Commanders a couple years ago, right? Or last year, I should say, Geno Smith and Sam kind of had that same path. And I think a good mentor like Geno Smith could get Sam Howell over the edge. So I'd be kind of curious about that. And Ben Swanson says, play Fortnite. Ben, I have actually never played Fortnite. Never played Fortnite. I can download it for you. We can play some Fortnite. James Shamers in the chat. What's up, James? He says, if the Jets stay healthy, the Patriots go 0-6 in the division. So, James, my man Wayne G was just on earlier from the NFL Experts podcast. If you guys haven't done so, be sure to go over there and give that a like and a follow. Allow them to go live. Wayne G puts in a lot of effort and stuff that he does. He has some of the best graphics out there, and he does a lot of work, does a lot of good work. But he said the Jets are going to jet at some point in the season. And I have to agree with him. I think the Jets are going to jet versus the Patriots at some point this season. Whether it's week 3 game and then week 8, right? Yeah, week 3 and week 8 they play. At some point, the Jets are going to jet. Whether it be week 3, whether it be 8, whatever it is, at some point they're going to jet themselves. And with Robert Saleh being on the hot seat that he is right now, let's just be honest. If Robert Saleh is not on the hot seat, no coach in the NFL should be on the hot seat whatsoever. But I think Robert Saleh is going to buttholes going to be puckered a lot this season. Every game when the Jets walk out there and Aaron Rodgers gets sacked, his butthole is going to pucker. Because Robert Saleh and the whole Jets organization is based off of 35-year-old plus players. And the Jets' schedule is not easy, right? They play the 49ers, Titans, Patriots, Broncos, Vikings, Bills, Steelers, all in the first 7 weeks of the season. Yes, it's the Broncos. Yes, it's the Patriots. But you got to travel to London, right, to play the Vikings. Or not, is it London? I don't even know where they're playing. Somewhere over there. The health of the Jets is very, very key. The defense should be good, but I'm just worried about Robert Saleh's ability to coach. Honestly, I'm worried about his ability to coach. Is he really a good head coach? I mean, I know he was a good defensive coach in 49ers, right? Obviously. Notify me about what? When we talk to Jets? WB Ant come out here with the smoke today. This man's out here in the heat, busting his nuts, and he's bringing that smoke, making it even hotter in here. He says the Bills may miss the playoffs. Don't be surprised. We've been talking about what if teams, kind of like head scratching teams like the Seahawks, like the Titans, like the Colts. We don't, the Rams. Really don't know what we're going to get out of them, right? The Buffalo Bills pretty much scratched their whole receiver core. Gabe Davis, get out of town. Stephon Diggs, get out of town, right? Hell, their whole secondary, get out of town. The Buffalo Bills is practically a brand new team with a veteran quarterback and some receivers that many people have not heard of, right? When you look at their receiver core, I think Dawson Knox is really the only guy that I can be like, hey, that's right? Both of their tight ends are pretty good. And the Shakir guy, he was the rookie from last season, right? But other than that, you got MVS, which was cut by the Chiefs, didn't do shit in Kansas City, but besides drop balls. You got Chase Claypool. Is it going to be Chase Claypool of his rookie year with the Steelers, or is it going to be the Bears or the Miami Dolphins Chase Claypool that forgets his gloves or his pants or something, right? And then Keenan Coleman potentially could be a really good receiver, but once again, a rookie, you don't know what he's going to get. So I really feel like the Buffalo Bills are going to rely a lot on James Cook. I think he's still running against the Dallas Cowboys untouched still, right? From December, still rolling it down. But if the Buffalo Bills miss the playoffs, it won't be because of their offense. It'll be because of their defense. I'm more worried about their defense. All those new names on the defense has me worried about the Buffalo Bills, but I don't think they'll miss the playoffs. We'll be breaking down the Buffalo Bills tomorrow, so guys, tune into that. 2:30 East Coast time right here at Facebook.com, of course, YouTube.com. And if you want to listen to it on podcast forms, always on Spotify. But Ant says Colts are my dark horse in that last seed. Listen, I don't want to give too much away from the AFC South when we talk about them toward the middle of July here. But spoiler alert, I think the Colts are going to be a really, really good team. I think the Texans are going to take a step back. I think the Jaguars are terrible. Titans are much improved. And the Colts we finally get to see them potentially be a division winner like I thought they were going to be the last couple seasons, right? We will see. We will see. John Peoples is saying, I'm hearing Dak to Seattle. Listen, Dak Prescott is a top 10, top 5 quarterback in the NFL. Dak Prescott is a really good talent. Dak Prescott is not the reason why the Dallas Cowboys got blown out versus the Green Bay Packers. Dak Prescott's not the reason why the Buffalo Bills blew them out. The last 3 years, the Dallas Cowboys have not had the problem with Dak Prescott. It's been, let's just be honest, the head coach of the Washington Commanders. His defense shit the bed in the big games. Even back when he was a coach at Atlanta, shit the bed during big games. That's just his MO. But Dak to Seattle would be a very, very good piece, right? Dak to anywhere. Dak to your Las Vegas Raiders, John, would be excellent. Dak to the Rams would be even better, right? Yes, I know they got Jimmy G if he ever comes back from steroid use, but pretty much Dak anywhere makes a lot of sense. I think Dak could fit almost in any system in the NFL and be successful. Oh. James says the AFC will be super tight this season. The Bills will want to win that last game for playoff positioning. We will see. We will break it down. We got all month is AFC talk, guys. All month is AFC talk. All this week is AFC East. So tomorrow we'll do the Buffalo Bills. Wednesday we got the Jets, and Thursday we're doing the Dolphins. Dolphins. James says the notifying me to get the 1 year following man hour badge. Let's go. You've been following me for a year? Hell yeah, James. Click that badge, brother. Represent. Represent. Come on, man. James says if Dak leaves Dallas, he's going to the Raiders. I mean, obviously the Raiders want to win now, right? They want to win now. They have Adrian O'Connell. They have not Mitchell Trubisky. Garner Minshew, right? I don't think either one of those quarterbacks are good enough to get them 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 wins this season. I actually have them going 4-13 this season. People are pissed about that. You want to piss off some Raiders fans, tell them they're getting 4 wins this season. You get death threats non-stop. But it's just it is tough. It is tough. And John says the Colts are a 500 team. Keep whack Dak for the Vegas Raiders. I just the roster that the Colts have established, right? If old Anthony Richardson is healthy all season long, plays all 17 games, I don't see them as a 500 team at all. Jonathan Taylor finally is back healthy, it seems like, right? Michael Pittman Jr. is the man, the myth, the legend. They still got Alec Pierce. I love that guy. Love that guy. He's a dog. And the defense just always seems to be really, really good. DeForest Buckner's still there, right? You got EJ Speed, Nick Cross in the safety. I like it. Hell no, give me Jimmy G before that. Listen, I think Jimmy G would have been successful for the Raiders if you guys would have given him a freaking fair chance. Little cheaters. WBN says, if Dak does get traded, do y'all think they will replace him with Trey Lance? Listen, the Dallas Cowboys are in a position right now to basically not be able to afford their stars, right? They already had to release, they let Michael Gallup go, which he is a part of the Raiders now, right? CeeDee Lamb's going to be up for a deal here soon, or he's up for a deal now, right? Micah Parsons is up for a deal. Trayvon Diggs is going to be up for a deal, right? The offensive line, they keep paying them, those old guys. I think Trey Lance was a good trade. What, they got a 5th round pick for him, 4th round pick? for a number 3 overall pick in Trey Lance. I think Trey Lance has the potential to be a good quarterback in the NFL, but I don't think it's with the Cowboys. I think if the Dallas Cowboys, if we're not wishing injury on anybody, but if Dak Prescott happens to go down, right, or if they're 5-win team this season going into week 12 and beyond, I think then we see Trey Lance, because I think he's on the final year of his deal as well. You see Trey Lance, and they're simply using him to get trade bait to bring a quarterback in. I gotta know. I have not watched any Dallas Cowboys minicamp or OTAs yet. I've been trying to catch up on my other on my AFC teams here, so we can logically talk about them moving forward. But if Trey Lance hasn't improved from last year going into this season, he is definitely not going to be the Dallas Cowboys starting quarterback. And no starting quarterback should ever wear 19. Just come on. You're better than that, dog. But back to the Patriots. I had them going 6-11. 6-11 this season, guys. Let me know your thoughts on this. Let me know your thoughts on this in the comments below. I will post this image up on our Facebook page about 4 o'clock-ish once the show is over. So let me know your thoughts. Let's have a healthy discussion about that. And brings up a great point here. Aiden Mitchell, Pittman, Pierce, Jalen Woods with AR and JT. The Colts do have a nice young core. I wouldn't put JT as the young, but they do have a very, very nice core there in Indianapolis. Plus, Steichen, right? I like him. I think Steichen is a really, really good coach. And let's not forget, guys, if was it Trey Sermon that dropped that pass? I think it was Trey Sherman dropped the pass. And if he would have caught that pass, the Indianapolis Colts would have been in the playoffs last season with a backup quarterback, without JT, without Michael Pittman Jr., right? If he would have caught that pass versus the Houston Texans would have been out, Colts would have been in. What would have happened then, right? People need to stop sleeping on the Colts. They're a good team. Finished second in the AFC South last season because of a drop pass. Just be honest. But guys, this is Man Hour NFL Talk every Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. East Coast time to 4 o'clock p.m. East Coast time, give or take a couple minutes. Members only stream for the first 30 minutes of the show. Live show starts at 2:30, and we go until we tired, or until 4 o'clock, or until when my wife says, speed it up. But catch you guys next time. We out. Check out the merchandise page, or check out the blog section as well. But if you're listening to us on podcast form, be sure to subscribe to that podcast, like it with a couple friends, share it with a couple friends, I should say. Like, comment, and subscribe. This is a live, interactive show. The only true place where you can get live, raw, and uncut NFL talk every Monday through Friday, 2:30 East Coast time, right here at Facebook.com and, of course, YouTube.com as well. As we go through these summer months here, the dog days of summer, as they'd like to say, we are breaking down each and every NFL schedule moving forward. Last week we did the AFC East. This week we're venturing over to the AFC West. That is the Kansas City Chiefs, the LA Chargers, the Denver Broncos, and of course the Las Vegas Raiders. Put some respect on their name, because the Raiders are them. Not really. Not really. But today, here on Monday's show, we are going to be talking about the Los Angeles Chargers. The Chargers had a rough, lackluster couple years. Let's just be honest. Let's just be flat out honest about it. Last season, they finished the season rough. They finished the season real rough. From week 10 to week 18, they lost 8 of their last 9 games. They had losses versus Detroit, Packers, Ravens, Denver, Raiders, Buffalo Bills, Denver Broncos, Kansas City Chiefs, all very, very horrible games. One of which was a Thursday night game versus the Las Vegas Raiders, 63-21. In 2023, the Los Angeles Chargers ended up finishing 5-12 on the NFL campaign. So we flash forward to 2024 NFL offseason. What did they do? They fired their head coach. They fired their general manager. They brought in Jim Harbaugh, bring in Joe Ortiz as their general manager, traded Keenan Allen, let Mike Williams walk. Actually, they traded him as well. They brought in pretty much a whole brand new offensive roster. When we look at their offensive roster right now, their quarterback is Justin Herbert. Running backs, they have a couple of old Baltimore Ravens running backs in here with Gus Edwards, Gus the Bus, and J.K. Dobbins. You know, the Joe Ortiz magic there happening. And then you got Joshua Palmer sitting at wide receiver, Quentin Johnson, and Ladd McConkey as well. Will Dissey has a little bit of tight end. And quite frankly, the Los Angeles Chargers guys might. No, not might. They do have one of the worst wide receiver cores in all of NFL. They have the worst NFL receiver core in all of NFL. Is right there in LA. So Chargers fans, let me ask you guys this question. Let's ask you guys flat out. Are the Chargers going to be any good this season whatsoever? Are the Chargers going to be able to hang with the likelihoods of the Denver Broncos and the Kansas City Chiefs and the Las Vegas Raiders? Are they going to be able to hang with them at all? The one good thing that the Los Angeles Chargers have for them going this season is they do have a very, very favorable schedule. Their schedule is very favorable for them to win a lot of easy games. And if they could win some of these easy games to start the season off, maybe some momentum gets happening. Maybe that confidence starts to build. Maybe, just maybe, they could pull out a 9-win season. Maybe, just maybe, they could pull out a 10-win season. Maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to, make the playoffs. But before we get too carried away into that, we have to talk about more of their offseason moves. Obviously, they let go Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, both were able to find other teams, Austin Eckler as well. This year in the draft, they drafted number 5 overall and drafted some Joe Alt, drafted the receiver Ladd McConkey as well, and then they went defense. Junior Colson, Justin, I'm not even going to try to pronounce his last name, but they went some defense, right? They did some defense, and bada bing, bada boom. Okay, now we rolling. But I can tell you this right off the start. I do not like the Los Angeles Chargers this season. I don't think they're going to be very good. I think they're going to be lackluster at best. With that being said, let's jump into it. Week number one, right off the bat, they're at home, taking on the old mighty Las Vegas Raiders. We have spoke briefly about the Las Vegas Raiders. We have spoken about how I think they might not have a very good season. I've talked about, maybe, just maybe, the Chargers are not the real deal, or the Raiders are not the real deal like many of you people think they are. But week number one, the Chargers might possibly have a home field advantage for the first time ever at SoFi Stadium. New general manager, new head coach, new running backs. The Chargers get the win week number one. They pull it out 17-10. Nice slug it out, pound it on the ground game, because that's going to be a lot of the Chargers' MO this season. A lot of their MO this season is going to be run the ball a lot. Run it, and run it some more. Because like I said, they do have the worst receiving core in all of NFL. Patriots aren't worse. The Panthers aren't worse. The Ravens aren't worse. Worst receiver core is in Los Angeles, and that is with the LA Chargers. But they do start the season off 1-0, I should say. They do beat the Raiders. Give us a week 2 matchup. This week 2 matchup is very, very intriguing. They travel on the road to Carolina to take on Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers. I have had the opportunity now to watch a little bit of Carolina's OTAs and minicamps to really start breaking down their season, because we're breaking down the NFC South here in a few weeks, so I want to get my ducks in a row. When I'm looking at the Carolina Panthers, they have one of the worst wide receiving cores out there as well. So basically it comes down to who has the better running game at this particular point. And as of right now, week 2, I do have the Chargers going into Carolina and winning this game. I do have them going into Carolina and starting off the season 2-0. However, let's put an asterisk by this week 2 game. Let's put a caveat in this week 2 game, right? This is a 1 o'clock kickoff time on the East Coast when the Chargers do play the Carolina Panthers. So in the bodies of those California people out there, it's about 10 o'clock in the morning. However, still young season, right? Still only week 2 of the season, so maybe that time isn't going to quite affect their bodies. But however, put an asterisk by that. If you're a betting man, think of a slow start for the Chargers. Think of a nice sluggish game. Going to be a really low-scoring game, probably 9-3, 9-6. No faith in the Carolina Panthers whatsoever. If you are a Carolina Panthers fan, I'm sorry. You guys got a lot of dog days ahead of you. We're going to find out who the real fans are here really, really quick. But however, the Chargers are 2-0 right now. Wins over the Raiders, wins over the Panthers, going into week 3 matchup versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. The old mighty Pittsburgh Steelers. Who is their quarterback going to be? Could be Russ, could be Justin Fields, could be a mixture of both. But a wise man once said, if you think you have 2 quarterbacks, you have 0 quarterbacks. And Mike Tomlin is a wise old man. I've said it when we spoke about the Pittsburgh Steelers a little while ago with my man Steelberg. Be sure to go check him out on the old Tickety Talk. Russell Wilson just doesn't have to suck for the Pittsburgh Steelers for them to be pretty good. They have one of the best defenses in the NFL. They have a pretty good running back in Najee Harris. They probably have a top 10 wide receiver core. Everything that the Los Angeles Chargers do not have. The Los Angeles Chargers are lost all game long in Pittsburgh. They are lost from the first snap to the last snap. They just want to go home at this particular point. They have now traveled to the East Coast twice, 2 1 o'clock kickoffs games. They just want to get home. They want to get home and they want some fresh cooking and they lose this game. It's going to be bad. It is going to be a bad, bad game for Justin Herbert. It's going to be a bad, bad game for that bad receiving core. J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards might have 50, 60 yards apiece. But other than that, it's going to be ugly. Giving us a week 4 matchup. The matchup that we're all looking for, right? The matchup that we want to see. Back at home, SoFi Stadium, Kansas City Chiefs coming to town, reigning Super Bowl champions, taking on the Los Angeles Chargers. Now, I have the Chargers season going 2 ways here. If they win this game, I think they will have a winning season. If they lose this game, I think they will have a losing season. I think they'll have a bad season. Earlier today, I did have the Chargers stepping up and beating the Kansas City Chiefs. Earlier today, I did have Justin Herbert and Joshua Palmer and those guys knocking down the reigning Super Bowl champions, back-to-back Super Bowl champions, I might add. But was that trying to me being, not be the homer, right? I am a Chiefs fan right there. Chiefs Kingdom, baby, all day long. Was I trying to make it so, hey, I like the Chiefs, but, they're bound to drop one of these games. Then I went back, diagnosed some film, watched some film, watched the Los Angeles Chargers throw the deep ball, watched their defense during OTAs and minicamp. I don't think the Chargers can hang with the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't think there's any way, shape, or form that the Los Angeles Chargers can hang with the Kansas City Chiefs. The Chiefs will have a top 3 defense in the NFL. The Chiefs do still have Patrick Mahomes. They've gotten better this offseason. Yes, they did lose Snead, right? But hey, addition by subtraction, just like with Tyreek Hill. Addition by subtraction. I do have the Chargers losing this season, going 2-2 on the season so far, going into a week 5 bye week. Early bye week is bad news for the LA Chargers. Now, they did have a couple rough games. Maybe just maybe a bye week is what they needed. Okay, let's track that back. They're 2-2 on the season. Wins over the Raiders, wins over the Panthers, bad loss versus the Steelers, and then a close loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. Maybe they just need a bye week and reset. Maybe old Jim Harbaugh needs to, reel it in a little bit. Maybe Jim Ortiz is out there trying to make some type of in-season trade. We know with the Baltimore Ravens, he liked to make some in-season trades. Maybe right now they're testing the wide receiver market. Who is out there? Our wide receiver core is terrible. Who is out there? Who is willing to maybe give us a receiver for a second-round pick, third-round pick? Who is out there? I think there's going to be a lot of movement come week 5, and all that starts to get underneath the team's skin. All that kind of starts to upset the team a little bit. Maybe laser focus, right? Give us the week 6 matchup. AFC West division rivals. Chargers travel to Mile High Stadium to take on the Denver Broncos. One thing about the Denver Broncos is they do have a true home field advantage. When you go from sea level to a mile high above sea level, there is a huge altitude change. It's harder to breathe. You just feel sluggish. You might feel sick, right? Hopefully, Jim Harbaugh gets the boys there a few days early to acclimate. But I don't think it really matters because the Broncos are not going to be that good. The Broncos are just going to shit the bed in this one. At this particular point in the season, the Broncos may not even know who their starting quarterback is. Is it Jarrett Stidham? Is it Bo Nix? Is it Zach Wilson? Who is it going to be? We'll be talking with my man Mark from NFL Experts here on Wednesday, so maybe he can get some insights on it, but I think the Chargers win this game. They snapped a 2-game losing streak, giving a win over the Denver Broncos, making them 3-2 on the season, going into Week 7 matchup back on the road versus Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals are a team that could be a lot of what-ifs, right? What if Kyler Murray is the former shell of himself prior to his ACL injury? What if Marvin Harrison Jr. is the man, the myth, the legend? What if they can actually play some defense? What if, right? And right now, the what ifs are outweighing a lot of the knowns for the Arizona Cardinals. And I don't think the Arizona Cardinals are going to be that good this season either. I think they are a bottom feeder team as well, much like the Chargers. But I do think the Chargers win this Week 7 matchup versus the Arizona Cardinals, giving them their 4th win of the season. They are now 4-2. 2 games, 2 wins in a row. Looking pretty nice, right? Pretty nice. However, records lie. Records lie. The Chargers at this particular point might be 4-2. Might be first place in the AFC West, but records lie. What do I mean by that? I mean that they have played some pretty easy games. Let's just be flat out honest about it. They played some easy games. They played the Raiders. They played the Panthers. They played the Broncos. And they played the Cardinals. All very winnable games. This next stretch of games, this Week 9 through Week 16, it is tough. You are going to have to really love your Los Angeles Chargers to be talking any positive about them moving forward whatsoever. Receiving core is going to get exposed. Justin Herbert's going to get exposed. That defense is going to get walked all over. Jim Harbaugh is going to be questioning his life going from Michigan to LA. Jim Ortiz is going to be like, Joe Ortiz is going to be like, why did I leave Baltimore to come here? First of this stretch here is the Saints. Derek Carr comes into town, whoops that ass. It's not even close. Week 9, they travel to Cleveland to take on to Deshaun Watson and the Cleveland Browns. That game is not even a slugfest. It is a one-hitter quitter for the Browns. 2 losses in a row. Week 10, back at home, taking on Will Levis and the Tennessee Titans. A much-improved Tennessee Titans team. a Tennessee Titans team that you honestly you probably don't want to play. A Tennessee Titans team that's pretty good in my eyes. Pretty good. Let me bring my schedule back up here. They lose that game. 3 losses in a row now. Losses to the Saints. Losses to the Browns. Loss to the Titans. Give us a Week 11 matchup versus the Cincinnati Bengals. Guess what? That's another loss. Yet another loss for the old mighty Los Angeles Chargers. But you're thinking at some point, it's got to get easier, right? It's got to get easier for the Los Angeles Chargers. They played the Browns, Titans, and Bengals all back-to-back weeks. No, it doesn't. Give us a Week 12 matchup versus at least it's at home, versus Lamar Jackson, the Baltimore Ravens. This is another one-hitter quitter. Lamar Jackson and the rest of the team is just way too much for the LA Chargers at this particular point. The Chargers now have 5 losses in a row. Okay. It's got to get better. Let's go back out to the West Coast, huh? Let's go back out to the West Coast and play another 1 o'clock game. Their third 1 o'clock game here on the West Coast. So far, they're 1-1 on the West Coast at 1 o'clock games. Well, guess what? They're going to be 1-2. Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons is too much for the Chargers in Week 13. Week 13 is not lucky for the Chargers and this one dropping their 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th game in a row. Okay. Week 14's got to get easier, right? It's got to get easier. Nope. You play a Sunday night football game at Arrowhead on December 8th. Early December, Sunday night football game at Arrowhead. Not only is that place going to be loud, it's going to be pretty chilly. You're from California. You don't like cold. Chiefs fans are going to be rowdy, drunk, and their cousins are going to be all over there. It's going to be a whole family reunion. Yeah, you may have battled the Chiefs earlier back in, Week 4? Played it pretty close. Let's say 2017. Confidence was sky high then. Well, right now, gosh, confidence is so low right now. 6 losses in a row. You can't even lay your head on the pillow right at this particular point. Justin Herbert might be benched. They may have cleaned house on the receiver corps. You guys are terrible. Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins are the only bright spots and only getting 40 yards a game. They get beat down by the Kansas City Chiefs. Making it 7 losses in a row. Okay. Week 15. Let's go back home. Give us something at this point, right? Let's get a break. No. Next up, you play a damn good Tampa Bay Buccaneers team. You play a Tampa Bay Buccaneers team that, quote, shocked some people last season. If you listen to the Man Hour, which you should, I told you the Buccaneers were going to go to the playoffs. I told you the Buccaneers may make a deep playoff run. Baker Mayfield's the man, the myth, the legend. The Buccaneers solidified that. They let you know that Baker Mayfield is their guy moving forward by his nice contract. The Buccaneers still have a receiver by the name of Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. They still have a pretty good offensive line. Their defense is aging, but still pretty damn good. Still too much for the Chargers. Still too much for the Chargers. That's now 8 losses in a row. That's 8 losses in a row now. Like, what is going on at this point? What's going on? Chargers, do something. Okay. Let's welcome Denver Broncos into town. Let's welcome them into town. Maybe, just maybe, we can finally beat a team. The Denver Broncos, we have already beat them once this season. Let's make it twice. Let's make it twice and see what happens. Well, guess what? Not only do you lose to the Denver Broncos, you have now lost 9 games in a row. You are looking terrible. You're questioning life. You are questioning a lot of aspects of your life right now. Like, what do we do? 9 losses in a row, starting with the Saints back in week 7, 8, going all the way to week 16. What? Losses to the Saints, Browns, Titans, Bengals, Ravens, Falcons, Chiefs, Buccaneers, and now the Denver Broncos all in a row. Week 17, give us something. Give us something. Actually, you don't want to win at this point. At this point, you only have 4 wins on the season. You might get a first overall pick. Let's go to Foxborough and just lay an egg. We've been doing it for the last 12 weeks. Why not do it again? But you don't. When you want to lose, you decide to win, and you beat the New England Patriots. It might be a 6-3 score, but you win. When we talk about bad receiving cores, the bottom 5 of the league, guess who two are there? The Patriots and the Chargers. You're just that much worse than the Patriots at the particular point. But hey, you get the win. You get the win. Give us a Week 18 matchup. Final game of the season. The loser gets the first overall pick. Wasn't it a couple years ago, guys, when the Chargers and the Raiders were both battling for the playoffs, and I believe it was the Chargers coach like, "Hey, let's just tie. We both make it," and the Chargers lose this game, and people are like, "Oh, that's dumb, whatever." Right? Ever since then, the Chargers have kind of been cursed. They've been cursed, and Week 18, they do beat the Las Vegas Raiders. Not only do they not get the first overall pick, they're now picking like 6th or 7th. 6th or 7th. And I've given them a 6-11 record. I think the Chargers finished 6-11 this season, and they dropped 9 games in a row. 9 games in a row. But I want you guys to flash back to the Week 4 game. That Week 4 game versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Right? My eyes are burning. Like I said earlier, that Kansas City Chiefs game could make or break their season. Earlier today, I did have the Kansas City Chiefs beating or losing to the Chargers. But last second, right before the show came on, I was like, no, that's not going to happen. But I had them going 6-11 on this NFL season. Let me know what you guys think. We got my man WB Ant in the chat. He says, on paper, the Chargers look good, and they have a new coach, but they definitely got a tough schedule. Where on paper do the Chargers look good, Ant? Show me where. The running back room with J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards? Aren't they both coming off ACL injuries? The only bright spot of the Chargers is potentially Justin Herbert. Yes, you got Samuel Jr. in the secondary, right? You got Derwin James in the secondary. But besides that, who? I guess you could throw Joey Bosa in there, right? But if I am any NFL team, if I have a running play called to Joey Bosa's side, I want to say kill, 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 and check it and run the other way. Nowhere do the Chargers look good on paper, Ant. Now, I guess you could talk potential. Potential Lad McConkey can do well if he's healthy. Potential Joshua Palmer could be good if he's healthy. Quentin Johnson, yes, he was buried by Keenan Allen and Mike Williams last season. We don't really know what he's got. I think the Chargers are the worst team on paper, offensive-wise. Defense, they do got a couple bright spots. Joey Bosa, obviously. Derwin James, I think he could be okay. But to say they look good on paper, slow it down, baby. Slow it down. And as far as their schedule, the hardest part about their schedule is kind of traveling west. Travel west versus the Panthers, Steelers, and the Patriots. And then they also play the, what's the other 1 o'clock game that they play on the East Coast there? Is it the Steelers? It's the Bengals, isn't it? Yeah, nope. Cleveland. I see a stretch between, what is that? Week 16 to week 9, 8. That's a tough-ass schedule. That is a tough-ass schedule. And they're not very good. I don't care about the head coach. I don't care about the GM. They're not very good. Casey Morgan's in the chat. What's up, Casey? He says, Chargers are always that team looks good on paper, then pick to win the division, but when it comes down game time, fans are poking them with a stick, hoping they do something. Facts. Facts. Now, in Chargers fans' defense, they did have arguably one of the worst coaches of all time. I gotta remember their old coach's name. How did he completely have a job after those blunders last 2-3 seasons is beyond me. Were they afraid to fire him or what? I don't know. But yes, the Chargers historically have had a pretty good team on roster. You get on the field, 5-12, 7-10. That's about it. WBN says Gus Edwards is solid. Solid quarterback, Bosa and Mack. Solid secondary. They beefed up the old line. They have a young receiver core, just got to develop. I'm pretty sure Khalil Mack is no longer on the team. I believe they traded Khalil Mack, if I'm not mistaken. No, he's still there. I lied. They have him listed as a strong side linebacker. So that is my question. So they're going from a 3-4. I mean, they're running a 3-4, which Khalil Mack usually walks up. I don't know. Khalil Mack's what, 32, 33 years old? How old is Khalil Mack? 33 years old? Getting a little long in the tooth. He did have a pretty good season last year, right? Wasn't it one game he had like 5 sacks or something? Something crazy. But let me know what you guys think. I have the Chargers going 6-11 on the season. Spoiler alert. At first, I had them going 8-9. But I flip-flopped the Chiefs win from week 4. And then I flip-flopped the Broncos week 16. So I did flip those two. I think pre-show my gut instincts like no. But let me know what you guys think. Until then, we out.
We keep it interesting. Who caught another down? Who got that interception? This is Man Hour and Sport Talk. Man Hour, Sport Talk. What team you repping? We keep it interesting. Who caught another down? Who got that interception? Let's go.
And what is up, Man Hour Nation? Michael Boykosh here with the Man Hour. Be sure to head over to manhourradio.com, check out the merchandise page, but most importantly, check out the blog section. We got new and vlogs dropping each and every day over there. And this is Tuesday edition as we continue our trek to the NFL, and we're making a stop on the AFC West. We talked a little bit about the Chargers yesterday afternoon, so if you missed that, you can check it out on podcast form out there on Spotify, iTunes, and of course, iHeartRadio as well. Simply search Man Hour NFL Talk. 4 words there, man space hour spash NFL spash talk. You know what to do. But today we're talking about the reigning Super Bowl champions, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions, the 3-time, no, make it 4-time Super Bowl champions, Kansas City Chiefs. Now, obviously, the Kansas City Chiefs have had a pretty crazy offseason. They're cutting players. Players are getting arrested. Rashid Rice is racing and driving drunk. But that is besides the point. Let's flash back to 2023. The Kansas City Chiefs did finish the season 11-6. Started the year off rough with the loss to the Detroit Lions, but then they rattled off wins over the Jaguars, Bears, Jets, Vikings, Broncos, and Chargers. Ultimately losing to the Denver Broncos at Mile High, and then going across the pond and beating the Miami Dolphins. Hit a rough patch of the season. November and December was pretty rough. But January, they turned it on, and they beat the 7th seed, let's use air quotes there, 7th seed Miami Dolphins in the wild card, beat the Buffalo Bills in the division round at Buffalo, went to Baltimore to take on the Baltimore Ravens in the conference championship game, won that game 17-10, and ultimately went to the Super Bowl to take on the San Francisco 49ers and beat them 22-25 in overtime. This year, they went out in the draft. They got themselves a wide receiver by the name of Xavier Worthy, the fastest man in the draft, the fastest 40 time ever. Maybe he can take place for Tyreek Hill, with those deep down threats. They also added some offensive line depth, added some tight end help, and they also drafted a player that I'm pretty excited about, Jaden Hicks, Washington State safety, to maybe replace Xavier Sneed in there. So they had a turbulent offseason. They had a pretty good draft. They had a hell of a 2023, but 2024 is here. 2024 is here, and we are going to talk all about it. But before we start talking about it, we got to welcome the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Pigskin Pundit himself, John freaking Peoples is in the chat. He says that's what they do, is they pick fleas off the queefs. I'm not for sure what you're talking about. But I don't know. There's a lot of comments scrolling in, and I saw John. I had to pull it up, and apparently Chiefs have fleas, and I guess the Raiders pick it off. I don't know. The CFO of the Pigskin Pundit, my man Jim Powell, is in the chat. He says, I see you're smelling your fingers. I'll need to know what you've been doing. I've been picking dingleberries all day long, baby. Woo! Smells like championship to me, but it is what it is. If you guys notice, Jim and John both have diamonds and hearts next to the name. Is that because they are Pigskin Pundits? If you guys would like to become a Pigskin Pundit, simply click on the link below. Subscribe to the channel. You get some merchandise. Look at this nice member. Get Jim's comments off it. You got the nice members only merch here. We got hoodies. We got hats. Of course, you get pre-show. You get some random footages every now and then. And of course, you get to watch any NFL game you want on Sundays. You say, hey, Buck, I don't got the Raiders game in my area. Can you air it? Bada bing, bada boom. I can for you, Mr. Pigskin Pundit. So be like John and Jim and become Pigskin Pundits. It is. John says, and always remember that the Kansas City Chiefs smell like vinegar. Whatever the hell that means. Whatever that means. It is what it is. But guys, this is a live, interactive show. Live, raw, uncut NFL talk. So I see all the comments. If you guys want to pop up, if you want to chit chat, if you want to talk your shit, get down in the comments and talk your shit down below. But John, people thinks the Kansas City Chiefs going 8-9 this season. 8-9 this season. Okay. Casey Morgan says the only team that can derail the Chiefs are the Chiefs. I have to concur with that. I think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to have one hell of a season. My man Timothy Nicholas in the chat says, Jim, LOL. Low on that, Jim. And Jim says, if you watch the clip I posted on AFC West Tax Talk group, Kelsey wants to be a Raider. Nobody wants to be a Raider, Jim. Not even the Raiders want to be a Raiders. YSR Games Grams is in the chase. Says Detroit Lions all day, baby. We already broke down the Detroit Lions, but hey, they are pretty good. Timothy Nicola thinks the Chiefs are going to go 10-7 this season. But guys, post your thoughts down in the comments below. What do you guys think the Chiefs are going to go this season? I've seen 8-9. I see 10-7. But it is time to get into the nuts and bolts of today's show. It is time to break down this 2024 campaign for the Kansas City Chiefs. Like I said, the Kansas City Chiefs went 11-6 last season. They won the Super Bowl, back-to-back Super Bowl champions. But this season, I think they're going to be kind of a much of the same path, right? I think they're really going to go in the right direction this season. Now, their schedule is a little favorable, I want to say, if you just look at it on paper, but they play 6 days of the week this season. I think the only day they don't play this year is like a Tuesday. So they're playing Wednesday versus the Steelers. They're playing Thursday. They're playing Friday on Christmas, right? Then they're playing Saturday. They're playing Sunday. Of course, they're playing Monday night. It's just, they are all over the board. 6 days this week. So that 6 days this season they play on, you guys know what I'm trying to say. They play a lot of different days this season. So that might be the ultimately Achilles heel for the Kansas City Chiefs. But week one, they start off the season reigning Super Bowl champions, welcoming the Baltimore Ravens into town. Now, many people are skeptical about this game. We saw it last year, right? A lot of hype around this Detroit Lions team last season. They come into Arrowhead and they kind of just thumped the Kansas City Chiefs on opening night, kind of shocking the world, right? I think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to be ready this season. I think they are not going to be overlooking anybody. They are going to really welcome in the critics and the haters and all this stuff. And it starts week one when they thump Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. I think they're going to beat down the Baltimore Ravens week one. It is not going to be pretty. You can have King Henry. You can have Lamar Jackson. You can have John Harbaugh. You can have whoever you want on that defense. But the simple fact of the matter, the Kansas City Chiefs at Arrowhead, opening night this season, back-to-back Super Bowl champions, going for a three-peat. They're going to be ready, and they're going to be knocking on that door, and they're going to knock the Baltimore Ravens around to show them that last season, last AFC Championship game was not a fluke. It wasn't a fluke. We are going to nail you guys down, down, down. Give me a week one win with the Baltimore Ravens over the Kansas City Chiefs. I said that wrong. Kansas City Chiefs beat down Baltimore Ravens. What do you guys think? Week two, another tough game, but they're still at home. They got a nice 10-day break in between this Ravens and Baltimore game, right? They do play the AFC North. I think the AFC North is going to be the best division in football. I think the AFC West is going to be one of the worst divisions in football. We'll be talking about that more on Friday. But week two, Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals come into town. There is a lot of pressure on the Cincinnati Bengals in 2024 to win. There is a lot of pressure on them to win right now. And that pressure is going to make them play a little tight. That pressure is going to make them feel like they have to force and win these big games versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, I do think they match up very, very well. I think the Bengals and the Chiefs match up very well. But because of the tightness, because of the less of the loosey-goosey that the Joe Burrow and the boys need to do to win games, they're going to lose to the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs are not going to beat the Bengals in this game. The Bengals are going to lose this game, meaning a late, arrogant pick six, a fumble at the end of the game, maybe a missed special teams execution, right? The Bengals are going to be a pretty good team. They have to win right now. But that pressure is going to make them collapse week two. And Patrick Mahomes, the Chiefs, they've been there. They've done that. It is what it is. The Chiefs start the season off 2-0. Casey Morgan thinks the Chiefs are going to go 13-3 on the season. Hopefully there's no tie. Hopefully he meant 13-4. Hopefully. John thinks they're going to go 4-13. Get out of here with that crap. Timothy Nicola thinks the Lions overachieved in 2023. Potentially, we will talk more about the Lions coming up here in the upcoming weeks when we do break down the NFC North again. Got to get my man Luke G back on and talk some more Detroit Lions. My man Mark is in the chat. Mark D is in the chat. He says, what up, Buck? Can't wait for later tonight. We will be talking about the Denver Broncos guys coming up on Thursday. Mark from the NFL Experts will be joining on us. And Timothy says there's a lot of pressure on the Chiefs to repeat. Mahomes running his mouth too much. So I'm glad you brought this up, Timothy, because I do not think the Chiefs cannot handle the pressure that they're putting on themselves. I think there is a method behind the madness of why Patrick Mahomes is talking, why Travis Kelce, even before the Super Bowl parade started, they're like, three-peat. It's time for us to focus. It's because sometimes in the offseason, when you've been there and you've done that, right? The Kansas City Chiefs now in recent memory have done it 3 times, right? It was 3 out of the last 5 years. They have done it. With that being said, sometimes you got to have that added motivation to really carry on into this offseason, to really carry on into the dog days of summer like we are right now, to really carry on through the preseason. I don't think they're adding any pressure to the Kansas City Chiefs whatsoever. If anything, this is good laser focus, right? Meaning good pressure for them is going to help them succeed. Now, if they weren't talking, if they were comfortable, like, hey, you know what? It is what it is. We're just out here coasting. We're out here having a good time. I mean, they're already having a good time. Isn't Travis Kelce in like Europe with what's-her-face, Tay Banks, right? But I think this running of the mouth is good. I think the pressure is good for the Kansas City Chiefs. I think it is awesome for them. Give me the pressure, and I will succeed. Jim says, I'm back. What I miss? I had to take him Mahomes and wipe my Andy Reid. So far, the Chiefs are 2-0 on this young season with win over the Baltimore Ravens and the Cincinnati Bengals. Week 3. This is a game where I think a hiccup might occur. This is a game where I think the Kansas City Chiefs are kind of overlooking said opponent. Now, the Kansas City Chiefs have the ability to overlook the opponent and still win, but at the same time, still look bad, right? Kind of like what they did Christmas Day last season. John and Jim will never let me live that down. Christmas Day. The Chiefs were like, you know what? The Raiders suck. Whatever. It is what it is. We just need to get ourselves right. But I think this Week 3 game is when the Chiefs overlook the Atlanta Falcons. I think this Week 3 game, like Casey Morgan just said, is a trap game. I think the Falcons are going to be better than a lot of people want to admit. I think the Falcons are going to be kind of shocking the world like the Detroit Lions did last season. I do think the Kansas City Chiefs drop a close one in Atlanta versus Kirk Cousins and the Falcons. I think it is a really, really ugly game. I think this is a game that we kind of wish we could just like white out on the schedule. Week 3, traveling to a not good Atlanta Falcons team on paper. Come on. Give us a Week 4 matchup. Back on the road. Taking on the Chargers. Justin Herbert and the Chargers. We spoke on the Chargers yesterday. I told you guys how bad the Chargers wide receiver core is. I told you how bad that offense is going to be. I told you how overrated Justin Herbert is. And the Kansas City Chiefs exposed that every stretch of the imagination. The Kansas City Chiefs are pissed off after that Atlanta Falcons game. The Kansas City Chiefs are upset that they went to Atlanta and they laid an egg. Then they're going to go to SoFi Stadium in LA and they are going to drop the wood. 63-point them. 60-piece them. Put it up. As my man Sonic says, speed me up, speed me up. Because that is what Xavier Worthy is going to be doing up and down on the field. Patrick Mahomes is going to throw over 500-plus yards. Jay Pacheco might rush for 120 plus another 100 yards out of the backfield. Travis Kelce might find the end zone 3 or 4 times. They're going to walk all over the LA Chargers this Week 4 game. Week 4 game, they're going to basically do what Casey just said. The Chargers are imploding this year, full rebuild next year. This implosion is going to be starting by the Kansas City Chiefs by the epic beatdown that they're going to take Week 4. Giving us a 3-1 record going into Week 5, taking on Derek Carr and the New Orleans Saints finally back at home. Now, this is a game earlier today when I was doing my post for the schedule, right? I initially had the Chiefs winning this game. Then I was like, big win over the Chargers, bye week next week. Are we overlooking the Saints, looking forward to a bye week, looking forward to the San Francisco 49ers the following week? I'm like, okay, maybe the Saints. But then I got to thinking, Derek Carr, has he ever beaten the Kansas City Chiefs? When Derek Carr was a part of the Las Vegas Raiders, did he ever beat the Kansas City Chiefs? And I don't think he did. Looking at the Saints roster, yes, they do have Alvin Kamara still. But who are their receivers still? Chris Olave? That's about it, right? Cedric Wilson Jr., former Kansas City Chief like 5 teams ago. The Saints are going to be kind of a bust of a team this year, I think. I think many people think that the Saints are going to, potentially make a playoff push. Potentially upset the Bucs and the Falcons, right? But I do think this is a close game. I do think this is a battling back and forth game. I do think Derek Carr puts on his best front, but the Kansas City Chiefs defense and the offense is just too much for the New Orleans Saints and Derek Carr. The Chiefs pull this one out, 27-25 type of score. It's going to be a very, very close one-score game. Moving the Chiefs to 4-1 going into the bye week, week 6. Jim Powell says Kelsey is not going to do anything. He is enjoying dressing up like Mr. Peanut and putting on makeup on Tay-Tay. I wouldn't say that, but I'm worried about Father Time for Travis Kelsey. There is a reason why the Kansas City Chiefs drafted a tight end this season. Travis Kelsey's days are numbered. Not because of Taylor Swift, not because of off-the-field issues, just because Father Time is still undefeated. He's a tight end. He gets beat up a lot. Yes, last year was the first game he missed ever in his NFL career. But at the end of the day, he's a tight end. He takes a lot of beating. Week 6 is going to be a good bye week for them. My biggest concern about this bye week, Rashid Rice. I feel that Rashid Rice is probably going to get suspended for 6 games at some point this season. I feel that a suspension is looming. Yes, I know he hasn't been convicted of anything yet. He has a lot of hush money out there. A lot of, I didn't do that. Here's $1 million, right? But this bye week could make or break the Kansas City Chiefs. Hopefully everybody stays healthy, keeps their nose clean, comes out unscathed, comes out unsuspended. Give us a week 7 epic matchup. San Francisco 49ers taking on the Kansas City Chiefs at Santa Clara, California. Rematch of Super Bowl. Now, both teams are coming off bye weeks. Andy Reid historically is very, very good coming off of a bye week. Kyle Shanahan, 500 coming off of a bye week. However, this game means a hell of a lot more for the San Francisco 49ers than it does the Kansas City Chiefs. Why? Because the San Francisco 49ers have something to prove. They have something to prove that they are not just a flash in the pan, always the bridesmaid. They want to be able to say that we are a top team in the NFL year after year after year. And by doing that, they have to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. To put the San Francisco 49ers on this top pedestal that many people are doing, they have to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. The Chiefs are not worried about the San Francisco 49ers whatsoever. This does not affect them long-term at all. It affects the San Francisco 49ers more because they have a lot of off-season drama that involves contracts. Brandon Ayuk basically trying to force his hand at a trade. Week 6 was a bye week for the San Francisco 49ers. Do they trade Brandon Ayuk at this point? Is Brock Purdy throwing the ball around like an MVP level quarterback, or is he back down to average? Week 7, I do think the Kansas City Chiefs do drop the San Francisco 49ers, though. Second loss of the season, putting them at 4-2 on the season. Give us a Week 8 matchup. Staying out west. Traveling to Allegiant Stadium and taking on the Las Vegas Raiders. a place where the Kansas City Chiefs have never lost. The Kansas City Chiefs have never lost in Vegas, and that trend continues. Aiden O'Connell, you can flex all you want saying we were the last team to beat Kansas City in 2023 season. Well, guess what? It's 2024 season, and the Chiefs come to play. They had a nice little battle versus the San Francisco 49ers, but they had this game circled on this calendar. Week 8, it's going down, baby. Raiders, do you remember that Broncos win 63-21? Do you remember you guys beating us Christmas Day and saying, oh, we the best, we the best? Kansas City Chiefs come into Las Vegas, and they beat down the Raiders. They beat down a terrible Las Vegas Raiders team. A Raiders team that doesn't want anything to do with the Kansas City Chiefs. The Raiders are happy playing the Chargers and the Broncos. They don't want to play the Kansas City Chiefs. Get out of here. Jim says it's a loss for Kansas City and Las Vegas and Kansas City. We sweeping. Ain't a damn thing the Chiefs can do. I disagree. Week number 9. Seems like forever since the Chiefs have played a home game. Been damn near 3 to 4 weeks at this particular point, but they're back at home. Week 9, taking on Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, I like me some Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I love me some Baker Mayfield. However, the Tampa Bay defense is kind of worrisome. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense scares me, meaning they're not very good. Offense is going to be A-okay. They got Mike Evans. They got Chris Godwin. They got Baker Mayfield. They got a plethora of running backs. They have a pretty decent offensive line. But I think the Kansas City Chiefs defense and the offense is just too much for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to handle. Give me the Chiefs victory in this one. Giving them back-to-back wins over the Raiders and the Broncos. Now we back on the saddle. Now we back rolling. Then week 10, we back at home, taking on the Denver Broncos and Jarrett Stidham or Bo Nix or Zach Wilson or whoever else quarterback they might particularly have that particular week. This game's not even close. Not even close. The AFC guys might be the worst division in football, and that's because of the Broncos, Raiders, and Chargers. They're all not very good. The Broncos might be the worst of them all. Sorry, Mark, but it's true. Kansas City Chiefs win this game. Give us 3 games in a row. Then the Week 11 game that we've all been waiting for. The Week 11 game that many people have circled on the calendar saying this is going to be must-see TV. This is the game that many people think is the measuring stick for both teams going in for the rest of the season. Forget who it was on the comments thinking that the Buffalo Bills are going to win this game. Buffalo Bills are going to go 14-3 on the season. There's a reason why this game is on the calendar year after year after year. It is a great game. It's a great game. And the Buffalo Bills get the Kansas City Chiefs in the regular season, it seems like every time. And this year's no different. I think the Kansas City Chiefs go into Buffalo and they kind of just drop an egg. They kind of stumble over themselves all game long. Josh Allen looked like an MVP. That non-dangerous wide receiver core actually looks pretty dangerous all game long. Hell, MVS might score a couple of touchdowns. He might drop 5 passes in his chest, but he might score a couple of touchdowns still. This Kansas City Chiefs game, or the Buffalo Bills game versus Kansas City Chiefs, I just don't think the Chiefs show up. I don't think the Chiefs are mentally prepared to play in Buffalo in the regular season, and I don't know why. And they dropped this game. Casey Morgan says Allen doesn't have Diggs anymore. I think they're going to lose to the Chiefs, no challenge. Now, I have said, and I still stand by it, that nobody on the Bills receiver core really scares me. But at the same time, last year, Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver core, Nobody scared you. Kansas City Chiefs had no idea who their go-to guy was till like week 15. That's what made that receiver core so dangerous. When you look at the Buffalo Bills receiver core, yes, they are very, very young. They have a rookie. They have a second-year guy. They have a nice 1-2 punch that tied in with Knox and Kincaid. But I do think the Buffalo Bills win this Week 11 game. I do think the Kansas City Chiefs drop an egg. Give us a Week 12 matchup. Still on the East Coast, still on the road. Taking on Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers. This Week 10, 11, 12 is a stretch of games that it would not surprise me if the Kansas City Chiefs drop all three. Versus the Broncos, versus the Bills, versus the Panthers. And like, what? The Panthers? You talking about the terrible Panthers? Yeah. This game worries me. Because after losing to the Buffalo Bills the way they lost, right, kind of just got manhandled, forgot to show up, laid an egg. The Kansas City Chiefs quite haven't pushed the reset button yet. Going into Week 12, they're still looking back like, man, we played that bad versus the Buffalo Bills. And they're going to be cakewalking through this Carolina Panthers team. And it's going to come up, it's going to bite them in the ass. And the Kansas City Chiefs lose Week 12 to the Carolina Panthers. 2 games in a row now the Kansas City Chiefs have lost to the Buffalo Bills and the Carolina Panthers. The talk on our show, on Sports Center, on NFL Good Morning, whatever show you're watching, the lead show after this Sunday game, after the Kansas City Chiefs have lost to the Buffalo Bills and the Carolina Panthers, like, whoa, are the Chiefs any good? Are the Chiefs in trouble? What's going on in Kansas City? What is this? What is that? Right? There is going to be a lot of paradox happening. There is going to be a lot of doxing. There's going to be a lot of like, what in the world is going on, right? And I will be the first to admit it. I'm going to be, what the hell is going on in Kansas City? If this happens, what is going on? What's happening is they got Week 13 game versus the Las Vegas Raiders. What's going to happen is the Raiders are going to come into town. The Raiders think they got the Kansas City Chiefs on the rope yet again, right? Late November, late December game. What date is this game? Late November game. The Raiders think that, hey, we can go into Kansas City again. They're playing bad. They're playing sluggish. We can beat them again. But Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and Ajay Paseko, the boys, like, slow it down, baby. The Raiders might come in with chest all pumped out. Chiefs on a 2-game losing streak. It doesn't matter. The Kansas City Chiefs sweep the Raiders. They beat the Raiders. They beat them bad again. Devontae Adams might punch another cameraman. Gardner Minshew might have to shave his mustache after this game because he got beat down so freaking bad. They may have lost to the Panthers. They may have lost to the Bills. But come Week 13, Kansas City Chiefs right the ship, and they are downright beating down the Las Vegas Raiders. No question in my mind. Timothy Nicholas says, buddy, the Chiefs, back up, my guy, could beat the Panthers. I think he's saying the Chiefs will beat the Panthers. Timothy, I think it's a trap game. I think that Week 12 game versus the Carolina Panthers is a trap game. Because Week 13, they got the Raiders. Week 14, they're back at home. They're playing the Chargers. A bad Chargers team. This game's not even close either. It might be close on the scoreboard, but the Kansas City Chiefs are going to dominate this game up and down the field. Over and over and over. Chiefs are back on track, giving them 2 wins in a row. Now, Week 15. I cannot remember if it was Casey or if it was somebody else, but they said that the AFC North could potentially sweep the Kansas City Chiefs this season. So if you guys remember right, the Kansas City Chiefs do play all NFC North teams. They've already played the Bengals. They've already played the Ravens. They play the Browns and the Steelers on a Wednesday night. This Browns team is a team where I don't know what to expect. I've watched a lot of film on the Browns, a lot of mini camp, a lot of OTAs, a lot of offseason workouts with quarterbacks in 7-on-7. I've watched a lot of Cleveland Browns the last 3 days, probably 20 hours worth. I do not know how good or how bad the Cleveland Browns are going to be. They are so up and down in practice, I don't know whether they're coming or whether they're going. Deshaun Watson one day looks amazing, putting the ball exactly where it needs to be over and over and over. The next game, hell, the next rep is 20 feet above the guy's head. Watch it. Deshaun Watson has had a bad minicamp. Now, the media's going to say, oh, he's good, he's rusty, whatever. No, he's been bad. But the Browns' defense is amazing. The Browns' running game is amazing. The Browns' receiver core is top-notch. Just like we said about Russ, just doesn't have to suck. Deshaun Watson just doesn't have to suck. And I think this Week 15 matchup, Deshaun Watson doesn't suck. I think Patrick Mahomes plays a B game versus this Browns defense and is just not good enough to beat them. I think the Browns beat the Kansas City Chiefs in this Week 15 matchup, giving the Kansas City Chiefs their 5th loss on the season. That's right, 5th loss. Give us a Week 16 matchup back at home. Potential playoff preview, right? High-flying Houston Texans taking on the Kansas City Chiefs at Arrowhead. Actually, Week 15 is the Steelers. Why? What's going on here? Messed up. My bad, guys. This is Week 17. I got to make mixed up. Week 16 is the Steelers. The Wednesday night game. This is the game that I'm very confused about why we're doing a Wednesday night game. Stupid, in my opinion, but hey, it is what it is. After playing a really good Browns team the week before, short work week, going back to Pittsburgh, back on the road, playing a really good Steelers team with the quarterback that just doesn't have to suck, I think the Chiefs pull this one out. I think the Chiefs are more equipped to play on a short work week than the Pittsburgh Steelers are. Yes, the Pittsburgh Steelers do play that Saturday night as well, coming into Wednesday. And then I think the Steelers just dropped an egg. Give us the Week 17, not 16 matchup, back at home, taking on the Houston Texans. Houston Texans. This is a game where I am complexed about. This is a game that I am... Actually, it's not mixed up. I'm sorry, guys. I messed up. It is Week 16 for the Texans. My fault. But this is a game that I'm complexed about. This is a game that I do think the Texans will be coming back down to where they are no longer overachieving till they're no longer being an outlier. But at the same time, they're still a pretty good team. They added Daniil Hunter this offseason. They added Stephon Diggs, right? Tank Dell is back. CJ Stroud in his second season. D'Amico Ryans in his second season. The Texans are going to be a good team. They're going to be a solid team. If I'm not mistaken, this is a Monday night football game. Sunday night football game. No. Sunday afternoon game. I think the Chiefs beat the Houston Texans in this game. I think the Texans just aren't quite there yet to beat a team like the Kansas City Chiefs. Give us a Week 18 matchup. Kansas City Chiefs, back-to-back weeks on the road, going to Pittsburgh and then going to Denver Broncos playing in Mile High Stadium. Right now, the Kansas City Chiefs are 11-5 on the season. Probably at this time, the Broncos are probably playing Bo Nix at this particular time. Jarrett Stidham is up there, but it's probably going to be Bo Nix. And I think the Broncos are probably going to be trying to lose this game. But I think this is a pretty close game. I think Carson Wentz probably plays in this game for the Kansas City Chiefs. The Chiefs probably have the number 1 seed locked up at this particular point, if not number 2 seed either way. They can't move up and they can't move down in this particular game, but the Chiefs win this game. They beat the Broncos, giving them a 12-5 regular season. I think the Chiefs will be a 12-win team this season. Last season, they were 11-6. When you look at their schedule, the front half of the schedule is pretty painful. You play the Ravens, you play the Bengals, you're at Atlanta, you're at San Francisco, you play the Buccaneers, you play the Bills. Kind of tough sledding there, right? Middle gets kind of easy. Panthers, Raiders, Chargers. But then the back half, you got the Browns, you got the Texans, you got the Steelers and the Broncos again. The Chiefs do have a favorable schedule to win a lot of games this season. However, the travel, the lack of rest, the extra rest, the stupid amount of games that they play on non-Sundays and Mondays is just stupid to me. But I do think the Chiefs go 12-5 this season. I do think they have a successful season. I do think they are competing for the AFC West at this particular point. We talked about it yesterday. I think the Chargers will be a 6-win team. The Chiefs so far are a 12-win team. When we break down the Raiders and break down the Broncos, we'll see if they can get 12 wins. But if you guys have been listening to the context clues here, you can pretty much tell you that the Chiefs are probably going to win the West. And that is the poll question for today, guys. Do the Chiefs win the West? Let me guys know. Do the Chiefs win the West? Did I not end the poll? Started the poll. I don't know. But in the end, let me guys know. This is Men Hour NFL Talk, live, raw, uncut NFL Talk. Tomorrow, 2:30 p.m. East Coast time, we're talking those Las Vegas Raiders again. Stay tuned. Until next time, we out. And what is up, Man Hour Nation? Michael Buckcuster here with the Man Hour, return over manhourradio.com. Check out the merch tab page or check out the blog section as well. But if you are viewing this here and you are enjoying your content, consider liking and consider subscribing to whatever platform that you are listening to us on. But most importantly, share this with us circle friends, because sharing is caring at the end of the day, and I care about you because you care about me, and we're all family. You all like to eat. With that being said, guys, we are continuing our quest across the AFC West. We've talked about the Chargers, we've talked about the Kansas City Chiefs, and today we are going to talk about the one and only Las Vegas Raiders. That's right, guys. We're going to talk about the Las Vegas Raiders, and I know we've talked about them already once this season, but we got to talk about them again. Maybe you guys have changed my mind. Maybe you guys have officially changed my mind with the Raiders. You know what? You guys have. You guys have changed my mind about the Raiders. They're not going to get 4 wins or 5 wins or 6 wins. They're going to be a top team in the AFC West. They're going to be a team that runs through every gauntlet of a challenge that they have coming forward. Guys, the Las Vegas Raiders are the real deal. They are the real deal. But before we get too carried away in today's show, we got to welcome my man, Mark Deeds, in the chat from the NFL Experts Podcast. Mark Deeds, a Denver Broncos fan. We talk to Mark D tomorrow, July 4th, guys. Set your calendars, 2:30 East Coast time, right here on Facebook.com, of course, YouTube.com. And if you're listening to us on Spotify or Twitter or whatever, right? Tune in tomorrow. My man Mark D, tells you about the Denver Broncos. John Peoples in the chat this morning as well. This afternoon. I'm stuck in the morning. Afternoons, baby. John is a pigskin pundit. He has clicked on the link below, and he has been a subscriber. John got a special member-only stream here at about 11 o'clock this morning. We talked about Dak Prescott going to the Las Vegas Raiders, and can you guys really convince me that is a bad idea or a good idea, right? He says, about time you're buying on the Raiders. Am I? Kevin Cunningham's in the chat. Sorry, Kevin Cummings is in the chat as well. He says, Raiders? The real deal? That's messed up. Well, Kevin, spoiler alert, the Raiders still suck. Guys, you can tell me that I'm a clown. You can tell me that I'm smoking crack or my mom's blowing this or blowing that and all the clown emojis that you want. But the truth of the matter is, guys, the Las Vegas Raiders are not very good. That is the simple truth of the matter, that the Las Vegas Raiders are not very good. So all you Raiders fans out there, hashtag Raiders Nation, hashtag RN4L, right? Raiders Nation for life. Every time I see that, I see the word anal, but whatever. But let me legitimately ask you guys this question. Let's sit down and ask this question. Where did the Raiders get better this off season? Last season, they did finish, what was it, 8-9, right? Let me get it correct, because you know all those Raiders haters like, you know what, we got 10 wins. No, you guys were 8-9. You did have a good month into December, right? You won the last 3 of your last 4 games, beating the Chargers, Chiefs, and the Broncos. But let me ask you this question, legitimately, Raiders fans, where did you guys get better this offseason? Where did you get better? Oh, we got Christian Wilkins in the offseason. He's the greatest defensive tackle ever. Is he? Is he? Last season, he had 38 solo tackles, 27 assists for 9 sacks, 1 forced fumble. That to me does not scream greatness looking at those stats. But I know stats lie, especially for defensive linemen. Defensive linemen are there to take up blocks, take on the old big healthy guys, so the linebackers can run free. So I jumped in there and I watched film on Wilkins last season. He did not jump off the tape at me whatsoever. Now, I do understand you have Max Crosby. He does jump off the film at you. When you watch tape, you know this guy is an elite athlete. You guys know that Max Crosby is a really, really good guy. Robert Spillane, he kind of jumps off the film as well. The rest of the team, nobody jumps off the film on that defense. Yes, the defense could be a top 15 defense. Well, guess what? That's still about average. Oh, but Buck, Aiden O'Connell threw 8 touchdowns to 1 interception in the last 4 games of the season. And do it for a whole season, my guy. Do it for a whole season, my guy, and then we can talk. Then we can discuss. I'm asking you guys this question legitimately. Where did the Raiders get better this offseason? Oh, they hired AP as a coach. He was an intern coach for half of the season. Yes, they did play a little bit more inspired, I guess you can say. But do it for 17 games. For all you Raiders fans out there that are putting them up on this pedestal, slow your roll, jabronis. Slow your roll, jabronis. Mark says, the Raiders are not the real deal. I don't care what you guys say. Mark says Raiders are not the real deal. Kevin Cummings says the facts are the Raiders will be battling for 3rd place. Yeah, they will be. They will be in the cellar of the AFC West. They will be in the cellar of the NFL. They will be battling for a number 1 overall pick. That's the only battling that the Raiders will be doing all season long. John People says they improved defensively. They improved by adding an overpaid and overrated nose tackle. Yeah, bud. Little man says the Raiders suck too. Huh. Raiders aren't very good, are they, bud? Nope. Raiders suck. Tell them. Raiders suck, buddy. Mark says, I read their coach filed for bankruptcy. What? Are we talking about Antonio Pierce or like a different coach? No. You smell like cotton candy. As the NFL coach, how are you filing for bankruptcy? What the heck? That can't be true. Casey Morgan's in the chat. Good morning, Casey. Or good afternoon, Casey. He has that 3 buy, so he I think he's a 3-year subscriber. Can you guys believe we're going on 3 years of man hour? Good Lord. Raiders equals 4th place holder, says Casey. 4th place. Not wrong. Not wrong. I will be releasing my division standings on Friday, right? We'll be seeing where the Raiders eventually land. Kevin Cummings says Wilkins likes to grab quarterbacks' packages. Uh-oh. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. It is what it is. His wife took the blame for the bankruptcy. Oh, good Lord. Investment between 2 former NFL players. Man, listen, I am no financial guru by any stretch of the imagination, but you got to be better. You got to be smarter. John People says they're a top 10 defense. A top 10 defense in Las Vegas? John, I understand you are in the Michigan area, and I understand it's probably hot. You have never seen 90 degrees in your 82 years of life, I'm sure. It's hot up there. But sit down, get in that nice central air unit that you just put in your house, drink a glass of water, because the Las Vegas Raiders are not a top 10 defense. What part of their defense screams top 10 besides Max Crosby? Max Crosby could be a top 10 defensive end in the NFL, more than likely top 5. Spillane, Jack Jones, Marcus Epps, Nate Hobbs. None of them scream top 10 defense to me, John. None of them do. The biggest issue with the Las Vegas Raiders is that quarterback. 100%. Kevin said it the best. Their biggest issue is that quarterback. In our Pigskin-only pundits stream this morning here about 11, 10 o'clock, I forgot what time it was, I asked a question. So I'm going to ask you guys this question as well before we start breaking down the Raiders again. Maybe they're better than 4 wins. Maybe. If Dak Prescott is out there for the taking in the next few weeks, Dallas Cowboys says, you know what? We're not signing Dak Prescott to a long-term deal. Who wants him? And the Dallas Cowboys actually take that salary cap bite, right? They get punched in the heart and said, pay that $90 million or whatever it is. Does Dak Prescott to the Las Vegas Raiders actually make sense? To me, it does not make sense. This year does not make sense. No trade. Wait till free agency. Dak Prescott will be a $60 million quarterback come next year. Whether it's for the Dallas Cowboys, whether it's for the Seahawks, whether it's for the Minnesota Vikings, whether it's for the Las Vegas Raiders, Dak Prescott's going to be a $60 million quarterback. If you put a top 5 quarterback like Dak Prescott on the Las Vegas Raiders right now, does that make them a playoff caliber team? And the answer to that question to me is no. I love me some Dak Prescott, but he does not elevate the Las Vegas Raiders into a playoff or Super Bowl caliber team. They have a very aging wide receiver core. Davante Adams doesn't really want to be there anymore. Yes, you still have Jacoby Myers and Trey Tucker, and Michael Gallup just came in from Dallas. But the receiver core, we talked about how bad the Chargers receiver core are. We talked about how bad the Panthers and Patriots receiver core is. You take Davante Adams out of this receiver core, they are terrible. And right now, the only thing Devontae Adams is living off is his name in Green Bay. So let's ask this question legitimately. Quarterback room in Las Vegas right now is terrible. Aiden O'Connell, Gardner Minshew, Anthony Brown Jr., and Carter Bradley. 4 quarterbacks on the Las Vegas Raiders roster right now. As a Las Vegas Raiders fan, hater, whatever you guys want to deem yourselves at, do you bring in a quarterback before the season starts? I'm answering that question as a yes. I'm on the phone with the Dallas Cowboys, Trey Lance. I'm on the phone with Ryan Tannehill, free agent, right? I'm on the phone with the Pittsburgh Steelers, Justin Fields, Russ. Give me one of those guys. I'm on the phone with the Denver Broncos. Give me Zach Wilson. Hell, I might even be on the phone with the Kansas City Chiefs. Give me Carson Wentz. Guys, the Las Vegas Raiders are not very good right now. My man BC Combs is in the chat. He says, why are you sounding like Elmo with the Southern drawl? Do I sound like Elmo? I think I sound pretty good. Jeez, Combsy. What's up, my guy? John says, did you send the Raiders jersey you lost from picking winners last year? I did. Even though John hedged his bets, it is what it is. And then BC Combs wants to come in here and say, Chiefs and the Chargers are the team to beat in that division. You got half of the thing right. I got a freaking hair in my mouth. You got half of that right, Combsy. The Chiefs are the team to beat in that division. The Chargers are bottom dwellers too. How did the Chargers get better this offseason? You released Mike Williams, or you released Keenan Allen. Both let them go to other teams. You said, Austin Eckler, get out of here. Now Austin Eckler saying that they wanted me to carry the ball too much. The only thing the Chargers did this offseason was bring in Joe Ortiz and Jim Harbaugh. Now, next year, 2025, 2026, give me some Chargers. If they continue the path that they're on, give me the Chargers. This year, no. This year, no. John says, I cannot wait to watch you eat some crow this season. You see, John, I'm not going to eat crow. I'm not going to eat crow because the Las Vegas Raiders are not very good. They have a terrible quarterback room. Kevin Cummings says the Chiefs. Chargers ain't doing shit this year. And Greg Roman as their OC is going to be a run-heavy offense. The bright side about that is they do have J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards. So they could potentially run the ball a lot. Combsy is agreeing with me. The quarter room is so gross. So gross. But then Kevin wants to come up here with some logic. He says, I like Minshew better than Jimmy G, to be honest. So this is the problem with Gardner Minshew. I said this in the Pigskin Pundits, and I'm going to transcribe it for you guys here that are not subscribers to us that have not heard this. Gardner Minshew reminds me of Ryan Fitzpatrick. What do I mean by that? Ryan Fitzpatrick is good for 4 to 5 games a season. He will never give you full, complete 16, 17 game season. Let's look at Ryan Fitzpatrick back when he played for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I don't remember who the quarterback was. I believe it was Jameis Winston at the time. He goes down, insert Ryan Fitzpatrick. First game throws for like 400 yards. Second game throws for like 500 yards. Third game, another 400-yard game. He had 3 or 4 400-yard games in a row. Fifth game out there, 96 yards, 7 interceptions, gets benched. Gardner Minshew is a good stop, fill, gap guy. He's a good backup quarterback. Jim Powell's in the chat. Speaking of Pigskin Pun, he says, Combs don't know. He's a Bears fan. He's a Bears fan. That he is a Bears fan. And this is where we're going to start. We're going to start week 1, guys. We are going to go through these NFL games again. for the Las Vegas Raiders, breaking down the 2024 NFL season here. And try to make me pick the other team, guys. Give me a reason. How can the Raiders win this game? This is going to be a battle of the basement in the AFC West. This is going to be a battle for, hell, the second place team might only have 6 wins this season. So you get one of them, you get a six of your wins week 1. You're living high life, right? The bad thing about the Raiders in this game is that the Chargers are at home. The Chargers will finally have a home field advantage at SoFi Stadium this week 1 game. They will finally run the ball a little bit. The defense is not going to be very good for the Raiders. They're going to be tired. They're going to be sluggish. They're going to get ran all over with a nice 1-2 punch with the Chargers. Chargers offense is looking pretty good. I'm picking the Chargers in this particular game. Tell me how the Raiders can win this game. Is Aiden O'Connell going to throw for 300 yards? Is it Zaire White, right? Zamir White. Is he going to rush for a $150? Is Devontae Adams going to magically revert to 5 years ago when he was with MVP caliber quarterback and Aaron Rodgers? I just don't see it. I don't see it. Kevin says to play running defense because that's all the Chargers will be doing. Let's not forget the Chargers still do have Justin Herbert, right? Justin Herbert is not a terrible quarterback. Justin Herbert is still a quarterback that has a lot of potential in his bag. Chargers might have the worst wide receiver room out of all of the NFL. The most unknown, the most unproven, whatever word you want to put in it. Nobody expects nothing out of them this season, but they still got Justin Herbert. He's like Ryan Fitzpatrick as well. He's good for 3 games. But I had the Chargers winning this game. Week 2, on the road. Raiders travel to Baltimore to take on Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. AFC runner-ups. Bridesmaids of the AFC. The Ravens play the Chiefs week 1. They have a 10-day break till they play the Raiders. Too much more of King Henry, too much of running game. It's another run it down your throat type of game, and the Raiders can't handle it. Max Crosby is an excellent pass rusher. Max Crosby can get after the quarterback and sack him a lot. He can. He is excellent at that. When he can pin his ears back and just go get the quarterback, he's really, really, really good. But when you run right at Max Crosby, he kind of shits the bed a little bit. Much like Micah Parsons. How you defeat Micah Parsons, you run right at him. Don't run away from him. He has a chance to chase you down. Max Crosby has the issue of taking on blocks and getting off of blocks. Watch the film. Watch the tape. Denver Broncos game is a prime example. Early in that game, he could not get off the blocks. Once the Raiders jumped up in that game, he was able to pin his ears back and just go get the quarterback. He was a hell of a lot better. 0-2. Kevin says it has nothing to do with Herbert. Harbaugh and Roman are going to run the ball all season long. Roman did it in Baltimore and Buffalo too. This is not wrong. Greg Roman is a very run-heavy offensive coordinator. I get it. Jim says, we don't need a Pro Bowl quarterback. Uncle Rico will get us there. But you do need a Pro Bowl quarterback. Think about this. Let's click on Devontae Adams' stats. Devontae Adams was a top 5, top 10 receiver when he was with the MVP caliber quarterback. He was unstoppable. Yes, last year he did have 1,100 yards. Adam Thielen also had 1,100 yards last season. Devontae Adams is not finding the end zone very often anymore. It's because the MVP quarterback is no longer there. No longer with him. You are going to need an MVP style of quarterback to really push this team. Uncle Rico, Aiden O'Connell, Garner Minshew, Bradley Johnson, they're not the answer. The answer might be on the Pittsburgh Steelers, but right now, at home, taking on the Panthers. They finally win a game. Finally win a game versus the Panthers. Week 4. Play the Browns. This is a game that I am concerned if I am a Browns fan. I think the Raiders do beat the Browns this week. I do think that the Raiders step up to the challenge of playing the old mighty Cleveland Browns. Insert Gardner Minshew in this game. By the way, I think Gardner Minshew will be starting by week 4, week 5. Get the dub. 2 in a row. Looking pretty nice at this point. But the wheels fall off the bus. Week 5, week 6, week 7, week 8, week 9, week 10's a bye week, week 11, week 12. All losses. All losses at the end of the day. Derek Carr would win a Super Bowl with his team. Derek Carr's a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback. You just legit contradicted yourself right there. You legit just said, we don't need a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback, but then you say Derek Carr would win. Derek Carr's the Pro Bowl caliber quarterback. Make up your mind, baby. Week 12 is a dub. Week 13, back-to-back Super Bowl champs. Another L. Baker Mayfield, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Another loss. Play the Falcons. Potentially. At home. Potential. We'll give them a tie. Week 16 versus Jags. That is a win. 17 versus Saints. Derek Carr playing his old team. That's a win. That's a loss for you guys. A win for Derek Carr. Chargers. Guys, I still have the Raiders going 4-13 this season. Try to convince me otherwise where they can get 6 wins. Let's say they beat the Broncos and the Chargers twice. I guess there's your 7 wins. But I don't see them beating the Chargers at all. I see them splitting with the Broncos, getting swept by the Chiefs. Let's just say, in theory, they win all the games they are favored in. They would still only be 6-11. The Las Vegas Raiders are only favored in 6 games this season, guys. They're only favored in 6 games, and I have them winning 4. Panthers, Browns, Broncos, Jaguars. Yes, I do have them on a 9-game losing streak still. I tried to convince myself to give them 6 wins, 7 wins. I tried. I sat there in the pigskin only chat. I tried to convince myself that the Las Vegas Raiders are not that bad. I tried. But nobody has convinced me otherwise. All you guys have said is defense. What about the defense? Where have they got better? Well, they got AP as the head coach. Okay, he was there last year. Well, they got Greg, what's his face, his second year. Okay, awesome. Where did they get better? I'm legitimately asking the question. People on YouTube, people on Facebook, people on the old TikTok, where did they get better? Jim Powell says, we won 8 games last season, and we're not in this good of shape. Smoking that stuff will make you hungry and dumb. Have you guys watched the Raiders OTAs and minicamp? There are teams out there that have peps in their step. The Chicago Bears have looked really, really good during OTAs. The Houston Texans have looked really, really good during OTAs. The New York Giants surprisingly look really good in OTAs. Have a little pep in their step. Jiving with the team. Putting the balls where they need to go. The routes look good. The fundamentals on defense look pretty good. The Raiders are just out there kind of like blah. Going through the motions. Yes, I know it's dog days of summer. Yes, I know it's mini camp. Yes, I know it's voluntary OTAs. Real camp doesn't start till August. I get it. I get it. We have a whole month of no football still, right? I get it. But the truth of the matter is championships are won in June and July. When you are putting in that work, gelling with your teams, looking excited to play some football, that is when championships are won. And Jim is correct. Jim, this is the smartest thing you've said all day long. Defense wins championships. That you are 100% correct. Defense does win championships. You are correct. I concur with that. The Kansas City Chiefs last season was carried by their defense all season long. The Kansas City Chiefs offense hasn't been high-flying since 2019, 2020. I get it. Defense wins championships, but at the same time, you got to put up points. At the same time, you still got to put up points. You can be pitching a shutout all game long. You still got to score some points. O'Connell is not going to score you a lot of points. Gardner Minshew is not going to score you a lot of points. I understand. Baltimore Ravens defense in 2000s, right? Carried Trent Dilfer to the Super Bowl. I believe when I watched that, was that 30 for 30, I think it was, or something, that the Ravens did not score a touchdown for like 6 straight weeks. I get it. You can win championships like that. I understand, and I concur with you on that. But I don't think the Raiders have it in them. I don't think the Raiders have the gulp in their nutsack to go 6 weeks without scoring a touchdown. I don't think the Raiders defense can score like the a Baltimore Ravens defense did back in 2000. Was it 2000? 2001, whatever year it was. I was still a pretty young pup then. Jim says Kelsey wants to be a Raider. But the Raiders don't even want to be Raiders. Nobody wants to be a Raider, Jim. Gardner Minshew went there just because he wanted a porn star. The only reason why Aiden O'Connell and Max Crosby are there is because they got drafted there. When Max Crosby's contract's up in 2 years, I think it is, 3 years, you think he's going to really want to sign with the Las Vegas Raiders? When the Kansas City Chiefs put that $97 million payday in front of him? And we are splitting the series this year. Splitting the series with who? The Chiefs, Raiders, and the Broncos? Going 3-3 in the division? I doubt it. I doubt it. You need a home field advantage for that to happen, and we all know Raiders don't have a home field advantage. Kelsey said it on a podcast. I did not make it up that he wants to be a Raider. Send me the link to the podcast, and I'll listen to it. I'm sure it was clipped to make it sound like I want to be a Raider. Is that what it sounded like? Did they have Stuttering Buck on there? But with that being said, guys, I had the Raiders going 4-13 this season. I tried to give them six wins. I dug deep, and I really, truly tried to give them 6 wins. And I think they could get 6 wins. I think they can split, or they can sweep the Broncos, and I think they can split with the Chargers. But other than that, I don't see any other wins. I don't see them beating the Rams. I don't see them beating the Steelers. I don't see them beating the Chiefs, Bengals, Dolphins, Bucks, Saints. Hell, they may not even beat the Jaguars. 4-13. Did you wake up to choose to be nice? Listen, Casey. I know that there are like thousands of comments that scroll through my phone every day, and I see damn near probably 80% of them. And Raiders fans are pissed off. They are pissed off. When we talked about them 2-3 weeks ago, they were pissed off. 4-13. What are you smoking meth? Is your mom blowing? Your mom sort of swallowed you. Whatever. Yada yada yada. I think 4-13 is a very conservative number. Pretty good. What do you guys think? What will the Raiders be in 2024? 6 wins, 7 wins, 2 wins? Let me know. Tomorrow we're taking Brown. What? Tomorrow we're breaking down the Denver Broncos 2:30 East Coast time with my man Mark D. Until then, we out. Is up, Man Hour Nation. Michael Buckhouse here with the Man Hour. Be sure to over manhourradio.com. Check out the merchandise page, but most importantly, check out the blog section as well. And if you are new here, consider subscribing to the page and liking this as well. And also, share this with a couple friends, because sharing is caring at the end of the day. Welcome to our AFC West edition here. All week long, we've been talking AFC West. We've broken down the Kansas City Chiefs. We've broken down the terrible Las Vegas Raiders. Yes, the Raiders suck. Deal with it. Sorry, Raiders fans. Jim, John, you guys know you are. Raiders suck. And we also broke down the crappy Los Angeles Chargers as well. But most importantly, this is a team that many people are kind of worried about this season. Many people are saying, hey, this team could potentially throw some upsets this season. And that is the one and only the Denver Broncos. But let's flash back to 2023 with the Denver Broncos before we get too carried away. The 2023 NFL season for the Denver Broncos was one some people would like to forget. Let's just be flat out honest. Yes, they did finish 8-9, but they never really seemed to really get the ball rolling. Every time they would win a game, then they would lose 2, 3, 4 in a row. But, you know, hey, they did have wins over the Buffalo Bills, the Minnesota Vikings, and the Cleveland Browns, all 3 games in a win. Actually, they had a 5-game winning streak at some point in the season with wins over the Chiefs, Packers, Buffalo, Vikings, and the Cleveland Browns. They had a hot streak, but then Sean Payton's like, you know what? We don't like Russell Wilson. We want him out of town. Let's go ahead and cut this guy, a.k.a. they cut him and then they let them sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And it was just kind of a, what do we do with their hands, right? So this offseason, they went into the draft. They drafted the edge rusher second round, but most importantly, they drafted Bo Nix with their first pick in the 2024 NFL draft. But before we get too carried away, we have to welcome the man, the myth, the legend, my guy from the NFL Experts, Mark, to the show. What's up, Mark? How's it going today, man?
What's up, Mike Buck? I'm glad to be on the show for you, man.
Hey, dude, I am always excited to talk football with a fellow football nerd, and I've been watching you guys over there on the NFL Experts basically since your inception of the show. Wayne G's like, hey, come watch my show, see what you like, and I like what you guys do over there. You are the NFL experts over there, so obviously you have some knowledge, but tell the people just a little bit about your show before we get too carried away into your Denver Broncos.
All right, well, we're on all the social media outlets. We are the NFL Experts Pod, plural, so you can find us anywhere, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. We do a live stream every Wednesday at 7 o'clock Eastern time. I'm in Colorado, so it's 5 o'clock our time. Me and Wayne, we give our knowledge of everything football and everything NFL. We spit out our opinions, and you know what? You get an expert opinion.
Yeah, and with those experts' opinions, you obviously have your team that you enjoy out there, and your team is the Denver Broncos. So this offseason, you guys kind of had a turbulent offseason, maybe you want to say. You know, you cut your potential franchise quarterback that you traded the house, the farm, and the dog and the cat for. You basically let him walk. You are still paying him this season, what, like $60 million or whatever it is. First things first, I got to ask you that question. When you heard that your team, the Denver Broncos, cut Russell Wilson, what was your first initial thoughts?
Honestly, Mike, it was kind of something I saw coming. Like I've stated on my show many a times, I felt like Russell was screwed from the get when he got here. He came here, he was like our second option. Everybody knows that the Broncos were trying to get Aaron Rodgers. We didn't get Aaron Rodgers. That's why we hired inept Nathaniel Hackett as our coach, thinking we could lure Rodgers here. He ditched us. He went back to Green Bay. So we decided, let's bring Russell in. So already he was our second choice. And then we pair him with Hackett, who can't run a freaking offense. Even the Jets are trying to get rid of him. So he was doomed that year. And then also that year, he was trying to be the in-the-pocket guy, run my own offense. He wanted to be like Mahomes and Rodgers. But you know what? That's not him. That's not Russell. Like, he may have wanted to do that, but that's not what he excels at. Okay, so year 2 with Sean Payton. I don't care what anybody says. Like, Sean Payton turned him around after his terrible year with Hackett. He didn't even like him most of the time. You saw it on the sidelines most of the game, especially during the Lions game when he berated him on the sideline. Yep. And I think it was just all coming to a head. Russell Wilson is not Sean Payton's style of quarterback.
Yeah, and unfortunately, if this move fails, it's going to set the Denver Broncos franchise back many, many, many years. But now we look at this quarterback room now. We have basically a brand new quarterback room. You have Jarrett Stidham that is currently listed as the starter. You have rookie Bo Nix, which we know Sean Payton normally does not play rookie quarterback for whatever reason. And then you guys traded for Zach Wilson as well. Earlier, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, you popped in on our show on the comments. I believe we were breaking down the New York Jets, and you said it would not shock you one bit if Zach Wilson wins that starting quarterback job. With that being said, are you ready to put your money where your mouth is and say Zach Wilson is going to be the starter for the 2024 season for the Denver Broncos?
Yes, I'm probably the only one, Mike, out there that believes this. But this is my thinking on it. Okay, Zach Wilson clearly has the better arm of the three guys. He's got a rocket arm. 2, he has the most starts and most experience as a quarterback. Those 2 things, I think he's got the edge on the other guys. And I don't know why everybody's sleeping on him.
Yeah, I think the main reason why people are sleeping on him is because of the dumpster fire that he was in New York. Because if you look at his tenure in New York, he was consistently being thrown under the bus, play after play, game after game, year after year. This is the reason why we're losing. This is the reason why we're losing. This is the reason why we're losing. Insert Aaron Rodgers into the Jets. And just underneath the summer behind Aaron Rodgers, Zach Wilson looks like he took leaps and bounds going into that, first game when he was thrown in the fire. Week 2, week 3, then he kind of did, and then he seemed to digress toward the end of the season. So with that being said, if Zach Wilson is the starter this season and Zach Wilson looks decent, right? Let's say he's a 500 quarterback throughout the 16-17 game season here, and they have 7, 8, 9 wins right in that area. Could you potentially see Zach Wilson be the long-term answer in Denver, or is Bo Nix the heir apparent?
I think Zach Wilson's really got to show above and beyond, like way better than he did in New York. But the one thing I will say is that when he was in New York, he had a defensive-minded head coach. I'm a firm believer that young rookie quarterbacks need to go to a team that has an offensive-minded head coach. They will help them develop. They know the offensive system. Like, you're just in a better spot. A defensive guy is not going to focus on offense. He's going to worry about his defense the whole time, and that's why Jack Wilson didn't develop. I think Sean Payton is going to really turn this kid around. But I don't know. I still think Bo Nix is going to be the guy eventually.
Yeah, there is a reason why you always draft a quarterback that high and then kind of add insurance behind him like Jarrett Stidham and Zach, just in case something does happen. But the most important thing that I want to talk about is obviously the Chargers have probably the worst wide receiver room in the NFL as far as I'm concerned. It's probably them, the Panthers, and then the Patriots. But then the Denver Broncos are kind of right there at the 28, 29 range as well. Cortland Sutton kind of seeking that long-term deal, has yet get the long-term deal. Marvin Mims Jr., Josh, and Tim Patrick. Your guys' receiving room seems kind of thin and seems kind of really a big wild card, right? Do you potentially see your receiver room stepping up? Does Cortland Sutton become a top 15, top 10 receiver in the NFL?
Well, last year he showed flashes of some great play. He had some crazy catches in the end zone. I know a lot of them were Russell's famous, get out of the pocket, right, improvise, and throw it in the corner. So he had 10 touchdowns last year. Like, he was one of the top guys, one of the top wide receivers with most touchdowns. And that was with Russell. And I feel like if he gets a guy that's more in the pocket, he's not going to have to do that improvising stuff, and he's going to get the ball more. Like, I'm not going to say he's going to be a top 15, 20, whatever ranked wide receiver, but I think he's going to do good for us. He's our one guy that we need to rely on, and because he's like the one experienced wide receiver in that room. So he needs to show the rest of those young guys that we have, hey, this is how it's done.
Obviously the Broncos have not signed him to a long-term deal. In your eyes, what are they waiting on? Are they waiting for him to prove it this year, or are they waiting to potentially see what's out there in the draft? Like, what are they waiting on?
I think they want to see what he's going to do this year because he's still on the books for 2 more years.
Right.
He just wants a little bit more guaranteed money. And I think if that was really the issue, the Broncos would have already given it to him. I think they really want to see, hey, you played really well last year, 10 touchdowns, super good improvement. Let's see what you can do this year with a pocket quarterback, with me and revamping the offense, because Sean Payton was kind of handcuffed with his offense last year because of Russell Wilson. Now he's going to have his full spread offense that this whole team is going to be able to take advantage of now.
Yeah, so speaking of the whole team, the defense also has been kind of taking shots the last couple of seasons, right? You lost Von Miller, 3 years ago now. Patrick Surtain's getting older, and the rest of the defense kind of seems like big question marks, right? You did draft a defensive end from Utah, Jonas Ellis, right? And he potentially could be a Von Miller-esque type of player. How bad is your defense going to be? Let's just be flat honest. How bad is your defense go
Honestly, everybody says our defense is going to be bad. Like, granted, we started off bad, really bad last year with the Miami 70 burger, but we turned it around. Like, we were one of the best defenses in that. You were talking about that winning streak we went on.
Yep.
We had the best defense during that whole span of time. We had the most forced fumbles, most interceptions. And I could see that happening again. I can see our defense turning it around. I think Vance Joseph, now he's got another year under his belt with the defense. Granted, we lost Justin Simmons and we lost our linebacker. I'm drawing a blank on his name. But I don't think those were huge pieces. I think maybe Justin Simmons might be, because that's the back end, the deep routes. That might hurt us. But we did sign that guy, Brandon, drawing a blank on his name, from Miami, a young, good, upcoming safety. So I don't think we're really going to hurt that bad. I think we're going to probably be the lower tier, but I think our defense is still pretty solid.
Yeah, and obviously any defense in the NFL can look great in stretches. It's a matter of putting it through 12, 13, 14, 16, 17 games in a season. That's been the biggest downfall of the Kansas City Chiefs in their non-Super Bowl years, is the first half of the season their defense sucks. But one of the bright spots of the Denver Broncos has been their offensive line. Now, I know last year Russell did his thing, right? Scrambled a lot. But if you look at the rankings of the offensive line, the Denver Broncos had a top 10, top 5 offensive line all season long. With now a pocket quarterback, a non-scrambling quarterback, a non-improvising quarterback, can you see your offensive line getting even that much better?
I do. I also think the running game is going to even be better. And I don't know if anybody knows this, but Russell Wilson ran into 25% of our sacks last year. That's a huge number. If we can eliminate that completely, that's going to help us out tremendously.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't know. I mean, Russ is going to Russ, I guess, at the end of the day. But that's the past. This is the present. The 2024 NFL season. Basically, we need to talk about the games. They have a. Is it a favorable schedule in your eyes?
No, I think we have a tough stretch in the beginning, and we have a really tough stretch at the very end of the season. So I don't think. Yeah, I think we got to kind of screwed in the beginning and end of the year, which is going to be tough because you really want to start off hot.
Yep.
And you want to finish hot. And so we have a lot of tough games, so it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and so let's just go ahead and start breaking down these games. Week 1, you guys travel to Seattle to take on Geno Smith and the Seahawks. What are your thoughts about this game?
Okay, so like I said earlier, I do think Zach Wilson's going to start the year, but I think at some point, Bo Nix will get the start, maybe after week 4, maybe after week 6. Not totally sure, but I don't, like you said, Sean Payton doesn't start rookie quarterbacks, and I don't think this is going to be the year that he does that. So Zach Wilson will be starting this game, but I don't think Geno Smith is that great, and I don't see them beating us. Like, we almost beat them 2 years ago with Hackett. I think we're going to win this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Seahawks are one of the biggest wild cards out there, right? Because Geno Smith did play at an MVP level 2 years ago. They still got DK. They still got Tyler Lockett. They have a pretty good defense still. But the biggest wild card for the Seahawks is they got a new head coach. Nobody really knows what this new head coach, what the offense is going to look like. Even watching OTAs and camp with the Seahawks, I can't judge anything, but I do know one thing, and the Denver Broncos are not going to beat the Seahawks. I have no faith in the Denver Broncos this first 8, 9, 10 weeks of the season. It is going to be tough for you guys, and I don't care if Zach Wilson's starting. I don't care if Jarrett Stinnen's starting. I don't care if Justin Fields is starting for you guys. It's going to be a tough loss, unfortunately. Taking us into a week 2 matchup. Speaking of Russ comes back home to take on his former team that cut him. The Pittsburgh Steelers come into town. What are your thoughts about this one?
Well, I actually have tickets to this game, Mike, and I usually, when I go to the games, they lose. So I'm making this as a loss.
Well, maybe, just maybe, you should stop going to home games then. I'm just putting it out there. But I think the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to be a pretty good team this season. We've already broken down the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I do have the Steelers winning this game. But I think Russ just doesn't have to suck for the Steelers. They have a top 5 defense. They have a really good running back in Najee Harris. And I'm not for sure if the defense of the Denver Broncos can hold up against that powerful Pittsburgh Steelers offense. On the bright side, you are at Mile High Stadium, and that is a true home field advantage, especially for teams that come from the coast, right? And obviously Pittsburgh's not on the coast, but it's still pretty down low to the sea. Give us the week 3 matchup, back on the road, traveling to Florida to take on Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers.
Okay, this is another one. I think the Buccaneers, they lost a lot of pieces. They lost Devin White on the defense. I don't think their defense is going to be as good as it has been in the past years. Baker does have Mike Evans, but that's really his only weapon. I think this is going to be a win for us.
See, last year people were sleeping on the Bucs. I rode the Bucs all season long. Rode them into the playoffs. Rode them into Detroit. Baker Mayfield is the real deal. Yes, he has Mike Evans. Don't forget about Chris Godwin. Chris Godwin is the true X factor for the Buccaneers. The one thing bad about the Buccaneers is their defense is starting to age a little bit, starting to get a little long in the tooth. But Bucs at home, I like the Bucs. Give me the Bucs. Week 4, we talked about this when we broke down the Jets. This is when you chimed in saying that, hey, Zach Wilson could be the starter. Denver Broncos travel to New York week 4 to take on the Buccaneers, or to take on the New York Football Jets. Who do you got winning this game?
I have this as a loss. I think this is going to be one of those revenge games for them. Rodgers going to be back. We don't really travel well on the East Coast. We're going to have a couple of East Coast games in that time span. I just don't see this looking good for us. I think this is going to be a loss.
Yeah, not only is this an East Coast game, not only are you going to play the New York Jets, this is a 1 o'clock kickoff game as well. So for you in Denver, Colorado, it's going to be 11 o'clock in the morning. What is the last thing I want to do at 11 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday? Wake up and play a football game. They are going to be sluggish. The crowd's going to be rowdy. Zach Wilson is going to be back in town. They're probably going to be booing him or saying, hey, where's your hot mom or hide your mom? You know, the memes are going to be all over the place. Unfortunately, I think the Jets win this one. I mean, not unfortunately. I got to think the Jets are a wee bit better. And right now, the Broncos are struggling right now. They're 0-4 in my eyes. You have them, what, at 2-2?
2-2, yeah.
Yeah, and it is tough. But week 5, they travel back to Mile High Stadium, and they play a terrible Las Vegas Raiders team.
Okay, so there's a record, Mike, that we haven't beat the Raiders like the last 7 times we've played them. I'm probably wrong on that exact number, but we're going to break that streak this year, and we're going to beat the Raiders at home.
You might break you might beat the Raiders. Of course, 16 other teams are going to beat the Raiders as well because the Raiders are just not very good. But unfortunately, one of the Raiders' 5 wins, I have them 6 wins on the season, comes week 5 versus the Denver Broncos. Because unfortunately, it is tough starting the season 0-4, traveling to Seattle, traveling to Tampa Bay, traveling to New York. You're finally home. You kick off your feet, and then you got a rivalry game where the Raiders just flat out hate you. And at this point, people are calling for Zach, or they're calling for a quarterback change at this particular point. Maybe calling for Sean Payton's head a little bit. It is rough sledding in Denver right now. But on the bright side, week 6, you're still at home, and you welcome another bad team, LA Chargers, into town.
Okay, so the Chargers, we pretty much have owned the Chargers over years. I'm not worried about the Chargers. They have a new coach, Jim Harbaugh. I do think that he will turn that team around, but not this year. Like you said, they have a very bad wide receiver core. Like, he's piecing his team together, but this year they're going to struggle, and we're going to beat them.
Yeah. I think you will beat them, but just not week 6. Week 6, you're still trying to figure yourselves out. The running game in LA at this time is starting to click, right? The Chargers have Gus Edwards. They have J.K. Dobbins. Justin Herbert's still somewhat healthy. And I just think they're a little bit too much for you guys. And 0-6, I think, is a real possibility. And
you are killing me, Mike.
And you are hoping for a bye week, but bye week's not for another 2 months in the season. So week 7, you play a familiar foe. You play Derek Carr and the New Orleans Saints at Mercedes Superdome.
Okay, so according to mine, we beat the Raiders, we beat the Chargers, both at home.
Yep.
Then we go to New Orleans. This is going to be a homecoming for Sean. This is going to be another win. We're going to go on a 4-game winning streak.
Whoa. 4 games in a row versus 2 division rivals versus two former teams. People always tell me to put down the crack pipe. Like, I think you might need to come down to sea level to check your altitude, because I don't see the Broncos hanging with the Saints. However, we talked about bad receiver cores. The Saints have a pretty bad receiver core too. Michael Thomas is no longer there. Chris Olave is really their only threat. Alvin Kamara, is he even going to be eligible? He keeps punching people in Vegas every time he gets out. But I think this is a good game. I think this is a knockout, drag-out game, and it's going to come down to the final field goal. But the Saints win it. 0-7, man.
And see, I think Sean Payton really knows Dennis Allen. So, like you said, it's going to be a good game. But I think you're wrong, Mike. I think Sean's going to get that homecoming win.
It would be nice because, if they're on a 4-game winning streak at the particular points, in your eyes, things are looking pretty good. Things are looking up, because then you welcome Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers back into town week 8.
Oh, that's a win. I think the Carolina Panthers are terrible. Like, they are building. I don't think Bryce Young is that great of a quarterback.
Nope.
And honestly, dude, I think their owner is a complete piece of shit. And so I really hope we beat them, and I think we will.
Yeah, I mean, really the only bright spot about the Carolina Panthers are Adam Thielen. I think he is probably one of the most slept-on receivers in the NFL, especially going into the 2024 NFL season. He did have 1,000 yards last season, but I did have the Carolina Panthers beating the Kansas City Chiefs earlier this week. But I do think the Broncos do win this game. I think the Broncos finally get their first win over the Carolina Panthers, and these next few games might shock you because I have the Broncos kind of getting hot, and they continue that hot streak, I believe, versus Week 9 when they travel to Baltimore, and they do beat the Baltimore Ravens Week 9. 2 wins and a little win for me. What are your thoughts?
And you want to tell me that I'm smoking crack? Come on, Mike. Okay, so we kind of have opposite feelings. I feel like we're gonna go on this win streak, and then it's gonna turn, and we're gonna derail, and we're gonna lose to Baltimore. We never play well in Baltimore. That's another early start time. We just don't play well there. Lamar Jackson runs all over us every time. That's a loss.
Well, unfortunately, the Baltimore Ravens also always overlook weaker opponents every year. Somewhere along the line, somebody comes up and bites them in the ass. And I think Week 9 is perfect to come up and bite them in the ass. Lamar Jackson's overrated. It is what it is. Week 10, you're still on the road. This time you travel to Arrowhead. Last year, you guys did beat the Kansas City Chiefs on your 5-game winning streak. It started your 5-game winning streak. In my eyes, right now, you're on a 2-game winning streak. Wins versus the Panthers, wins versus the Ravens. Can the Broncos upset the Kansas City Chiefs Week 10 at Arrowhead?
We never play well at Arrowhead, dude. Actually, I should tell you, Mike, this is one of the games on my bucket list that I've been wanting to go to at some point in my life. I will go to a game at Arrowhead there and rep my orange in front of all your fans someday. And it's just a tough crowd. I think this isn't being a loss for us.
Yeah, I think the Kansas City Chiefs are just too much for you guys, unfortunately, especially at home, 1:00 game, early November. Let me tell you a great story. My first NFL game was a Christmas Day game. I believe it was 2017, 2018. Kansas City Chiefs, Denver Broncos. It was Alex Smith was the quarterback. Travis Kelce was still really much unknown. Tyreek Hill was pretty much unknown at that point still. Dontari Poe threw a touchdown in that pass to really seal that deal. So that was my first NFL game. And if you want to go to Arrowhead, man, I will make the 8-hour drive there, and we'll meet up, and we'll definitely hang out. We'll have a good time.
Yes, let's do it, dude. I want to try some of that good-ass barbecue I've been hearing about.
Tailgating at Kansas City, you will not go hungry. I'll tell you that 100%.
All right, well, let's plan it, Mike.
But back at home, back in Mile High Stadium, Week 11, you guys welcome Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons into town. An Atlanta Falcons team that I think a lot of people are kind of overestimating, to be honest. What are your thoughts about this game?
I think people are hyping them way too much. Look, they have a new coach, new quarterback, a lot of changes. So I think they're going to eventually be good, but I don't think it's just going to happen right away. And I think after coming off 2 losses to Baltimore and Kansas City, we're going to come home and we're going to get this win against Atlanta.
Yeah, it would not shock me one bit either. If the Atlanta Falcons are in some type of quarterback controversy going into Week 11, because they did draft Michael Penix Jr. They actually moved up in the draft, way up in the draft, to draft him. Well, he was in the first round draft pick, if I'm not mistaken. So if the Falcons are going to be the way I think they're going to be Week 11, there might be that quarterback change, and Michael Penix Jr. just may not be ready for the spotlight at Mile High Stadium. It's a tough place to play. Let's just be honest. It is a tough place to play at Mile High, and I like the Broncos as well in this game.
All right.
Giving us a Week 12 matchup, a rematch of the Raiders just from a few weeks ago, but this is Week 12 at Allegiant Stadium here. What are your thoughts?
For some reason, I feel like we have lost to the Raiders so many times before, and this year I think we're going to finally get our win at home. But I think we will lose there, and we'll split it with them.
Yeah, I concur with this. I think at this point the Raiders are probably starting Garner Minshew or maybe getting a quarterback off the street. I think the Raiders are in that quarterback turmoil as well.
Oh yeah.
But they do find that mojo, like that Garner Minshew magic for whatever reason, and they do win this game, giving us a Week 13 game. This is a Monday night game. How did the Broncos get on Monday night? I don't know, but they're at home on Monday night, taking on Deshaun Watson and the Cleveland Browns.
Hey, Mike, we got 2 primetime games. Hey, it's something. We'll take it. I know it's just, hey, we deserve something. We're good on Monday night.
Listen, I'd rather watch the Broncos on primetime than the Jets like 6 times in the first 8 weeks. So,
all right. Okay, Cleveland at home. This one I kind of went back and forth on, Buck. Like, we've kind of owned the Browns over the years, especially the fumble, the drive.
Yep.
I'm sure they hate us. But I think this is going to be a loss for us.
Yeah. And I think the opposite. I think the Cleveland Browns are a really good team. They have a really good defense. They have a hell of an offense. Nick Chubb is a beast. But just like when you guys played the Ravens, I think the Broncos kind of elevate their game for this game. Monday Night Football at home. Bo Nix is probably chomping at the bits to get in there because you have the bye week the next week. So there's a lot of energy, a lot of buzz around the team. And I do think the Broncos do win this game going into the bye week, Week 14. This is the week that I do think that they make the quarterback change to Bo Nix, because I don't think they have any shot at the playoffs at this particular time. I mean, they might have an outside shot, but I think this is where you get your quarterback's feet wet. You see what you have, right? Do we need to go to the draft? Do we need to do this, and this? But you are kind of on the opposite. I think you're sitting about 7 wins right now, right? 8 wins?
Yeah, I'm at 7 right now.
7 wins. So with that being said, how are you looking at this Week 14 off? Like, quarterback change, wide receiver, possibly I guess the trades have already passed that, like, at that point, but needed by
honestly, Mike, dude, it's brutal. Like, to have the Week 14, I think if we were a playoff team, Week 14 probably be ideal to have. Like, you play all those games and then you get a rest right before the playoffs. But in our case, we've won in my scenario, we've won 7 games. Probably not going to be a playoff team. Yeah, so it's brutal, dude. It really is.
Yeah, there are 2 terrible bye weeks, right? Week 4 and Week 15 are probably the 2 worst bye weeks in all of the NFL. Week 14 is probably right up there as well. Give us a Week 15 matchup at home versus the Indianapolis Colts.
I think with the bye week and possibly Bo Nix getting prepared, and I kind of agree with you that he might start after and during this game. And I think with that extra time, we're gonna win. We're gonna beat Indy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Colts have the week off prior to you guys as well, and I think the Colts are going to be pretty good. I think Anthony Richardson is the real deal. Michael Pittman Jr. just got his deal. JT just got his deal. I think the Colts are going to be in there to really wreak some havoc, and I actually do have the Broncos winning this game. I think the Broncos are kind of this is, I feel this is going to be the Broncos MO all season long, is they're going to step up to those big games, to the Chiefs, to the Ravens, to the Browns and Colts, right? They're going to step up to those big games and play them competitively, but then they're going to look like dog crap versus the Chargers and the Raiders and the Panthers. You'd be like, why can't we play this good when we play these guys? And it could be a totally different season. Speaking of a bad team, the Chargers, you travel to SoFi Week 16 and Justin Herbert and the boys.
Okay, Mike, I'm not totally sure you know this, but when we go and travel to LA, that's like a home game for the Broncos. We have a ton of fans that go to that game every year. Chargers don't have a fan base. Our fan base is always usually there. I'm saying that's a win.
Yeah, it would not shock me either. But unfortunately, Mark, I don't know if you know this, but the every team that the Chargers play at home is basically a road game for the Chargers. It just, for whatever reason, when the Chargers, Rams, and Raiders were all in LA, they had more visitors at the stadium than they do there. It's just stupid, honestly. But it was
the same way in San Diego though too. We used to overcrowd their stadium too.
Well, I mean, you do have a direct flight from LA to Denver, right? So that helps. But yeah, I mean, I definitely get it. But week 17 game here, you're back on the road, taking on Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals.
Okay, so me and Wayne constantly debate on our show. He doesn't like Joe Burrow. I really like Joe Burrow. And as we were talking about Anthony Richardson, Wayne really likes him, and I don't think he's going to be all that great. I think he's really hyped up. I think he's just a physical specimen, and that's why he got drafted. But let's see what he really does when he can stay healthy.
Right.
But Joe Burrow, I think he's going to have a phenomenal year this year. He's going to be healthy. I'm kind of worried about his wrist injury that he said that they don't know for sure it's going to be fully healed, if it's going to affect him during the season. So I really hope that for him that he's healthy. So in my scenario, he will be healthy, and him and the Cincinnati Bengals and the Chiefs are going to be fighting for the number 1 seed. So they're going to do everything they can to beat us. So we're going to lose.
Yeah. Joe Burrow is one of the most fragile quarterbacks in the NFL. We talk about, Lamar Jackson always getting hurt and other quarterbacks always getting hurt. Joe Burrow gets hurt just as much as the rest of the quarterbacks as those top names there. It seems like every year he's missing a couple games. And when he doesn't go, the Bengals normally don't go either. But however, I do think he will be healthy in this game. I think the Bengals will be clicking at the right time. But once again, the MO of the Broncos all season long, they step up to these big games. They've already beaten the Browns. They've already beaten the Ravens, and they're not going to beat the Bengals. Unfortunately, the Bengals just too much power for them. The passing game is very, very powerful at home for the Bengals, and I think the Bengals win this game. It's a close game, 17-13, maybe 20-17, last-second points here, but I do think the Bengals pull it out, giving us the Week 18 matchup at home to end the season versus Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay, so in my scenario, Mike, this could go two ways, I think. I think if the Chiefs have the number 1 seed locked up, they're not going to play any of their guys, and it might be an easy win for the Broncos. But if they're fighting for that number 1 seed, they're going to do everything they can to beat us. But I think it's going to be the latter, and they're going to beat us.
Yeah, I think the Kansas City Chiefs have to play this Week 18 game as well. Not because I don't think they're going to be a 9-10 win team. I think they're going to be a 12-win team this season. But this final Week 18 game is going to catapult them into that top overall seed going into the playoffs. So this is a must-win for them. And the Denver Broncos are kind of like, right? I mean, yeah, it is a division game. Yeah, you want to win, but at the same time, it's at Mile High, January, cold. Really don't want to be outside. Really don't want to be outside for very long. So let's go ahead and just wrap this thing up real quick here. And I do think the Chiefs win this game. So I ultimately have the Denver Broncos going 5-12 this season. What do you have them at?
I have them at 9-8, just on the cusp of barely being over 500. It's one more win that we had last year, and it's a steady, slowly improvement for Sean Payton.
Okay, so you have them one game better than last season. Where on the roster did they get one game better in your eyes then?
I think now that Sean Payton has his guy or his guys or whoever he decides on, like I was saying, he was handcuffed. His offense was all last year with Russ. I'm really curious to see when it fully opened. All those times when I used to see Drew Brees just sling it all over the yard. Granted, it was kind of boring, but it was efficient. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, so you think another year, Sean Payton, his offense, his guys, whatever, that's an extra win. Have you thought
so, yes.
Have you thought maybe Sean Payton was carried by Drew Brees and those 3-4 years off that he had? Well, how long did he retire? Was it 2 years off? Maybe he's lost touch with his guys. Do you think Sean Payton is still the man, the myth, the legend that we saw in New Orleans, or is he just kind of overrated a little bit?
Honestly, Mike, I don't know. Like, I've only got to see 1 year with him here, and that was with Russ, and so it wasn't even his guy. So this is like a true test this year because he's got a guy that he likes, that he handpicked. Well, three guys that he handpicked. Hopefully one of them will work out. Like as a Bronco fan, Mike, I have to hope that it's going to bake out and it's going to work and that he's still the old Sean Payton.
Right. So is he on a short leash then? Like, I mean, he has guaranteed $100 million or whatever deal that he got for 6 years, 8 years. Is he on a short leash, or because the Broncos are still paying Russ all that money, are they stuck with Sean Payton, do you think?
I don't think they are. I think the Walton Penner group, I think they're the type that they'll make the move if they really think that he's not the guy. But I think drafting Bo Nix, they're going to give him a little leeway to see what he can do with this kid. And like we were saying in our scenario, he doesn't even start until week 14 or week 15.
Right.
So that's not even a good sample size to see him. So I think Sean at least has a couple years.
So one of the big things that I've talked about Chargers fans this offseason was their general manager, Joe Ortiz. Joe Ortiz was a former Baltimore Ravens general manager, and he made 7-8 big in-season trades, to really boost that roster up. Can you see Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos making a trade to really boost that receiver core by the Halloween trade deadline?
I do. I kind of keep thinking Mike Thomas. Maybe Sean Payton's been talking to him. Who knows? He hasn't signed with anybody, and I think maybe he's just waiting for the right fit. He probably sees us as not a team like, oh, it's the Broncos. I'm not going to the Broncos. We're not going to win. Like, he probably wants to go somewhere and win. But I think him and Sean have a relationship, and I think maybe that might sway him here. Sean has brought a lot of former New Orleans people to the Broncos,
right?
And I could see Michael Thomas being another one.
And so do you think Michael Thomas will come in and instantly take that number one spot from Cortland, or is he going to be like a number two guy? What do you think?
Well, depending on his health, I think that question to be answered by his health. If he's healthy, I see him being number one. But if he's still like nagging injuries, he'll be the number two guy.
All right. Well, we will see. Unfortunately, I don't think Michael Thomas was ever injured. I think it was just a way to get out of New Orleans with somewhat of a unscathed record. I get, fighting teammates, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But Mark, that is going to be it for tonight's show. Before we go, tell the people where they can find your podcast, where they can follow you, and all the good stuff.
Yes, check me and Wayne G out. We are the NFL Experts. You can find us NFL Experts Pod on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube. We recently have had some trouble doing our live stream on Facebook. They changed the rules, and you have to have over 100 followers to do live streams. So please, anyone out there that likes our opinions and our expertise, please give us a follow so we can get back on Facebook. But we will still post it there. We will have a show tomorrow night. We do it every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern time.
All right, guys. So that is my man, Mark from the NFL Experts Podcast. Be sure to check them out. Link is down in the description below.
And now, Mike's thoughts.
The Dallas Cowboys will forever be America's team. Like I said a couple weeks ago, the Dallas Cowboys will forever be America's team. Why is that? It's because of no matter what you put on the headlines, no matter how good or how bad it is must talk about TV. For example, Jerry Jones is now countersuing a woman that alleged that she was his father back in 1998. Back in 1998, this particular woman said Jerry Jones fathered me, yada, yada, yada. Long story short, the case got thrown out. The judge is like, yeah, the paternity test shows otherwise. No, this is false information. Jerry Jones is now in court as of Monday, right now, countersuing this particular woman. So therefore, the press release, the presser that, that Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys always hold on the second day of training camp has been delayed. It has been delayed. And this has led ESPN, Get Up, First Takes, First Things First. It has led all of these talk shows because of the simple fact that it is the Dallas Cowboys. It is the Dallas Cowboys. Good, bad, or indifferent, we can't keep their name out of our mouths. The Dallas Cowboys. Forever America's team. If you don't like it, do something about it. I guess. I don't know. Do something about it. But cue that intro. Are you ready for the best damn NFL show on the planet? Man Hour Nation, rise up.
Yeah, hey, let's go. Hitting that gridiron, we going hard, we running the plays. You know the vibe, only the strong survive. Gotta keep your head in the game. Talking NFL, uncut, straight raw, steady bringing that sauce. We about to take off, get it hype. This man, our sport talk. Yeah, from the quarterback to the lineman, everybody bringing heat. You don't really wanna try them. Hey, who gon' win? It's a battle of the giants. This show is the flyest. Nobody can deny it. This is Man Hour. Sport Talk. Man Hour. Sport Talk. What team you reppin'? We keep it interesting. Who caught another down? Who got that interception? This is Man Hour. Sport Talk. Man Hour. Sport Talk. What team you reppin'? We keep it interesting. Who caught another down? Who got that interception? Let's go.
And what is up, Man Hour Nation? Michael Buckeye here with the Man Hour. Be sure over to manhourradio.com. Check out the merchandise page or check out the blog section as well. But most importantly, check out the forums section. If you are like me and you like to troll the old interwebs and talk your shit, head over to manhourradio.com/forums and click on the forums. Log in, talk your shit. The only moderation over there is me, myself, and I got some thick-ass skin, so if you're getting kicked out, something is wrong. You need to reevaluate your life right now. But if you are just a casual trash talker or just like to share memes and have good times, we have tons of groups out there. We have every divisional group and every team group out there across at Facebook.com. If you go to our Facebook.com/Man Hour, click on groups, you will see all 32 plus 8, 40 some odd groups that we have out there. Actually, we have 41 groups because we have a general Man Hour NFL chat as as well. But guys, we got a great for you show lineup today. We're going to talk about the AFC South all week long. We're going to break down the Tennessee Titans today. The baby blue team themselves. We're going to talk about them today. But before we get too carried away, we got to welcome some people in the chat. I've been slacking off giving you guys recognition, but let's welcome people in the chat. First things first. We got to welcome my man John Pebbles in the chat. He says, all will be playing for second except for Dallas. They'll get third. Apparently, John thinks the Eagles are running the NFC this season. And also says that all of ESPN sucks. Dork Lorsey says so. Not wrong. Wrong. Got Jade Chamberlain in the chat today as well. He says Dallas wins the AFC East and then Green Bay comes to town as a wild card team and takes them out in the playoffs. Woo! Slow it down, baby! James, we talked about the NFC last week. You know damn well I told you the Green Bay Packers are going 12-5 this season. You know damn well the Detroit Lions are going 10-7. If anything, the Detroit Lions will be coming to Dallas to play them like in the wild card game and then beat them like in the playoffs. But the Green Bay Packers will host a home playoff game, and it will be wild card weekend. John says, you can see Man Hour trust his stuff showing his 40. Showing my 40? This isn't a 40, man. This is a Ghost energy drink. Orange creamsicle. The fave. James says, Titans can be a very dangerous team. Underestimated team at that. James, we're going to get into that. We are going to get into that because I think you are correct on that. I think the Tennessee Titans are a very, very underrated, undervalued team, right? I think they are built to win a lot of games this season. But a team that we thought was built to win a lot of games this season was the Green Bay Packers. Green Bay Packers, guys, I predicted them. I think they're going to win about 12 games this season. In the regular season, I think they're going to go 12-5 and win the NFC North. But as of right now, as of July 22nd at 2:36 East Coast time, of course on the PM side, not on the AM crap, Jordan Love has reported, says that he will not be practicing or doing any preseason workouts with the Green Bay Packers until a contract has been signed. Jordan says, I know my value and I know my worth. It is time for the team to put up some money and have it their way. So, guys, when we look at Jordan Love, obviously he is going to be the next highest paid quarterback in the NFL. I'm not saying he is the best quarterback. I'm not saying he's a top 10 quarterback by any stretch of the imagination. He might get there this season. But as of right now, Jordan Love is a middle of the pack quarterback. He had one really good year. His first year starting, his 5th year in the NFL. But he wants those dollar bills. Yo! He does have 1 year left remaining on his contract, which he signed a 2-year extension previous to last season. And now it is time to pay up or shut up, as he is saying in Green Bay. So let me ask you guys this question. First of all, does Jordan Love get paid? I think we all know the answer to that question. The answer is that yes. Jordan Love will get $50, $60, $65 million a season. That is just where the quarterback market is at right now. And that's what he is going to get paid. Hell, Trevor Lawrence, Mr. Bust quarterback, him like himself, just got a $245 million deal. Right? It is what it is. But the one thing I'm not liking right now is that he is not going to be at practice. He's not going to be participating in preseason games. He's basically holding a passive-aggressive holdout, right? He'll be at the complex. He'll be lifting weights and doing film study, but he's not going to be on the field practicing. Holding out. Are you guys okay with this? Are you guys okay with Jordan Love holding out? I am indifferent about it because I understand you got to get your money. Quarterbacks have a little bit larger window to get their money than running backs, receivers, defensive tackles, whatever, right? Usually that second contract is your money maker. That is when you get set for life, yada, yada, yada. Jordan Love has another contract still to come. Not this contract, but another contract, if not another contract, right? He has 3 more big paydays potentially in the NFL. If you're starting to be a diva now, after one successful season, slow it down, baby. Slow it down. I understand you had a great season last season. As I predicted, y'all would start out slow, but then build momentum toward the end of the season. You beat the Dallas Cowboys in the wild card. You competed in the divisional round. Probably should have beat the 49ers, but hey, it is what it is. But I said I was indifferent at first, but now I'm kind of upset. Jordan Love, get your ass to practice, man. Get your ass out on the practice field. Get the camaraderie building with your teammates. Granted, you aren't going to play a lot of preseason snaps anyways. Come on, man. Earn that money. Earn that money. James says, I'll be shocked if Green Bay makes him the highest paid quarterback. I don't think Green Bay wants to make him the highest paid quarterback. I don't think the Green Bay Packers want to pay him $45 million plus a season. But unfortunately, that's where the quarterback market is. If you think even just your average quarterback can lead you to potentially the playoffs 3 or 4 years, they're going to get those dollar bills, yo. Joe Burrow got paid. Granted, he did take his team to the Super Bowl, right? But he got paid. Jalen Hurts, the year before he went to the Super Bowl, got paid. Trevor Lawrence hasn't done shit. I guess 28-point comeback versus the Chargers, whatever. 1-1 in the playoffs. But he got paid. Unfortunately, it is what it is. It'd be better for the Green Bay Packers to pay the man now. Pay him before Tua, pay him before Dak, pay him before who else is probably coming up on a contract? Patrick Mahomes is probably coming up on a restructuring, rework deal, right? Daniel Jones is probably going to get paid again. Kyler Murray's going to get paid. Brock Purdy's going to get paid. It's probably time to do it now than later. Because if you wait till after the season, what if he wins the MVP? What if Dak gets $65 million a season? What if Tua gets $67 million a season? What if Kyler Murray restructures to get $70 million a season? Now you got to pay him 72, 73, 74. It just keeps going up. It is what it is, what it is. John said, do it this year. They will compensate him. Josh Jacobs is a big addition. Josh Jacobs is going to be a bust this season, John. Josh Jacobs this season he's going to be a bust. I'm not saying he's not good. Don't get that twisted. Do not take it out of context any way, shape, or form. But Josh Jacobs isn't going to be living up to the 1,600 yard season. He'll be lucky to break 1,000. Let's just be honest. They're still cooping off Dak money. What does that even mean? No, it hurts their chances to have a backup quarterback. First of all, the Green Bay Packers are pretty set on their roster, right? I gotta as a outsider looking in, when I look at the Green Bay Packers, their roster seems pretty set. Sean Clifford is their backup quarterback as of right now. Sean Clifford is a Penn State graduate, was drafted by the Packers 2 seasons ago in the 5th round. They had their backup guy. They have him on contract for at least another season. I think 5th round guys get 3 years, right? Backup's fine. James says, no, we're going through the same thing in Miami. Both he and Tua still have 1 year left. Yeah. See, this is what I don't understand. I understand that you can get fired / cut at any point in the time, and the ownership doesn't have to honor their contract, right? That's why a lot of these players want some guaranteed money now. But Jordan Love knew he was signing a 2-year kind of prove-it deal, right? 1 year prove-it deal, 1 year extension. And this is his 1 year extension. This is his prove-it year, right? Just honor it up, man. Damn. Donnie's in the chat. What's up, Donnie? Says, I don't know why Dolphins can't put a value on Tua. Like he's not a baller. The problem with Tua is last year was his first full season being healthy. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. Because the previous seasons, right, we saw him concussion issues. And the year before that, when they made it to the playoffs, they played the Buffalo Bills in the first round, and Skylar Thompson started for him. The problem with Tua is I think he could potentially be a baller. Like, I'm not saying he is in the GOAT conversation or top 5 conversation, but top 15 through top 9 is right where you need to put Tua. He is a good quarterback. He is not going to, he should wow you with stats with the offense that he has around him, but he isn't going to wow you with his ability, with his scrambling ability. He has a strong arm. He's smart. But the reason why you can't put a value on Tua right now is, hey, show me something beyond this season, right? Show me that you can stay healthy for 2 seasons in a row. That's all we're asking for, right? That is legit all we're asking for. Mark D's in the chat. Looks like he got a top fan diamond. Woo! Mark D, what's up? What's up? D says, yeah, it's the organization. It's the organization. Casey Morgan's in the chat. Been a follower for Man Out for 3 years. Thank you for all the support, Casey. Definitely appreciate you. He says, why some of these quarterbacks are counting their eggs before they hatch. Caleb Williams wanted a clause in his rookie contract. Granted, he didn't get it, but come on. He wanted to state that they couldn't tag him. listen, there are several contracts out there that say you cannot tag me, right? Dak Prescott has that clause in his contract. Matthew Stafford has that in his contract. There are always stipulations and clauses in contracts that are kind of the sweetener of the deal, right? Yeah, you're only paying me $40 million over the next 3 years, but I want a no trade clause. I want a no franchise tag clause. This is Caleb Williams was basically trying to say, after 5 years, I'm going to get my bread. That's what Caleb Williams was trying to say in the end. He was saying that I want those dollar bills, y'all, after my 5th year. So try to tag me, but it's not going to work. But the lot of stuff that I read on or see on about Caleb Williams, I take with a grain of salt, to be totally honest. Because do you guys remember pre-draft? It was like Caleb Williams like, oh, I want part ownership. I want this, yada, yada, yada. None of those words actually ever came out of his mouth. I think it was like his dad and his uncle and maybe a brother. Never once did those words come out of his mouth. Now, obviously, Hard Knocks is coming out with the Chicago Bears here in a few weeks, right? And I'm sure this will make the TV episode. Caleb Williams signing his rookie deal. I'll just be curious. James thinks the NFL QB cap is coming. Probably. I mean, it has to at some point, right? I mean, like the cap just keeps growing and growing and growing. You know, honestly, we talked about this a month ago about a max calorie, like just like a max salary that a said person can make, right? Kind of like the NBA. You can, like a max salary cap player can make $230 million for 5 years or something. Like they have to be. But I think what James is saying is like we're going to have a regular salary cap for the 51 players and then, or like 49 or whatever it is. And then we're going to have a quarterback salary cap for those 3 guys, right? So this cap over here is 250 for you 49 guys, for you 3 guys. Over, like over here, we'll have 160 million. I don't know. It is what it is. Nobody wants to be forced to stay on a sorry team. Tagging sometimes keeps your chances of winning a championship dead. It also helps the team get out of financial hell, right? I mean, when you franchise tag somebody, it's not like you're getting breadcrumbs by any stretch of the imagination. It is the average of the top 10 salaries at your said position. I mean, just like when the Giants wanted to franchise tag Saquon Barkley a couple years ago, it was still going to be like $10.9 million, and then he signed a 1-year deal for a 10.5 or something. It was like, why did you do that? But never underestimate Bama back. Bama sucks. Bama is terrible. Casey says Tua is carried by his offensive weapons. I can concur with that. Once Tyreek Hill is, a little bit longer in the tooth, maybe next season, like not this season, but the next season, we will really see how good Tua is, right? James says, I love Tua and want to see him Miami for a long time, but Buck is right on one point. Oh shit. I'm right. I'm right. Yoo-hoo! Says, yeah. What's up, Yoo-hoo? Glad you are joining us today. And John says, what's good is going to do NFL Europe? What's good going to do in Europe? I don't know. Count champions, Buckhorn. I don't need to count championships for Bama. But Jordan Love will be sitting out preseason and practices until he gets a contract done. Speaking of sitting out, missing OTAs, Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers was all of minicamp, all voluntary minicamps, but once it got voluntary, he's like, nope, I'm out. I'm going to go do some shrooms in Puerto Rico or something and live my life. So guys, Aaron Rodgers was on a podcast today. It was Pardon My Take, which aired this morning, actually. I listened to about half of it, and he talked about mini camp, and he talked about how basically mini camp has no merit anymore. And he come out and said basically in a roundabout way saying, hey, I may not play beyond 2024, so I could care less about what people think. People could really think. So I got to thinking, guys, do you think that this could potentially be Aaron Rodgers' last season? He's come off the Achilles injury. He tried to make a comeback last season. Jets were out of the playoffs, so they're like, nah, we'll just ramp it down a little bit, slow it down, baby. But if Aaron Rodgers, this is truly his last season, I mean, the Jets have got to win the Super Bowl, right? Aaron Rodgers has got to end on top. NFL scriptwriters have got to put the man, the myth, the legend out on top. Jeez. I mean, now, I understand minicamp is just what it is. Minicamp, right? I understand minicamp is not needed for old heads like Aaron Rodgers. But the issue that I had with Aaron Rodgers this offseason was he showed up to every voluntary minicamp. When you show up to voluntary workouts, that shows that you are committed to your team. You want to improve. You want to get to the next level. But then you skip mandatory workouts. You're like, I got better things to do. To me, that shows me that you were all just kind of fluff in the end. To me, that seems like you were kind of trying to get on people's good sides, and then you know what? I'm living up too high. People think I'm doing too well. Doing a little bit of this, doing that. Fuck it. I'm going to skip it. Hell, this might be my last season. I don't know. Casey says, could you imagine how much drama it would be if Diggs and Rodgers were on the same team together? See, Stephon Diggs doesn't really show drama till off season, right? Once July 15th hits, Stephon Diggs, we don't hear a lot from him, right? He kind of sticks his head down and he does work. Now, when Josh Allen throws that pick six to end the game, or throws that incomplete pass to like end the game, or Patrick Mahomes drives down the field in 13 seconds to win the game, then we start to be like, what's going on here, right? But really, if you think about it, I personally don't hear a lot from Stephon Diggs during the actual season. During the actual season, you hear very, very little from Stephon Diggs. Aaron Rodgers, ever since being on the Pat McAfee show, has kind of given himself a bad light, you know? I mean, granted, you can call him a diva or this or this or this, but he was given a platform on a show like the Pat McAfee show, the biggest podcast out there, the best show on ESPN, right? To speak his mind. And you can love him or hate him about it, and that's just the way it is. Jake the Snake is in the chat. The Snake Sports Talk Coach. Go check him out. My man's based out of Vegas. If I remember correctly, Jake, you are a Raiders fan, but check that man out. He says, I'm really curious on the Jordan Love contract. He should be paid respectively, but then what does that mean for Tua and Dak? So basically what that means, Jake, you do have three guys that are up for a contract. Obviously, Jordan Love and Tua have 1 year left on their deal. So if they don't play this season, which Tua is in camp doing his thing, he plans on playing, right? He plans on putting those haters to rest, but Jordan Love wants that big, big deal. If he doesn't play, I think you have to commit by week 7 for a year to count. Then it just tacks on to the next season. Basically, all that means is whoever gets paid first out of those three will be the third lowest paid quarterback. So if Dak gets signed first, he'll get a $60 million. if Dak or then if Tua gets signed next, he'll get $62 million. If Jordan Love signed next, he'll get 63. So basically, it's better for the teams to come to the table now than later. It's just the way it is. Just the way it is. It all could depend on how he performs on his Achilles and mentally how really feels moving forward, because he's just getting his and doesn't show a lot of commitment. Basically, Jake says, hey, if my Achilles feels well as an Aaron Rodgers, I'll be at practice. I'll be there. I'll take you to the playoffs. Probably not, but I'll try. But if you sore and injured, I'm done. I'm done. Donnie says, you might be the only person that believes that. What did I miss? Are you talking to me or somebody else? Whenever I hear about Rodgers on the offseason, I just imagine he sits in a dark room with a tinfoil hat on shrooms, right? On shrooms. Jake says, actually, I'm a Chargers fan. What? Those exist? Chargers fans exist out there? I'm actually a Charger fan. I'm actually living in Denver, Colorado. Found a new home for the show. Let's go. Moved from Vegas to Denver, Colorado. I hear Colorado's very, very nice. Very, very nice. I feel Love will stay a Packer. Tua and Dak will be on new teams next season, says Casey. How about this? If this Jordan Love situation carries on into week 1, week 2, week 3, I think the Packers will be like, see ya, Jordan Love. See ya. You think you're worth the $50 million? Go to New York and prove it, as in the Giants. Go to Arizona and prove it. Go to Seattle and prove it. I feel that the Green Bay Packers are a very nonsense team. You bring that drama, you bring a little bit of this, you bring a little bit of that, get your ass out of here. We don't need you. They let players like Brett Favre retire, unretire so much until he started to get bad. Let's just be honest. The year there's like finally get out of town, those year stats were not very good. Winning cures all. Yes, Jordan Love did win last season, but he has one winning season. That's all he has. Jim Powell is in the chat, member of a CFO Pigskin Pundits over there. Guys, if you want to become a Pigskin Pundit, click on the link below. Subscribe to the channel. You get free merch. You get behind the scenes access, a pre-show, a little bit of post-show, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. More stuff coming. Become a Pigskin Pundit. But he says Rodgers should stick to celebrity golf. What? Donnie says if Dak ends up anywhere, he'll be nothing but a bridge quarterback for his new team. Can't have much confidence in a guy who's only won 2 playoff games in 8 years. Donnie. Dak Prescott, my man, is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. I think this year he will finish number 2 quarterback in the NFL. It is not Dak Prescott's fault that he has only won 2 playoff games. It has been the defensive fault that they have given up so many points in the playoffs. It has been the play calling in the playoffs that has given him the ability not to win the games. Dan Quinn is a terrible big-time game coach. Every time the game is on the line, defense, offense, head coach, whatever, Dan Quinn shits the bed. Look at it last season. Buffalo Bills, big game. Needed that win. Vanilla defense still getting ran on. Oh, look, there goes James Cook for another untouched touchdown. Green Bay Packers. Playing man defense all season long, press coverage. You come out in zone. Oh, there goes Aaron Jones, another untouched touchdown. Playing zone against arguably a top-rated pass offense in the NFL. Like I get it, but you've been playing man all season long. Why did you do that? Year before that, San Francisco 49ers. Defense was a pretty zone-heavy defense, honestly. They played a purple coverage. Man up on the outside, zone in the middle. What did they do? They man up the whole game. Get run on up the middle by Brandon Ayuk over and over and over. Still had an opportunity to win that game. Kellen Moore puts Zeke Elliott at center. What? Coaching has failed Dak Prescott time after time again. Now, I'm not saying Dak Prescott does not make bad decisions. I am not saying that Dak Prescott could have maybe made this play or slid this. Obviously, yes, he could have. But coaching puts you in bad situations to make bad plays, so therefore a call back on the coaching. It is what it is. Dak Prescott is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, and this season going to finish at top 2. Chargers fans do not exist, Jake the Snake. They don't exist. They're all AI generated, says Jim. Packers are one of the 2 of the old-fashioned organization that's still around other than Steelers, but it is just an opinion. And Steelers are starting to come to the, quote, new age, Casey. The Steelers, this offseason, they went out in free agency and they made some splashes. They made some big trades, some big acquisitions to really improve their team. The Steelers in the past have been, let's draft our guys, let's build them up, let's build from within, right? We draft you, we build the core, we get better and better and better and better, right? Packers might be the only old school organization. Donnie doesn't think Dak's top 5. But he is. But he is. Casey says Dak only top quarterback in the NFL for the regular season. Off season, he's just one and done. He's one and done because of poor ass coaching. Let's just be honest. You put Dak Prescott on the Kansas City Chiefs with Andy Reid and Eric Bieniemy, of course, a couple years ago, and with a Spagnuolo defense. He's probably 2-time Super Bowl champion. He's probably 3-time Super Bowl champion. I'm not saying he's better than Patrick Mahomes, but I told you guys this. Patrick Mahomes is a system quarterback. Fits that system very, very, very well. But so would Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott would be a Super Bowl winning quarterback on the Kansas City Chiefs. He would be a Super Bowl winning quarterback on a team like the Buffalo Bills. He would be a Super Bowl winning quarterback on a team like the San Francisco 49ers. Stop it. Bro, what's in that energy can? You'll never know. So he led the league in interception when he threw those. Not the coach, bro. Like I said, Donnie, like I said, coaching put Dak Prescott in bad position to throw those interceptions. When your defense is bad, time and time again, giving up 20 points in the first quarter, you have to throw the ball 50, 60 times a game, and that's not Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is a play-action quarterback. Dak Prescott is not a sit back in the pocket, read the defense type of player. He wants to hand it off. He wants to play action pace. Boom, 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 right? 3-4 seconds top. He's out. Six seconds. INT, baby. Jim says the only way to tell the gays apart from the regulars in my area are to see if they're wearing Dallas Cowboy star. Gay as shit. And I'm pretty sure you're right, Casey. Josh Allen did lead the league in interceptions last season, I'm pretty sure. Of course, Josh Allen does that a lot anyways. But guys, that is some news for today. It is time to get into a little bit of Tennessee Titans talk. Tennessee Titans, obviously, guys, was it a rough season last season? It was a very underwhelming season. Let's just be honest. They had a lot of quarterback controversy. They went back and forth. They did a little bit of this. They did a little bit of that. But this offseason, they said, Will Levis, you are our quarterback. You are our quarterback moving forward. They traded away Derrick Henry. They brought in Tony Pollard. They cut Ryan Tannehill, made Will Levis the starting quarterback, brought in L'Jarius Sneed, brought in Calvin Ridley. From a rough season, and last season they did finish 6-11. Granted, they did win the final game of the season versus Jacksonville Jaguars to knock him out of the playoffs. So that's a win-win in many, many books here. But the Tennessee Titans guys are a team this year that's going to shock some people. The Tennessee Titans are a team this season that is going to be like, hey, we here, baby. But they have some quarterback questions still. Obviously, Will Levis will be the starting quarterback for the Tennessee Titans all season long. But they brought in a backup quarterback by the name of Mason Rudolph this season from the Pittsburgh Steelers. They also have a quarterback on the roster by the name of Malik Willis. There's really only room for 2 quarterbacks on your active roster. Yes, you have the emergency third-string quarterback now, thanks to the San Francisco 49ers, because they can't keep anybody healthy. But we digress. So we got to ask the question. When we look at the quarterback room in Tennessee, who will be the backup quarterback? Who is going to end up being cut? Is it going to be Mason Rudolph or is it going to be Malik Willis? Now, on the surface, on hindsight, I think Malik Willis is the outside guy. He is on the outside looking in. Mason Rudolph is a good stopgap quarterback if Will Levis happens to go down for a game or 2. Malik Willis just hangs on to the ball too long. We saw it last season. He doesn't read play action pass very, very well. He's just a very, very raw quarterback. However, he is a good practice squad quarterback for the Titans this season because the Tennessee Titans do play teams like the Buffalo Bills. Excuse me. That have a mobile quarterback. They play teams like the Indianapolis Colts that have mobile quarterbacks. Washington Commanders, right? It might be nice to have him on the on the team. So if you're breaking down the 53-man roster, Malik Willis, you are on the outside looking in, my guy. You are out 100%. Speaking of a full room, the wide receiver room. The wide receiver room got really, really full this offseason when the Tennessee Titans brought in Calvin Ridley. Many people thought that Calvin Ridley was going to sign with the Jacksonville Jaguars, but they're like, nah, money talks, my friend. The Tennessee Titans quietly, guys, got a top 5-ish receiver core room. Calvin Ridley, Tyler Boyd now, right? They brought him in from the Cincinnati Bengals. DeAndre Hopkins, Treylon Burks, NWI. They got a deep, deep receiving room. But for the Tennessee Titans, guys, I want you to keep an eye on this man. I want you to keep an eye on Jaquan Jackson. Jaquan Jackson from Tulane. I believe he was their 5th-round pick. Let me correct myself. 6th-round pick. He was their 6th-round pick in this year's draft. Jaquan Jackson, guys, is going to make this team, and he is going to make some noise on special teams. Special teams has become a very, very, very big thing in 2 months. Who was the guy that Ray McCloud, right? He was not on a team anywhere. Once the kickoff rule changed, boom, I believe it was the Buccaneers signed him up just like that. Tennessee Titans are going to have a great, great special teams room. Great receiving core room, and this guy can fly. This guy has the long speed. What do I mean by that? Yes, you have spurts where Tyreek Hill can hit 23 miles an hour, but it's only like 10, 15 yards, right? You have spurts where Xavier Worthy can, hit the 24 mile an hour mark. Yes, it's about 20 yards. This guy right here can run 22 miles an hour for 80 yards, straight down the field. Give that man the ball. James says, let's not forget that they also named Brian Callahan as their new head coach. It's going to be magic. Going to be magic. Magic. Speaking of a full room, the running back room got a lot fuller too. Now have Tony Pollard, right? Guys, the Tennessee Titans are a loaded team this season, and it all starts week number 1. It starts week number 1 when they travel to Chicago to take on Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. Yes, I understand there's a lot of hype around Chicago this season. Listen to me last week, I kind of put that nonsense hype to rest. Let's just be honest. They're going to be a competitive team. They're going to be a good team. Do not get it twisted. But the Tennessee Titans are a really, really good team as well. This is going to be a really, really good football game. Unfortunately, the Tennessee Titans come up short in this game just because it is on the road. I think Will Levis on the road for his first real opening game start versus Chicago Bears and the Caleb Williams. Of course, that stadium's going to be crazy. Tennessee Titans drop week number 1, starting off season off 0-1. Week number 2, home opener for Will Levis, Tony Pollard, and the rest of the boys. Brian Callahan, offense is going to go off in this game. Yes, I understand the Jets have one of the top-rated defense in the NFL. Yes, I understand the Jets do have a top cornerback in the NFL. Yes, I understand they have a really good defensive front. But having one lockdown corner, having a decent pass rush is not enough for the Tennessee Titans. Calvin Ridley, Treylon Brooks, Tyler Boyd, DeAndre Hopkins, Tony Pollard, Spears, right? The Tennessee Titans got a lot of firepower this season. They show it week number 2 when they do beat the New York Jets, giving out their season starting off 1-1. I like me some Tennessee Titans this season, guys. They're going to shock some people. Week number 3. This is a game that I have circled on my calendar. This is a measuring stick for both teams. When I made these picks, I just want you guys to know that Jordan Love is currently on the Green Bay Packers roster. I just want to make that perfectly clear. Now, if Jordan Love is not starting quarterback week number 1, the Tennessee Titans roll over the Green Bay Packers. But as of right now, I do think the Green Bay Packers go into Nashville and they beat the Titans. It is a good game. 21-27 or 28-27. 1-point game, last second field goal, last second drive. It's going to be a really, really good game, but they do start the season off 1-2. One thing I've noticed so far on this Titans young season is they play a lot of tough games, right? They play the Jets, they play the Bears, they play the Packers, and week number 4 doesn't get any easier. They travel to Miami week 4 early in the season. Nobody likes playing in Miami. In the month of August or October, nobody likes playing in Miami. And unfortunately, the Tennessee Titans, the Heat get to them a little bit in this game. They have a stretch these next 3 or 4 weeks where it is tough. You play the Jets, potentially a really, really good team. Packers will be a good team. The Dolphins at home are a great team. James says, I really want to go to the Titans-Jets game. Honestly, James, let's do it, man. I'm only 4 hours from Nashville. Let's do it, brother. Let's do it. Let's meet up and have a grand old time. Week 5 is a bye week. Right now, the Titans are 1-4, or 1-3 at this particular point, right? Losses to the Bears, Packers, and Miami Dolphins. The only win is versus the Jets. Home opener. There's a little bit of grumbling in Nashville at the particular time. Maybe Will Levis isn't it. But are you going to put Mason Rudolph in there? Jim said it the best. Rudolph was supposed to be okay, like in the Berg, but nope. There's going to be no quarterback changes this season. Will Levis is the guy all season long, barring injury. But week 5, get a bye week, get our feet under us because it does not get any easier for the Tennessee Titans. The Tennessee Titans have a tough NFL schedule this season. James thinks going up against the red hot 3-0 Dolphins, you lose, Tennessee. You lose. I concur. The Dolphins do start the season off hot. I actually think that's starting off 6-0. First loss coming to the Colts. Speaking of the Colts, that's exactly who the Tennessee Titans play week number 6. Indianapolis comes to Nashville to take on the Titans. When you look at history, now this is just me kind of thinking that I know the history. I didn't look at it. Don't get it twisted. But it seems like every year when the Colts and Titans play, they split. Colts win in Nashville, Titans win in Indianapolis. It just seems to be that way year after year after year. So I think I'm going to go with that, and the Colts are going to go into Nashville and win week 6. Right now, guys, the Titans are on a 3-game losing streak. Right now, the Titans are looking potentially like we hyped them up all offseason, being the dark horses, being a little bit of this, being a little bit like, 3 losses in a row. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on is they're just fine-tuning. They are fine-tuning a few things because they are about to get hot. They are about to get hot. Week number 7, the water starts to get the little boil points. Boop, 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 boop. The water has been on the stove for 6 weeks here. It's a electric stove, so it takes a while to get that pan warm, right? My pan's a little warm, so it starts going, brrr, right? We start seeing those pops. Week number 7 is a great week for the Tennessee Titans. The Buffalo Bills potentially will be a front runner in the AFC. The Tennessee Titans go into Buffalo, New York, and they shock the world. They shock the world and get their second win of the season, week number 7, by beating the Buffalo Bills in Buffalo. This will be the talk of the town all next week. The Tennessee Titans are going to go in there and they're going to do work. Their defense is going to finally step up. L'Jarius Sneed gets a couple picks from Josh Allen. Josh Allen likes to throw the ball to L'Jarius. It's going to happen. It happens a lot. Titans get the win. Second win of the season. Week number 8. Back on the road again. This time in Detroit at Ford Field. The Titans play a really, really good football game. Their defense is looking good. Their offense is being productive, but they just cannot put the ball in the end zone in this game. There's a lot of field goals in this game, and the Detroit Lions just score one extra touchdown more than them, and it's just damn, they lost. Played very, 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 very well, but they just lost this game. Tennessee Titans playing good football right now. Playing good football right now, and it comes on week 9, and they flex on the Patriots. Let's not even get it twisted. The Patriots can be decent. They could be decent. I have them at 6 wins this season, but not one of those coming against the Titans. The Titans are here now. The water is boiling. Things are looking good. We are about ready to put that macaroni in there to make some Kraft macaroni and cheese. Titans look good in this game. Give me another dub. Week number 10. Jake the Snake and your Chargers fans. Y'all don't get a win? No way, Jose. Tennessee Titans are boiling, baby. They boiling hot right now. 2 in a row. Winners of the last 3 of the 4. Matt Henry's in the chat. Good afternoon, Matt. Winners of the last 3 of the 4. They clicking. They looking good. They looking good, baby. Finally, we back home. Minnesota Vikings, come on down. You are the next contestant of getting your ass kicked by the Tennessee Titans, and that's just what happens. Week 11, they roll up the Vikings. They chew them in their mouth like, man, that tastes gross. Spit them out. This game is not even close. This is probably Sam Darnold's last game as a starter with the Minnesota Vikings. But the Tennessee Titans are just, they hot. They hot right now. Week number 12, they still hot. They still boiling. This game right here, this Week 12 game, could be the make or break point for the Tennessee Titans in this division. From week 12 on, they play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 division games. So 5 of their next 7 games are division games, and this is where it starts. Yes, the Tennessee Titans have won 3 games in a row. Yes, they've won 4 out of their last 5. But this is when the start for the Tennessee Titans starts to get real. When they go into NRG Stadium in Houston, Texas, and take down C.J. Stroud and the boys. Will Levis is AFC Player of the Week. The defense is shutting things out. The Tennessee Titans look like a real threat in the AFC after this Week 12 win over the Houston Texans. Titans are clicking. Titans are looking pretty good. Week 13 rolls along. Looking pretty good, clicking pretty good. Winners of the last of the 6-7. Looking pretty nice, right? The Commanders come up and bite them in the ass. Week 13, after huge wins over the Buffalo Bills, the Chargers, the Vikings, the Houston Texans, they lose to the mighty Commanders. The Lone Ranger of the Commanders. The Commanders are going to be a good team. Let's not get it twisted. But the Tennessee Titans should have won this game. The Commanders end up beating them in this game. Week 14. Tennessee Titans are still a pretty young team. Brian Canahan still kind of has the old school mentality on their team. Still hasn't really fully integrated his style into this team yet. And Week 14, I still feel like they're looking over the back loss. Like, man, we lost to the Commanders. Man, we should have beat the Commanders. Oh, we should have done this. We should have done that. And the Jaguars come up and bite them in the ass too. I don't think the Jacksonville Jaguars will be any good this season. I think they're overrated, overhyped, overpaid team. I just don't see it. But they do win this Week 14 game versus the Tennessee Titans. 2-game losing streak to the Commanders and to the Jaguars as of right now, right? They're sitting at 6 wins. Sitting at six wins, kind of competing in the AFC South, right? There's a lot of questioning what is happening right now. For some reason, I don't have my Week 15 game. Week 15 game, the Cincinnati Bengals come into town. And this is when the magic starts to happen. This is when Brian Callahan and Will Levis and Calvin Ridley and the rest of the offense finally get on the same in-sync page. Everything is clicking. Everything is looking nice. They dominate the Cincinnati Bengals. They go into Indianapolis. They dominate the Colts. They go into Jacksonville, and they dominate the Jacksonville Jaguars, winning 3 of their last 4. 3 games in a row now. In Week 18, they could continue sweeping through the AFC South, and they beat the Houston Texans, giving them a 10-7 record on the season. By winning the last 4 games of their season, I think they will be atop in competing for an AFC South title. They are for sure in the playoffs. 5, 6, 7 seed. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're a wild card team. It doesn't matter if they're a division team. This is a team you do not want to play late in the season. They may have started off slow. They may have started off 2-7, 2-6, but they got hot. Win 4 games in a row over the Patriots, Chargers, Vikings, and Texans. Lose 2 games in a row. Then win 4 games in a row over the Bengals, Colts, Jaguars, and Houston Texans. I think they're a 10-7 team this season. I think the Tennessee Titans are a really, really good team this season. I think the Tennessee Titans are a team that you really don't want to play at all. But with that being said, guys, what do you guys think? Am I too high or am I too low on the Tennessee Titans? 10-7, potentially AFC South champions. Let me know in the comments. We'll see you next time. Until then, we out.
And now, Mike's thoughts.
as players start to retort to NFL camp, we are starting to hear a lot more holdouts that are happening. This player's holding out. That player's holding out. This player wants more money. That player wants more money. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. Well, guess what? Hassan Reddick for the New York Football Jets is the next person to, quote, hold out. He is the next person that says he wants some more dollar bills. Yo. Now, as you guys know, he was traded from the Philadelphia Eagles to the New York Jets this offseason. Apparently, the Jets were under the impression that he was going to hit out his final year of his contract with the New York Jets, and then he hit free agency. His kid was like, no, slow it down, baby. We want to get paid now. We need those dollar bills now. So when I first heard that, I'm like, well, okay. He's holding out. He wants some more money, whatever, yada, yada, yada. But then I got to thinking, does he like it that much in New York that he is wanting a long-term contract to stay in New York? He doesn't want the ability to test free agency next season? He doesn't want the ability to pick and choose what team he goes to the next season? Are the New York Jets that good of a franchise? That good of a defense? That good of a team that he's like, I want to stay here? Jets fans, as your boy is holding out, I get it. He is holding out. He wants some more money, but this is a good sign. This is a good sign. Because if he wants a long-term 4, 5, 7-year deal, whatever it is, that means he wants to stay in New York. That means he wants to win a Super Bowl with y'all. He's been in the promised land. He's been in the promised land, but he wants that hardware on his hand. He wants it. New York Jets fans got something to be optimistic about. Got a little something to be optimistic about. But cue that intro. And what is up, Man Hour Nation? Michael Bakashi here with the Man Hour. Be sure to over manhourradio.com. Check out the merchandise page. Check out the blog section. But most importantly, check out the forum section. If you are a person that likes to troll the old interwebs, if you are a person that likes to talk your shit, or you are a person that gets tired of getting banned by the man, because you're speaking about the man, come on over to the forums page. manhourradio.com. Click on the forums tab. Bada bing, bada boom. You can talk anything you want. The only moderation over there is me. I'm the moderator all over there, and if it's something I don't like, you done did something wrong. You did something wrong. But guys, this is Man Hour, live, raw, uncut NFL talk. We are here every Monday through Friday at 2:30 East Coast time, right here on live at Facebook.com and, of course, YouTube.com. But most importantly, guys, this is the only truly live interactive show that you will see out there. All these other people, they can be popping up comments. They can do whatever they want. But you know what? If you guys want to talk your shit in the comments, I talk shit right back. We can have we can have a conversation. We can have some fun. But let us know you're here. Share this with a couple of friends like this as well. Like my man, Paracco. Man, I am so sorry I butchered the hell out of your name. I got not even going front, man. I do not know how to say your name. I am not any type of Spanish in me at all. But he basically says greetings from Villigan. I don't know where that's at either. So somebody educate me of where this guy's from. It looks like he has the Mexican flag, but he says go 49ers, go. Man, your 49ers are on a high trip right now. You guys are doing some work over there in Santa Clara with the San Francisco 49ers. We'll be breaking them down in 2 weeks. Are they going to repeat as NFC East or NFC West champions? Are they going to go back to the Super Bowl? Are they going to do some work? We'll be talking about the 49ers very, very, very soon. My man Mark D is in the chat. He says, what up, Buck? He says, Mark here from the NFL Experts. Guys, though, the NFL Experts come back July 31st, I think it is. I think I saw Wednesday, 7 p.m. East Coast time, and they'll be there talking their shit. My man Wayne G came to me and said, hey, I got an idea for a segment. I'm like, shoot at me, man. Shoot at me. He's like, I want to talk shit about you. I'm like, okay. Well, cool. What are we doing? Are we going to have a war or what, Wayne G? He says, the war is on. The war is on. So Van Hour versus the NFL experts. The war's on, baby. It's on. It's on. It's on. It's on. It's on. My man Mark Henry's in the chat as well. He says, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to you as well, sir. Hope you're having a grand old day. Matt, correct me if I'm wrong. Or actually, don't correct me if I'm wrong. Who is your team? Matt, who do you rep? Who do you rep? Who do you rep? I'm curious. Look, it looks like you got a little, I don't know what the picture is. Is it a steamboat? No, that's a casket. So, rest in peace to whoever you recently lost, Matt. Hope you're having a, you're healing and all that good stuff. If you ever need somebody to talk to, somebody to vent to, man, my inbox is open. So feel free to chat anytime you want. And he is a Chicago Bears fan. So, Matt, talk to me a lot this season because this season's going to be rough for you, bud. This season's going to be rough for you guys. But, guys, we are breaking down the Jacksonville Jaguars today here on the second half of the show. We are going to break down each and every, all their 17 games. Of course, they go back over the pond again this season. They're home away from home. Last season, the Jacksonville Jaguars were kind of up and down, up and down, up and down. But we're talking about them. We'll be talking about them. But first things first, guys, is I want to talk about the New England Patriots. I want to talk about the New England Patriots. Their veteran or their training camp officially opened today. Gerard Mayo talked to the press. Veterans reported, rookies reported, and they were out there on the field. Gerard Mayo was asked about the quarterback situation, and he had a very lengthy answer. But some of the things that I pulled out from those lengthy answers is, number one, is Jacoby Brissett is the only pro-ready quarterback that we have right now on the roster. And number two, that Drake May could earn the starting spot come week one. So when we broke down the New England Patriots, guys, 3 weeks ago now, it seems like forever that we broke down the AFC East, but that was one of the first divisions that we broke down. I had the New England Patriots as like a 6-win team. They were 6-11 this season with Jacoby Brissett starting majority of those games. Because the reason why I thought Jacoby Brissett was going to start majority of those games was because of the brutal schedule that the Patriots have the first half of the season. As my NFLtoday.co loads up here, the Patriots open up on the road at Cincinnati. Then they play the Seahawks. And then they're at the Jets, at the 49ers. Then they play Miami, and then Texans, and then the Jacksonville Jaguars, and then the Jets again, and they're at Tennessee, and then at Chicago. The Patriots have a really, really tough schedule. And just to even wrap my head around that Gerard Mayo is thinking about potentially starting Drake May. Obviously, he has to earn it, right? That's kind of what I got the gist of the conversation is that he has to earn his position. But if Drake May were to start for the New England Patriots this season, guys, I don't see 6 wins. I don't see 7 wins. I don't see a potential of 8 wins. I see a very, very long season for the New England Patriots. Not because of Drake May is going to be a bust. Not because Drake May is going to be a bad quarterback. It's just there's a huge learning curve, right? Rookie head coach, rookie quarterback, don't have a number one receiver, the worst receiving core in all of the NFL. Offensive line is meh. Decent running game. Defense is pretty good. So why would you throw in a potential franchise quarterback in week one just to get beat around all season long? It is hard for me to wrap my head around and fathom that. Why would you do that? Guys, in the comments below, let me know. I don't care if you're a Patriots fan. I don't care if you're a Jets fan, Miami fan, whoever. Looking at the roster right now for the New England Patriots, would you legitimately want to start a rookie quarterback on the New England Patriots offense right now? And my answer to that question is absolutely no. Now, maybe if they could potentially bring in Brandon Ayuk, get him in on a trade and really kind of boost up that receiver core. Yes, you'll have a true number one receiver with a lot of good pieces around him. Potentially that could change my theory, right? But as of right now, as it stands on July 23rd, 2024, 2:41 here on the East Coast, you do not start Drake May week one. Coach Mayo, come on, man. Like, I understand you probably got a pretty long leash. Coach Mayo's got a long enough leash to hang himself in about 3 years, maybe 4 years. He has a long time to really build that team because they're so bad. But slow it down, baby. Slow it down. Matt Henry says, I like Mayo, but I think they are in for a long season. A long season. They don't have many weapons. To be honest, they don't have any weapons. There's a reason why they were the 3rd overall pick last season. There's a reason why Kendrick Bourne is their number 1 receiver listed per ESPN.com. Their potential only weapon is Hunter Henry and Austin Hooper, and they're both tight ends. Now, I understand that Tom Brady made a hell of a career with 2 dominant tight ends with a lot of mediocre receivers. I get it. But Drake May, Jacoby Brissett is no Tom Brady. Jacoby Brissett is a good journeyman quarterback. I really wish he was still with Indianapolis. I think he got the short end of the stick in the Indy, but it is what it is. He is there for a stopgap fill type of guy. You have to start Jacoby Brissett week 1. I just think you do. Absolutely not. But unfortunately, he was the number 3 pick, and they're going to throw him in the fire, says Matt. Matt says you should definitely not start Drake May week 1, but he was the number 3 overall pick. He's expected to play. And Matt, I think you're right, man. I think you are correct. I think with the 3rd overall pick, you are expected to play, right? But Jacoby Brissett's not a bad quarterback. Jerod Mayo himself, Coach Mayo himself said Jacoby Brissett is the only pro-ready quarterback on the roster right now. I don't know. Casey Morgan's in the chat. Good morning, or good afternoon, Casey. Good afternoon. Says, I still don't know why they paid Trevor that much. We'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about some Trevor Lawrence and $245 million that he got paid. Good Lord, the Jaguars are so bad. Jaguars are so bad, guys. So bad. But let me know. In the comments below, guys, do you think Drake May should start week 1 for the New England Patriots? Why or why not? Let's have a healthy discussion down there in the comments below. Topic number 2. The Chicago Bears and Jonathan Owens. Jonathan Owens will be missing training camp. I believe was from the 26th to August 3rd. He's due to report back August 3rd. So he's missing about 7 days of training camp with the Chicago Bears. He is missing training camp to attend the Olympics in Paris to see his wife, Simone Biles, compete. She's obviously competing in the floor exercise, the vault, the uneven bars, and I believe the balance beam as well. I don't understand why this is big news, to be totally honest. I don't understand why the Chicago media is up in arms about Jonathan Owens missing training camp for a week. Well, he's not going to be ready for the Hall of Fame game. He wasn't going to play in the Hall of Fame game anyways. You're going to see high school kids in the Hall of Fame game for the Chicago Bears in this game. What would be bigger news is that the Bears did not excuse him to go see his wife compete in the Olympics. That would be bigger news. If I'm Jonathan Owens and the Chicago Bears said, no, we're not letting you go see your wife compete and compete for the nation, be the top gymnast in the world. Nah, we're not going to let you go that would be bigger news in my book. That would flat out piss me off. If my wife was competing in the Olympics, basketball, gymnastics, volleyball, whatever, you bet your ass I'm in those stands. You bet your ass I'm there, her being her biggest cheerleader. You bet your ass I don't care about my freaking job. Hey, this is once in a blue moon opportunity here. I'm going to be gone for a week. I'll be back. I'll be ready. My work won't suffer. this won't suffer. Like, it's just common sense, guys. Chicago Bears media, chill the F out. You guys are only going to be a 6-win team anyways. Jonathan Owens is not going to make or break your season. Hell, I'm kind of surprised you even made a go at and go get him, to be honest. He's a product of the system in Green Bay. Green Bay system has a great defensive system. I'm not saying he sucks. I'm saying he's a product of the system. James Chamberlain's in the chat. What's up, James? He says, what's the over-under on Samoa Biles quitting again? Didn't last Olympics, what was it? Was it London was the last Olympics? I can't remember. Didn't she tear a hamstring or a quad or something? I don't know. Gymnastics really isn't my thing. The thing that I like to watch in the Olympics is the pools, the swimming. I like the underwater camera and watching them swim and just like how they just like I don't know. They're just fascinating, like just how the water moves around them. Freaking love swimming events. Whether it's the butterfly, whether it's the 110 meter freestyler or whatever it is. I love it. I love it. Matt Henry nails it right here nails it on the head. The Olympics are once in a lifetime opportunity. Once in a lifetime. For Simone, it's been like 4, right? But once in a lifetime. James says, nope, she quit because of her mental health. You know what? We were actually just watching, or when I say we, my wife was watching something on Netflix, and I kind of walked in on the tail end of it after football practice Wednesday or like sometime last week. It was her story about the whole gymnastic ranch that they went to in Texas and the Nasser thing and like all that stuff. And so, yeah, I do vaguely remember about her mental health issues. I don't want to try to play it like I know what happened or what exactly happened, but yeah, I do vaguely remember that now, James. Yeah, that's a great point. She quit because of mental health. I think it was because of the whole Nasser thing and the pressure to perform and all this other stuff. But I thought she still did well in the Olympics, right? I don't know. I can't remember. But the Bears have excused Jonathan Owens from training camp from, I believe it was July 27th to August 3rd, so he can go over to Paris and see his wife compete in the Olympics. Good job, Chicago Bears. Way to make something out of nothing on that. Keep your news up. You got to do what you got to do, right? Got to do what you got to do. But, guys, it is time to talk a little bit about the Jacksonville Jaguars. It is time to talk about, quite arguably, the most overrated team in the NFL. It is time to talk about a team that paid Trevor Lawrence $245 million to be completely below average. But before we talk about the 2024 season, we have to talk about 2023 NFL season. We have to talk to the fact that all they had to do the last 6-7 weeks of the season was win 2 games and they would have made it to the playoffs. We have to talk about last season, how they finished 9-8. We have to talk about how last season they lost to every potential playoff team in their 2023 NFL season. Guys, the Jacksonville Jaguars are quite arguably one of the most overrated, overhyped, underachieving teams in the NFL. Ever since their 28-point comeback versus the LA Chargers a couple years ago, they have yet to make the playoffs again. They have yet to really have a dominating season. They have yet to really be the darlings of the AFC East or the AFC that everybody makes them out to be. Now, this offseason, they did add a couple pieces, right? They did add a couple pieces. They added Eric Armstead and Ronald Darby to that defensive side of the ball. Because one of the biggest weaknesses of the Jacksonville Jaguars last season was their run-stopping ability. They could not stop a bloody nose. Let's just be honest. I bet you my high school kids could have ran all over the Jacksonville Jaguars. Granted, we're running some wishbone this year because our quarterback's out for 6 weeks with a broken thumb. But you know what? Stop us if you can. But they couldn't. They also had no lockdown corners. Last season, the Jacksonville Jaguars secondary was suspect at best. You never knew who was going to step up and kind of be the guy. The safety, they had safety situations back there too. Could you really ever play a single high safety, right? Press on the outside and have help over the top? Struggling for the Jacksonville Jaguars all season long. One of the worst defenses in the NFL that we have seen in a long, long time. Hopefully this season they have kind of queued that up a little bit, with the addition of Eric Armstead and Ronell Darby to the defensive side of the ball. Oh, by the way, Josh Allen has a new name now. Hines Allen. So let's not get it twisted, Buffalo Bills fans. No more talking about them. But the Jacksonville Jaguars guys have to put up or shut up this season. They absolutely have to shut up or put up this season because of all of the cap that they have spent. Matt Henry said it best. Jacksonville has a history of overpaying. Just see Christian Kirk. Exactly. They just overpaid for who else did they just sign today? Was like a left guard or something? Guys, the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to have a bad season. James says the Jags get destroyed in 47 days by the Dolphins to start the season. And that's exactly where we're going to start. Week 1. Week 1, the Jacksonville Jaguars travel down to Miami for a state of Florida battle to take on the Miami Dolphins. Jacksonville Jaguars, you guys could not start your season off on any other game. This is the worst game that you could potentially start your game on. Why? Because the Miami Dolphins have a high-flying offense. What was your struggles last season? No lockdown corner. We don't know if our safety is going to be there to help us on the backside if we ever need it. We can't stop the run. And, oh, by the way, our offensive line can never stay healthy either. The Miami Dolphins are going to expose that all of week 1. Miami Dolphins are going to expose that your Ronell Darby is not the answer in the secondary. Miami Dolphins are going to expose that Eric Armstead isn't the run-stopping guy that we all thought he could have been. The Miami Dolphins are going to expose that the offensive line, guess what, just isn't very good. Healthy or not, they're not very good. Hell, the Miami Dolphins defense might shut down Christian Kirk and Gabe Davis and keep them underneath 100 yards passing. There is absolutely no question in my mind that the Miami Dolphins are going to walk all over the Jacksonville Jaguars in this opening game. There's no question in my mind. James said it best. In 47 days, we all find out that all this offseason work that the Jacksonville Jaguars did is all for nothing. Darnell Darby on the defense, Eric Armstead, paying Trevor Lawrence, picking up Gabe Davis, not getting any offensive line help because we're just injured last season. All going to be exposed in week 1. Miami Dolphins are going to flex on the Jaguars, and it is going to be embarrassing. So it's so embarrassing fact that we're going to see, like my man Ant just said here, the facts are that the Texans, Colts, and Titans all got better. They all got better, and the Jacksonville Jaguars got worse. They may have thought they got better, but they didn't. They get exposed. Nash Production says, hey, what's your favorite team? Chiefs Kingdom, baby, right there. Chiefs Kingdom. I'm a Chiefs fan. But you think that is going to sway the way I think how the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to be? No, you got another thing coming. Not only did the Jacksonville Jaguars not get better this offseason, they got one hell of a first 8 game schedule too. Opening week start with Miami Dolphins. Week number 2, the Cleveland Browns come down to Jacksonville. top 5 defense in the NFL, Deshaun Watson, if he's a shell of himself from 2019, is probably going to take this team to an AFC championship game. But what did we just speak about the Jacksonville Jaguars? We spoke about how they could not stop a bleeding nose on the running game. What do the Cleveland Browns do very, very well, guys? I'll wait. What do they do very well? Here you go, Nick Chubb. Oh, Nick Chubb, you want the ball again? Oh, hey, Nick, you want to run the ball again? Yeah. Jacksonville Jaguars get exposed once again that they cannot stop a bloody nose. Up and down the field goes Nick Chubb week 2. Up and down the field goes Nick Chubb second quarter, third quarter. Hey, Nick, you want a break? I mean, you already got 260 yards. You want to run some more? Okay. That is what it's going to be like in this game. Hell, I could call the offensive plays. Nick Chubb, go to the 3-hole. Nick Chubb, 4-hole. Nick Chubb, 3-hole. Nick Chubb, 4-hole. That's all you got to do in this game. The only way the Jacksonville Jaguars have a shooting shot in this 2024 NFL season is if they average 31 points per game. They got to average 31 points per game because their defense is not going to be any good. Offensive line is suspect at best. Last season, I know it was all health. Oh, we're not healthy. We're not healthy. We're not this, whatever. At some point, health would just be like, you know what? We're just not very good. And then week number 3 comes around. Nash Productions, Buffalo Bills have a home game versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jaguars are kind of licking their wounds, kind of figure out, oh, shit. Gabe Davis is pumped up for this game, though. Gabe Davis is like, give me the ball. Give me the ball. I want to school my old team. Well, guess what? Trevor Lawrence has exactly 3.2 seconds to throw every down in this game. The Buffalo Bills front 7 is going to pin their ears back and go get Trevor Lawrence. Oh, you want to hand the ball to Travis Etienne? Cool. Whatever. We'll let him get 8, 9 yards, whatever. Trevor Lawrence, you're going to find yourself in the dirt a lot in this game. Gabe Davis is going to get shut down. Christian Kirk's going to get shut down. The defense gets exposed again. Jaguars do not score 31 points. They got to score 31 points to be competitive in this year's NFL. And they can't do it against the Buffalo Bills. I do think the Buffalo Bills will take a couple steps back this season, but not too much that the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to beat them. Starting out the season 0-3. Week number 4. Let's travel to Houston to take on the Texans. All the Jacksonville Jaguars had to do last season was win 2 of their last 8 games, and they would have been in the playoffs. The Houston Texans would have been out. Well, guess what? The Jacksonville Jaguars could not do that. Jacksonville Jaguars couldn't do it last year. They probably won't do it again this season. I think Ant said it best right here. Texans, Colts, and Titans all got better this offseason. Texans got a lot better. Not only with the addition of Stephon Diggs, but they added now Cam Akers to that running back room. They traded for Joe Mixon. They added Danielle Hunter on the defensive side. The Houston Texans guys, I thought we were going to probably take a couple backs this season, maybe a sophomore slump a little bit for CJ Stroud. It doesn't matter. The rest of the team is really, really, really good. Really, really, really good. Jacksonville Jaguars take another hit on the chin, starting off the season 0-4. Giving us a week 5 matchup. Week 5 matchup. Indianapolis Colts come down to Jacksonville, Florida to take on the Jacksonville Jaguars. Before we get too carried away, Casey says, you think Mac Jones will be starting position by the end of the season? It's coming. It's coming. Jim Powell says Jaguars be lucky to win 3 games this season. Nash Production says, yeah, the Bills might be bad, but I still think they're 9-8 record at worst. Correct. Speaking of 9-8 record, Indianapolis Colts. They come, for whatever reason, the Colts don't play well in Jacksonville. I don't know if it's because of the heat, because of the travel. For whatever reason, they just don't play well in Jacksonville. Anthony Richardson this will be his, 7th game as a starter at this point, maybe 8th game as a starter, because he played, 3 games last season, week 5. He's still really wet behind the ears. The Colts remind me so much of the Green Bay Packers from last season. Start off the season slow, end the season hot. Still first half of the season. I think this is the first win for the Jacksonville Jaguars coming into week 5. They do beat the Indianapolis Colts. It's going to be a nasty game, but they still got to score 31 points to win this game. So it's going to be a 31-28 score. Last second field goal to win the game. Lou Man's in the chat. What's up, Lou Man 007? Glad you can join us today. Week number 6. They travel across the pond. The home away from home for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Last season, they had 2 games over the pond. One of which, I think they won both of them, right? And they beat the Buffalo Bills. People were riding high on the Jacksonville Jaguars. Oh, they beat the Bills. I don't remember who else they played over there. What's like the Jets or something? Like, oh, this team's good. And the wheels fall off. The Jacksonville Jaguars play well in Europe. I don't know if it's because they're used to playing over there so much, or they just don't have the pressure of the stadium or pressures of this, or wasn't their kicker the one that was like paying the stewardess to like strip? Like, they're just relaxed, right? They're just relaxed. They're having a good time, and they get their second win of the season. They're now on a 2-game winning streak with wins over the Colts and the Chicago Bears, giving us a Week 7 matchup. The New England Patriots and Jacoby Brissett come down to Florida to take on the Jacksonville Jaguars. This is where the true identity of the Jacksonville Jaguars come out to play. First 4 games of the season, we talked that they could not stop a bloody nose, right? Run all of them up and down the field. The New England Patriots have the second worst wide receiver core in the NFL currently as it stands. They have a quarterback that is a stopgap fill quarterback. Not going to make his team worse, but he's not going to make his team better, right? He is who he is. He has some bright moments and then some dull moments. That's who Jacoby Brissett is. Patriots defense is pretty solid. Running game has potential. I think the New England Patriots go into Jacksonville in this game and they slug it out. 10-7, 10-6. They run the ball a lot. They run the ball a lot in this game, all over Eric Armstead and the rest of that Jaguars front 7. Josh Hines Allen, who? Right? Exactly. It's going to be a long game for the Jacksonville Jaguars because their defense is going to play so many snaps in this game. This is going to be a ball control game where the Patriots they might control the ball for 45 minutes. they might control the ball for 3 full quarters. Just might do it, but they lose. Or the Patriots win, Jaguars lose in this game. Week number 8. This is a game that I have circled for the Green Bay Packers, right? When we broke down the NFC North last week, this is a game I'm like, hey, Packers fans, watch out for this game. The Jaguars could come up and bite you in the ass. And I do think that the Jaguars come and bite the Packers up in this ass. The Jaguars break 30 points again in this game. This is a shootout. An all-time epic Jordan Love versus Trevor Lawrence 45-point game apiece. Defense, what? We don't need defense. Let's just play 7-on-7. Jacksonville Jaguars have to score 31 points this year to win football games, and they scored 31 points this game, Week 8, versus the Green Bay Packers, giving them their 3rd win of the season. 3rd win of the season. giving us a Week 9 matchup. Week 9 matchup where they travel to Philly to take on the Eagles. When we spoke about the Philadelphia Eagles a month ago now, I said they got a high ceiling or a low floor, right? There's going to be no mediocre point for the Philadelphia Eagles at any point this season. I think they'll be really good or really, really, really bad. At home versus the Jaguars, the Eagles are a really good football team. At home versus the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Philadelphia Eagles run all over the Jacksonville Jaguars. There is a common theme to all these Jacksonville Jaguars losses. They are teams that are potential playoff teams that are more physical than them, and teams that will run all over them. Flashback to 2023. The Jacksonville Jaguars played 9 games versus playoff teams. They won 1 of those. They won 1 of those versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. A Pittsburgh Steelers team that somehow snuck into the playoffs. Probably shouldn't have. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Lou Man's copying me on my Roadcast microphone. Thanks, Lou Man. Jim Powell says if Love doesn't light this up, he won't be in Week 9. Listen, Jordan Love is going to be the Packers quarterback for a very, very long time. I've heard reports that Jordan Love's getting ready to sign a $270 million contract. You do not have $65 million a season sitting on the bench, Jim. That's just the way it is. And Casey said it best. He's sitting out at the moment to get paid. Jordan Love is sitting out. He's going to get paid. They are close. Lou Man thinks the Eagles lay an egg in this game. What? What? Slow it down, baby. Slow it down. But Week 10. Week 10 is a very interesting game for me. Because right now in Minnesota, we're hearing rumbles of Sam Darnold sucks. Sam Darnold's this. The Minnesota Vikings are trashed or they're bust or whatever, right? As you guys know, I do have Sam Darnold getting benched. I think it's Week 11. And I believe this was his final game versus Jacksonville Jaguars. Because the Jacksonville Jaguars do beat a bad Minnesota team. This is the one win of the season where the Jacksonville Jaguars do not score over 31 points because they simply just don't have to. It's going to be a 17-0, 21-0 type of score, and the Jacksonville Jaguars actually look like a dominant team, right? The Jacksonville Jaguars actually look like a team that's competent of winning some games. The Jacksonville Jaguars in this Week 10 game look like a team that could win the AFC South. Could they potentially get hot? Could they start to rattle off some wins? They got a win versus the Minnesota Vikings, but Week 11, everything comes crashing back down to reality. Everything comes crashing back down when they travel to Detroit to take on Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions. As I do think the Detroit Lions will only be a 10-win team this season, that doesn't mean they're not a good team. That doesn't mean they have a smothering defense. That doesn't mean that their offense is top-notch. That doesn't mean that they're going to not dominate the Jacksonville Jaguars, because that's exactly what they're going to do. Jacksonville Jaguars are going to be coming in kind of high, kind of chest out a little bit. Hey, we just beat the Vikings. Lions, meow. They get swallowed. They get walloped 45-10. It hurts. It hurts this game. It hurts this game, and we have a Week 12 bye week. We have a Week 12 bye week. Now, what I just said about Jordan Love, you do not have $65 million on the bench, right? Jordan Love, I believe he's gotten $60 million a season, right? $245 million over the next 4 or 5 years. I can't remember for sure. You do not sit that type of money on the bench. However, Trevor Lawrence is your franchise guy moving forward. Trevor Lawrence is your quarterback for at least the next 3 years. Trevor Lawrence is getting beaten around all season long. The offensive line, healthy or not, they're just not very good. The defense, healthy or not, just not very good. Receiving core, healthy or not, just not very good. Is it a Trevor Lawrence thing? Is it a scheme thing? Is it a outside factor thing? Either way, I think week 12, Trevor Lawrence finds himself on the bench. Whether it's via IR, whether it's via, hey, we're protecting you, or whether it's like, hey, no, you suck, sit your ass on the bench. I think Mac Jones comes in and he takes the helm. He takes the helm and kind of resurrects this team a little bit. He kind of resurrects like, hey, guys, come on. I've been in shitty-ass situations on a worse-ass team. We got a good team. Let's come home. Let's bring in the defending AFC South champions, and let's put up 31 points on them, and let's win this game. And then that's exactly what Mac Jones and the Jacksonville Jaguars do come week 13. Houston Texans don't know what hit them after this week 13 game. Houston Texans like, whoa. Slow it down, baby. We thought we were going to sweep this series. And Jacksonville's like, not today. Not today. Jacksonville Jaguars now got a little swag in them. Mac Jones is like, hey, I like playing football. I'm not too bad. Not too bad. I think the Jacksonville Jaguars carry that on into week 14. They go into Nashville. They take on Will Levis and the Tennessee Titans, and they win yet again. They have now won 2 games in a row coming off the bye week. Hell, winners of their last 3. Week 14, New York Jets come down to Florida. Could be Aaron Rodgers, could be Nick Mullins or whoever the hell their backup or fifth-string quarterback is. It doesn't matter. Mac Jones and the Jacksonville Jaguars right now are clicking. Right now, Mac Jones is the spark that the Jacksonville Jaguars needed. They beat the New York Football Jets in Week 15 for the 3rd straight win of the season. Giving us a Week 16 matchup. Let's travel to Arrowhead West and Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada. And let's carry this momentum on and beat a bad Raiders team. Not so fast, my friend. As my man Chris Berman says. Whoop! Not so fast, my friend. Or that's Lee Corso. I don't know. Whoever. Raiders beat the Jacksonville Jaguars. Raiders beat the Jacksonville Jaguars bad. Raiders beat the Jacksonville Jaguars so bad that Doug Pederson does not get on the flight to come home. Las Vegas Raiders beat the Jacksonville Jaguars so bad, hell, the defensive coordinator and offensive coordinator may not even get on the flight. Las Vegas Raiders put up 50 points on the Jacksonville Jaguars in this Week 16 game, and it all spirals out of control for the rest of the season. Week 17, back at home versus the Tennessee Titans. Another bad, embarrassing loss. Embarrassing. Week 18 game, travel to Indianapolis. Another bad and embarrassing loss. Giving the Jacksonville Jaguars a 7-10 record on the season. Giving them a not so stellar AFC South record, not so stellar NFL record, not so stellar draft pick either. Because when you look at it, Week 12 is their bye week. They only have 4 wins at that particular time. They probably should have just kept Trevor Lawrence in there and lost to the Texans and Titans and Jets. Not give that spark with Mac Jones. I think the Jacksonville Jaguars are just an overrated, overhyped team. 7-10 this season. Lou Man says, oh boy, maybe he be fumbling again, man hour. Maybe. Jim Powell says, you don't believe they are that bad. You have to say that to look in the mirror. Talk about the Raiders. Are you talking about the Raiders, Jim? James Chamberlain says, if the Jags beat the Raiders overpay for Mac Jones in 2025. Oh, good Lord. I don't think the Raiders want Mac Jones or get Mac Jones. The Raiders will overpay for a quarterback, though. The Las Vegas Raiders will overpay for a quarterback in 2025. Whether it's for Tua, whether it's for Daniel Jones, whether it's for Dak Prescott, hell, what if it's for Brock Purdy, right? They're going to overpay for a quarterback that is not wanted on said team. They're not going to draft a guy. They're not going to go after a backup like Trey Lance or Zach Wilson or anybody like that. They're going to go for a Dak Prescott, a Tua, Kyler Murray, hell, maybe even Geno Smith. They're going to overpay. James, you are exactly right. Casey says, I feel the Jags are on a fire sale after this season, and Trevor Lawrence will be wearing new colors in 2025. Now, if that were to happen for Trevor Lawrence, there's a huge, huge cap hit. I don't know what the cap hit is, but I believe it was somewhere north of like $65 million on a dead cap hit. Meaning that the Jacksonville Jaguars, no matter if Trevor Lawrence is on their team or not, that salary goes against their team for the 2025 and 2026 NFL season. Now, I don't know how a dead cap hit hits if you trade said person, right? If you trade that player to the Raiders or to the Cardinals or to the Giants, I don't know how dead cap stuff hits then. I'll have to look that up and get back to you guys. But Trevor Lawrence will be a Jaguar unless he is traded. And looking at his contract is going to take a couple first-round picks. Is a team like the Giants willing to give up a couple first-round picks for Trevor Lawrence? Is a team like the Cowboys willing to give up a couple picks for Trevor Lawrence? I just don't see that happening. John's in the chat. What's up, John? He says, why do you think they're that bad? No trust in T-Law? That is one. I do not have any trust in Trevor Lawrence. I think he is overrated, overhyped, overpaid. I mean, yes, he did have that 28-point comeback versus the Chargers 3 years ago. But really, he has never really wowed you, right? He has had a couple games of greatness. He's had a couple games of like, man, okay, right? But then flashback to the Kansas City Chiefs game last season. Chiefs were struggling. Chiefs couldn't find the end zone, right? They still lost that game because Trevor Lawrence was just that bad. But it goes beyond that. It goes beyond the fact that they have no shutdown corner. The Jacksonville Jaguars have no shutdown corner. Yes, I understand you don't always need a number one corner to shut down the side of the field, but it helps. It's nice. Safety help. All the film that I watched, you can never count on the safety being there to cover your single high guy. If you play man on the outside, you like to have a single safety high to help over the top. That safety that they have is just not fast enough, just not quick enough to cover ground, right? Their defensive line, their front seven, not very good at stopping the run. Yes, I understand they got Eric Armstead this season. That should help. But how good is Eric Armstead? Was Eric Armstead the big name because of the people that were around him, right? Only time will tell. That week one game versus the Miami Dolphins, that time will tell. But most importantly, why I do not have any faith in Jacksonville Jaguars this season is because the offensive line. Every show that I've been on, every show that I've watched, everything that I read, they're saying last year was a fluke because the offensive line wasn't healthy. The offensive line wasn't this, and this. Like, I think they said they played all 5 starters was like 40% of the snaps last season or something crazy. I get it. But when the old line was healthy, when all 5 starters were in there, Trevor Lawrence had very little time to pass the ball. Even when the offensive line altogether was in there or individually, right? Nobody really jumped off the film at me and said, hey, I'm a good right tackle. Hey, I'm a good left tackle. Nobody on the offensive line really showed me that. And that is very worrisome when you have a quarterback at Trevor Lawrence that does like to hang on to the ball a little bit. Trevor Lawrence likes to survey the field and get the big play. When you don't have time, that hurts you. And that's why I think they'll be bad this season for those reasons. WB Ant says, I blame the Chargers for the Jaguars' hype. They should have never blown that lead in that playoff game. And I think you are 100% correct. And I want to take it one step further. I bet you if the Chargers would have won that playoff game, Trevor Lawrence would have already be in a new uniform as a backup quarterback somewhere. That one 28-point comeback playoff win saved Trevor Lawrence's career in Jacksonville, gave him that big payday that he doesn't deserve, and he's the only reason why the Jacksonville Jaguars will forever be mediocre. They'll forever be mediocre. Unless something drastically happens. Somehow Gabe Davis and Christian Kirk find magic in a bottle, become the top receivers in the NFL. The offensive line gives Trevor Lawrence 6 seconds to throw the ball. I just don't see it. John says, I actually see them as a 6-11 team, but I don't think they get blown out as much. Just don't finish any games, really. So the one thing that is also bad about the Jacksonville Jaguars, at least last season, is they got out physicaled in many, many games. And the games that they lost that were somewhat competitive, they got out physicaled. They ran the ball down their throats over and over and over again. I used to like me some Josh Allen. Josh Hines Allen now, right? I used to really like him a lot. I thought he was a stud on the defensive side of the ball. He's still pretty damn good. But last season kind of exposed him a little bit. Was it because of he didn't have any help? Maybe. Right? But it kind of exposed him a little bit. I just don't think the Jaguars are very good. Casey said the Jags can't beat good defenses. Physical defenses, right? What makes the defense good? Physical play in your face, pressure on the quarterback. James says you got to have a corner, and that's at least in the top half of the league to funnel pass offense to one side of the field. This is facts. It is a hell of a lot easier for 10 guys to cover 2/3 of a field than the full field, right? If I can have one guy legitimately lock down half the sideline, 1/3 of the field, and you 10 guys only got to cover 2/3 of the field, it's a hell of a lot easier to play defense. It's a hell of a lot more fun. Pin your ears back and go get the quarterback, because I don't got to be worried about getting beat on the top side or stop the run and go get the quarterback. Right? Casey also says this year's game is going to be a lot different since defense have to play flag football. Let me ask you this question, guys. In a general roundabout way, the NFL seems to get safer year after year after year. Air quotes there, right? People say, oh, the 60 were the glory days when old used to clothesline, take quarterbacks' heads like heads off. No, the 70s was better. No, the 80s was better. Take it back to the 90s. 2000, we had big hits. I understand it is all about player safety. I understand I got to teach my high school kids how to basically change the way they tackled, right? Back when I played football, how did you tackle somebody? head in front of them because they're not going to break your neck running through you, right? Head in front, drive their ass to the ground, put their dick in the dirt. Now, we put their head behind them. We have to circle them, and we got to, like, roll up in, like, rugby-style tackle. Like, I get it. It's safer, right? Less concussion, takes your head out of the play, yada, yada, yada. But at some point, we have to reach that ceiling. At some point, we have to be like, hey, you know what? Yes, I do love the 56-54 game. I do love the high-flying offense, 70 points from the Miami Dolphins. But let the people play. Do you remember when old Ed Reed used to destroy wide receivers coming over the middle? Destroy them. He would catch them and they wouldn't have a chance to get a foot on the ground. Boof. Shoulder in the chest, balls out, game over, lights out. Night, night, sucker. I'm not saying my era of football is the best, but let them hit. Let them play. Let them get a concussion or or two. I mean, we all hate concussions, like we all hate seeing people get hurt, but at some point, let the fucking people play. Let them play. Lawrence got paid off for that one playoff game and now off of his potential. So that's the one thing I do not like about the NFL. Obviously, you get paid off somewhat of your past, but I expect your past to be your bottom line, and I'm paying you for projection for the future, right? Did he get paid off that one playoff game, though? Did he? I mean, we always talk about how the next top quarterback is going to be the highest paid quarterback, and his contract just to be up. Right? Almost like Justin Houston got paid and never did great again. Money definitely went to Justin Houston's head. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Romanowski. That guy was dirty, man. Who did he spit in, what was it, J.J. Stokes' face? Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, you guys are talking about Justin Houston. I was just making sure I was right. But, guys, I do think the Jacksonville Jaguars will be going 7-10 this season. Not a terrible season. Not a great season either. They have a lot of holes they need to fill this season. These next few weeks for the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to tell a lot. Week 1 is going to tell a lot for the Jacksonville Jaguars. If they can compete with Miami and Buffalo in the first 3 weeks of the season, stop the running game, kind of have that safety high, be a decent guy, we'll see. We'll see how they go. But until then, guys, same time, same place, 2:30 East Coast time right here at vanhour.radio.com, facebook.com, and youtube.com. Until then, we out. What is good, Man Hour Nation? As we trek to the ways of the wonderful AFC South. We've already talked about the Jacksonville Jaguars. We've already talked about the Tennessee Titans. But today, we are going to talk about the one and the only, the Houston Texans. That's right. Today's show, we're going to break down each and every game for the Houston Texans. We're going to talk a little bit of offseason. We're going to talk a little bit about midseason. We're going to talk a lot of Houston Texans today. But if you guys are new here, my name is Michael Buckheiser, and this is the only truly place where you get live, raw, and uncut NFL talk every Monday through Friday at 2:30 East Coast time right here at Facebook.com and, of course, YouTube.com. But if you are new here, consider subscribing to the channel, liking this, and sharing with a couple of friends. But, before we get into some Houston Texans talk, we have to talk about news and some transactions that are going across the NFL landscape. We have to talk about some news that is coming out of Philly. And that is that Brandon Graham, legendary defensive end for the Philadelphia Eagles, said this is his final year. In a pressure today, right before or after the first training camp, first day of pads out there at Philly, he said, I'm just out here soaking it all in because this is my final year. Paraphrased it, but that's basically what he said. So when we got to sit back, I got to think, I got to look at him doing some digging, and I'm like, man, Brandon Graham seems to have been there forever. Brandon Graham seems to have been with the Philadelphia Eagles forever, it seems. And he has. He got drafted by them in 2010. He has spent all of his NFL career going into his 15th year in the NFL with the Philadelphia Eagles. And I got to be reading some stuff back from 2011, 2010, and people are like, oh, this guy's going to be a bust. This guy's going to be a bust. But then he started to turn it on, got some sacks, and became a staple of the Philadelphia Eagles defense. So the reason why I'm bringing this up, the reason why we're talking about this is I personally never had the opportunity to be like, this is my final year. I'm going to give it all, whatever. Do you guys in the chat here today, over here at Facebook.com and, of course, YouTube.com, do you guys think that putting a time limit on your season motivates you more or motivates you less? Now, I can say, because I coach high school ball, and I see a lot of seniors, right? They really don't grasp the idea like, hey, this could be the last time ever that I strap on the pads. Because, you do have those 5, 6, 8 kids that are going on to the next level, going on to college, to JUCO colleges, Division II, Division III, whatever, right? But you have those handful of guys that are just never really good enough to really make it, and they seem to kind of take it the hardest. So Brandon Graham has said this is his final year of the NFL, and I think this is kind of a good thing for NFL players when they can say, hey, this is my final year. This is what I'm going to do. Ride with me, right? When we think of, quote, the final ride on a lot of people, Jerome Bennis comes to mind. I don't think he announced it beginning of the year, but I think he announced it when the Pittsburgh Steelers made the playoffs, right? He he said, hey, guys, this is my last ride. Let's make it memorable. Let's get to the top. Obviously, the Pittsburgh Steelers did ultimately what they were 16. I think they rattled off wins in wild card division championship game, made it to the Super Bowl, ultimately won the Super Bowl. So the question's out there. Is it a good thing to put a time limit on the rest of your career? Is it a bad thing to put a time limit on the end of your career? But if you guys are just joining us here, Brandon Graham said this is his final year of the NFL or of his NFL career. So hopefully he ends out on tops and comes out healthy. Speaking of final years, Michael Gallup, 6-year wide receiver, many times with the Dallas Cowboys. The last 6 years were with the Dallas Cowboys, but this season he went to the Las Vegas Raiders, said, hey, let's make a run. And Michael Gallup like, nope. Sorry, Raider fans, I'm done. Sorry, Raider fans, I don't want you guys no more. Michael Gallup has officially announced his retirement today from the NFL, sparring his little brief tenure with the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, I had every anticipation of sitting here dogging the Las Vegas Raiders organization. I had every intention of sitting here saying, hey, Michael Gallup is a top receiver in the NFL. He could have gone to probably 15 or 17 teams in the NFL and been the number one receiver. Carolina, New England, Denver, LA, the list goes on. He was a top receiver, I feel, in the NFL for a pretty long time. I'm not saying top 10, but he was a good, solid number 2 guy on the Dallas Cowboys for many, many, many years. What's up, Mark D? So when I look at Michael Gallup's career, 6 years in the NFL, he called it quits. Usually, when players call it quits, it is not because their ability is slacking. It is not because they don't want to play on Sundays. It is not because they don't think that they can still put up the numbers and the production, right? It's usually beyond that, right? The mental preparation between Tuesdays and Saturdays is just tough. The wear and tear on the body, the mental strain, the studying, the consistent traveling across the world, right? The consistency of missing of your family. So I wanted to jump on here and I wanted to dog the Las Vegas Raiders organization for sucking the fun out of life. But Michael Gallup, I have to respect your decision because there have been players out there that have beaten themselves up when their heart really isn't, right? Barry Sanders, right? His final year, he's like, I'm done. Prime of his career, he gone, right? There are many times when players hang on a little too long, and Michael Gallup maybe saved himself from embarrassment, from getting cut from the Las Vegas Raiders because his heart's not in it, because his mindset's not in it. Darren Waller just retired, a few weeks ago, right? Who was the receiver for the Buffalo Bills that retired right before the season started? We're like, what? That's kind of weird. I mean, players do it all the time, so we have to respect the concept. Like, this is the time of year where if your heart, if you have 1 foot out, you might as well just hang it up. Hang it up. Derek's in the chat. What's up, Derek? He says, I think it's a personal decision for him and his family. The travel, the intensity, and the body has to match. I think he's good from the outside looking in. Yes, and I agree, Derek. I think Michael Gallup is a really, really good receiver. But we have to understand the mental strain of an NFL season or a season in general. Baseball, football, basketball, soccer. The strain on your body and mindset through any type of season, it is tough. Right now, in my high school, we are going through the dog days of summer. Let's just be honest. We have been at it for about 3 weeks now. We're getting a little banged up. We're getting tired of hitting each other. It's 100 degrees outside. Tensions are getting a little short fused. Fights are starting to break out. But there's just sometimes you just right. But Michael Gallup has officially retired from the NFL. And speaking of retirement, WB Ant is no longer retired. He is back here as the everydayer right here at NFL Talk. Man Hour NFL Talk, guys. So we are live every Monday through Friday, 2:30 East Coast time. Be sure to join us anytime you guys chance. Of course, we got clips. Every 3 hours, we upload the clips. We got the forums as well, so go over there and talk your shit if you want to. Speaking of talking shit, Mr. Tyreek Hill. Mr. Tyreek Hill was asked about his 2,000-yard goal from last season. Mr. Tyreek Hill last season said, I'm going to go for 2,000 yards. I'm going to get 2,000 yards, and I'm going to break the record. This year, he has a different mindset. This year, he's like, it'll be selfish of me, selfish, that's it, right? Selfish of me to go for 2,000 yards. It'll be selfish of me to be worried about the individual stat. It'll be selfish of me to worry about me, when we have an ultimate big goal, as in winning the championship. Obviously, Tyreek Hill, guys, was very, very close of breaking the 2,000-yard mark last season. I think he ended up with 1,700 yards off the top of my head, but he missed a couple games. If he would have played all 17 games, he would have very easily have broken the record. So for everybody in the chat, simple yes or no question. Does Tyreek Hill, break the 2,000-yard mark this season? And if he does break the 2,000 mark this season, do you have to put an asterisk by it? Do you have to put an asterisk by it because of the 17-game season? Obviously, nobody has ever done that in the NFL. It's been close. A couple 1,900-yard seasons, right? Calvin Johnson, I believe, is the highest one. I should have checked that before I jumped on, but I think Calvin Johnson is the one that holds the record for the most yardage in the season. But does he break the 2,000-yard mark? Let me know. Let me know. But guys, that is enough bantering back and forth about news that's going across the NFL. That is enough bantering about 2,000 yards and retirement and a little bit of this and a little bit of that. It is time to talk about the Houston Texans. That's right, Zach. The Houston Texans, guys. Before we move on to 2024, we have to talk about 2023. 2023, the Houston Texans kind of, quote, shocked the world, right? They had a rookie quarterback in C.J. Stroud. They had a rookie head coach in D'Amico Ryans. And the Houston Texans weren't really slated to do anything at all, right? They even started out the season pretty sluggish with losses over to the Ravens and then the Colts, and then they started to rattle off some wins. They started to get hot. Wins over Jacksonville and Pittsburgh, the Saints, wins over the Bucks, Bengals, and Cardinals. And the list just keeps going on. They laddered off a lot of wins. C.J. Stroud looked like a very, very polished professional quarterback. I don't think he threw his first interception like week 13. And it's not like he was nickel and diming down the field. They were pushing the ball down the field. He had a 300-yard game. He had 250-yard games. Hell, he almost had a 400-yard game versus the Indianapolis Colts. Let's just be honest. The Houston Texans, guys, kind of came out of nowhere and kind of shocked the world. They shocked the world because week 18, the Indianapolis Colts running back dropped a gimme pass for the Colts for the chance to win the game. And ultimately, they won that game, and the Houston Texans finished the season 10-7, getting into the wild card game, playing the mighty, mighty Cleveland Browns in the wild card game, destroying Joe Flacco and the Cleveland Browns, and ultimately losing to the Baltimore Ravens in the divisional round. This offseason, they had a pretty good offseason. Let's just be honest. They added pieces like Joe Mixon. They just picked up Cam Akers. They traded for Stephon Diggs, which is now on a career or on a contract year. They combined his last 3 years of his contract, gave him all the money, said, hey, this is your prove it year, man. Prove it to us. Also picked up Danielle Hunter. Guys, the Houston Texans added all the right pieces this offseason. The Houston Texans got better on the offense by age and experience. The Houston Texans got better in the front office by hiring a coach like D'Amico Ryans, right? The Houston Texans, guys, are arguably in the conversation for AFC Championship, Super Bowl, winning the South. That argument is right there week after week, day after day on many of the platforms that I follow and listen to. But I got to say it here first. The Houston Texans, guys, are going to take a couple of steps back this season. The Houston Texans are not only going to take a couple of steps back this season, they're going to digress, the whole team as a whole. I'm not saying that they're a bad team. I'm not saying that they're not well coached. I'm not saying C.J. Stroud's a bust. I'm not saying Stephon Diggs is a cancer in the locker room. I'm not saying all that. I'm actually saying they got better on every aspect of the ball, but their schedule this season is tough. The Houston Texans arguably have one of the hardest schedules in the 2024 NFL season. They play the Ravens. They play the Chiefs. They play the Titans, right? They play the Buffalo Bills. They play the Miami Dolphins. They have a very, very tough schedule. And we're going to break down each and every game for you guys right here, right now. But first, we got to talk to my man, WB Ant. He says Odell will get 30 to 40 catches, so I agree he won't reach the 2,000 yards. James Chambers in the chat. Speaking of everydayers, James isn't here. He says, I think Waddle gets more catches this year and will cause Hill not to reach 2,000 yards in 17 games. Very, very true. Casey also says, I read something where Hill averages 1 kid per every 800 yards. I shared that on our Facebook page. And my wife wasn't very happy about it. But it is what it is. But let's talk about some Houston Texans guy. Get that off there. Week number 1. A game that I have circled on my calendar. This Sunday afternoon game, I am pretty excited to watch this game. I'm actually thinking about getting tickets to go to this game. Houston Texans season tickets are sold out, but this game's at Indy. Their tickets are sold out as well. It's going to be tough to get a ticket to this game because I think this game ultimately might decide the division. But Buck, it's week 1. There's so much more to play. I get it. But when you start a division game week 1, 2 of the top teams in the AFC South battling, this game could decide the division right off the bat. Right off the bat, I've seen Texans practice the last 4 or 5 days. The defense looks pretty good. The defense looks flying around. The defense is having fun. The scheme looks really, really good. Danielle Hunter seems like an excellent fit for the Houston Texans right now. Offense has seemed a little sluggish. Granted, they do have Joe Mixon out. Tank Dell hasn't really played. John Mechie is still kind of in and out, right? I do think the Texans defense will step up, average 24, 25 points a game. I think the defense will be a top 15 defense in the NFL. But week number 1, Houston Texans lose to the Indianapolis Colts week 1. Anthony Richards is a really good athlete. Really, really, really good. The Colts look damn near unstoppable with him in the game for 3 games last season. I think the Colts get the better of the Houston Texans come week 1, and this just might decide the division. I understand it's week 1. I get it. I get it. But this game might decide the division. James says this game definitely sets a tone for the AFC South right off the rip. And especially since this is the only AFC South division we see in like until week 9, I think it is. And the Colts and Texans play again. And then you have a bunch of games toward the very end. Like I'm not going to get into the schedule, how I hate it too much, but yeah, definitely must see TV. And Ant says it best. Stroud versus AR is must-see TV. Think about this, guys. Wrap this around your head. The veteran in the AFC South in the quarterback room is Trevor Lawrence. And he's going, in his 5th year? Like, the AFC South, guys, has an opportunity to be good for a very, very long time. Texans and Colts aren't going anywhere anytime soon. Jaguars could potentially get better. The Titans are up and coming. We talked about them yesterday. They're a 10-win team. The AFC South is really, really, really good, guys. And yes, CJ Stroud and AR is going to be must-see TV for the next 10 years, right? They're going to be good. James says, I like the pick. Texans are going to need a couple games to work out the kinks on all their new pieces. This is facts. This is 100% facts. But lucky for them, they play a team in the Chicago Bears at home in week 2. Now, I have spoke highly of the Chicago Bears. I said they're going to be competitive in every game this season. However, I only have them winning 6 games this season, 7 tops. I don't think the Bears' record is going to reflect of how actually good and actually how talented they are on the offense or on the team in general. But the Houston Texans, they start working out the kinks, right? The offense starts looking really high-powered. Stephon Diggs is starting to eat. Mechie is getting his right. Tank Dell is starting to find his spot as a number 2, number 3 receiver in this offense. Joe Mixon and Damian Pierce is really starting to get that nice 1-2 punch going. Week number 2, I think the Texans get their first win of the season. It's a good game. It's a 21-17, 24-21 type of score. It's a one-score game, but the Houston Texans come out on top in this week 2, giving them first win of the season. Moving us on to week number 3. Week number 3. Houston Texans travel to Minneapolis to take on the Vikings and Sam Darnold. Now, I have heard rumblings between my Vikings insider group that I'm in. So, guys, I have a lot of insiders credentialed people that go to these practices and inside the locker room. So they hear a lot of things, and I'm not for sure if they can report it or not. But I asked them, hey, how does Sam Darnold look at camp? And they said Sam Darnold looks terrible. They said Sam Darnold acts like he doesn't want to be there. They said J.J. McCarthy's on this cloud 9, and they would not shock them one bit if J.J. McCarthy does take the starting position. Now, if Sam Darnold starts week 3 for the Minnesota Vikings versus the Houston Texans, the Texans are going to walk all over the Minnesota Vikings. Hell, let's just be honest. If J.J. McCarthy starts week 3 for the Minnesota Vikings, the Houston Texans are going to walk all over the Minnesota Vikings. Danielle Hunter wants to get his old team. Danielle Hunter wants to embarrass the Minnesota Vikings play after play, drive after drive, quarter after quarter. This is going to be a long game for the Minnesota Vikings. Let's just be flat and honest. It's going to be a long game, and the Houston Texans get their second win of the season, back-to-back wins going into week 4. Now, we talked about week 1, how this could potentially be the deciding factor of the AFC South, the Colts versus the Texans, right? This week 4 game versus the Jacksonville Jaguars, this game is very intriguing to me because when we spoke about the Jaguars a couple days ago, Monday, right? I told you guys that I don't like them. I don't like what they did this offseason. I don't like their stadium. I don't like their owner. I don't like nothing about the Jacksonville Jaguars this season. But somehow, some way, they always seem to win in Houston. They always seem to kind of come in and spoil a homecoming, spoil a good game for the Houston Texans. The Texans right now are on a 2-game winning streak, obviously over the Vikings and the Bears. Looking like a really good team. Offense is gelling. Stephon Diggs is eating. The whole team is eating. Defense is playing lights out. And it doesn't stop week 4. They continue into the drama, into week 4, smacking the Jacksonville Jaguars around, giving them the 3rd win of the season, giving us into week 5. Week 5. Test game. A measuring stick game, as some people like to call it. Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen come into NRG Stadium to take on the Houston Texans and CJ Stroud. Potentially an AFC Championship preview. A potential winner-take-all. This game could potentially be for the number 1 overall seed in the AFC. Buffalo Bills did trade Stephon Diggs to the Houston Texans this season. Stephon Diggs, I feel, kind of wanted out of Buffalo for a while. Finally got his wish. Stephon Diggs gets his bread in this game. Stephon Diggs earns his $25 million that he's getting paid this season in this game. Stephon Diggs goes off in week 5 for 5 tutties. Stephon Diggs is probably going to be untouched from from the day this snap starts to the very final whistle. He's going to be untouched, running up and down the field. Give the man the ball in this week 5 game over and over and over again. The Houston Texans not only beat the Buffalo Bills week 5, they dominate the Buffalo Bills week 5. The Buffalo Bills are kind of like acting like the way they played the Dallas Cowboys last season. Anything they could do, they could not do wrong. That's how the Houston Texans will look against the Buffalo Bills week 5. 4-game winning streak at this particular point. Week number 6, riding sky high. Wins off the Jaguars and Buffalo Bills and the Vikings and the Bears back-to-back weeks. Let's travel to Massachusetts. Foxborough, Massachusetts, take on the New England Patriots, Jacoby Brissett. We talked about yesterday how potentially Drake May could start for the New England Patriots week 1. If that were to happen, the New England Patriots have no shot in this game. If Drake May starts for the New England Patriots week 6, give me the Houston Texans plus 50. They're going to run all over the Patriots. But Jacoby Brissett gives a whole new dynamic to the New England Patriots. Jacoby Brissett is the type of player that is not going to wow you by stats. He's not going to lose you a game. He's not going to win you a game. But he's going to be a size solid quarterback. He's going to be a nice game managing quarterback in this game. The Patriots defense is not bad. Running back's not bad. The rest of the team kind of sucks. And that's exactly where the Houston Texans win this game. Their front four wins this game for them in this week 6 game, giving them a 5-game winning streak. Danielle Hunter could get a couple sacks in this game. Danielle Hunter is a type of player that doesn't wow you with stats either, right? You know, he is like he doesn't make a lot of huge plays, but when you look at him at the end of the day, you're like, damn, this guy had 12 tackles, 2 sacks. I don't remember any of that. But right now, I got the Houston Texans on a 5-game winning streak. They go into Foxborough and they beat the New England Patriots. And right now, like my man says, it's Houston all day, baby. It's Houston all day, baby. But slow it down. Pump the brakes. Add it up. Simmer plus down plus now equals simmer down now. And that's what the Houston Texans fan base needs to do right now. Yes, I do understand the Houston Texans right now are 5-1. Yes, I do understand right now the Houston Texans look unstoppable. Yes, I understand right now that defense can't. Nobody can move the ball on the defense right now. I get it. But Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers are a different breed this season. Jordan Love is going to be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL in the next few days. We're going to be talking about it, I'm sure, probably by Monday of next week. We're going to see him $57 million deal. We're going to see it. But the Green Bay Packers rain on the Houston Texans parade. Rain on the parade. Houston Texans have been clicking 5 games in a row. Wins over the Bears, the Vikings, the Jaguars, the Buffalo Bills, and the Patriots. But Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers put a rain on that parade. The Green Bay Packers win at home, stopping the Houston Texans winning streak. James Frank is an everydayer as well. He says CJ Stroud is him. He knows this year is going to be hard. That boy will put in the work. His coach knows too well. Listen, I'm not saying CJ Stroud is not going to put in the work. I'm not saying that the Houston Texans as a whole is not going to put in the work. But their tough schedule is tough, baby. Lose to the Packers. Week number 8. Back at home. Fresh off the second loss of the season. Indianapolis Colts coming to town. Flashback to week 1. Great game. Colts come out on top. Week number 8, I think, is a different story. Week number 8, we see a ground and pound game. We arguably have 2 top 10 running backs in this game, in Jonathan Taylor and Joe Mixon. I feel this is the type of game that we're going to see a lot of rushing yards. Not because the passing games are just not very good, just because the running games are just going to go off in this game. You hear it all the time. When other receivers, other quarterbacks play against somebody that is equal or superior to their level, they want to step up and they want to show out. Joe Mixon wants to step up and show out that he's better than JT. JT wants to step up and show out that he's better than Joe Mixon. We want to see it. They want to see it. I think week 8, the Houston Texans come out on top, splitting the series with the Colts this season. Week number 9. Week number 9, Thursday Night Football. CJ Stroud versus Aaron Rodgers in the big not-so-apple in New Jersey. What? Right? Houston Texans are still kind of... They were on a roll. They were hot. We've been talking about them a lot. ESPN, CBS, Fox, NBC, Man Hour, Luke G, whoever you want to listen to, Wayne G on the NFL experts with Mark. They'll be talking a lot of Houston Texans. And I'm not for sure the Houston Texans are ready for that spotlight. I'm not for sure if the Houston Texans are ready for that additional pressure. I'm not for sure if the Houston Texans are ready to be in. To be them. Week number 9, Thursday Night Football shows it. They go into MetLife Stadium in New Jersey, and they shit the bed versus the Jets. They shit the bed versus the Jets. They just kind of just forget to show up. Whether they're tired, whether they're kind of maybe overlooking the Jets. For some reason, I just think they forget to show up in this game, and the Jets give them their 3rd loss on the season. Then week number 10 rolls around. Week number 10 rolls around. Fresh off of a mini bye week. The Detroit Lions are probably fresh off with loss as well, if not 2 in a row at this particular point. Many people are probably hyping this game up as a potential Super Bowl matchup. Many people are hyping this game up as, hey, the winner of this game wins the Super Bowl. What I got to say to that? Slow it down, baby. Slow it down. Pump those brakes. But this is the keys to the ignition. Hot and fresh out the kitchen. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. But the Houston Texans bounced back off of an embarrassing loss to the New York Jets, and they beat the Detroit Lions. They beat the Detroit Lions. CJ Stroud steps up, and all of a sudden we're talking to him about MVP. All of a sudden we are talking about comeback player. Every award is coming to the Houston Texans after they beat the Detroit Lions in this Week 10 game. Because they look that dominant. They look that good. A mini bye week is what the team needed, right? To kind of get right. They got a week, 14 bye? It's tough. It's hard out here for a pimp. Houston Texans beat the Detroit Lions. James says, nope. Nope. Detroit Lions win. Flashback to the Jets game. WB Ant says, if the Rodgers isn't playing, Texans wins. But if Rodgers is playing, look out, baby. Look out, look out, look out. But I do think the Houston Texans bounced back from the Jets win and beat the Detroit Lions. And then we got the Battle of the Lone Star State. On Monday Night Football, you have the Houston Texans traveling to the Dallas Cowboys, America's team, to take on Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys. This game, going to be a lot of eyes on it, right? Going to be a lot of eyes on this particular game. Dallas Cowboys always start the first half of the season super hot. Houston Texans were super hot at some point. They kind of simmered down right now, but they're kind of back up on the train up, right? Kind of back up on the train up. My man Jim Powell is in the chat. Pigskin pundit himself says CJ Stroud is him. Is he though? Because the Dallas Cowboys are going to smack the little boys of the big state of Texas, the big country of Texas, as they like to say. And the Dallas Cowboys walk all over the Houston Texans on Monday Night Football. Travion Diggs, a couple pick sixes. Sorry, CJ Stroud. It's time for you to get your initiation. Diggs takes you to the pick 6. Zeke Elliott, we're going to see flashes of old Zeke Elliott. He wants to show up and show Joe Mixon, hey, I'm still him, brother. Dak Prescott, top 3 quarterback in the NFL himself, shows it why in this game. Going to put up those stats yards, 400 patties, 400 passing yards, three or four tutties. Zeke finds the end zone. Houston Texans are like, I don't know what to do with my hands. Jim Powell says CJ smokes Dak's replacement. As in Trey Lance. Not going to happen. James Frank says Texans beat the Dallas Cowboys at home by a field goal. Okay. If you are a script writer, I like it. Monday Night Football, make you tune in to the very end. Catch those commercials. And James thinks whoever has the ball last wins the game. He thinks it's going to be a shootout. I think week 11, the Dallas Cowboys embarrassed the Houston Texans, put out the blueprint to beat them, and this is where the wheels fall off the wagon for the Houston Texans. Week number 4, Tennessee Titans come into town. A much improved, a really underrated Tennessee Titans. They come in and they embarrass the Houston Texans. The blueprint is out there. The Tennessee Titans follow it to a T, and they beat the Houston Texans. 12-13 points. 2-game losing streak. 2-game losing streak. Man, they need a bye week, and they need it quick. Well, guess what? Week 13 isn't a bye week either. Probably some nicks and aches and pains are starting to add up. Man, we got to play another division team. Florida sucks to play in. Jacksonville Jaguars, newly highest paid quarterback in the NFL, Trevor Lawrence, finally gets a dub. Houston Texans lose 3 games in a row. After starting sky high to the moon, baby, they have come crashing back down. They have said, oh, we are an average team. Now, they're still a good team. They're still a good team. Very, very deep. Very, very skilled. But their schedule's tough. Week 14 bye week is a blessing and a curse all at the same time. The blessing is you only have, 5 games till the playoffs. Right? The curse is we just played 13 games in a row, and we needed a bye week about 2 weeks ago. They're tired. They're wore out. Bye week is needed. Collect their thoughts. Get back on track. Because you're going to need to get back on track because week 15, the Miami Dolphins and Tua come into town. If you talk to my man Arthur Brown, this is an AFC Championship preview. If you talk to a more realistic fan, this is a potential wild card preview. If this game was in Miami, it would be Miami Dolphins all day, every day. But this game is in Houston. Granted, it is inside in a dome, but the Houston Texans are going to come back. They're going to bounce back fresh off of a bye week, fresh off a 3-game losing streak. They bounce back and they beat the Miami Dolphins at the week 15 game. They bounce back and they battle them. It's a close game. It could potentially be a shootout. Houston Texans are built to win a shootout, and I think they win this game. James Chamberlain says, my Dolphins going to light them Texans up, baby. And James Frank says, damn, there's a lot of Jameses here. Hey, I appreciate you guys. All you everydayers, I appreciate y'all. Appreciate it. Especially my man Casey. Casey, yesterday, right after the show was over, he's like, hey, Amari Cooper just got signed to the Bills, yo. Nice little discussion. Shout out to Casey. Week 16. Houston Texans think they're top dogs again. The Houston Texans think that, hey, we've beaten the Dolphins. We've beaten the Bills. We've beaten the Detroit Lions. Put us up there with those conversations. And Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs like, not so fast, my friend. Nah. You're coming into Arrowhead in December thinking you can upset us, thinking you can beat us. Who do you think you are, the Las Vegas Raiders? Not going to happen. Houston Texans drop an egg to the Kansas City Chiefs. Kansas City Chiefs are them right now. They're that damn good. Week 17. Baltimore Ravens come into town. Baltimore Ravens come into town. Last season, Houston Texans lost twice to the Baltimore Ravens. One to begin the season, one to end the season. The Baltimore Ravens right now are probably in a position where they're basically battling for the first overall seed. The Baltimore Ravens probably got the AFC North locked up. The Baltimore Ravens really aren't playing for a whole lot. You're going to probably see a vanilla defense, a vanilla offense. Hell, Lamar Jackson may not even play this game. Let's just be honest. But I think the Houston Texans beat the Baltimore Ravens. Now, if this was a playoff game, Houston or Baltimore all day. Baltimore is better in every aspect on the field versus the Houston Texans. But Texans are at home. Texans are right now are battling for a playoff spot, a potential AFC North spot. They have everything to play for, everything to lose. The Baltimore Ravens just basically have everything to things to lose. Injuries to Derrick Henry, injuries to Lamar Jackson. Houston Texans come out on top. That gives me a 9-8 record going into week 18. Gives me a 9-8 record going into week 18. We potentially have a 3-way tie in the AFC South going into week 18. Tie between the Titans, Colts, and Texans. All sitting at 9 wins right now. All sitting at 9 wins, battling for the division, battling for a playoff spot, and the Houston Texans, all they got to do is beat the Tennessee Titans in Nashville week 18. Guys, I have been high on the Tennessee Titans all offseason. I like the coaching changes. I like the naming Will Levis the starting quarterback. I like their adding Snead there. I like the addition of Calvin Ridley. Houston Texans also did really well this offseason. Stephon Diggs, Daniel Hunter, Joe Mixon. Also added a linebacker. Can't think of his name right now. But I think the Tennessee Titans ultimately sweep. That's right. Sweep the Houston Texans in this division, giving the Houston Texans a week 18 loss for a total record of 9-8. I think the Houston Texans take a couple steps back this season, not because they're a worse team, because their schedule sucks. Look at their schedule, guys, especially the back half of it. After the bye week, Dolphins, Chiefs, Ravens, Titans. Is there any harder stretch of the NFL right now than those last 4 games of the season? Besides, I guess Steelers got a pretty tough schedule the last half. But when you get a first place division, when you're not ready for, you get a schedule like this. You get a schedule that is tough. So I think the Houston Texans dropped from 10 wins last season down to 9 wins, ultimately giving them a 9-8 record on the season. Let me know what you guys think. Am I spot on? Am I wrong? Am I 100% right? Let me know. Let me know in the comments. I'll post it on facebook.com/manhour. As soon as the show is over, we can have a discussion about it. But let me get to some of these comments that I missed. James Frank says, I don't like the contract, but at least he's playing in the land another year. Talking about Amari Cooper. Basically so I looked into Amari Cooper's contract. Thanks to Casey, I had no idea it was happening until after the show. I read about it. Basically, what is happening is he got a $5 million raise, right? Or a opportunity to make $5 extra million this season with incentives, right? Catches, yards, etc. But that $20 million he is owed, is now all guaranteed money. So instead of all being, I think it was like a $10 million base that like he had, that $20 million is now guaranteed money. He got a dollar bills y'all with an opportunity to make $5 extra million a season. Still a unrestricted free agent at the end of the season. So like it or hate it, basically he got a $5 million raise, and that's about it. So we'll see what happens for Amari Cooper and the Cleveland Browns at the end of the 2024 NFL season. See if he signs another big deal, maybe a couple prove-it-year deals. I mean, he's got to be getting older, right? I think he still has some left in the tank. Probably not a number one guy by any stretch of the imagination, but still got some left in him. James says, where's Cleveland getting all this money for guaranteed contracts? So that's the great thing about having a great financial advisor, right, James? So a lot of Deshaun Watson's money was signing bonus up front, right? A lot of it was like first year, hey, here's $180 million guaranteed money signing bonus. If I remember correctly, Deshaun Watson falls off the books at the end of this season. So basically, he's in a roundabout way playing for free. Yes, he has all that guaranteed money that he got paid, but now he's just paying for free, basically, and it's not against the salary cap. So a smart general manager or whoever makes the contracts, right, they are starting to learn to make these into guaranteed contracts, i.e. signing bonuses or backloaded contracts, right? When we look at Patrick Mahomes, when he signed that 10-year, $500 million deal, right? Sounds like a lot of money, right? Sounds like, man, they're going to break the bank. But the first 3 or 4 years of that contract, he was making still only like $12 million a season. I say only. He was making very much less of his $50 million that averaged out. A lot of Patrick Mahomes' contract is backloaded. So years 7, 8, or it'd be 8, 9, 10, that's when he was really going to make a lot of his money. But as you see now, the Chiefs are still kind of just kicking the can down the road. They extended him for an extra 2 years or whatever it was. So that big cap hit kind of got kicked down the road a little bit. That's how the Chiefs can sign Chris Jones and sign the next big wide receiver and give Travis Kelce his money, kind of kick the can down the road. Cleveland is kind of the same way. WB Ant says Chiefs will lose this game where they realized that Snead was very important to that defense. Meaning, what was it, the week 16 game? Texans versus Chiefs. So obviously, guys, the Chiefs have had a top 10 defense the last couple seasons. Now, last year, 2023, they had a top 5 defense all season long. Years prior, defense didn't really come on until about week 9, week 10, and then they got hot, and then they kind of carried on. L'Jarius Sneed was a very big part of the Kansas City Chiefs defense last season, or the last 3 seasons, actually. But the Kansas City Chiefs have drafted very, very well, Ant. The Kansas City Chiefs have really built depth on their team very, very well. Just like when we lost Tyreek Hill a couple years ago. People were like, oh, you guys don't want to be shit without him, yada, yada, yada. They go out and win the Super Bowl. Addition by subtraction for the Kansas City Chiefs is a very, very good thing. Josh Williams and Trent McDuffie are really going to have to step up this season for the Kansas City Chiefs. Really going to have to step up. But secondary is a big question mark. I'm not going to try to front. I'm not going to try to front. It is a very, very big question. He also says the Titans wide receiver core is very underrated. D-Hop, Ridley, and Boyd. Let's not forget about Burks as well, right? The Tennessee Titans, guys, once they added Ridley and added Tony Pollard and L'Jarius Sneed to that team, they got a hell of a lot better. Hell of a lot better. Also naming a quarterback like Will Levis, bringing in a offensive-minded head coach and Brian Callahan. getting out pretty much everything old, right? Derrick Henry, yes, we loved you in Tennessee, but it's time for a new regime. We're no longer going to be a pound it down your throat type of team. That's why they fired their head coach, for getting his name right now. That's why they decided to let Derrick Henry basically get traded / walk. The Tennessee Titans guys are going to be a high-powered offense this season, and they still got a pretty good defense. We need to stop sleeping on the Tennessee Titans right now, because the Tennessee Titans are potentially going to win the AFC South. Potentially. Mike Vrabel. Thank you, James. Mike Vrabel is his name. Now, right now, we have the Houston Texans at 9 wins. And we got the Tennessee Titans at 10 wins. Can the Indianapolis Colts get 11 wins? Who knows? But right now, if you guys have been following along, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right now the Titans are on top of the AFC South. But that's going to be it for today's show, guys. We are going to break down the Indianapolis Colts tomorrow and then do a full recap of the AFC West, the AFC South on Friday. So if you got any birdie questions that you just want answered, you need something to fuel your thing, let me know. Let me know. But that is it for today, guys. Until next time, tomorrow, 2:30 East Coast time, we out.
Let's go.
And what is up, Man Hour Nation? Michael Buckeye here with the Man Hour, return to manhourradio.com. Check out the merchandise page, or check out the blog section as well. But most importantly, right here, right now, go over there and check out the forums. manhourradio.com /forums. Check it out. You can talk all this shit that you want over there. The only moderation is me. And I got some thick-ass skin, so if I'm deleting your post or censoring you in any way, shape, or form, you done did something wrong. I don't know what it is, but you done did something wrong. Because I'm a man of the people and like to poke the bear. But guys, this is Man Hour NFL Talk. We're live every Monday through Friday right here at Facebook.com and, of course, YouTube.com. But you can always catch a show after the fact on Spotify as well. If you like the clips form, we upload clips every 3 hours on said platforms, aka YouTube and Facebook. So as we continue our trek across the AFC South, we've already talked about the Jaguars, we've already talked about the Titans, we've already talked about the Houston Texans, but today and today only, we are going to talk about the Indianapolis Colts. We have to talk about how the Indianapolis Colts could quite arguably be one of the darlings in the AFC. We have to talk about how the Indianapolis Colts can shock the entire AFC South. We have to talk about how the Indianapolis Colts can make a potential Super Bowl run. But before we get into that, we have to talk about the 2023 NFL season. Obviously, brand new head coach in 2023, rookie quarterback as well. Quarterback goes down week 3. Tough loss. He's out for the season. Insert Gardner Minshew. Injuries pretty much plagued the Colts all season long. But they had an opportunity. They had an opportunity to make the playoffs at 8-8 they were sitting at 9-8 going into week 18. All they had to do was beat the Houston Texans. All they had to do was catch a pass, walking in the end zone, and they dropped it. They dropped it and ultimately missed the playoffs with the 9-8 record. Obviously, Gardner Minshew is no longer on the team. Anthony Richardson is back, should be fully healthy 100% come week 1. Insert a little bit of Joe Flacco as some security blanket as the background or as a backup, a little bit of insurance just in case, and that veteran leadership as well. But this season, guys, there's a lot of turmoil around the Indianapolis Colts. There's a lot of what ifs with the Indianapolis Colts. There's a lot of they got an easy schedule, but also health concerns as well with the Indianapolis Colts. And that has been their MO for the last several seasons. Before we start breaking them down, before we start talking about the Indianapolis Colts, we got to welcome my man Mark D in the chat. It says, what up, Buck? Mark Diaz quickly becoming an everydayer over here at Man Hour NFL Talk. Welcome to the show, Mark. Hope you have a great old time. And we're going to talk about the Indianapolis Colts all day today. Also got my man James Franken here, another top fan and another everydayer. It says, Flacco around and find out, baby. I like that. That is going to go on a shirt. Flacco around and find out. Merch is going to be launched on the website tomorrow. I'm going to make it as soon as the show's over. James, you get all the credit in the world. I'm going to flat out be honest. I'm going to steal it from you, but I'm going to give you some credit. We'll give you 10%. 10% of all the profits made off of those t-shirts, James, goes directly to you. Oh, he said he already got it? What? There's already a shirt made? Well, some gun. I guess that's out the window. I guess that is out the window. But today, guys, I just want to be very transparent. We are going to have a short show today, a shorter show, maybe about half hour, 25 minutes. My little man gets off the bus for the first day of school, and I want to be out there to greet him when he does get home here about 3 o'clock here on the East Coast time. So we'll be talking about a lot of Indianapolis Colts right here. And topic number one for the Indianapolis Colts is when I was looking at the Colts from last season, obviously injuries plagued the Indianapolis Colts a lot last season. They could have been a really good AFC South champion, playoff winner too, but injuries plagued them a lot. One of the biggest injuries that I think that the Indianapolis Colts had last season was Braden Smith. Braden Smith is their right guard. Braden Smith, guys, has not allowed a sack in 2 seasons. Let me repeat that for you one more time for the people in the back. Braden Smith has not allowed a sack for the Indianapolis Colts in 2 seasons. Yes, I know last year you only played about 8 or 9 games, but the simple fact of the matter, when Braden Smith is in there, the Indianapolis Colts are a one hell of a team. They are night and day difference when Braden Smith is in there. Let's flash back to week 18 last season, playing the Houston Texans. Braden Smith and Jonathan Taylor were both in there, both healthy, and Jonathan Taylor's getting 10 yards a pop, 11 yards a pop. It was boom, 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 all game long. Braden Smith ultimately goes out, and I think it's the late third quarter, early fourth quarter is when his injuries finally succumbed to him for the season. He just couldn't fight through it. Jonathan Taylor, all of a sudden, 2 yards a carry, 3 yards a carry. So you go from 10 yards a carry to 3 yards a carry in the same game just when Braden Smith goes down. So one of the biggest circle your player for the Indianapolis Colts this season is got to be Braden Smith. If Braden Smith is able to play all 17 games for the Indianapolis Colts this season, there's going to be a lot of success in Indianapolis. A lot of success. Good afternoon, James. He says, kids always come first, baby. I know. I love my little mans. But Braden Smith, guys, Braden Smith is the bread and butter on that offensive line, and he is going to be healthy all season long. And he is going to be that anchor on that really stout offensive line, right? They have Rainman, which has kind of battled injuries as well. He needs to stay in the game as well. Still got Quentin Nelson as well. But when you look at the Colts offensive line, once you go past those starters, last season it fell off a lot. Blake Freeland was not very good when Braden Smith went out. Blake Freeland was a huge drop-off when Braden Smith ultimately succumbed to his injuries, I guess you can say. But if Braden Smith can stay healthy, Indianapolis Colts are going to be good all season long. A next player that I think is going to be a very big key to the Indianapolis Colts' success this season is Michael Pittman Jr. Michael Pittman Jr. has been really a workhorse for the Indianapolis Colts. He quietly, guys, gets 1,000 yards. Seems like year after year after year. Every year it seems like Michael Pittman is at, breaking the 800, 900, 1,000-yard mark. And when you think about this, he was drafted in 2020, right? He has gone through a different quarterback every year of his NFL career. Jacoby Brissett, Carson Wentz, Anthony Richardson, right? Garner Minshew. Every season he gets a new quarterback. This year, finally, he has Anthony Richardson again. Off-season workouts, 2 seasons in a row now. Maybe they can form some type of connection, right? Like a nice little 1-2 punch. But really, beyond Braden Smith, number 2 aspect for the Indianapolis Colts is Michael Pittman Jr. Just be you. I hear like everybody say everything. Michael Pittman Jr. is not a number 1 receiver. He's not this. He's like he's not this. But he is a jack of all trades. He will go over the middle. He will get blasted and hang on to the ball. He will run your hook routes. He will run your seams. He will run your screen plays. Anthony Richardson's first touchdown last season was a 40-yard screen pass to Michael Pittman Jr. The only knock about Michael Pittman Jr. that I could possibly get on board with is he does not have that downfield separation speed. You can still throw the ball to him down the field, and he's going to go up and get it. As long as Michael Pittman Jr. is able to be himself, able to be a shell of himself, the Indianapolis Colts are going to have success. Matt Ryan was also a quarterback. Sorry. So Matt Ryan, Carson Wentz, Jacoby Brissett, 5 quarterbacks in 4 years. That's tough, baby. That's tough. But Michael Pittman Jr., as long as you are able to be yourself, as long as you are able just to get 15 targets a game, Colts are going to be successful. Last part of the Colts' success this season, Jonathan Taylor, Mr. JT himself. Last season was a decent season, right? He did have the holdout during training camp. Many people were kind of worried about what he was going to do. He ultimately did only have 700 yards last season with 7 tutties, but the last 2 games of the season, week 17 and 18, when that offensive line was finally a little bit healthy, when Michael Pittman Jr. was in there, Gardner Minshew was starting to play pretty good football, Jonathan Taylor had 300 total yards in those final 2 games. That's an average of 150 yards plus per game those final 2 games. Do you guys remember back in 2021 when Jonathan Taylor was just running over everybody? Nobody could stop that man. I remember sitting at Lucas Oil Stadium. I was in the south end zone, up in the nosebleed section, and I was just in awe watching him run. I'm like, man, who can stop this guy? First of all, back film footage is amazing. I love behind the field view. It's amazing. You see a lot more stuff than when you get your side angle, but I digress from that. But Jonathan Taylor, if he's able to average 80 yards a game, 70 yards a game, the Indianapolis Colts are going to win a lot of football games, guys. I have a lot of stock in the Indianapolis Colts this season. I like the Indianapolis Colts this season. I like them to upset a lot of teams. I like them to win a lot of football games. For some reason, my overlays did not transfer over from my email, but let me pop up the schedule for you guys. Let me pop up these games, and I have the Indianapolis Colts ultimately going 10-7. I have the Indianapolis Colts going 10-7 this season with wins over the Texans week 1, Bears week 3, Steelers week 4. We got the Titans, week 6, Dolphins week 7. That's actually the first loss of the season for the Miami Dolphins. That's a huge win for them. Then they kind of go on a 3-game losing streak. Actually, they have a really tough 5-game stretch there where from week 8 to week 14-ish, right? I had them losing to the Texans on the road, having them losing to the Vikings on the road. At home, the Buffalo Bills come in and beat them. They do beat the Jets. They go to the Lions come into town. They beat the Lions. That is a tough 5-game stretch there for the Colts this season. If they could win out of those 5 games that I just named there, if they could win 2 of those games and get at 11-6, the Indianapolis Colts could really win the AFC South. They could really win the AFC South. I have them getting hot toward the end of the season with wins over the Patriots, Broncos, Giants, and Jaguars. with the Titans loss mixed in the middle there, kind of knocking them back down to reality. But I ultimately have them going 10-7, and they do finish second in the division. Second in the division, and I do have them as a 7th seed as a wild card, right? That last game versus the Jaguars means everything for the Colts. Means everything for them. So let me know what you guys think. Is 10-7 too high, too low, or just about right for the Indianapolis Colts this season? Let me know. But until then, guys, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do a nice long show tomorrow. I got nothing going on. Little man will already be off the bus. We'll have some burning questions. We'll have all the, like all that good stuff. But until then, guys, see you tomorrow, 2:30 East Coast time, right here on Facebook.com, and of course, YouTube.com. Live, raw, uncut NFL talk. See you next time.
Your reaction.
What is up, Man Hour Nation? We are all in. Hang on, I got it. Sorry about that. I forgot to push pause. But guys, we are all in. We are all in, says Jerry Jones. We are all in. And he said, we're all in. I'm Patrick Mahomes, and we're all in again. Now, I'm a Cowboys fan. I ain't going front. I like me some Dallas Cowboys. I actually have a Dallas Cowboys football right there. Right. See right there? Yep. I got me a Micah Parsons jersey. I got me a Dak Prescott jersey. I grew up a Dallas Cowboys fan because my uncle was a Cowboys fan. I want to be just like my uncle. I thought my uncle was the coolest thing in the world. But the State of the Union, or the State of the Cowboys that Jerry Jones put on yesterday, right? Was it 2 days ago now? Whatever it was. 45 minutes of him just babbling around. I'm not going to lie, I would rather listen to Joe Biden and President Trump do another debate about who can carry their own golf clubs. Dallas Cowboys, I love you. Love you like a brother, fuck you like a sister, but y'all need to figure your boy out. Let's just be honest. Y'all need to figure your boy out right now because quite frankly, what is wrong with your boy?
Mike's thoughts.
Alrighty, guys. So this is AFC South Friday edition, recap edition. We got some burning questions that need to be answered out there. We covered all 4 teams. We've covered all, 36 plus another 18 games. Plus, Colts was a little different. We kind of just touched on the Colts a little bit, and then I had to go get the little man off of the bus. But today, if you guys got burning questions about the AFC South, if you want to know what the South is going to bring to the NFL, drop them down in the question below. I got 4 questions that I've seen a lot over the last few days, and a lot of people coming at me with my predictions and being this and being all crazy, all right? But before we get too carried away, we got to welcome James Frank to the chat. What's up, James Frank? Says, what is good, Man Hour? James, hope you have a grand old day, my man. Hope you have a grand old day. You also got James Chamberlain in the chat as well. He says, going to see Must TV when Jerry steps away. Yeah. Now, Jerry Jones obviously won't ever sell the team, right? His son will just continue that general manager role, but in a spread capacity. But when Jerry Jones is no longer to be able to be in front of the cameras and make sense and whatever, the Dallas Cowboys are completely done. I don't even know what to say about Jerry Jones. It is tough. It is tough. But guys, enough about Dallas Cowboys. Enough about Jerry Jones. Let's talk a little bit about the AFC South. John's in the chat as well. What's up, John? The AFC South, guys. These are my official standings that I think the AFC South is going to render up this season. I do have the Titans winning the division at 10-7, 4-2 in the division. Colts coming in second, tied for first place, but tiebreakers and all this other stuff. 10-7, 3-3 in the division. The Houston Texans come back in third place at 9-8, 2-4 in the division, including a sweep by the Tennessee Titans. And then the Jaguars coming in last place at 7-10 with a 3-3 conference record. Now, I fat fingered it yesterday, and for some reason I put Titans at 10-8, whatever. I'm sorry about that. I messed up. They are 10-7. They're 10-7. Have them 10 wins, 7 losses this season. Before we get too carried away, guys, what do you guys think about these standings right here? Do you agree with them? Do you disagree with them? I can tell you right now off the bat, a lot of people disagree with them. A lot of people do not like the Texans sitting at third. A lot of people do not think the Texans are going to be not winning that division again. A lot of people think that the Texans are the mans, the myth, the legends, right? And so that is one of the first burning questions that we have here right off the bat. Are the Texans going to repeat in the South? Do the Texans have a chance to repeat in the South? I mean, clearly they have a chance, right? Clearly they have a chance to repeat. They got better this offseason. Let's just be honest. They got better this offseason. They added Stephon Diggs, a great wide receiver. How he's going to fit into that young core to be determined, right? They picked up Joe Mixon and Cam Akers, adding depth to that running back room. Another year with DeMeco Ryans. I'm sorry. Another year under the belt with C.J. Stroud, picked up Danielle Hunter. They got better. They weren't sleeping in the offseason like the Dallas Cowboys. They were out there pounding the streets, getting better, and actually working hard. The reason that I think they will not repeat as AFC South champions is because last season they wouldn't have won the division if Trey Sermon would have caught that pass for the Indianapolis Colts to basically seal the game. Very last play of the game, wide open, hit him in his hands. He turned, made a step, and just dropped the pass. Ridiculous, right? The Colts would have won the division, went to the playoffs, won the South. Ultimately, the Texans did do it. Now, when I say that the Texans will not repeat, it's not because they're a bad team. I want to put that emphasis out there. I believe in a speech class long ago, we said we had to say something 3 times for you to catch on to it. So let me tell you for you 3 times in a row here. Texans are not that bad. Texans are not that bad. The Texans are not that bad. But the rest of the division got better. Titans got hell of a lot better. Arguably the best receiving core in the South, if not the NFL. The Indianapolis Colts, if healthy, going to be pretty unstoppable. Keyword there, if healthy. That's topic number 2 coming up. But the Houston Texans, guys, not only did the rest of the division get better, their schedule sucks. Let's just be honest. They got a hard-ass schedule. Week number 1, they're at Indianapolis. I believe it was Ant that said C.J. Stroud and AR is going to be must-see TV for many, many years to come. Exactly right. Must-see TV week 1 on the road. Then you play the Chicago Bears. Then you play a Vikings team that could shock some people. And then you play the Buffalo Bills, a good Buffalo Bills team, a great Packers team, a great Colts team, a Jets team that is totally up in the air. They could be really good or really bad depending on Aaron Rodgers' health, right? Then you play the Detroit Lions, the Dallas Cowboys, the Kansas City Chiefs, and then the Ravens. Those are all potential losses in this season. Most of them I have as losses. So that is why the Texans will not repeat in the South, is not because they're not a good team. They are a good team. They could potentially be a great team, but their schedule is tough. It is a tough schedule, baby. Damn. John says, I agree, but I think the Jaguars will lose a few more. The Jaguars are a tough cookie to crack, right? When we talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars here, I think it's topic number 3 that I have, segment 3. They are honestly a tough cookie to crack. I don't like the Jaguars at all. 7 wins, I was like, I honestly think they're probably a 4 or 5 win team. They picked off a couple of Ravens, Darby to add to that secondary, right? They picked up Gabe Davis. the Jaguars are just a tough cookie to really understand. But they probably do get a few more losses. Ant says, I disagree. He says, slow it down, baby. Slow it down, baby. The Titans are not winning that division. Let me pop those games back up for you. Ant says the Titans are not winning the division. If it's not the Titans, Ant, then who is it? I mean, obviously the Texans have a really good opportunity. 9 wins, and first place is at 10 wins, right? They beat the Titans one time this season. That could move them from third place to first place. The AFC South might be the best division in football. I know we're talking very, very high. What was that? Get off there. My watch is talking to me. I know we're talking very, very high of the AFC North, which we'll be breaking down next week, Ant. But the AFC South is so slept on that if you overlook them, they're going to come up and bite you in the ass. Whether it's the Jaguars, whether it's the Colts, Titans, and Texans. Stop sleeping on the AFC South, guys. They are a freaking good division. Good division. John says, I do have the Titans and Colts switched up, though. I think the Colts win the division. And, John, I do have to agree with you. When I first started to kind of break down the schedule in my mind, I'm like, yes, the Colts are going to win the division. But then I went to my V2 playoff predictor here, and I started picking the wins and the losses, and the tiebreaker went to the Tennessee Titans. Now, just like the Titans, right? Or the Texans even. 1 win here, 1 loss here could move them from first place to fourth place. The AFC South is really, really, really tight. So to tell me that the Colts could win the division, absolutely. I would be on board with that 100%. To tell me that the Texans are going to win the division, 100%, I agree with that. The Jaguars win the division, 100%, I agree with that. Anybody in this division can win. Can win. 1 win here, 1 loss there, shakes everything up. Shakes everything up. But I do not think that the Texans will ultimately repeat this season because they do got a lot of light on them. They got a lot of pressure on them. CJ Stroud, sophomore slump, right? Is he going to perform again like the way he did before? Is he going to be able to, not throw an interception until week 13 again? There's a lot of questions surrounding the Houston Texans, and arguably so. James Frank says, I think the Texans either take it or at least second. I think CJ Stroud will know what a sophomore slump is. So if CJ Stroud does have a sophomore slump, James, let's say CJ Stroud comes out week number 1 versus the Colts, kind of has a sluggish game, throws an interception or 2, just doesn't find the end zone, just a very sluggish, nasty game, right? Then he rebounds versus the, I think they play the Bears week 2, right? Another sluggish, bad game. The Bears have a sneakily good defense. If the Houston Texans and CJ Stroud does have a sophomore slump, I don't think with the slump you can win the division. I don't think if CJ Stroud has a sophomore slump, meaning he takes a step back this season or 2 steps, kind of gets loose with the football, finds the other team more times than not. That is tough sledding for the Houston Texans because this division is so tight. He cannot have a sophomore slump. He cannot have a sophomore slump. James Chamberlain says, yeah, that schedule is tough. It all depends if CJ gets a sophomore slump. Again, sophomore slump. Sophomore slump is big keys. Big keys this year is sophomore slumps, right? Is Will Levis going to have that sophomore slump? Is Anthony Richardson going to have that sophomore/rookie slump? He's technically still a rookie, I think. Is Trevor Lawrence going to have the contract blues? I got paid. I don't want to play no more. You guys brought up Justin Houston last week, right? We will see. We'll see. Mark D is in the chat. What's up, Mark? Hope you're having a grand old day, man. James right here, speaking the truth. Speaking the truth here. He says the Titans got a hell of a lot better, but we will see how long it takes them to learn the new system. Not only do the Titans have a new quarterback, not only do the Titans have a new number one receiver, not only do the Titans have a new number one running back, not only do the Titans have a new number one defensive player in Janarius Sneed, they also have a new head ball coach. There's a lot of things changing. There's a lot of moving parts in Tennessee. When their first preseason game kicks off, I think it's August 10th, right here in about 15 days. We're going to see a lot of that. We are going to see what kind of offense they're going to have out there. Everything I've seen from practice so far, a lot of spread offense, a lot of 4 wide receivers, a lot of single high back, right? A lot of passing. Running game, what? 10 times a game, maybe, right? Titans got a hell of a lot better. And Casey Morgan's in the chat. What's up, Casey? He says, this division is going to be fun to watch. This is the first time, I mean, obviously I am a Chiefs fan at heart. I bleed red. Cowboys is my secondary passive team, right? But I have a lot of eyes this season on the AFC South. I am going to try to catch damn near every Colts and Titans game that I can. I'm going to go to more Colts games this season than I've gone to Chiefs games ever in my life, just this season. We have tickets to 5 or 6 games. We are going to see a lot of Colts games. We're going to see a lot of Titans games this season, and I'm excited for it. This division is going to be freaking good. It's the AFC in general is going to be fun to watch. You got the AFC North, you got the AFC South. Slow it down, guys. Damn. Ant says, I think the Texans will win it, and I agree the AFC South might be the second best division in football. AFC North is number 1. Do you guys remember a couple years ago when Russell Wilson came to the Denver Broncos? Justin Herbert was with the Chargers. Derek Carr was with the Las Vegas Raiders. Patrick Mahomes is coming off another MVP season. Many people pegged the AFC West to be the best division in football. Everybody's going to make the playoffs. Everybody's going to have 10, 11 wins. It's going to be a freaking amazing time. Bottom fell out. Broncos sucked. The Raiders sucked. The Chargers were average. I could potentially see that from the AFC North this season, Ant. I could potentially see the Bengals being the bottom of the barrel. I could potentially see the Browns being the bottom of the barrel. I could potentially see the Ravens being the cream of the crop. I could see the Pittsburgh Steelers being just average. The South has so much more upside than the North, I think. James says, not to mention the Titans are going to be watching their new stadium being built right next door. They will draw inspiration off of that. Yeah, I can see it. Colts will definitely make the playoffs. I actually have them as the 7th seed making the playoffs as a wild card. I do think the AFC South potentially gets 2, if not 3 playoff spots, depending on the AFC North, right? I can see that. John Pebbles is in the chat. What's up, John? Top fan and CEO of the Pigskin Pundits. If you guys would like to become a Pigskin Pundit, click on the subscribe button below. You get free merch. You get free giveaways. You get free. You get pre-show. You get after show. Any NFL game you want to watch, you say, hey, Buck, I want to watch the Miami Dolphins, but I'm in Nashville this week and they're not on TV. Can you air it? I got you, man. We'll air it right here, just for you, if you're a Pigskin Pundit. James says, I don't think Levis will be because he was the QB controversy all last year. I'm not for sure what you're trying to say there, James. Not for sure what you're trying to say. But it is what it is. And it says, if Malik Willis had lived up to the hype, just imagine how dangerous that Titans offense would be. Their offense is really legit. So listen, I think Will Levis is a better fit for that Titans offense. Even if Willis would have lived up to the hype, he is still a scrambling RPO option quarterback, right? The Titans don't want to run that type of offense. They have pass catching backs in Tony Pollard and Spears, right? They have downfield threats with Calvin Ridley and D Hop. They have underneath that guys that could go in the middle and potentially Burks. Many people are calling him a bust. I think that this year he kind of has a breakout year. But yes, the Titans offense is very, very legit. Very, very legit. James says there's a lot of parity league-wide this year. Every game after week 10 is a playoff game. Yeah. We have a lot of potential playoff preview games. Hell, we have a lot of potential Super Bowl preview games too, right? We do have the Texans versus the Lions, the Texans versus the Cowboys, right? They have the Colts versus the Packers. There's a lot of good games out there this season. Ryan's in the chat. He has I think that's a Rising fan or something. I'm not for sure what that dime with the Lions mean. But Ryan, welcome to the chat, man. He says, let's go. Let's go, baby. Slow it down. And James says, no sophomore slump for Levis. Still has a lot of rookie juice in him. Correct. Same with Anthony Richardson, right? They're both technically second-year players, but they did not play a lot. Obviously, Anthony got hurt, week 3. Will Levis was in and out of the lineup with Ryan Tannehill, Malik Willis. They didn't know what they're doing with their hands most of the season last year. But yeah, I get it. But I do not think the Houston Texans guys will repeat in the South. Like I said, I ultimately think it's going to be the Titans that win the South. But the second burning question that I had, we spoke on this yesterday, right? I gave you guys 3 players that have to stay healthy for the Indianapolis Colts to be successful. And so many people were in my inbox saying, well, of course, that's for every team, right? Every team has to stay healthy. I mean, obviously, if your quarterback goes down, you're going to suck. If your number 1 receiver goes down, you are going to suck. You are correct. You are 100% correct on all those people that got into my inbox and told me that. Yes, you are correct. But it is even bigger for the Indianapolis Colts. It's even bigger for the Indianapolis Colts because their depth on their team sucks. Let's be flat out honest. The depth on the Indianapolis Colts suck. If Braden Smith goes down, who are you going to put in there? Braden Smith is the right tackle for the Indianapolis Colts. He has not given up a sack in 2 straight seasons. Actually, I think it's 3 straight seasons. I re-looked it up. 3 straight seasons. Has not allowed a sack. His backup, that played a majority of the season last year because Braden Smith was hurt, averaged a sack every 10 dropbacks. Every 10 dropbacks that his backup was defending, he allowed a sack. So you go from a starting right tackle that doesn't allow a sack for 2 straight seasons to a backup that's given up a sack every 10 dropbacks. There is a huge, huge drop-off between starting right tackle and and then backup right tackle. Same thing with the receiving core. Michael Pittman Jr. When he is in there, when Michael Pittman Jr. starts and finishes the game, the Indianapolis Colts offense is a totally different offense. They're averaging 20-plus points a game, 300-plus yards on offense. Last season, he missed a couple games, right, with concussion protocol, concussion-like symptoms. That particular game, Gardner Minshew, 100 yards passing. 100 yards passing in that game. He had his starting offensive line. He had Jonathan Taylor. The only part missing was Michael Pittman Jr. Michael Pittman Jr.'s backup, actually just the rest of the receiving core for the Indianapolis Colts is let's just say unproven. Unproven. You do have Mo Alley Cox, right? A decent tight end. Can he carry a team for you? Absolutely not. He cannot carry a team for you. Not at all, right? You Alec Pierce. Can he truly be a number 1 receiver for you? No, he can't. The health of the Indianapolis Colts is more important than anybody else in the NFL because their backups are that bad. They have zero depth. Depth is lacking. James Chamberlain says that is an amazing stat about Braden Smith for forgetting the backup's name. Man, why can't I remember the backup's name? Is it Freeland? I think Freeland is the backup's name. The roster isn't pulling up for me. My API must be screwed up, but it is what it is. Jim Powell is in the chat. The CFO of Pigs Getting Pundit says Kelsey is going to learn from Bowers. Going to learn from Bowers, he says. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Garner's going to rip up this season. You are right, Ryan. You are right. He's going to rip up this season. He's going to be ripping up a lot of playbooks on the sideline because he's going to be sitting behind Adrian O'Connell all season long. Adrian O'Connell is going to suck monkey balls all season long. The Las Vegas Raiders are going to have 3 wins, potentially going into Week 16. And oh, by miracle, we won a tank and we're going to win the last game of the season. Gardner Minshew, guys, is a decent stop-fill quarterback. Gardner Minshew could potentially be one of the best backups in the NFL. He is not a starter. Okay? Gardner Minshew is not a starter. That's no knock on Gardner Minshew. Just some people are not meant to be starters. Chase Daniels, long-term backup for the Kansas City Chiefs and went over to the Arizona Cardinals last season, right? I think he started 1 year in the NFL, was freaking horrible. But every time he came in relief for the Kansas City Chiefs when Patrick Mahomes dislocated his kneecap or did this or did that, Chase Daniels came in and won football games. Hell, last season when the Kansas City Chiefs were really down on their luck, I want to say it was before Christmas game because obviously they lost the Raiders game, but Patrick Mahomes sprains his ankle right before the last drive going into halftime. Insert Chase Daniels. He orchestrates a great drive down the field. Gets him a touchdown, actually, I think, if I remember correctly. Gardner Minshew is that type of guy. He comes in and gives you a spark for a quarter, for a game, potentially 2 games. There's a reason why the Jaguars let him go. There's a reason why the Indianapolis Colts let him go. There's a reason why he's listed as backup as the Las Vegas Raiders quarterback right now. He's not bad. Just a good stop-fill guy. James says, I can't name a single receiver besides Pittman. You got Pierce, I think is Antonio Pierce, right? Gold. What's his name? Anthony Gold. Then you have Mo Alley Cox, which is a tight end. You have another tight end. If I wish my freaking thing would pull up. Is it Granderson? Granderson, maybe? I'm not for sure. But yeah, really the Colts receiver core is pretty much unknown, right? Because you do have Michael Pittman Jr. That is a jack of all trades, master of none. But Michael Pittman Jr. is great over the middle. Gets popped a lot, gets injured a lot, but hangs on to the ball. He can go down the field, not a lot of separation, but he's going to go up and going to get you the ball. The man's like 6'5" or something. Really, really good receiver. Nice big body receiver. Oh, finally load. Cleveland as well. I forgot about Cleveland. He's like a number 5 receiver. And Ant says, nope, Pierce might not even be a number 2. Josh Downs is very underrated. Very underrated. And isn't Josh Downs the guy you told me to go watch film on a little while ago? I'm actually going to Colts camp this weekend. Actually, as soon as we're done here, we're going to head up there, catch the last part of Big Ten Media Days, and then watch some Colts camp. But yeah, we'll see. Ryan says Bowers is going to learn that the NFL is a whole different game. So Jim, John, Ryan, I don't know if you guys are a Raiders fans, but all you Raiders fans out there, you guys are in for a very, very rude awakening. You guys are in for a very rude awakening this season. There are sometimes that players look great on paper. There are sometimes players like Brock Bowers should come in and change the game. Do you know why teams like the great Alabama teams could not ever beat the 0-16 Cleveland Browns teams, right? When the Crimson Tide rolled with the elephant on the head, stupid Bama, but whatever. When they were like 36-0 for 3 straight seasons with two straight national championships, there's a reason why they could not ever compete with a team like the Cleveland Browns, even though they were 0-16 getting blown out all the time. It's because a NFL team has all professional players. A college team has a handful of professional players. I think even at their peak, Bama only had 7, right? Maybe 8. Brock Bowers is going to learn that there are other teams out there that are going to shut him down. They're going to shut him down and make him work for everything. And when you have a quarterback like Adrian O'Connell, I keep talking down on the man, but he might be a great backup quarterback. He's not a starter. He's not going to push the ball down the field. He's not going to make you better. There's a reason why Davante Adams wants out. You can say what you want. It's all rumors. It's all hearsay. He wants out. Davante Adams wants out of Las Vegas. Michael Gallup retired so he could get out of Las Vegas. Brock Bowers is going to be the same thing. Now, Brock Bowers will not forever be bad. Brock Bowers will take time to develop, and he could be a top tight end in the NFL come year 3, if not year 4. You know what made Travis Kelce? Travis Kelce was a great quarterback. Yes, he had Tyreek Hill around him. Yes, he had MVS. Yes, he had Juju, right? But Travis Kelce really didn't start to make a name for himself until Patrick Mahomes made a name for himself. He needs a good tight end. The Las Vegas Raiders need Dak Prescott. Need Dak Prescott. Matt Henry's in the chat. What is up, Matt? What's up? What's up? What's up? Good afternoon. Jim Puckett was a stopgap fill guy. Won 2 Super Bowls. Clearly, he wasn't a stopgap fill guy. Get out of here with that. And Kurt Warner was sacking groceries, smashed the Super Bowl MVP the next year. Also with an amazing team. The greatest show on turf, right? Well, you had Marshall Faulk, you had Torrey Holt, you had arguably one of the best coaches ever for that year, I guess. I don't know. Could it have been just the rest of the NFL sucked that whole year? I don't know. Matt says Indy has Josh Downs, the older brother of Caleb Downs, the number 1 safety in college football. Okay, there's a lot of brothers right now making it into the NFL, and a lot of dads, right, that we used to know back in the day, I think Major League Baseball at one point had 7 father-son duos on playing for the same teams, crazy like that. But yeah, Ant says, yeah, watch him in Jelani Woods, the other tight end. We'll see. Jim says, if the line gels, it wouldn't matter if Jimmy G was back there. Right? Because Jimmy G is a great quarterback. You Raiders just don't like to win, Jim. We understand. You Raiders don't like to win. So you make an excuse. You said, oh, my line's injured, so we're going to protect Jimmy G from himself. Or Jimmy G's hurt. Or, hey, let's fire Chucky from emails from 20 years ago. Raiders are just scared to win. Let's just call it how it is, Jim. Jim, Ryan, John, all you Raiders fans out there, let's call it the way it is. The Las Vegas Raiders are scared to win. They're scared to win. Every year, first half of the season, doing great, 6-2, looking good, things are looking up. Hey, let's lose the rest of the eight games because, God forbid, we make the playoffs. We don't know what to do with our hands. We don't know what to do with our hands. In Heineke, we trust. Yeah, I do listen to some Heineke. Ryan says, the whole T. Kelsey thing boggles my mind. The guy is slow as hell. How does he get open? So let me tell you a story here, Ryan. I was a junior in high school. I ran roughly a 4.5 40. I wasn't the fastest guy, but I wasn't the slowest guy either. But the quarterback on the opposing team, this team was the Silver Lake Eagles. 3-time state championship in a row. They were in our division. They were our arch rival. They had a quarterback by the name of Kyle Kruger. This kid was slower than molasses. This kid ran like a 5-second flat 40-yard dash. My son right now could probably chase his ass down and tackle him. But he was so decisive is that the word, right? So like his legs would move so slow. You're like, man, this guy runs like a 7-second 40-yard dash. But by the time you got to him, he had such long strides that 2 steps were like 5 to mine, and I'm 6'3", and he's like, what? And then I had to end up chasing his ass down. Just those tall, lanky guys that take those long-ass strides are really, really hard to judge actually how fast or how slow they are. And I think that's why Travis Kelce does get open so much. Also, he does have a linebacker on him 9 times out of 10 with option routes. So even the best lockdown corner, right, can be looking in his eyes. You look 1 second back at the quarterback and he sees you looking that way and he goes that way, wide open. But yeah, you are correct. He is slow. He's big. Doesn't look very agile, but those nice long strides, head smarts, get you open, right? Get you open. James says Warner played a lot in the Arena League. When he got that huge field with those weapons, it was cake for him. So, James, as a former indoor football league, I played for the IFL, played on the Omaha Barn Burners. The indoor football game is totally different than 11-man. So usually on 11-man field, you're looking like your deep route first and then check down short, right? As quarterback, you want to be quick hitters all the time. If your quick hitters there, boom, get it, scamper up the field. If the short's not there, the medium's not there, then you're going deep as your last option. Plus, you have nets over the field, right? You have nets over the field, probably 30, 40 feet tall. You get that ball up there, gets caught in the net. So you got to kind of throw a laser. So being a defensive player, it took me a long time to adjust because I am used to running backs trying to beat me on the outside. I 45 degree angle it, meet them at the line of scrimmage. Well, on an indoor field, it goes from 43 yards wide to 20 yards wide. So your 45 degree angle cuts down to about a 25 degree angle, and then you're missing tackles. So I understand what you're saying, but it is a huge difference. Even from the Canadian League to like 11-man, even with those 5 extra yards and on like either side and that 12th man, it is so much different when you add 8 guys to 11 guys to 12 guys to 6 guys. It is tough. I mean, it's very, very, very tough. Ryan is a Broncos fan. My apologies. Hopefully the Broncos can win more than 3 games this season. We will see. James also says Kelce has a burst game speed. He's fast as hell for the first 5 yards off the ball. That is correct. There is such thing out there, guys, called speed and game speed, right? There are players out there that can run super fast, right? We have a kid on our high school team, runs, I think he tops out about 20 miles an hour, runs about a 4.4 40-yard dash, flies, right? You put the helmets and pads on him, he's about a 4.7. That game speed, calculating, right? You get that game speed in you. If you can run that 4.4 with those shoulder pads on and the helmet on, it's a whole different ball game. Me personally, when I put my helmet on and shoulder pads on, I got faster because I ran with a purpose. My job was to take your head off and put your dick in the dirt as fast as I can, as hard as I can, as long as I can. That probably sounded bad, but game speed is a hell of a lot better than actual worse speed, right? Worse speed. Kelsey and Smith was a good tight end. Kelsey with Mahomes is a great tight end. Yes. Alex Smith was a definite game managing quarterback. He was not going to make Alex Smith was a really, really good quarterback, right? He was a quarterback that would not win you games, but not lose you games either. If you put him in the right position, he's going to give you the proper outcome. If you put him in bad positions, he's going to give you the wrong side of the outcome. He had a problem throwing guys open. That was Alex Smith's biggest things. Jim says, why did you skip over what I said that proved you right about the line being the most important spot on the field? Must have not seen it. Must have not seen it. My bad, Jim. My bad, dude. I'm sorry. But we talked about the Texans not repeating in the South. We talked about the health of the Indianapolis Colts being the most important thing. But topic number 3, the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Jacksonville Jaguars, guys, I think is just an average team. The Jacksonville Jaguars, guys, are just a team that's just not that good this year. Now, they did add a few pieces, right? They picked up Gabe Davis from the Buffalo Bills. They picked up Darby from the Baltimore Ravens. They also added some few other pieces here, but they are paying people in the wrong position. They are paying people in the wrong positions to really make me open my eyes. When I was preparing for the Jacksonville Jaguars, I saw that their defense was pretty bad. Yes, Josh Hines Allen is a good linebacking / defensive end. Really, really good. But when you look at the true secondary, you don't have a true lockdown corner. You don't have a safety that you don't know if he's going to be in the right position. His football IQ seems to be bad. I'm not saying it is bad, just seems to be bad. Makes a lot of wrong decision, a lot of wrong turns, and bada bing, bada boom, DeAndre Hopkins is wide open, right? But the fact that they paid Trevor Lawrence $245 million to be a below average quarterback just boggles my mind. I ultimately think the Jacksonville Jaguars will win 7 games this season. I think somehow, some way they sneak out some potential wins that are like, really? Y'all can't beat the New York Jets, but you can go out there and, you know, compete with the Miami Dolphins. You can beat the Colts, but then you lose to the Patriots, and then you beat the Packers, but then you go turn around and lose to the Vikings and lose to the Raiders. Like what? It's just the Jacksonville Jaguars, guys, is a team that is a truly wild card head scratcher. They're just a head scratcher. Travis Etienne, are you ever going to live up to your first round hype? Trevor Lawrence, are you ever going to win another playoff game? Mark Sanchez has more wins than Trevor Lawrence in the playoffs. The Jacksonville Jaguars is just not that good. Uh-oh. Breaking news, a dead woman found on 65 South. That's weird. Jim Powell says Jacksonville Jaguars need to make news before they're newsworthy. How can the Jaguars make some news? Do they got to trade Trevor Lawrence to be news, right? Do they got to start Mac Jones to make some news, right? Honestly, that might be the saving grace of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Get Trevor Lawrence out of town, Send him to Vegas. Couple first-round picks, and bada bing, bada boom, you got Mac Jones. Slow it down, baby. We're talking about the Jags because they're in the AFC South. This is AFC South recap. I know we're talking a lot of BS right now, but speaking of BS, looks like we got some breaking news across the board, guys. Tua just got paid 4 years, $212 million, $167 million guaranteed. Matt Henry said it. James said it. If y'all trolling me, better watch out. But Tua did practice today. Tua did suit up in practice from what I heard. So obviously we kind of knew that negotiations were going in the right way. Mike Daniels said all the right things. Right? Got your players in there. Get your money, big dog. But Ant says well-deserved. Tua's money was well-deserved. Really? You guys really think Tua's money is well-deserved? I mean, honestly, what's that? $200 million divided by 4, that's $50 million a season. So $52-ish million a season. I mean, yes, he's a decent quarterback, Ant. But honestly, guys, didn't we talk about this last week? Or even when we broke down the AFC East? Is Tua a product of the players around him, or is it Tua? Because if you look about it, when Tua had Brian Flores as a coach, we're not talking about Tua as a MVP, a top 10 quarterback, a top 15 quarterback. We're like, Tua who? Right? We known him for the game. Insert Mike McDaniels. Insert a junior third year Jalen Waddle. Insert Tyreek Hill. Insert a pretty damn good defense. Insert pretty good running backs. Is it well-deserved, though? I mean, obviously, every quarterback is a product of the system. Let's just call it how it is. Every quarterback is a product of the system. Patrick Mahomes, I said it and people bit my head off. It is true. Patrick Mahomes is a system quarterback. Without a good system in Kansas City, he would be a below average quarterback. He showed it in college. Tua, first couple years, was it first years, two years underneath Brian Flores, the Miami Dolphins were not really relevant. Insert a better system. Product of the system, right? So is Tua now going to be a player that gets paid and doesn't try anymore, or is he going to continue playing good? I think Tua is obviously outside looking in. I'm not an insider of the Miami Dolphins. I don't watch a lot of Miami Dolphins football. I break down some films so I can respectively talk about them. I don't know. I've never heard him talk in interviews or whatever, right? Tua seems like a player that he does go out there and give it his all. Play after play, game after game. Tua does seem to be that type of player. When I watch film, I don't see him taking off any plays. I don't see him really loafing around. He seems to be giving it his all. So I think he will definitely live up to the money that he is being paid, right? But to be well-deserved, I don't know if that's well-deserved. Well-deserved. Matt says, I'm not a troll, and I'll have to spit facts at you. And, it's because he said Jacksonville loves to overplay players. Yeah. There's a reason why their stadiums are crumbles, right? James is a Dolphins fan, so fins up. And Jim says Tua is required to spend the 3/4 on a helmet and someone to remind him of things. Good Lord. Too soon. Matt Henry says, what has Tua or Lawrence done to deserve it? Exactly. Trevor Lawrence has one 28-point comeback victory in the playoffs over the Chargers. a Chargers team that completely shit the bed in that particular game. Don't know how they lost that game, but that's Trevor Lawrence's claim to fame. And Tua has not won a playoff game, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, I think last year was his first playoff game, right? Right, guys? Because the previous year, he was injured, right? Insert Skylar Thompson versus the Buffalo Bills. I don't know. The most accurate quarterback in the league is Tua, per Tyreek Hill, right? Tua can put the ball where he wants to. Let's watch some more film. Jordan Love will be the next in the conversation. Yeah, Jordan Love is going to get paid, and yet what has he done right? 1 year starting, 5th year in the league. Does have a playoff win in his first year. I get it. I think Jordan Love's realistically can wait till the end of the season to get his contract. I think they're going to be a 12 to 13 win team, potential NFC championship game. If that were to happen, then Jordan Love deserves his money. But it is what it is. Ant says, I mean, for $167 million guaranteed compared to what Herbert and Lawrence got. Yeah, I get it. Will he hawk a Tua this season? Let's hope he doesn't hawk it Tua this season. Let's hope he nicely lofts it in there and lets it roll down and gently crests it into the end zone over and over and over. Was that too much? Was that too much? Hey guys, did you know that there's a Red Bull? There's a Red Bull out there with the Hakatua branding on it. I shit you not. What? Says Ryan. Say that again about Patrick Mahomes. Ryan, I will say it. I'll look deeply into your eyes. These are eyes have been up since 3 o'clock in the morning. I've been sick, down with the sickness. Patrick Mahomes is a system quarterback. Patrick Mahomes is a system quarterback. Patrick Mahomes is a system quarterback. If he would have went to the Chicago Bears, he would have turned out just like Mitchell Trubisky. If he would have went to the Carolina Panthers, he would have turned out just like Bryce Young did last season. If he would have went to, I don't know, Denver Broncos, would have been just like Russell Wilson and your 15 other quarterbacks that you guys have had in the last 6 years. Patrick Mahomes' talent fell into a perfect Kansas City Chiefs system built for a player like Patrick Mahomes. Now, I'm not saying he's all the system like Tom Brady is. Tom Brady was nothing but the system. Of course, he grew up and got better, but Tom Brady was nothing but the system for the first 15 years of his career. Yes, it was all Bill Belichick, but Patrick Mahomes was a product of the system. Now he's gotten better, and the system has evolved, and now he can probably go anywhere. But first 4 years, product of the system. Just trying to keep it 100. James Shimon says Flores was the first coach that hated Tua. He wanted a big bruising quarterback, and he wanted to draft Herbert or Love. Tua, I guess last year people were calling him thick, and he got butt hurt and kind of went home, I guess. Casey says my issue with some of these quarterbacks getting paydays is this issue. One, they are made of glass, hasn't finished many seasons. Another, no clue why they're getting paid, Jaguars. And another one has the biggest wide receiver core in the league and is carried. These are all facts. But we spoke with my man Green Bay Greg, right? When we broke down the Green Bay Packers and we talked about the Jordan Love potential contract situation. In the realm that we are living in right now, if you have a above average quarterback, they are going to be the next highest paid quarterback in the NFL. i.e. Daniel Jones. What has Daniel Jones done for the New York Giants? He got paid, right? Honestly, you can say the same thing about Lamar Jackson. Before his payday, he had 0 playoff wins. 0. Granted, he did have an MVP. They had a couple 13-win seasons, but he had 0 playoff wins. Joe Burrow. He took this team to the Super Bowl, but he has been glass. I think Lamar Jackson has more games played than Joe Burrow, and Lamar Jackson missed what? 6 games a couple years ago. The quarterback market is stupid. It's stupid. Stupid. James says Tua led the league in yards and accuracy last season. It helps when you throw 80 times a game, right? And then he says, we had to go to Kansas City and play below 30 degrees below temperature. Chiefs had to play in the same temperature. I was there. It was actually only 20 below, but I was there. I was there, had a beer that snow coned out on me. I was licking it. James Berlin, another James is in the chat. What's up, Jameses? We have like 5 Jameses in here. Awesome. James says everyone is a system based on what some manage in their system. Tua is a tough one because of his health concerns. Do you want hand 20 to 30% of the cap space to a guy that has health concerns of most of his career? So every quarterback's going to have to demand 25% of your salary cap. Let's just be honest. The 49ers are getting ready to become in Brock Purdy hell here pretty soon. We see these contracts. Tua, Lamar, all this guaranteed money. I found out today that they're offering these guaranteed dollar bills because it only counts against your salary cap for 1 year. So this $200 and some odd million, or what did Tua get? $166 million guaranteed. That's for this year only. Next season doesn't hit the cap. The following year doesn't hit the cap. So teams are starting to play in that gray area, with that guaranteed dollars. But everybody potentially has health concerns, James. Patrick Mahomes dislocated kneecap 3 years ago, right? Sprained ankle in the Super Bowl, or it actually was in the playoffs and lost in the Super Bowl because of his sprained ankle, right? Lamar Jackson. I don't remember why he missed those 6 games a couple years ago, but he has concussion issues, right? The Buffalo Bills banged his head off of the turf. Dak Prescott, that nasty broken ass leg. Every player in the NFL technically has health concerns. That's why you have a good backup like Garner Minshew. Matt Henry says, none of these QBs being overpaid has done nothing. Tua is a play from ending his career. You're right, Matt. But so is Aaron Rodgers. So is Brock Purdy. So is Dak Prescott. Risk and reward. High risk, low reward. James Frank says, ain't nothing wrong with Pat being a system quarterback. Look at those rings, baby. There's nothing wrong with a system quarterback. Nothing wrong with it. When you put a top tier quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, you can put Alex Smith in there as you put them as game managers in there. You think you shit on their dog and pissed on their cat. They're like, Tom Brady is a game manager. Yes, he is. Patrick Mahomes is a system quarterback. Yes, he is. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not trying to say you're bad by saying you're a game manager or a system quarterback. That means you're doing something right. You are managing the game and winning a lot of games for your team. the system that you're in with your team is winning you a lot of games, it's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. He has 1-0 on the field and no one play away from winning his career. Tua. Oh, and Matt brings up a great name. Kyler Murray is another overpaid guy. Deshaun Watson, too. Deshaun Watson got paid based off of 29-19 when they played the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC Championship game, I'm not mistaken, with the Houston Texans. Tua took some ninja classes, so we're good. We good. He can Hakatua that thing with the Hakahaya. Oh, man. Matt says, I'm praying Caleb is half as good as advertised. We shall see. Did I cover everything? I put 2 topics in one, I guess. Oh, well. It is what it is. Guys, that is going to be it for today. We've had a great week. Great AFC South wrap-up. We get carried away. It is what it is. I have a little outline, but, guys, it's live, raw, uncut. If we want to talk about Patrick Mahomes and how great he is, we'll talk about it. If I want to talk to you about how bad your Las Vegas Raiders are, we're going to talk about it. This is the only place, guys, where you truly get live, raw, uncut NFL talk every Monday through Friday. The most live, interactive show out there, hands down. With that being said, guys, have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday morning or Monday afternoon, 2:30 East Coast time. Until then, AFC's North is next week. Let's go, baby! We start with the Ravens. We'll start with the Ravens on Monday. Be ready. Raiders suck, and James, thank you, good so. We out, baby. Michael Black Show with the Man Hour. Be sure to over to manhourradio.com. Check out the merchandise page, or check out the blog section as well. But most importantly, check out the forums. We got the forums over there. They're live, raw, and uncut. So if you feel like talking some shit, like my man Jim Powell, jump over there and talk some shit, because we know what is good over there. But guys, this is Man Hour NFL Talk. We're live every Monday through Friday, 2:30 East Coast time, right here on Facebook.com and, of course, YouTube.com. But if you like the podcast form, shortly after this show, about 4 o'clock p.m., 4:30 p.m. East Coast time, bada bing, bada boom, the podcast form is out there on Spotify, iTunes, and, of course, iHeartRadio. We do have clips of the show as well, uploaded every 3 hours to our Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok pages, respectively. But with that being said, we got to welcome some people into the chat. We have to welcome the CEO of the Pigskin Pundits, Mr. Jim Powell, to the chat. He says, our first 5 games of our season, this is the only loss that I am predicting. If you guys want to know something, Jim Powell is a Raiders fan, and they think the Raiders are going to go 16-1. They're only lost to the Baltimore Ravens. We'll talk about it. Speaking of Pigskin Pundits, my man John Peebles is in the chat as well. He is a Pigskin Pundit. He is the CFO. He says, what up, though? What it is, John. What it is. What up? And then we got some shit talkers. We got some people that like to talk the shit, and that is Jim Powell. He says, nobody told me it was ugly hat day. Listen. The powder blue Kansas City Royals hat are by far the most superior hat out there, hands down. Philly tries to copy us with the powder blues, and there's some other teams out there that have the powder blue hats, but Kansas City is the original powder blue. I don't care what the facts say. Hands down, the powder blue hats from the Kansas City Chiefs, or the Kansas City Royals are the best. Best hands down. Powder blue with the royal blue. Oh, baby, give me some powder blue. We got my man Ant in the chat as well. He says, what up, y'all? What's up, Ant? It has been a long time coming. It's a long time coming. We've been boosting up your Baltimore Ravens for a long time. But it is what it is. And John says, I'm not here talking shit about the Royals because that's where Bo played. That's right. That is where Bo played. Jim Powell says, nothing more impressive than a pirate hat. Black and gold, I guess. Cool if you're into that black and gold thing. But guys, there's been something on my mind.
And now, Mike's thoughts.
I need to get a little overlay for that. We'll work on that maybe tomorrow. But if you guys are a pigskin pundit over here at facebook.com/manhour, you have already kind of heard this rant this morning. You have already kind of heard this rant and it's kind of like, right? So I want to start off by premises that I am glad that Good Morning Football is back. I am not a huge fan of the debate show TVs, the hollering and screaming. I do tune into it from time to time, but I do normally watch Good Morning Football. Today was their epic return, 8 a.m. here on the East Coast, and they had a new host. They had the same old Jamie, Peter, and the other guy, right? But I believe it's Devin McCourty. He is no longer there. He did not want to make the move out to LA. They inserted some other guy that I really don't know. He's a very African name. He is a black individual. Earlier in the show, very, very early, they were basically putting out terms that they no longer want to use in 2024 on the show. People were throwing out X Factor and sus, and Peter Schrager said, fire. I no longer want to use the term fire because he has a 12-year-old son, and apparently 12-year-olds now say the word slap. Like, that slaps, yo. That slaps. That slaps. No more fire. No more fire. It slaps. And the black guy, I don't know his name. I can't remember his name. Good. He instantly tuned me off. Instantly tuned me off because he's like, slap. I didn't know people like you talked like that. And everybody kind of looked at him kind of weird, like, what the F are you talking about, man? And then Peter, kind of joked it off, said, pretty fly for a white guy, right? He's like, oh, yeah, the white guy. This man's first show on Good Morning Football, you've been off for 4 months, you're going to race bait within the first 10 minutes of the segment? What is going on? What is going on? At the minute he said, I'm like, get that crap out of here, and I instantly tuned off. And then I jumped on the pigskin pundits, and I wanted to say this guy for everybody to hear. There will never be any race baiting here on Man Hour Live. There will never be any race card, black or white thing. All that stuff is completely stupid, and it pisses me off to the core. Pisses me off to the core. But I just want to say, guys, this will never be like that. Never be like that. That's my thoughts. All righty, guys. All righty. It is time to get into some Baltimore Ravens talk. We get let go my ego. He says, let's effing go. Chiefs Kingdom 3-peat coming, baby. Listen, as a Chiefs fan, right there's Chiefs Kingdom fly high. I got the new flag coming from my daddy out in Kansas City. He went to the old Mickey D's and got me one the other day. I got the new one coming. There's a 3 feet spot right here. Right here, next to good old, the GOAT of all time, Peyton Manning, there's a 3-peat flag going right there. Right there. Woke football station. No, not here. Not here. Not here, not ever, but it is what it is. Sometimes people got to do what they got to do, right? But today, guys, on this week, July 29th, the last week of July, good Lord, guys, football starts Thursday, August 1st. Are you guys ready for that? Let's go. But we have made our trek around the NFL. There's only 3 divisions left for us to cover. We got the AFC North, we got the NFC West, and the NFC South. But today, we got to talk about arguably the toughest division in football. Today, we are going to talk about arguably the best team in that division, and that is the one and only Baltimore Ravens. The Baltimore Ravens, guys, have been on this roller coaster of a ride for the last couple years, ever since drafting Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson has pretty much catapulted them to the moon and having grand old things. Lamar Jackson got his bills, yo. Last season, of course, he was at the highest paid quarterback at that particular time, but now Tua got paid, Jordan Love got paid. There's been a lot of other people that got paid. Pretty soon Dak Prescott's going to get paid. But before we move on to the NFL season of the Baltimore Ravens, we have to talk about what has been going on with the man, the myth, the legend, Lamar Jackson. We have to talk about how Lamar Jackson has had camp struggles the last few days, the last few weeks. Actually, camp started for them late or early last week. I want to preface this by saying that Lamar Jackson was sick. I don't want to get any twisted. I don't want you guys to get any thoughts in your mind. Lamar Jackson was sick. And being sick last week myself, playing under the weather, coaching under the weather, like you are very, very foggy. But Saturday was full pads for the Baltimore Ravens. Saturday, the Baltimore Ravens were out there and was in full pads. Lamar Jackson had an hour practice on Wednesday before he called it quits. They did not practice Thursday. Friday was an off day. Saturday, bada bing, bada boom, they're back at camp and they're back at it. Lamar Jackson, guys, looked very, very bad this particular practice. He looked very, very bad this particular practice. He overthrew Justice Hill a couple times, did hit Justice Hill in the hands one time on an out route. It was a low pass, should have been caught, dropped it. Overthrew Zay Flowers a couple times, underthrew Rashad Bateman, threw behind him. Lamar Jackson just looked like a below average quarterback the last few days at camp. And I jumped on some Baltimore Ravens boards trying to look for some reasoning, some thought processes of why Lamar Jackson was playing the way he's playing. Obviously, he is sick, should be getting better by now. Saturday, he should have been, let's say, 80%. Look, guys, Lamar Jackson looked terrible. And I understand he was sick. I get it. I understand that. But at the same time, at some point you have to step up and be a man, right? You have to step up and battle through that sickness. You have to some point, or not even show it to practice. Just get IVs, get what you need, and get better. But guys, the Baltimore Ravens flows through Lamar Jackson. The whole Baltimore Ravens offense flows through Lamar Jackson. That offense, when Lamar Jackson was not in there with the starters, looked like dog poo-poo. Looked like a little dog poo-poo. So I got to ask the question. Lamar Jackson does have history of getting injured, missing a couple games, right? I'm not saying he's injury prone by like Joe Burrow is. Joe Burrow seems to get hurt every year, but Lamar Jackson did play all of last season. I think he played all the year before that. No, he didn't play all the year, but last year was his first full season, and I think his whole career, if I'm not mistaken. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. But if Lamar Jackson were to miss any part of this time, the Ravens are going to struggle. The Ravens are going to struggle. And Ant's like, we talking about practice? We're not talking about games, but we talking about practice? We are talking about practice, Ant. And I do understand that this is practice. I do understand this is the 6th day of training camp for the Baltimore Ravens. I do understand they 6 weeks before they play the Kansas City Chiefs. But at what point do Baltimore Ravens fans start panicking? At what point does the media start to panic? At what point do you people that put Lamar Jackson up on this pedestal that he is God's greatest gift, do you guys start to panic? It is 6 weeks, but if this sickness lingers on into next week, he's still not 100% come the following week. Week 3, week 4 of training camp, right? Preseason games start. Things start moving quicker, right? Not boom, 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 but boom, boom, right? You got games to prepare for. You got injuries to heal heal up. At what point do you start to panic and be like, oh shit, Lamar, we need you 100%. This being sick excuse is got to go. This being rusty excuse is got to go. Let me know, guys. At what point do you start to panic? It's got to be soon, right? It's got to be soon. Got to be soon. Nash Production says, what's your prediction for the Hall of Fame game? My predictions are it's going to be very, very boring. We will talk about the Hall of Fame game in a little bit. We will talk about it a little bit. John's in the chat. He says Ravens are going to struggle anyways. And you see, John, that's where I think you're wrong. That is where I think you're wrong, because I do think the Baltimore Ravens have one of the best defenses in the NFL. They for sure have a top 2 defense in the AFC North, and everybody in the AFC North has a damn good defense. It's probably the Steelers and then the Ravens as far as defensive goes. The Ravens could probably get carried by their defense for 12, 13 games. With that being said, John says Ravens won't make the playoffs if Lamar goes down. And Ant says, now that's something I can agree with. And I'm going to take it one step further. If Lamar Jackson is not 100% come week 1, right? Still has that rust on him. Still could be, the endurance isn't up because he hasn't had the 2 weeks of practice that everybody else has had, right? Endurance is a real thing. There's a reason why all these high school kids cramp on Friday nights the first week of the season. College kids do the same thing. It's all about endurance. It's all about getting your body right. And if Lamar Jackson's body isn't right, it's going to take him a little bit while or longer to get ready. And when we look at the Ravens schedule, the first 6 weeks, it's tough, baby. It's tough. You play the Kansas City Chiefs. You play the or the Las Vegas Raiders. You play the Dallas Cowboys, the Buffalo Bills, the Cincinnati Bengals, a sneaky good Commanders team, a Buccaneers team, and a Browns team. That's tough, baby. Slow it down. John says they lost some key players on defense. You are correct. But they also added a couple of key pieces in Simpson. I do like their linebacker by the name of Simpson. He has stepped up and kind of filled that Patrick Queen role per se. Now, when we talk about defense, when we talk about the Baltimore Ravens defense, their defense so far this training camp has looked locked down. So far in training camp, that Baltimore's defense has looked by far the best defense in the NFL. The secondary, hands down right now, has been looking the best in training camp. But that's versus a third-string quarterback. But that is without shoulder pads. But that is with really a offense that could really tear you up. I do like the Baltimore Ravens offense with Lamar Jackson in there and Derrick Henry and Zay Flowers. But you take Lamar Jackson out, that offense looks shitty. The Baltimore Ravens defense is going to be a really, really good defense. The Baltimore Ravens defense is going to be easily a top 5 or top 10, if not top 5 defense. The biggest question mark for the Baltimore Ravens defense this season is Kyle Hamilton going to step up, and I believe he was injured late last season. No, that was Humphreys, right? Can they come back from their injuries? Can they really come back and be the players that they were before their injuries? That is the biggest question on the Baltimore Ravens side of the ball, right? Also, their pass rusher, is it Owu, right? He tore his ACL. He has been practicing full tilt in practice, no restrictions. But when game time comes, is he going to be the man, the myth, the legend? The biggest question on the Baltimore Ravens defense right now is Brandon Stephens. He got picked on a little bit last year. So far in training camp, the film that I saw, he's been getting picked on a little bit. Now he's putting his hand on the ball. He's not backing down from the fight. He is a dog when the ball is in the air, but he's going to get beat a lot. But he's going to make some boneheaded mistakes. But he's going to be a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I do like the Baltimore Ravens defense. They did lose some key players. John is right. John is right. We will talk about that. Coach Billy's in the chat says, Fat Trick Mahomes the frog. Patrick Mahomes the frog is going to whoop the Ravens' ass week 1. We will talk about it. We will talk about that very, very soon. Very, very soon coming up. Ant says, if it was an injury to the body, then I'd be concerned. But if he's just sick, then he'll be okay. I believe that our offense will struggle a little bit through the first 3 or 4 games. He's talking about Lamar Jackson. So when Ant is talking about Lamar Jackson, he's like, I'm not worried about that he's sick. But Ant, let me take it one step further. I'm sure you played football in high school or junior high, maybe some college, right? When you are sick and you try to practice like Lamar Jackson is doing, granted he only practiced for an hour on Wednesday. On Saturday, he practiced for a little bit longer, looked like dog poo-poo. But that just sets your body back even further. When you are sick, all this is for all guys. When I'm sick, I am dying, right? I can have allergies, and I'm going to be in bed like, honey, I'm dying. Oh, right? We are the biggest babies out there. Let's just be flat out honest. When men are sick, we are the biggest babies out there. But we won't go to the doctor. We won't take any ibuprofen. We won't take an allergy pill. We won't drink water. We won't eat. We'll just sit there on the couch, covered up, watching TV, complaining all day. Lamar Jackson's probably the same way. He's a man. He's probably on his couch right now, complaining to his baby mama, I'm sick. Not drinking fluids, not eating food, not taking care of his body, getting ready for the NFL season. With that being said, when you don't take care of your body, getting ready for the NFL season, drinking those fluids, doing proper workouts, this could lead into some type of injury. This could lead into a strained hamstring, right? You're trying to go 100% when your body says, you know what? We're not 100%. Ouch, right? Ow, my hammy. Oh, shit, my quad, right? Throwing too many balls. Oh, man, my shoulder's a little shorter. Those lingering injuries could linger on to some major injuries. That is the biggest concern that I have with Lamar Jackson right now. Not that he's sick. We all get sick. We're all babies about it. Whatever, right? But that sickness can lead into dehydration. It could lead into a cramp. That could lead you to try to push through the cramp because you leads you lack of eating. Now that cramp becomes a strained hammy. Now that strained hammy becomes a back pain, right? It's a domino effect. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm not wishing any will on him whatsoever. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. I'm not wishing any will on him at all. But it could happen. It could happen. We also got Eddie Jackson. Forgot about Eddie Jackson. Forgot about that dog, Eddie Jackson. He is going to be a good free safety. He'll probably, honestly, the secondary of the Baltimore Ravens guys, bar none, superior, right? We talked about the Colts last week, how their starters are up here and their secondary is like way down here. The Baltimore Ravens are starters, secondary, third string, all boom, 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 right? Their third stringers could be starters on any other team. They have a lot of depth in the secondary, and as Ravens fans, you guys are going to need it. Everybody needs depth. I'm not saying just you guys in general, but teams in general need depth in the secondary because when somebody goes down, you can't have that big drop-off. Because when you have that big drop-off, teams like the Buffalo Bills, teams like the Kansas City Chiefs, hell, teams like the Houston Texans are going to expose that weakness. Eddie Jackson is a phenomenal player. The whole secondary is phenomenal. And who is the Baltimore secondary coach? I have no idea. I have no idea who the secondary coach is. But he's doing something right. They're getting all the right players and all the right pieces in the right spots. They doing something right. Let's just be flat out honest. Cerebral gas, wherever the F that is. Sounds like a lot of KC fans, wimps. Listen, John. Every man out there, speaking for every man out there, when we're sick, we're dying. Okay? When we're sick, we dying. We dying. But speaking of linemen, John says that tackle they have is pretty good if he gets jumped up and pass block and feedable. The Baltimore Ravens offensive linemen will have 3 new starters this season. 3 new starters for the Baltimore Ravens offensive line. Now, if you are a pigskin pundit, we talked about this on Sunday. When I was prepping for this show, we were going through the list of the offensive of line starters. I had no idea that they lost 3, right? I'm like, oh, shit. This might affect some of my picks moving forward. I mean, I already had the picks, but, the finalized pick coming up in 2 weeks here might change that a little bit. We're looking at the offensive lineman, Roger Rosengardner. Roger Rosengardner. He was a second-round draft pick from the University of Washington. Played with Michael Penix Jr. on that playoff run team. And at first glance, this guy was a really, really good player. We were watching his highlight tape, guys, if you were a pigskin pundit. We were watching his highlight tape. We were watching it. First couple minutes, man, he was a beast. Great drop step, moving the defensive end out. But then, once we got later in highlight tape, I want to emphasize highlight tape. Number 9 from Michigan State. I believe it was Jalen somebody, sophomore. He's going to be a beast. Going to have to look up his name again in a couple years when he's in the league. He is. This Rosengardner guy started to get a little sloppy. This number 9 for Michigan State guy tried to do a little hip flip on him, right? Wasn't successful, but got the lineman up on 1 foot, and he was hanging on for dear life. But people like T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett, Hendrickson, they might make chop liver of this guy. So, guys, one of the biggest concerns if I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan going into the 2024 NFL season is your offensive line. Obviously, you still got Stanley there. Stanley is a staple of your offensive line. If he's healthy, he is by far one of the best guys out there, right? Linderbaum, pretty good. But the rest of the guys out there, watch out. If the Baltimore Ravens offensive line can come together and look like a damn good offensive line that they could potentially be. Look out. Look out. James Frank is in the chat. He says Cleveland's secondary is better. So on the surface, Cleveland's secondary might look better. Their starters versus Baltimore Raven starters could be a 1A, 1B. I will give you that. Let's say Cleveland is a 1A and Baltimore Ravens are second. But then you add the depth factor in, James. If who was the safety for the Browns that they picked up from the Kansas City Chiefs? Was it Ward? I believe it was Ward. Let me correct myself. I've been looking at a lot of names lately. I want to get the name correct. I don't want you guys to get twisted. Thornhill. I'm sorry. Thornhill and Ward. I guess Ward is on there, but Ward wasn't from the Chiefs. But once you go past Warren and Thornhill and anybody else on the starter, the backups in Cleveland are not superior than the Baltimore Ravens secondary or second stringers. Look at third stringers. Ravens by far better than the Cleveland Browns third stringers. So starters could be neck and neck, right? Where the Baltimore Ravens surpass everybody in the secondary class is the second stringers and the third stringers because there's no fall off. Secondary is just as good as the starters. Third stringers are just as good as the second stringers, which is just as good as the starters. ED is what it is. Juan Thornhill. Thank you for that. Thank you. I choose Juan. Okay. You can choose Juan. You can choose Newsom the second. But after that, who do you got, baby? Who do you got? Who do you got? I do know who they got week 1, though. Week one. The Kansas City Chiefs and the Baltimore Ravens do some battle. Reigning 2-time Super Bowl champions, Kansas City Chiefs at home taking on the Baltimore Ravens in this week 1 matchup. Guys, this is a very anticipated week 1 matchup. Not because of it's the reigning Super Bowl champions. Not because it's Lamar Jackson reigning MVP. It is not because of the first game of the season. It is because of the fact of how last year's AFC Championship game ended last season. Last season, the Baltimore Ravens defense was injured going into Kansas City. Or going into the AFC Championship game. They're at home, but they're playing Kansas City. Humphreys did not play the previous week. Was trying to go this in the AFC Championship game versus the Kansas City Chiefs, and he just wasn't cutting it. Right? Wasn't cutting it. Back and forth, right? Back and forth. Running back goes down again. Whatever, right? Baltimore Ravens want this rematch. The Baltimore Ravens don't only want this rematch. They want to show this rematch that last year was a fluke. They want to come out and be like, you know what? We are the best team in the AFC. We are them. We are going to do this. We're going to do that. Look out for us. But it's all about me, right? And the Kansas City Chiefs are going to whoop that ass week number 1. This is not me speaking as a Chiefs fan. This is me talking like I've been watching camp. I've been watching film. I watch a lot of games. The Baltimore Ravens early in the season going to be rough. First 6-7 weeks of the season, guys, it would not shock me one bit if the Baltimore Ravens do go 500. It would not shock me one bit if they are just a very struggling ish team, right? The Kansas City Chiefs get the week 1 win over the Baltimore Ravens, and the Baltimore Ravens open their eyes a little bit. Open their eyes a little bit and be like, hey, you know what? Maybe we are not as good as we thought we were. Maybe, just maybe, we need to go back to the drawing board. Maybe, just maybe, we need to take this 10 days off, get our minds right, throw that week 1 game out. Okay, we lost, whatever. It's time to get back to work. John thinks the Ravens are going to spank the Chiefs. James Frank says, not a battle. Kansas City Chiefs spank them. John People says, not week 1. Detroit beat them in Arrowhead. They start slow. See, John? Raiders fans and Lions fans, which you are both of, you live off 2 weeks from last season. Week number 1 and Christmas Day, week 15. Congratulations. Chiefs win week 1 over the Ravens. Week number 2, Ravens are back at home. Back at home, fresh off licking their wounds, realizing that, hey, we are not the cream of the crop quite yet. We're pretty good. We are pretty good, but we're not the cream of the crop quite yet, baby. Las Vegas Raiders come into town, and the Baltimore Ravens wax that ass. Wax that ass. Raiders are going to be a lot of cocky and a lot of arrogant most of the season. Their fans already are. Their players already are putting puppets on their hand and talking or whatever. Yes, AP stopped that or whatever, but regardless. Baltimore Ravens win week 2. Not even close. Not even close. Baltimore Ravens are looking pretty good right now. Looking pretty good. Looking on top of things, and John thinks the same. Week number 3. Going to Dallas. to take on the Dallas Cowboys. This is one thing positive about the Baltimore Ravens, guys. This is the one thing good about the Baltimore Ravens. When they play top NFC teams, the Cowboys, the Eagles, the Lions, the 49ers, they step up. They step up and they beat the crap out of the NFC teams, the top NFC teams. Now, they can't do that for a lot of the AFC teams, but the NFC, if the Baltimore Ravens were in the NFC, they would be in the Super Bowl year after year after year. And this year, I think, continues that trend. Dallas Cowboys will be a top team in the NFC. The Dallas Cowboys will win the NFC East. The Dallas Cowboys will win a playoff game or two, but they will not win Week 3 game. The Baltimore Ravens come into AT&T Stadium and they beat the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think it's going to be an epic beatdown like they did versus the Las Vegas Raiders, but I do think the Ravens beat the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know what is in the air, what is in the juice, but Baltimore Ravens beat top NFC teams week after week, year after year. I don't know what it is. It is what it is. John thinks they lose to Dallas. John thinks they beat Dallas. And of course, Ant has an undefeated record. So he has them 3-0, going 4-0, going into the Buffalo Bills game. The Buffalo Bills game, Week 4 matchup, back at home. We talked about the Buffalo Bills, guys. We have talked about the Buffalo Bills. They could be really superior or below average. All telltale short to how good their wide receiver core is. Nice and young, very unproven. But they still got Josh Allen. But they still have James Cook. But they still have a pretty good defense. None of that matters. None of that matters. Right now, the Baltimore Ravens look like a well-oiled machine. Lamar Jackson sitting nice and pretty in the pocket. The offensive line is stepping up, looking like an all-pro offensive line. The defense is shutting down teams week after week after week now. 2 weeks in a row. Going on third week. Derrick Henry is getting his bread. Justice Hill is getting his bread. I think the Baltimore Ravens play the Buffalo Bills tough and they come out on top. 21-7. This gives them the third win in a row. The Baltimore Ravens are looking good. Looking good, looking cocky, looking arrogant. Raider hate is in the air always, baby. John says it's a W versus the Bills. I agree. And Ant dropping some stats here says Lamar Jackson is 19-1 against the NFC. So basically that means if the Baltimore Ravens can make it to the Super Bowl, they're going to win. Going to win. John thinks Bills play Baltimore. It's a coin toss. It's a coin toss. 3-1 at this point. I concur with that, John. 3-1. The only loss coming in a opening week, Kansas City Chiefs. And that week opening one loss is kind of just a fluke at this point, right? Baltimore Ravens are flying high. Wins over the Raiders, Cowboys, and Buffalo Bills in consecutive weeks. Then comes week number 5. Then comes the first divisional opponent of the season. A particular tough opponent. As I do not think that the Cleveland Browns will not be living up to a lot of hype this season. They do, however, step up in this game. They do play well in this game versus the Baltimore Ravens week number 5. Joe Burrow is a primetime player. Joe Burrow has come into camp with a shaved head and blonde hair. Bleach blonde hair. Side note, the last time he came into camp with bleach blonde hair, he threw 65 touchdowns the following season. Granted, that was at LSU. Granted, that was in college. Granted, that was 16 injuries ago. But I do think the Cincinnati Bengals as a whole get better of the Baltimore Ravens week 5. I think the Baltimore Ravens have kind of been winning. Well, they've obviously been winning 3 games in like in a row, but the winning has kind of covered up the kind of the cracks that they have. Yes, the offensive line has been playing good, but this part of the line hasn't been playing good, right? Yes, the running game has been doing well, but that's a lot because of Derrick Henry, right? I think this Week 5 game exposes a lot of the weakness for the Baltimore Ravens, and I think it is a good thing moving forward, but just not Week 5. I think they lose to Cincinnati, and John concurs with me on that. I think they lose to Cincinnati. Give us a Week 6 matchup. Week 6 matchup, they're back at home versus a Commanders team that is going to be shocking a lot of people this season. I think the Commanders are a team that you really don't want to play, especially if they get hot. If they get hot, the Washington Commanders could be pretty good. How we just spoke about the Cincinnati Bengals come Week 5, they have a lot of cracks. They have a lot of exposures, right? The Commanders try to exploit that. The Commanders try to, attack that still gelling offensive line. The Commanders try to pick on the linebacking core because they can't stop or run. They try, but they just don't have enough firepower. It's too much Lamar Jackson and Zay Flowers come Week 6, and they win that game over the Commanders. WB Ant says we will sweep the Bengals again. We will tie with Shitberg and Cleveland. John thinks it is a tough win over the Commanders. Give us a Week 7 matchup. Week 7. Right now, the Baltimore Ravens are kind of like, we can be really good. We can be really good if we fix these few little mistakes that we have. We have a little bit of tinkering here, a little bit of tinkering there, and you're good for now. You're good for now over there, but these two things we need to really tinker. Now, as Ant said, Lamar Jackson is 19-1 versus NFC teams, right? Already have them beating the Cowboys, so 20-1 versus NFC teams. I think Baker Mayfield gets his second loss. Sorry, I think Lamar Jackson gets his second loss to an NFC team by losing to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think Baker Mayfield is a top 10 quarterback in the league this season. I think Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to do some work in the NFC South. I think Baker Mayfield and Tampa Bay Buccaneers is a team that you do not want to play in the playoffs. Hell, you don't want to play them, period. They expose more of the Baltimore Ravens' weaknesses that the Ravens have been trying to fix the last couple weeks, but they finally get exposed. It is a close game, but it is too much Baker Mayfield, too much Mike Evans in this game. The Baltimore Ravens get their third loss of the season. Third loss of the season. John thinks, I think you split with Cincinnati, Cleveland, and sweep Pittsburgh. John thinks it's another loss to an NFC team. John, I think you and me are on the same wavelength today, buddy. And James Frank says Baker Mayfield woke up feeling dangerous. 6 balls out of 4 TDs. Baker Mayfield's going to do some work versus a very good Baltimore Ravens defense. But this is the time of season that the Baltimore Ravens, their tough schedule starts to get a little easier, right? Their tough schedule starts to tone down a little bit. I'm not saying that the Browns are an easy team. I'm not saying the Browns are a cakewalk, but I'm saying that the Baltimore Ravens match really good versus the Cleveland Browns. Best on best across the board, the Baltimore Ravens are better at every aspect in the game. Quarterback, Lamar Jackson. Receiving core, give me Baltimore Ravens. Secondary, give me Baltimore Ravens. Linebacking core, give me Baltimore Ravens. Defensive line, give me Baltimore Ravens. Running back, give me Baltimore Ravens. You guys get the hint. The Baltimore Ravens are better in every aspect of the game versus the Cleveland Browns. I think the Baltimore Ravens go into Cleveland and they beat the Cleveland Browns handily. They have fixed all the little flaws that they've had. The offensive line is now tuned up. Zay Flowers is getting his head right. Derrick Henry is running the ball downhill. And the Baltimore Ravens click and they win this game. Give us the Week 9 matchup. Denver Broncos come to town. Are the Denver Broncos any very good? We've talked about the AFC West, and the Denver Broncos are a bad team. They are a team that just meh. Ravens put a 70-piece on them. It's not even close. Lamar Jackson looks like MVP back form. Zay Flowers looks like a beast. Derrick Henry looks like a old Derrick Henry running over everybody, stiff arming. Get off me, boy. Baltimore Ravens defense is locked down. We'll probably see Bo Nix in this game. It's an ugly, ugly win. Baltimore Ravens beat down the Denver Broncos handedly, giving us a Week 10 matchup. John thinks the same, by the way. Week 10 matchup. Cincinnati Bengals. Just played the Bengals, 5 weeks ago? Lost to the Bengals. Ravens are pissed off. Not only are they pissed off, they are playing some really, really good football right now. 2 wins in a row over the Browns and the Broncos. Baltimore Ravens win this game. Baltimore Ravens win this game because at this particular point, the wheels start to fall off the wagon for the Cincinnati Bengals. The Bengals are a good team. They're not a great team. Baltimore Ravens, they're a great team. Baltimore Ravens are better at football than the Cincinnati Bengals all season long. And John agrees. Week number 11. Week 11. Old Pittsburgh comes to town. Old Pittsburgh Steelers. Now we don't really know what they're going to do with their hands. Pittsburgh Steelers right now, guys, are in pretty much, we don't know what to do. They don't know if they're going to start Russell Wilson, injured. Don't know if we're starting to start Justin Fields, looking pretty good at camp. But really, it doesn't matter. Because Patrick Queen is going to come out and ball this game. Najee Harris is going to come out and ball this game. George Pickens is going to come out and ball this game. The whole defense is going to shut down the Baltimore Ravens. The Pittsburgh Steelers dominate the Baltimore Ravens Week 11. Fresh off of a 3-game winning streak, wins over the Browns, Broncos, and Bengals. They come into Pittsburgh after another mini bye week, and they shit the bed. They just shit the bed. Not because the Steelers are better than them. They just shit the bed. Don't know what it is. They just shit the bed. James Frank thinks they slaughter Pittsburgh. Not only win, but they slaughter them. John thinks it's a win over Pittsburgh. But WBN says they lose to Pittsburgh. We'll see. Week number 12. Monday Night Football. Let's travel to LA to SoFi Stadium to take on Justin Herbert and the LA Chargers. Fresh off of an embarrassing loss to the Pittsburgh Steelers, let's get on primetime TV. Let's do it all over again. Lamar Jackson, guys, plays well on the West Coast, i.e. San Francisco 49ers, right? Lamar Jackson likes to play on primetime. Lamar Jackson likes the spotlight when it's on him. This Week 12 game, primetime TV, Monday Night Football, the LA Chargers get their asses whooped. Harbaugh versus Harbaugh, it doesn't matter. The Ravens beat down the LA Chargers. The Chargers are a 7-win team. Chargers are not very good. They could be good in a couple years, but right now they're not very good. Baltimore Ravens win this game, but James thinks, no, slow it down, baby. They're losing to the Chargers. Jim will get the better of John on Monday Night Football. Okay, James. Okay. Week 13. It's time to really get back on track. It is time to really get back on track and start to stream some wins together. Philadelphia Eagles, probably below average team this season. They get the dub. Baltimore Ravens come back home, Philadelphia Eagles come in and just kind of just like, meh. We here, but we're tired. We tired. We all heard the retirement plans for the defensive lineman for the Eagles last week. Week 13, he tired. And WB Ant says King Henry rushes for 120 yards. Keaton Mitchell will return and rush for another 75. Walking all over the Philadelphia Eagles. John thinks it's a win over Philly as well. Run as well. I think it's a win. Given 2 wins in a row going into the bye week. Much needed bye week at this particular time, right? There's a few bangs up, Derrick Henry probably rushing the ball a lot. Lamar Jackson throwing the ball a lot. They just need to heal. Nice little rest week. Nothing too concerning going into the bye week. They are A-okay. Sitting at 4 losses so far on the season, riding high on a 3-game winning streak. Come off the bye week to play the New York Giants at New York, New Jersey. They beat Daniel Jones. Not even close. Not even close. The Baltimore Ravens going to New York, New Jersey, MetLife Stadium. It doesn't matter. They whooped that ass. Brian Burns, Thibodeau, whoever you want. It doesn't matter. You're not stopping Lamar Jackson after a bye week. Not after a bye week. You are not stopping Lamar Jackson. But then Saturday night primetime game. This is going to probably be an 8 o'clock game on Saturday night. Pittsburgh Steelers coming to town, fresh off a victory over the Baltimore Ravens just, 2 months ago at this particular point. But the Ravens are like, you know what, baby? You know what? Slow it down. You can ride your bus over those shitty-ass Pennsylvania roads. You can come into Baltimore. You can do whatever you want, but you know what? You are not going to beat us on Saturday night primetime because my man, Lamar Jackson, is going to die a dog, and he's going to ball out in this game. The Baltimore Ravens get their 4th win in a row over the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it is not even pretty. It is a knockout, drag-out game in the first half. It is ugly. And John thinks they win. Of course they win. Of course they win. But then we got this Wednesday night game. Why is that Wednesday night game popping up? Wednesday night game. Right now, guys, the Baltimore Ravens are on a 4-game winning streak. With wins over the Chargers, Eagles, Giants, and Steelers. Hell, if you look back at, they have won 8 of their last 9. Flying high. Flying high. Pretty much have a playoff spot locked up at this particular point, but they play this Wednesday game. Short work week, on the road, versus a Houston Texans team that really wants to win. They need to win. Right? At this point in the season, the Houston Texans are battling for an AFC South division crown. I think the Houston Texans upset the Baltimore Ravens at home, and the Baltimore Ravens get their 5th loss of the season. Give us a Week 18 matchup when the Cleveland Browns and Amari Cooper, highest paid receiver in the NFL, comes down and plays the Baltimore Ravens. The Cleveland Browns are a team that probably going to be battling for a playoff position right here as well. 5 through 11 or 12 in the AFC, guys, are going to be really, really tight. 1 win here, 1 win there could decide a lot of things. But at this particular point right now, the Baltimore Ravens are playing for that number 1 overall seed in the AFC. At this particular point, the Baltimore Ravens want that bye week going into playoffs starting the next week. I think the Baltimore Ravens they beat Cleveland. It's a close game, 28-27, 28-25, type of score. 1-score game. And the Baltimore Ravens beat the Cleveland Browns Week 18, ultimately giving them a 12-5 record on the season. I think the Baltimore Ravens have a very, very tough schedule. They play a lot of primetime games. They play, 1, 2, 3, 4, looks like 6 or 7 primetime games. They're on TV a lot. Lamar Jackson shines out when he's on TV. does a lot of good things, but I think ultimately they're a 12-5 team. They are battling for the top overall seed in the AFC. Ultimately, I think they get second. Because the Kansas City Chiefs will also finish at 12-5, but the tiebreaker will go to the Kansas City Chiefs. But this is what I got. James says, I think Cleveland and Baltimore Ravens are going to battle for that top spot. Cleveland is a good team on paper. If you look at paper, the Cleveland Browns are a really, really good team. If Deshaun Watson can be 80% of himself that he was in 2009 and 19, the Cleveland Browns have a defense that could win them a championship. They have a receiving core that could win them a championship. I saw somebody said, I think it was Ant that said that they would take the Browns receiver core over the Ravens receiver core. Probably not, but I believe the Browns did sign Jerry Jeudy, right? So potentially, but we'll be talking about the Cleveland Browns tomorrow, obviously. And I'm not for sure if the Browns have enough mojo, grit, the it factor to be the dogs. James thinks, I think the Ravens sweep Pittsburgh. I have them splitting. The Pittsburgh Steelers they're a team that if you do not play your A game against, they are going to beat you. The Pittsburgh Steelers, I feel, are going to be a team that they're going to come out every week and give you a B game, right? They are not going to play out of their minds and score 100 points, but they're not going to be not scoring either, right? They're going to be a nice, every game you are going to get the Pittsburgh Steelers B game, right? They are just going to come out there, they're going to do what they do and don't make mistakes. And if you make those mistakes, slip up, throw a interception, get sacked for a 15-yard loss, fumble the ball, that's how the Pittsburgh Steelers can win you a lot of games. But to sweep them, sweeping in the division is very, very tough, as is. And to be honest, if I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan, I don't want to sweep teams like the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't want to sweep teams like the Cleveland Browns. I don't want to sweep teams like the other teams in my division, because I think the Steelers and Browns are both going to make the playoffs as well. You're going to have to play them, and it is tough to beat a team 3 times in a season. Now, I'm not saying go out there and purposely lose, but if you lose, you're like, you know what? It is what it is. It is what it is. Win against Pittsburgh, loss against... James says, I think the Cleveland and Baltimore Ravens are going to battle for the top spot. Dude, haven't we talked about that? Haven't we? John has the Ravens at 12-5 as well. They get the first spot, first overall seed. Whoa, slow it down, baby. Slow it down. Ant has them going 13-4. 13-4 with losses to Pittsburgh, Texans, Browns, and Eagles. I could see the Pittsburgh loss. I can see the Texans loss. Obviously, can see the Browns loss as well, because I do have... I actually had the Ravens sweeping the Browns this season, but the Eagles? The Eagles, Ant? I mean, I understand it's a Sunday night game, actually. Week before the bye week, kind of ready to get to the bye week. I could see it. But damn. Ant says, our receiver core is nothing to bloat about. Outside of Flowers, everyone else is big. Bateman's pretty good. Rashad Bateman's pretty good. I do like Rashad Bateman. Actually, I like him a lot. But you were forgetting, you guys have a nice 2 tight end system now, right? Mark Andrews, broke his leg last season, right? Was out most of the season. Boom, insert Isaiah Likely. Bada bing, bada boom. Where did this guy come from? You guys quickly got a 1-2 punch at tight end, right? Still have Nelson Aguilar. I think Rashad Bateman's a solid number 2 guy. Zay Flowers, if he can keep his head. could be a top receiver in the NFL. But really, you don't really need a great receiver core when you have two damn good tight ends and a running back room that is deeper than a freaking college back running room, right? Derrick Henry, Justice Hill, Keaton Mitchell. You guys need about 3 balls to go around. John thinks Flowers is going to go nuts this year, but you're right. Cleveland has a better receiver core. Man, y'all loving you some Browns, aren't you? You guys are all loving you some Browns, but when we look at the Browns receiver core, yes, they have Amari Cooper and Jerry Jeudy, but Elijah Moore, the Jets didn't want him because he didn't know the playbook. He refused to know the playbook. Is he really going to come out and be the dog? David Njoku, really good tight end, top 5 tight end, hands down. I don't know. I like the Baltimore Ravens core adding tight ends better than the Browns. Bateman is okay, says Ant, but the dude got to stop dropping the ball and get on point either way. Lamar, but yeah, Likely and Andrews are those the dudes. Get on point with Lamar. We'll see. First preseason game is Thursday, guys. We do have the Chicago Bears talking about the Houston Texans. Somebody asked what I thought about that game. What am I looking for? Basically looking forward to if any starters come out and play. Right? Obviously, we're not going to see Caleb Williams. We're not going to see CJ Stroud. We're not going to see Stephon Diggs or DJ Moore. We're going to see these potential back-end potential starters play like a few games, like maybe a series or 2. I'm talking like second string guys that could potentially jump in the starting spot. That is what I'm going to see. I want to see the depth of these teams. I want to see depth of the Houston Texans and depth of the Chicago Bears. I don't care about second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. Those are all going to be cut players, unfortunately. Anybody playing in the third and fourth quarter on Thursday, you will probably not see them on an NFL roster this season. Practice squad, get better maybe the next couple seasons. Maybe somebody stands out, but you will not be seeing those guys on a roster whatsoever. First quarter, first 3 series is probably key. That's what we're looking for, and looking forward to see if Caleb Williams handles himself on the sideline. Is he going to be rah-rahing his team, or is he going to be, I'm better than everybody else? Caleb Williams' mental game, I think, is the biggest factor for the Chicago Bears moving forward. But James Frank says Elijah Moore will be who Watson looks for when he's in trouble. Just will be sorry they let him go. Haven't been sorry yet. But guys, that is it for today. I know I was kind of all over the place. I kind of had pre-show technical difficulties. I was kind of behind a little bit. Rest of the week will be fine, guys. We do have some interviews lined up with some Pittsburgh Steelers guys, and as well as Cincinnati Bengals podcasts as well. But until then, guys, we'll see you next time. I'm out. As I started to prepare for today's show, guys, I started listening to press conferences from the Cleveland Browns general manager, Andrew Berry. And Andrew Berry was asked about about the potential Cleveland Browns stadium renovation, and whether they want a dome, whether they want outside, just generalized questions, right? Normally, when you talk to GMs and coaches, you get the politically correct answer. Whatever the owner wants, whatever the fans want, yada, yada, yada. Andrew Berry has come out and said that he wants a dome in Cleveland. He said he wants basically Myles Garrett to be able to run 100% free, not have to worry about the cold, not have to worry about the rain, wind, or snow. He wants a dome over the Cleveland Browns Stadium. So my brain starts turning, my brain starts thinking, and I'm like, you know what? Do we want all fields to be in, quote, perfect conditions? Do we want all fields to be in pristine 65 degrees weather, no rain, no snow, no wind? Like, that's what makes football great, right? Is truly a home field advantage. Truly, in football, you get a home field advantage. In basketball, nah. Baskets are still 10-foot tall. The court's still 90 feet or whatever. Baseball, somewhat different size fields, whatever, you get it. A little bit of home field advantage. But in the NFL, you truly get home field advantage with the weather, with the wind, with the noise, etc., right? So as you guys, I see a Cleveland Browns fan in here. We see Chicago Bears fans, right? Would you guys want a stadium that is a dome? Me personally, as a Kansas City Chiefs fan, they are proposing a dome stadium out there in Kansas, and actually Overland Park. Hell no! I don't want no dome stadium. I like that outdoor feel. I want the home field advantage. I want the negative 25-degree weather. I want the snow. I want the wind. That's what makes football, baby. That is what makes football. What are your guys' thoughts on that? Would you want your team, if you're an outdoor stadium, a cold weather stadium, Jets, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Kansas City, who else is outside? Green Bay? Would you guys want a dome on your field? Let me know. But those are my thoughts. Alrighty, guys. Alrighty. It is time to talk some NFL talk. We have gone a little bit of this. We've gone a little bit of that. We've dived into what could potentially be the saving grace of the Cleveland Browns stadium. But James Frank says, nah. I like Lake Erie snow shoe grits. Don't move them to Broke Park. I think you're talking about so Cleveland is next to Lake Erie. I was also thinking Buffalo next to Lake Erie, but that's not Lake Erie. That's Lake Ontario, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, I get it. Don't. Casey says no. I like watching weather games. Bring the snow. Bring the rain. Bring the negative 25-degree weather. We like it, baby. We like it. But yeah, it is what it is. But there's some news, guys, coming out of Pittsburgh. There's some news coming out of Pittsburgh that Mr. Russell Wilson is finally back at practice. As you guys know, we talked about it, late last week, right? Russell Wilson, first practice of the season for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He woke up with some calf soreness. Strained calf, as they officially announced it today, but he is officially back at practice taking reps. However, he is taking reps with the second string team. So we'll be talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers in depth with some people that I know about Pittsburgh Steelers, and we're going to talk about it. But right now, Russell Wilson is taking second string reps with that sore calf. So as Russell Wilson was slated to be the first string quarterback, Justin Fields has now kind of been inserted into that role. Now, I do like some Pittsburgh Steelers this season. I want to emphasize it on that. I am in love with the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. I love their defense. I love their offense. I love their offensive line. All they basically need is a quarterback that doesn't suck. As long as the Steelers quarterback play does not suck, they're going to win 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 games. They have a ceiling of 15 and a floor of 10 with decent quarterback play. I think they're going to be a really, really good team. But let me ask you guys this question. Is Russell Wilson starting or not make or break for the Pittsburgh Steelers season? Many people think that Justin Fields just needs to sit a year out, collect his thoughts, and then go on to his next team, right? Serve out his fifth year in Pittsburgh and be the guy somewhere else. Guys, I think, as much as I like Russ, Casey said it best. Russ is over the hill. Russ is an older guy. He's had his glory days, right? He top 10 quarterback in Seattle. Denver definitely hurt his legacy for the long haul. But Justin Fields, guys, in Pittsburgh, that seems like a very dangerous combination. That seems like a very dangerous combination. My man, BC Combs, sat here on Man Hour last season when the Chicago Bears were kind of like a dumpster fire, right? Of course, they got hot toward the end of the season, but they're like 1-7 or 2-6 or something like that. Like, he's like, trade Justin Fields and get what you can out of him. But then he also said in the same breath that Justin Fields on any other team is a Super Bowl winning quarterback. And watching camp, watching film, prepping for the Pittsburgh Steelers again on Thursday, guys, Justin Fields is the real deal. Justin Fields is the real deal. I think the Pittsburgh Steelers would be even better if Justin Fields does start all 17 games for them this season. Keep this in the back of your head. Russell Wilson is still being paid by the Denver Broncos. Russell Wilson is being paid by the Denver Broncos to play on a different team. I think the Steelers only paid him like $1 million, the veteran minimum. They have no stock really in either quarterback. They don't care who starts, as long as they win games. And I think Justin Fields can do that. John thinks the Steelers will go 9-8 this season. 9-8 this season. And then he also says in the same breath that Wilson's starting change halfway through after 3 or 4 straight losses. So John thinks the Steelers will go 9-8, but he also says that 4 of those 8 losses will come with Russell Wilson as starting quarterback. So basically, John's saying once Justin Fields gets in there, if he were to have played all 17 games, they're a 12-13 win team because Justin Fields is only going to lose 4 games this season. So start the man, week 1. Start him. Casey says he will start slow. His level of play is still the same as the Broncos gained 3 Fields by starting. See, and you guys are all I think we're all kind of thinking of the same thing here, right? We are all thinking the same thing. Justin Fields will take over Russell Wilson at some point during the season. If we know this, if we understand this, why not start Justin Fields week 1? Why not? Nothing to lose. Pittsburgh Steelers aren't really picked to do a whole lot. I have them going to the playoffs. I think they're going to win a couple playoff games. I think they could potentially go to the AFC Championship game with Justin Fields. Why not let it ride out? Let it ride out. James Frank, thank you for joining us today. James, he says Wilson will start. Fields will be thrown in as starter before they play Cleveland. Everybody's saying the same thing. Russell Wilson, 3, 4, 5, 6 starts tops. Insert Justin Fields. Insert in week 1. Insert in week 1. Don't let Combs here say that facts. If Combs ever heard that he is right, he will ride that till the day he dies. Let's just be honest. I love him. Love him like a brother, fuck him like a sister, but damn it, Combs, when he's right, he will never let you die. Never let that die. Arthur Brown is in the chat today. What's up, Arthur Brown? He says, what up, man, our nation? What's up, Arthur Brown? Be safe out there on the streets, man. We know it's hard out there for a pimp. We got my Ryan in the chat. He's a rising top fan. He says, let go. Let's go, Ryan. Hope you're having a grand old day, man. And Casey says Wilson will begin pad too much not to start in game owner. Okay. Casey's saying that Russell Wilson is getting paid too much to be game 1 starter. Not to be game 1 starter, I should say. Russell Wilson is getting paid a lot of money this season. You are correct. I think he's getting paid like $40 million, right? This season and next season. By the Denver Broncos. The Pittsburgh Steelers are only paying him $1 million. The league veteran minimum. Russell Wilson, that's what he's getting paid. That is what he's getting paid. So therefore, being paid too much or not, He's not getting paid by the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is why Pittsburgh Steelers signed the guy. They don't like him. See you later, alligator. We'll trade you to somebody else. Hell, we'll cut your ass. We don't care. It's $1 million. That's pocket change, baby. Pocket change. He says, LMO. So the Broncos are paying Wilson to suck in Pittsburgh. Exactly. Exactly. We got DJ V-Bucks in the chat. What's up? DJ says, what do you think about Jordan Love's deal? Let's talk about Jordan Love's deal. DJ V-Bucks. Thank you for joining us, man. I think Jordan Love got paid too early. I think Jordan Love Jordan Love got paid. Jordan Love got his money. He did ball out last season from week 5 till playoff game, ultimately beat down the Dallas Cowboys, potentially shit the bed versus the 49ers. Call it what you want to call it. But with that being said, Jordan Love only has 1 year starting experience. With that being said, Jordan Love really only played good top level, top 10 football for 12 games last season. Now, I understand he only had 1 year left on his contract. This 2024 NFL season was the opt-in, opt-out year, right? And so he wasn't going to practice because he wanted to get paid. He wasn't going to do this because he wanted to get paid. On Jordan Love's side of things, I get it. I understand it, right? But on the Green Bay Packers side of things, I don't understand it. I think they paid the man way too early, as you do get paid off of what you've done, right? And then into potential. Potentially, Jordan Love can have a Hall of Fame career. Potentially, Jordan Love can be the next great quarterback to come out of Green Bay. Potentially, Jordan Love can win back-to-back MVPs like Aaron Rodgers did. But 1 year starting, 1 playoff win, 1 playoff loss. I would have liked to see more out of Jordan Love before giving him the richest NFL contract in history, right? But at the same time, I see it. I see it as well, right? The Green Bay Packers are kind of handcuffed by the situation. If you pay him now and he just a mediocre quarterback at best, damn, we're stuck with him for 4 or 5 years. Shit. But if he balls out, MVP, takes you to an NFC championship game, goes to the Super Bowl, right? And you hadn't paid him yet, then Tua gets his money, right? Then Dak Prescott gets his money. Then Brock Purdy gets his money. Who is the next quarterback that's probably up due for a contract? Probably Kyler Murray probably gets his money, right? Now you're 5-6 contracts past of what you could have paid him. And now instead of, $53.5 million a season, he's getting $60 million. He's getting $70 million a season. As I do think it's too early, I also can't fault the Packers for doing what they did. You can't fault them from doing what they did. They think they nailed their draft. Hell, history shows they have, right? Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, Bart Starr, right? History shows that they nailed the draft and quarterbacks. So if you have faith in your guy, I like it. I like it. What do you guys think? John says, way too early. Way too early. He also said from week 11 on, he balled out. So not even the 12 games. John's saying about 7-8 games. Probably about right. But at the same time, I don't want to toot my own horn or anything, but I said this exactly about the Green Bay Packers. First 5-6 weeks of the season, they're going to pretty much suck. Young receiver core, brand new quarterback. I mean, he's been in the system, but brand new starting quarterback. Nathaniel Hackett, or not Nathaniel Hackett. Packers head coach, name slipping my mind right now. Finally gets to put his hands on the molding of that offense, right? Finally gets his chance to really shape and mold what he thinks he could be. Growing pains, bada bing, bada boom. Everything came together. everything balled out, and it ended up being all right. Casey says Green Bay was dumb to pay Love. Dumb. Arthur Brown says, Buck, I agree. He did get paid too early. They should have waited after this season. Double-edged sword, right? Double-edged sword. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's just, it is what it is. John thinks he's should have let him play out his contract and paid the man if he shows the same level of play. Like I said, double-edged sword. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. This is what the problem is with the NFL quarterback realm, right? No matter if you're average, Trevor Lawrence, Tua, potentially Jordan Love, whoever's next up in contract talks is going to be the next highest paid quarterback, right? Because they don't want you to say no, right? They invested a draft pick on you. They invested 5-6 years on you, right? In Dallas Cowboys talk here, 9 years. Vested 9 years on you. Why do I want to lowball you and only offer you $45 million? You're like, nah, I'm good. And then the next team like the Las Vegas Raiders are going to pay you $80 million a season. Like, I get it, but James says, as a Browns fan, I wish I would have had the Packers worried about QB. Favre, Rodgers, and Love. What is that even like? I think Love will have at least 2 rings before he retires. James, I believe at one particular time, a buddy of mine posted a t-shirt on Facebook with the list of the Cleveland Browns quarterbacks since like 2016 or something like that. The font was like 10-point font and it had like 40 names on it. Like I definitely understand and feel your pain, and like it sucks. It sucks. Not only too early, says Arthur Brown, but made him the highest paid quarterback. What the hell? Next paid quarterback's always going to be the highest paid quarterback. Look at it. Started with Patrick Mahomes, then Joe Burrow, then Josh Allen, then Lamar Jackson, right? It's a snowball. Even if you're average, you're going to get paid $50-60 million. And Casey says, slow it down. Slow it down, baby. The Bears have already claimed the next 5 Super Bowls before their overrated quarterback even takes a snap. And speaking of their overrated quarterback, Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams talked to reporters yesterday and basically said that I want to play as many snaps as I can in preseason. I want to play to work on my blitz coverages, to work on my checks, to work on a little bit of this and a little bit of that. He said, I want to get in there and I want to play. Caleb Williams is saying all the right things for Bear fans to get hype about him, for media to get hype about him, for everybody to get hype around the Chicago Bears. But the Chicago Bears guys have 4 preseason games this season. They play the Hall of Fame game in just 2 days, and then they still have 3 more preseason games. So Caleb Williams, I'm going to look at you face to face. First of all, I loved the way you answered your question in your press conference. If you guys haven't watched him answer this question, I recommend you going to youtube.com and looking up Caleb Williams' interview from, I believe it was July 29th. Not only does he look the reporter in the eyes, connects with him, he gives a well-rounded, lengthy answer. He did not give the politically correct answer like, oh, whatever the coach decides, whatever. He's like, no, I want to fucking play. He didn't say fucking, but I would say that. He said, I want to play. I want to work on this, and this, and this, and this. I want to play. The more I play now, the better I'll be prepared for week 1. So, guys, I know it's hard to find Bears fans out there. It's hard to find Chicago Bears fans out there. But if Caleb Williams is your quarterback right now, if Caleb Williams is your guy moving forward, do you want him playing preseason? Do you want him taking 3/4 of the snaps in a preseason game. Me personally, absolutely not. I hate preseason games. I hate 7-on-7s. I hate padded scrimmages. Get me to the game. As a high school coach right now, my team, the previous administration signed us up for a bunch of 7-on-7 events throughout the summer. Cool, whatever, effing stupid. So we went to Evansville and played some 7-on-7. We went to Clarksville. We went to Indianapolis. We went to Nashville, right? We're playing all these 7-on-7 events, and I'm not going to go take my kids out there and be not prepared. But at the same time, when I'm preparing for a 7-on-7, it's taken away from my team aspect, and these kids are always thinking 7-on-7, 7-on-7. Oh, yeah. Fuck 7-on-7. I got 5 kids injured, 3 broken arms, 2 concussions, and a dislocated kneecap from playing 7-on-7. All pretend games. This is unpadded, unsanctioned, playing flag football 7-on-7 for high school kids. Now, let's translate this into NFL. This is a padded game. This is a sanctioned game. This is people legitimately fighting for their livelihoods, right? If Caleb Williams is out there versus a 4-string linebacker fighting to be on the team, he wants to make film. He wants to make a highlight. He wants to take your fucking head off. Chicago Bears fans, Caleb Williams is your future. Next 4 years minimum, he is your future. You don't want to see him a vegetable in preseason. You don't want to see a torn ACL in preseason. You don't want to blow out Achilles in practice. You don't want to see it. So Matt Eberflus, Ryan Poles, the rest of the Chicago Bears organization better protect him from himself. Maybe Caleb Williams just saying this just to please the masses. Maybe he's saying, hey, I want to do this, and this, but really, I just like my money, baby. But let me know, guys. Would you want your boy Caleb Williams to start more than 2 preseason games this season? Me personally, absolutely not. Absolutely not. James Chambers in the chat. What's up, James? He said there will be an 18-game season with the mid-season league-wide bye week. No preseason games within the 5 years. I'd say probably next two years, James. In the next 2 years, we're going to see 18 games. I don't think we'll see a league-wide bye week, but we'll see 2 bye weeks. We'll see 2 bye weeks for sure. John says, nah. I'd sit him too. Why risk injury, Caleb? Why risk injury? Granted, I know Caleb Williams got his money in college, right? Caleb Williams was really the first class of NIL deal people coming out of college going into the pros, right? If you think about this, Caleb Williams was probably making more money in college than he is with the Chicago Bears. So, like, I get it to an extent. But, yeah. 1 series in the first game. First real preseason game. This week 0 Hall of Fame crap? Nah. Taysom Bagent, you're out there, man. You're out there. James says, you're right. You're right. I wouldn't let him play either. Wouldn't let him play either. Speaking of playing, John Elway was talking about his time as a general manager or acting general manager, or whatever his exactly role was with the Denver Broncos. And if you guys remember right, Denver Broncos had a top pick in the draft the year that Josh Allen was drafted by the Buffalo Bills ultimately. So John Elway said in a podcast that he regrets not drafting Josh Allen in that draft. I believe that particular year, who did they draft? Oh, man. Why is the name still on my mind now? I should have read it down. But regardless, they passed on him. Guys, as a past GM, potentially looking for a new GM job, administrative role, something, would you want to come out and admit that you made a mistake? Now, me as a man, I'm never going to admit that I'm wrong, right? I could be bold-faced wrong, 100% wrong, right? I could leave the refrigerator open with the milk jug half empty. I could be the only one at the house. And when I come back, I'm like, who left the refrigerator open? It wasn't me. You are going to deny it till the day you die. So, John Elway, why are you coming out and saying this? Why? But I got to thinking. I posted it earlier on Facebook, facebook.com/manhour. And I said, if Josh Allen were to go to the Denver Broncos, how would it have shaped the Denver Broncos' future moving forward? I said, personally, I didn't say a Super Bowl team. I didn't say a playoff team. I said they would be a solid 9-win team year in and year out. I think Josh Allen does that much for a team. As the Broncos are currently constructed, you put Josh Allen on there, they could potentially be second place in the AFC West. I don't think they compete for the crown. I think the Chiefs are just that much further ahead than them, even with Josh Allen. But they could be battling for a 7th seed, 6th seed year after year after year. I think Josh Allen is that good of a player. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Arthur Brown says he has to get feel his rookie coach, lineman, protect him. Oh, as far as Caleb Williams. You're right. James Frank says Broncos would have ruined Allen's career. I'm glad he ended up in Buffalo. I mean, if you look at his time in Buffalo, yes, he has put up some great yardage. Yes, they have, 12, 13 wins year after year after year. But what's he really done in Buffalo? One playoff win, right? Is it one or two playoff wins? Definitely hasn't been really a Super Bowl contender or AFC Championship contender year after year after year. On paper, they look really good. In Madden, they're hella good. But I don't know if his career would have been any different going from Denver or Buffalo. Probably about mirror images. We talked about system quarterbacks and how I think Patrick Mahomes is a system quarterback. Not saying he's a bad quarterback, saying he's a system quarterback. I think Josh Allen is a quarterback on any other team. He's probably the exact same guy. Aaron Rodgers, exact same guy on any other team, right? Lamar Jackson, system quarterback. Patrick Mahomes, system quarterback. Josh Allen, I think he's pretty good. James says Allen wasn't near the top of anyone's boards. Even Buffalo booed when they took Allen instead of Rosen. Exactly. Was it Josh Rosen? I still can't believe he got the short end of the stick in Arizona and Miami and Buffalo. And John said it best right here. I agree with you, John. He would have been the same as a Bronco. Exactly. But guys, it is time to talk a little bit about the Cleveland Browns. It is time to talk about potentially one of the top teams in the AFC North. It is time to talk about a team that made it to the playoffs last season after going through 4 quarterbacks. But before we got to go to the future, we got to think about the past. And think about the past, that is what we're going to do. Guys, the Cleveland Browns saw a lot of ups and downs in 2023. Ups, Deshaun Watson finally played a couple games. Deshaun Watson finally started to look like himself. Hell, first 3 weeks of the season, Deshaun Watson was looking like potentially 2019 Deshaun Watson. Insert Tennessee game, hurts his shoulder, out for the rest of the season, pretty much, right? Yeah, I know he played a couple more games, tried to come back, just wasn't quite himself. Insert DTR, Joe Flacco, Driscoll. Guys, the Cleveland Browns went through 4 quarterbacks last season, ended up going 11-6 with a playoff loss to the Houston Texans in the wild card. Also, in the meantime, Nick Chubb tears his ACL. Newsom tears his hamstring. Ward has an injured knee, right? There's a lot of injuries that piled up in 2023. So to start off today's show, we have to talk about the elephant in the room. We have to talk about Deshaun Watson. When I was preparing for today's show, I was watching Browns training camp like I did on Sunday with the pigskin punters. We were looking for the Baltimore Ravens, right? We get into a rabbit hole, yada, yada, yada. This was Monday edition of Browns training camp. There was a video of Deshaun Watson throwing the ball into the net, right? Kind of like a warm-up pass, kind of a rollout, boom, into the net. Deshaun Watson threw one pass during this practice. Deshaun Watson skipped the 20-yard pass into a net about the 5-yard line. After that, Deshaun Watson goes out of practice. He's like, shit, my arm hurts, whatever, like his shoulder hurts. Gone out of practice for the rest of the day. So, guys, with that being said, Deshaun Watson's shoulder, I believe, is injured yet again. Deshaun Watson is already injured and hasn't even started week 1 yet. So when we talk about the Cleveland Browns today, I based off everything off of Deshaun Watson being 100% all season long. I based Deshaun Watson not being 2019 Deshaun Watson, but a Deshaun Watson that I feel like he could definitely beat. But first padded practice of the season, one pass, bada bing, bada boom, he's already injured yet again. Guys, at what point do the Cleveland Browns have to move on from Deshaun Watson? At what point do you just chalk it up, be like, damn, we tried, we wasted a lot of money? The window for the Cleveland Browns to win a lot of games, Super Bowl, AFC Championship, is closing rapidly. You got Amari Cooper for another year. You got Nick Chubb getting a little long in the tooth. The defense getting a little long in the tooth, right? The average age for the Cleveland Browns right now is 30 years old. That's relatively pretty old in the NFL, considering last year the Green Bay Packers had the youngest team. The average age was 23. So at what point do the Cleveland Browns just move on from Deshaun Watson? At what point be like, you know what, man? We tried. We gave you a lot of guaranteed money. Was it $245 million guaranteed money? We tried, but it's time to move on. It is time to move on. And John says that now would be the time. If Deshaun Watson is truly injured yet again, it is time to move on. It is now. You have a quarterback in Dorian Thompson-Robertson, DTR, that Aaron Rodgers freaking loves, right? We saw that last season when the Jets and the Browns played in the Hall of Fame game, right? Aaron Rodgers loves him some DTR. There's a reason. DTR is a pretty good quarterback. Pretty good. They also have a backup quarterback in Jameis Winston. Yeah, I know, 30 interceptions, but he has LASIK surgery since then. But Cleveland Browns fans, general staff, whatever, if Deshaun Watson is not 100% come week 1, I think you have to find him on the bench. I think you have to find him on the bench and find yourself a new starting quarterback at this particular time. James says, I think one, Watson mindset, he's only there because he has to be. I mean, Deshaun Watson did request a trade from Houston. I don't remember if he had a no trade clause or not, but I'm sure he could have said no. I don't know. I feel like any team in general you kind of want to be on because you're getting paid a lot of money to play a game that you love. Amari Cooper has come out and said that I want to retire a Cleveland Brown. I mean, something's brewing in Cleveland, and just Deshaun Watson needs to get on or get out, right? John says they'll make a trade for Trevor Lawrence and find out he's bummy. Whoa. Slow it down, baby. Down it down. Arthur Brown says the Browns are pretty much stuck with Watson. Why? Why are they stuck with Watson? Because if you look forward into next year's salary cap, they're $45 million over the salary cap. Deshaun Watson is only a $25 million salary cap hit on that. So if you cut him or release him, you are not dead cap hit money because it's guaranteed money. He already got his guaranteed money. Now he's just playing off of incentive pay. I don't think the Browns are stuck with him. I don't think so. And James Frank says, I don't think so. I think they generally wants him. I mean, of course they want Deshaun Watson. They want the potential of Deshaun Watson. They want the potential of be like, you know what? He is not terrible. He just injured all the freaking time. Speaking of injured, Nick Chubb. We talked a little bit about Nick Chubb. We said how he tore his ACL, week 2 last season, but this is his second torn ACL in his career. And as a running back that's 30 years old or plus, injuries start to add up, start to slow you down. Now, Nick Chubb is a very, very good running back. Nick Chubb is a very, very strong running back. Well, we saw him squat 700 pounds, right? The bar was damn near ready to snap on him. But if Nick Chubb, guys, does not come back this season at 100%, the Cleveland Browns are in for a long, long season. Long, long season. Reports have come out that Nick Chubb will not be participating in training camp for at least another week or two. Definitely will not be in week 1 game or week 2 preseason game. Those are reports that I've heard straight from Andrew Berry, the general manager of the Cleveland Browns. Hell, even at training camp on Monday and over the weekend, he did 0 drills. You saw him standing on the sideline, and that's it. Now, he did run a little bit after practice, a couple sprints, but it wasn't no 100% sprints. It was about 70%, right? I mean, he was still moving, still pretty quick, still pretty big, but second ACL injury on an aging running back in a run-heavy offense, I would be a little bit worried. Speaking of being worried, Greg Newsome II, also recovering from off-season surgery, tore his hamstring, had surgery on it, is being repaired or is repaired. He has been out in practice. He has been looking pretty good from the film that I have seen. However, I think it was Ant that said it yesterday. Ravens fan through and through. He said the Cleveland Browns have a better defense or better secondary than the Baltimore Ravens. And Greg Newsome being 100% key is the key to that. You have Ward that had his knee scoped, right, this offseason. Greg Newsome with the hamstring injury, ended up having surgery on it. Nick Chubb with the second ACL surgery tear, and Deshaun Watson going out with another sore shoulder. Guys, the Cleveland Browns have a lot of potential. They have a lot of potential, but injuries are going to be a key part to their success or demise all season long. All season long, that is going to be their boom or boom, right? My hand was raising for people that listen on podcast form. One-legged Chubb, says John. We're talking about an actual leg, guys, not the leg, but the leg. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean, right? And John says, what's the backup name? Not Winston Dorian. He's a nice quarterback, just needs more time on the field. Yeah, DTR. Dorian Thompson Robertson is his name, DTR. He currently is a third-string quarterback. He played a couple games last season, kind of had sparks, right? Looked really good in the preseason game versus the Jets last season. I was like, that's the guy, right? That's the backup, but he never really got his feet under him in the regular season. Never got his feet under him. James Frank says Chubb will be comeback player of the year. The man is already squatting 500 pounds. I don't want Chubb back on the field until week 8 or week 9. You know, James, as 500 pounds is a lot of weight, I think my max squat in college was like 450, 460. I never touched 500 once, right? But the man's max is about 750, 800 pounds. So technically, he's only doing about 60% of his max weight. So technically, he's only about 60% back. So adds 500 is very, very impressive. Fresh off of a torn ACL, second one. I don't remember if it's the same knee or not. I just know it was a second torn ACL. But don't forget about Tyler Huntley. He's also on the team, and he's not too bad. I actually said at one point that I thought Tyler Huntley was going to take Lamar Jackson's spot in Baltimore. I thought Tyler Huntley was a better fit for the Baltimore Ravens that particular year. It was the year that Lamar Jackson went down for like 8 games. I like Tyler Huntley. He's better for this offense. Unfortunately, I don't think Tyler Huntley makes that team. Unfortunately, I think Tyler Huntley is a practice squad player and is going to be picked up by somebody that has a quarterback injury coming up in training camp or first couple weeks of the season. So, but speaking of the season, it is time to go over each and every game of this Cleveland Browns season. But Casey asks, Ravens have Henry. Do they still need Lamar still? Yes. Yes. So let me ask this question. When we look at the Baltimore Ravens, Casey, you sat there and we watched minicamp together on Sunday as a pigskin pundit. You got to see that. I finally found footage of some 11-on-11 film versus the Baltimore Ravens inter-squad scrimmage, right? Secondary looked amazing. Offense looked subpar at best without Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is a game-changing quarterback. As much as I shit on Lamar, as much as I think he's overrated, overhyped, we all have seen Lamar physically take over games. I can't remember what game it was, but he breaks a 50, 60-yard run, and then all of a sudden you're like, what the hell? And then he hits his gear, like he hits his mode, and he just boom, 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 boom. And Lamar Jackson is a very, very good athlete, very, very good quarterback. I think he's overhyped and people put him up on his pedestal still, but we still got to give him his flowers. Lamar Jackson is probably the best quarterback in the AFC North. When you look at the AFC North, Lamar Jackson is the best quarterback in the AFC North. Better than Joe Burrow, better than Deshaun Watson, better than Russell Wilson or Justin Fields. Lamar Jackson is him. I hate to say it, but Lamar Jackson is him. He's perfect for the Baltimore Ravens. Now, if he were to go a team like the Miami Dolphins, probably wouldn't have much success, right? If you went to a team like the Kansas City Chiefs, probably wouldn't have much success. Harbaugh and Monken and whoever else makes those offensive calls have really shaped the offense, shaped the team around Lamar Jackson's athletic ability. It is what it is. And then James says, no, they don't need Lamar. He's a game-changing running back. Slow it down, baby. Lamar is crazy as much as I hate it when we play him. That man is crazy good. He is really good. And I shit on him a lot because I think the fans put him up on this pedestal, and he kind of put himself up on this pedestal, right? He's like, I want to win a Super Bowl in 3 years or 4 years or whatever. Didn't even win a fucking playoff game. I get it. And John says Lamar is that guy, not overrated takes, overrated all the games. Not for sure what I'm trying to say there. Casey all says we need a new blood quarterback. These ones just want money and they're overhyped. Burrow is glass. Love has only played 1 season. Trevor Lawrence hasn't done anything. So what you're saying is you need more quarterbacks like Patrick Mahomes, baby. Week number 1. Cleveland Browns take on the Dallas Cowboys. This is Tom Brady's first game announcing This has been the bigger hype than the game. Is Tom Brady's first game, but this is going to be a really, really good NFL game, guys. You got Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys coming to Cleveland to take on potentially Deshaun Watson and the Cleveland Browns. I have this game circled because I want to see if Amari Cooper is still him. Amari Cooper is getting a little long in the tooth and wants to retire a Cleveland Brown last year of his contract. How is Amari Cooper going to ball out in this game, especially versus his old team? Nick Chubb, are you going to play? Deshaun Watson, are you going to play? I'm not so much worried about the offensive side, but the defensive side. Greg Newsome, are you going to be ready to play? Ward, how is that knee feeling? This is a big game for the Cleveland Browns guys to really start out the season hot and get on a high note, knock off the mighty Dallas Cowboys, and that's exactly what they do. Week 1, I think the Browns win in a close one, 21-17, a close 20-point game plus. Browns win this Week 1 game. What do you guys think? We're going to break down all 17 games. All 17 games. I think Nick Chubb, we get a healthy dose of Nick Chubb just to prove that he's ready. Week number 2. Speaking of overpaid quarterbacks and overrated states, Florida. Jacksonville, Florida, and Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars welcome the Cleveland Browns into town. Jacksonville Jaguars is a team that I've kind of been hating on all offseason. Right? A team that I think is way overrated. A team that I don't think is really much of anything. Now, somebody in the comments of a post that tried to say, oh, they got better with Gabe Davids and Eric Armstead and whatever, yada. The Jacksonville Jaguars did a lateral move. Even if Eric Armstead is a defensive player of the year and Josh Hines Allen is a co-defensive player of the year, even if Trevor Lawrence throws for 600 yards in this game, it's going to be too much Cleveland Browns. The Cleveland Browns are a really, really good team. It showed. Even when they're on the 4th quarterback last season, the defense carried them and the offense was just good enough. This year, the offense is going to be a little bit better. The defense is going to be a little bit better, and they start 2-0. They start 2-0 this season with wins over the Dallas Cowboys and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Week number 3, back at home, taking on the Giants. Do we need to even talk about this? It is a dub. It is a dub. Speaking of which, watch the final episode of Hard Knocks with the New York Giants tonight. It's draft night. Watch that. Week number 4. The old trap game. The old trap game, right? Amari Cooper versus his former old team. Former old team. You guys forget that Amari Cooper was a Las Vegas Raider before he went to the Dallas Cowboys. Cleveland Browns are overlooking the Las Vegas Raiders in this game. They've had a easier stretch, right? Jaguars, Giants, and now the Raiders. But they lose to Vegas. For some reason, I think the Vegas Raiders step up in this game. Antonio Pierce gets one of his 3 wins this season versus the Cleveland Browns. Raiders are riding high, pumping the chest. You see John and Jim saying there, oh, look at the Raiders, AOC. Slow it down, baby. Slow it down. John thinks they beat the Raiders. And then James Frank says we always play crap versus the Raiders. That is true. That's actually why I have you losing this game. But week number 5, back on the road versus a sneaky good Commanders team. This is the particular part of the season where I am really, really worried about the Cleveland Browns. Started off 3-0, a tough loss to the Las Vegas Raiders, and then playing a Commanders team that you should beat. Let's just be honest. Better defense, better offense, probably better coached. My wife keeps calling me still. I'll call you back in a second, honey. I love you. But the truth of the matter is the Cleveland Browns battle in this Washington Commanders game. It's a game we don't want to watch. 10-9, 10-7. It's an ugly game, but the Browns come up on top, making them 4-1 on the season. Week number 6 at Philly. 3rd straight road game. Want to emphasize this. 3rd straight road game. As the NFL doesn't ever let you play 4 games on the road, There are times, twice this season, that the Cleveland Browns play 3 road games in a row. They play Philadelphia. Eagles are a team that is, high ceiling, low floor, good or bad. No middle point, good or bad. But I think they lose to Philly. I think they go into Philly. I think they kind of just shit the bed. They kind of just shit the bed, and all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, what is going on? We have lost 2 of our last 3. Now we start a divisional stretch. Now we start a stretch versus Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals and the rest of the AFC North. Man, we are 3 of their last 2. We've lost 2 of our last 3, as I should say. Things are not looking good, but they bounce back. They bounce back in week 7. They beat the Cincinnati Bengals. I think the Bengals are going to have a down year, and I think the Browns kind of get back on track, right? There is going to be a trend this season that I don't think the Browns ever play a A+ game. I don't think the Browns will ever come out this season in the year 2024 and be like, damn, they looked really, really good. Now, the defense might be dominant one game, and the offense might be unstoppable one game, but they're never going to put it together, and that's going to be the ultimate downfall for the Cleveland Browns this season. And week 8 at home versus the Baltimore Ravens, this is a game that they have to play A+. This is a game that the defense has to be locked down. This is a game that they have to just be spot on, and they're not. Baltimore Ravens come into town, they kind of embarrass them a little bit. The offense looks a little bit of loss, right? We talked about how deep the Ravens defense is, the secondary in general, and it shows out in this game. Week number 8, it shows out. And we're just kind of like, damn, what? Week number 9. Where's my schedule? Week number 9. Chargers come into town. Getting close against time, guys. Little man's getting off the bus here shortly. They beat the Chargers. Chargers are just not a very good, very good team, unfortunately. They beat the Chargers. Week 10, we got a bye week. Much needed bye week, right? Kind of a mid-season perfect week 9, 10, 11, perfect bye weeks. We get to see where Nick Chubb is at. We get to see where Deshaun Watson's at. We get to see where Newsom's at, right? How are those injuries that we repaired in the offseason, how are they suiting up, right? I think Deshaun Watson is going to play all 17 games. Want to put an emphasis on that. But week 10, much needed bye week. Week 11, fresh off the bye week, but they travel to the Big Easy to take on the Saints. The Saints are a team, guys, that I'm kind of high on. I don't know why. I legit don't know why I'm so high on the Saints, but I'm really high on the Saints. The Saints are probably a 13-14 win team this season. They could potentially be the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. But the Cleveland Browns win this game. I like it. Thursday game. Week 12, Pittsburgh Steelers coming to town. Give me the home team. Thursday night game, give me a home team. I don't care if it's division rival. I don't care if it's cross country. Give me the home team. Always on Thursday night game. Browns win this game. Week 13, Monday Night Football. Why are the Cleveland Browns and Denver Broncos on Monday Night Football? Only God knows why, but upset in the making. The Denver Broncos are a bad team. Let's just be honest. There's the Raiders, and then the Broncos. They're both pretty low tier in the AFC West. But we talked about home field advantage in Mike Thoughts. We talked about home field advantage, and Mile High Stadium is a true home field advantage. You go from sea level to a mile high. It's hard to run. It's hard to breathe. You potentially could get sick. Plus, it's Monday night. I think the Browns lose this game to the Denver Broncos week 13 Monday Night Football. Week 14, back on the road. Fresh off of a beaten down of the Pittsburgh Steelers, fresh off of a Monday night loss, they go to Pittsburgh and take on the Pittsburgh Steelers yet again. I said I like the Pittsburgh Steelers this season. I said I think the Pittsburgh Steelers could potentially win the AFC North. I said the Pittsburgh Steelers could potentially make a nice little AFC championship run. And this is the part of the season where the Pittsburgh Steelers start to put it all together. They beat down the Cleveland Browns in a very embarrassing manner. Give us a Week 15 matchup where the Kansas City Chiefs travel to Cleveland and the Chiefs shit the bed in this game. They shit the bed versus the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland Browns beat the Kansas City Chiefs Week 15. I actually had the Chiefs kind of losing a lot of these weird games, right? I have them losing to the Texans. I have them losing to the Browns and Steelers, right? I think the Chiefs on the road this season are kind of exposed on the road, right? Week 16, travel to Cincinnati, another Thursday night game. Remember what I said about 5 minutes ago? Thursday night game, always take the home team. Scratch that. Bengals are actually finally starting to play good football right now. The Bengals beat the Kansas City Chiefs, and then they're going to turn around on Thursday night football and beat the Cincinnati Bengals, sweeping the Bengals on the season. Give us a Week 17 matchup. If this game was in Florida versus the Miami Dolphins, I'll take the Miami Dolphins 9 times out of 10 and twice on Sunday. But it's cold. It's January, Week 17 in Cleveland. Give me the Cleveland Browns, giving 3 wins in a row over the Chiefs, Bengals, and the Dolphins. Give us an 8-team matchup, potentially for the AFC North title. Cleveland Browns versus the Baltimore Ravens. Ravens win this Week 18 game. Bengals win this Week 18 game, giving me the Cleveland Browns with 11-6 record on the season. I think they finished 11-6. Let me know what you guys think. 11-6, too high, too low, just about right. Disclaimer, I had Deshaun Watson playing all 17 games. This was made back in June, well before we saw the injury on Monday. Let me know what you guys think. Until then, we out. Ages. It has come to my attention that people do not like the new kickoff rule. It has come to my attention that people are up in arms, pissed off about the new kickoff rule. Well, sorry, NFL fans. Sorry, football fans. Sorry, people in general. This rule has been changed since what? Freaking May. Isn't that when we first talked about this new kickoff rule back in like May or June? We've known about it. It's not breaking news. It's not new news. It's been there. We talked about it. We dissected it. We've gone over with the fine-tooth comb over and over and over. But now all of a sudden, that the first Hall of Fame game is tomorrow at 8 o'clock East Coast time, I do believe. The Houston Texans versus the Chicago Bears, which none of the starters are going to play. Stop with that shit. You guys are all like, what? This kickoff rules are dumb. We don't like the kickoff rules. What's wrong with the way they were? What? Listen to the man hour and understand. The kickoff is a good thing. This kickoff rule is a good thing. It's going to add some excitement to the game. It is going to add some intrigue to the game. Granted, I don't like the no surprise onside crap. Like, I get it and I understand it, but let's just be honest. When's the last time you've seen a successful onside kick since you can't overload one side or the other anymore? Hell, I don't think I've ever seen one live. Stop it. Y'all stupid. Kickoff's not going anywhere. You being mad about it on social media is not going to change it. You should have said something back in April when the first meeting came up about it. Let's just be honest about that. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, those are my thoughts for the day. Sorry, when I opened up social media first day of the day and I saw people ranting and raving about it, I'm like, y'all, this isn't news. Where have you been? You've been living under a rock. Like, this isn't new news. Like, stop it. But guys, we are going to talk about the Cincinnati Bengals today. We have been making our trek across the AFC North here. We only got 2 divisions left. We got the NFC West and the NFC South left. So guys, be prepared for that next couple weeks. Of course, the Hall of Fame game starts tomorrow. I actually shared a post on our Facebook. Did you guys know there's betting on preseason games? I believe It was the Bears that were a 2-point favorite in this preseason game. If you are betting on preseason games, y'all got a problem. I just want to put it out there real quick. If y'all betting on preseason games, y'all got a problem. It is what it is. Like, go get some help. Call that 1-800-HELP gambling or whatever the hell it is or whatever. It is, whatever. Jim Powell's in the chat. He says, I heard they got a new punter. You heard the Bengals got a new punter? So, I mean, I guess they're going to have to use it a lot this year. Let's just be honest. Bengals got to punt a lot this season. I don't think they'll be very good. Mark D's in the chat says, what up? What's up, Mark D? Guys, be sure to check out NFL Experts tomorrow, August 1st, their season 2 show debut on Hall of Fame night. What? Slow it down, baby. But it is what it is. But to get today's show started, we got to talk about the one and only in the Chicago Bears. We got to talk about how DJ Moore just signed the richest contract in Chicago Bears history. This man got his money, and Bears fans are up in arms about it. They are hella excited. My man BC Combs is like, this is what Ryan Poles does. He's putting a team together, putting the core together. Rah, 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 rah. I get you guys are excited. I get that you guys are really excited. You think DJ Moore is the man, the myth, the legend himself. And last season, right, was the second play of the game. You threw like a 30-yard or 40-yard screen pass to the man, took it to the house. The next play threw another screen pass, took it to the house. He had like 3 touchdowns and 3 screen catches. I get it. Last season, he had 1,300 yards for 8 tutties. Granted, 3 of those came in the first game, but I got to ask the question, guys. Is paying a receiver key to the Bears' success right now? Is paying a player like DJ Moore the keys that is going to push you up over the edge? I was talking to my dad the other day, actually on the way home from work, and he's like, yeah, all these players are getting paid. Great, awesome, but does that instantly make them play better? I was like, whoa. Easy with the knowledge there, man. Slow it down. Easy with the knowledge, but you are 100% correct. Now, those words coming out of my mouth to my dad was very like, right? I learned from him. You never tell anybody that you are correct, but you're like, right? So we've seen Trevor Lawrence get paid. We've seen Jordan Love get paid. Now we're seeing DJ Moore getting paid. We're going to talk about Jamar Chase potentially getting paid here in about next 15 minutes or so. But when you see all these guys getting contracts, do you think that ups their level of commitment? Does that up their level of play? Does it up their level of like, hey, let's go get them, big guys? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. 9 times out of 10, every time. So let's flash back to 5 years ago, right? 5 years ago, $100 million quarterback was like, what? Right? And it was me and Beastie sat here on the show. I pulled up stats, right? Every time a team paid a quarterback $100 million, that team was subpar the next 5 years. Detroit Lions was the first 100, or they paid Matthew Stafford that 5-year, $100 million deal, right? Subpar at best. Jared Goff got his $100 million. What happened to him? Bada bing, bada boom, got cut, right? Now, I'm not saying that as to everybody, but when players get their money, they kind of take the foot off the gas a little bit. Especially that if they sign a 4-year deal, that first year, chalk that up as a lost year. Second year, okay, we're trying to get back in our groove. Third year, I got to ramp it up. Fourth year, contract year, let's go, baby. But James right here says more times than not, once they get that big bag, makes the player worse. Exactly. Now, I'm not saying that's true for everybody. I'm just saying, I'm just generally speaking here. When a player gets paid, think about it. I got a raise at work. Very nice raise, right? My first week, I kind of took the foot off the gas. I ain't gonna lie. I put my feet up on my desk, like, I made it, baby. I made it. I'm here. What else is there to do, right? And that's exactly how players think. Justin Houston comes to mind for the Kansas City Chiefs. Got his money. Where's he at now? Lining up 3 yards offsides and saying, I didn't know I was offsides. Right. Jim Powell says a receiver doesn't make or break a team. The O-line is a reason a mediocre quarterback can put Butterfingers look fantastic. He is no Adams or Lynn Swan. This is exactly right. I think we've actually had this talk before, right? When you have a quarterback, let's say you have an average quarterback. You have a superior offensive line and a below average offensive line, same quarterback. Clearly, with a better offensive line, you're going to do a hell of a lot better. When you have time to look down the field, you make average wide receivers, i.e. Wes Welker, Hall of Famers, right? Wes Welker, when he went to the Denver Broncos, what did he do? Absolutely nothing. John's in the chat. Says, what up, Man Hour Nation? What up, John? Hope you're having a grand old day, man. Staying dry right now. It's pouring ass rain outside. It got legit like night and day out there. It's stupid. But DJ Moore got paid, guys. DJ Moore got his money, and Chicago Bears fans are excited about it. They are excited about it. You know who's not excited? Are Jets fans. Jets fans. They are not excited right now. Robert Saleh has come out and said that Aaron Rodgers will be benched if he had it his way. Basically, Robert Saleh said he does not want to see Aaron Rodgers take any preseason snaps whatsoever. Preseason game snaps. Preseason game, no, Aaron Rodgers, you're going to sit on the bench here in your shorts and t-shirt and your backwards ball cap, chopping it up, put the headset on, talk to the guys. I don't want to see you till week one at all. No. So, guys, we got to ask the obvious question, right? Aaron Rodgers is a veteran. He is a veteran. He's been in the league for what? 15, 18 years, whatever. He's been in the league for a very, very long time. Arguably a top 3 quarterback of all time. I would potentially put him in the GOAT conversation. Aaron Rodgers is that bad man. However, he is on a new team. You cannot count last year. Yes, he did some offseason workouts, got adjusted to the team, whatever, played 4 snaps, right? 4 snaps, his season was over. Technically, new quarterback on a new team. We all have all seen the video by now. If you haven't, I'll share it on social media after the show. Aaron Rodgers and Garrett Wilson literally yelling at each other, getting ready to go to blows because the Jets' practice have been so bad. So when you hear Robert Saleh saying, I don't want Aaron Rodgers to play any preseason games. If I had it my way, I would make him sit till week 1. If you are a Jets fan, how about just an NFL fan in theory, like period, right? You get a greatest quarterback of all time to your team, and your coach doesn't want him to play any preseason games. How do you feel? How do you feel about that? Because when I first heard that, I'm like, it's good in principle. It's good in principle because you don't want him to get hurt, right? He is almost 40 years old. I don't know how old he is. Almost 40. He is coming off an Achilles injury. I get it. But at the same time, we don't know what Aaron Rodgers is capable of in a New York Jets uniform. We don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to be remotely a shell of himself from previous of injury. We don't know what Aaron Rodgers is going to be. If I am a Jets fan, if I am a team fan with a new quarterback, I want to see my guy at least 2 preseason games. Give me a full game. Half here, half there. Give me a full freaking game. Jets fans, how do you feel about that? How about fans in general? How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that? Jim says Rodgers doesn't need to practice. Just don't let him carry the flag out to the tunnel. Not wrong. Not wrong. Not wrong. But today, guys, we are going to talk about the Cincinnati Bengals. We are going to talk about them breaking their season down. We're going to talk about their offseason issues. We are going to talk about how they did last season first. But John says, before we get carried away, Rodgers is going to go off with the Jets if he stays healthy. John says Aaron Rodgers is going to win the MVP for the New York Football Jets if he stays healthy. I just threw in the MVP part. I think the New York Jets and Aaron Rodgers have a good possibility of putting something special together. They would have a good opportunity to win a lot of games if they were in anywhere but New York. If this team was constructed in Arizona, I would go with you on this. But the point of the matter is, New York is the media capital of the world. Aaron Rodgers is going to have a microphone in his face every day, before practice, during practice, after practice, when he wakes up. He is going to be talking a lot. And we know when Aaron Rodgers talks a lot, he says some stuff that a lot of people don't agree with. Let's just be honest. Aaron Rodgers can play at an MVP level, but he has one bad game. 3 interceptions, no touchdowns, gets sacked 5-6 times. Aaron Rodgers is going to passively aggressive, say the wrong thing. It's going to piss off the young guys, Garrett Wilson, Sauce Gardner, whoever, right? It's going to piss off the old guys, or the young guys, I should say. Slowly rip that team apart, and they could be on a 5-game winning streak. One bad game, that team is going to collapse. The problem with the New York Jets is they do have a lot of talent. John, you are correct. They do have a lot of talent on paper. They do all. If this team was constructed 5 years ago, Super Bowl, baby, easily, right? But look at, they're old. Yes, they added some offensive line pieces, right? Tyron Smith from the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, he's a great offensive line if he's healthy. When's the last time he's played a full season? I don't know, 5 years ago? The point of the matter is they do have a lot of talent, but they're old. They have a lot of old heads and a lot of young heads. And I'm not for sure if that's going to transpire very well. But let's talk about the Cincinnati Bengals. Last season, the Cincinnati Bengals finished the season 9-8. Actually finished with a winning season after Joe Burrow went down week 11 with his wrist injury. Dislocated wrist or whatever. I'm not for sure what the exactly wrist was, but he injured the wrist. Ultimately had season-ending surgery on it. Got it fixed. Insert Jake Browning, right? Jake Browning won 4 of the last 5 games to finish out the season. Looked pretty good, but the Bengals ultimately missed the playoffs, getting 9-8 record. This offseason has kind of been a turmoil offense for the Cincinnati Bengals, right? We don't know if they're coming or going. They drafted some offensive line help. Whoa. I think lightning just hit the house. They drafted some offensive line help from Georgia, Mims from Georgia in the 18th round. They drafted some defensive tackle help from Michigan. They had a pretty decent draft, but this offseason has all been about contracts for the Cincinnati Bengals. Trey Hendrickson says he wants a new deal. Clearly he's not up for a new deal, but it is what it is. Second up, Jamar Chase says he wants a deal, and that's exactly where we're going to start with our news talking about the Cincinnati Bengals. Jamar Chase, guys, I went to Cincinnati Bengals practice yesterday, sat there and watched it in person, was there Sunday as well. Got a really good opportunity to see the Bengals live, raw, and in person. It's amazing. If you guys ever get a chance to go to practice, it's a lot of fun. Autographs, the festivals, all that stuff. But Jamar Chase was at practice, but he refused to practice. Later, I was overhearing the media talk to Jamar Chase, and they were talking about his contract situation. Basically, guys, Jamar Chase is holding in. This is not why publicized news, but right now Jamar Chase wants a deal for the Cincinnati Bengals. He wants a 3-year deal added on to his 2 years that he has right now. He's looking for some JJ money, $35 million this season, but currently he is holding in, meaning he comes to practice but doesn't do nothing. He's there to basically just cause a distraction. One media person out there, I believe he writes for the CincinnatiBengals.com or something just like that, asked Jamar Chase, how long do you expect to be out? Meaning, how long is this holding going to last? And Jamar Chase said, and I quote, "I'll be there when I'm there." So with that being said, guys, if Jamar Chase is going to hold out or hold in until the start of the season into week 3, into week 4, into week 5, can the Cincinnati Bengals really overcome that? Can the Cincinnati Bengals really afford to be losing their receiver by the name of Jamar Chase? Also, by the way, they lost Tyler Boyd this offseason as well. So let me ask this question for you guys. How important is Jamar Chase for the success of the Cincinnati Bengals in 2024? Do they have to have him on the field the first 5-6 weeks of the season for them to win those games? Granted, their schedule is a little bit easier to the front half of the schedule. They play teams like the Panthers. They play the team like the Broncos and the Raiders, right? Open up against the Patriots. Can they really afford to lose Jamar Chase at all this season? And I'm going to keep it 100. Jamar Chase is this team. Jamar Chase is this team. Yes, Joe Burrow is nice when he's out there. Yes, T. Higgins is nice. Yes, Drew Sample is nice. Yes, Mike Jaguski is nice. Right? Zach Moss is going to be a nice addition. Probably upgrade from Joe Mixon, right? But Jamar Chase is the keys to the ignition. Hot and fret out the kitchen. If you know, you know. But Jamar Chase and the Cincinnati Bengals better figure out their contract real freaking quick. Real freaking quick. But Jim Powell says Higgins signed a franchise tag, had like 700 yards last season, hoping for his bag. But he was a wrong guy to franchise. It should have been franchising Chase. So the problem with Jamar Chase is he's still on his rookie deal, right? Jamar Chase is what this is going into his fourth year. No, I'm sorry. This is 20, 21, 22, 20. Yeah, so he's going into his 4th year. So technically, he has 2 years left on his rookie deal, right? The light just flashed, so we're going to probably lose power. So technically, Jamar Chase has 2 years left on his deal. He's looking for an extension on top of it, right? 3, 4 years, so the Bengals can lock him up for the next 6 seasons. The Bengals did the offseason right. They franchise tagged who they needed to franchise to really hold that core together, right? To hold that core together. T. Higgins. And Casey's like, yep, they have Higgins. And yes, T. Higgins reminds me much of like Brandon Ayuk for the San Francisco 49ers. Yes, they have Deebo Samuel. Yes, they have CMC. They have George Kittle. But Brandon Ayuk is the glue that kind of keeps everything together. When you had Jamar Chase, Tyler Boyd, and T. Higgins was that guy that you knew was always going to be there and always lock it down. But losing Tyler Boyd is huge, right? Rest of the receivers besides Jamar Chase and Higgins are kind of unknown. When I was watching practice, none of the receivers really jumped out at me. Yes, they caught the ball. They ran really, really good routes against second-team defense. Only time will tell how good or how bad the Cincinnati Bengals receiver core will be without Jamar Chase moving forward, because he expects them to be out until at least week 1, if not holding in until the middle of the season. But Joe Burrow at practice looked nice. Looked pretty nice on Tuesday. They had a nice private practice on Tuesday, and I watched Joe Burrow pretty extensively. I wanted to see how he was going to recover from that wrist and see how the ball came off, see if he improved his arm strength, and just see him in general. And Joe Burrow, guys, talking to people out there, he has been perfect all camp. They have had 6 practices. They've had 1 padded practice last Tuesday with just shells and then just no equipment. Six practices they've been out there. Joe Burrow has not thrown 1 interception yet this camp. This offseason, this training camp, going into the 2024 NFL season, Joe Burrow has yet to throw an interception. Joe Burrow has been a complete perfect quarterback this offseason? Does that mean he's going to have an MVP season? Does that mean he's going to be comeback player of the year? Does that mean he's going to be reigning Super Bowl champion? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You know what this tells me about Joe Burrow? Mr. Joe Cool that we've seen in years past. Mr. I'm going to push it down the field, throw it into double coverage, and let Jamar Chase go get it. We see a different Joe Burrow now this year, guys. I think we're going to see a more conservative Joe Burrow this season. We are going to see a Joe Burrow that's going to be probably rely on his defense and kind of throw the ball away more than trying to risk it, right? Granted, he's probably saying no biscuit, no risk it, or however you say it, right? But he did a lot of check down throws during the team. He did a lot of, I'm not going to throw it to you until I see you wide open type of throws. Granted, it was working against a second team defense. Granted, it was working against a third team defense. But Cincinnati Bengals fans, you should be worried. You should be worried that Joe Burrow is not 100%. You should be worried that Jamar Chase is holding in. You should be worried that Orlando Brown Jr. wasn't participating in practice. You should be worried about that Trent Brown wasn't participating in practice. You should be worried about that a lot. Casey said it best right here. His offensive line is the biggest issue. It is. They're injured. They're injured. Better watch out. John says the defense is poo-poo. That's why they have no interceptions. Not wrong. Not wrong at all. Not wrong at all. But, guys, that is it for the news that we have for the Cincinnati Bengals. So let's go ahead and jump right into it before we lose power because it is dark. My lights keep flickering. I think I'm on. So I do have a UPS. A UPS is an uninterrupted power source. So if the power does go out, I have time to gracefully shut down my computer and like whatnot. Everything seems to be going well right now. But just in case we do get a breakup or a hiccup, that is why, guys. So I just want to be completely transparent of what could potentially be happening here in a minute. But it is what it is. But the Cincinnati Bengals do, guys, open up week 1 versus the old mighty New England Patriots. The New England Patriots could be starting Jacoby Brissett, could be starting Drake May, could be starting, who knows, Jameis Wilson at this point. We don't know who the starting quarterback for the New England Patriots is going to be week 1, but it doesn't matter. I think the Cincinnati Bengals defense is much too good for the New England Patriots this particular week, and I think the Bengals win week 1, starting their season off 1-0. Week 2, they travel to Arrowhead Stadium. I believe, didn't Joe Burrow at one point call Burrowhead or something like that? I actually have a shirt that says Burrowhead. And then Know Your Role, Jabroni. But the Cincinnati Bengals going to Arrowhead. Kansas City Chiefs are going to be fresh off of a 10-day vacation after beating down the Baltimore Ravens week 1. And they continue that trend into week 2. And the old Cincinnati Bengals get beat down week 2. Chiefs win. And guys, the power just went out. I'm not going to lie. But here is my prediction for the Bengals for this season. I have about 3 minutes before the power goes completely out on me. I have the Bengals going 8-9 this season. I had the Bengals going 8-9 this season, getting hot for the first 5 weeks of the season with wins over the Patriots, Commanders, Panthers, and Baltimore Ravens. After that Baltimore Ravens win, the wheels kind of fall off the wagon a little bit. Then they lose to the Giants, lose to the Browns, beat the Eagles, beat the Raiders, lose to the Ravens, beat the Chargers. Going into the bye week, which is week 12, they're kind of like, shit, what do we do? After the bye week, they win one game and one game only, and that is because that is a home game versus the Pittsburgh Steelers, week 13, and then they end out the season losing to the Cowboys, Titans, Browns, Broncos, and Steelers in the season 8-9. 8-9, that's where I have the Cincinnati Bengals this season. Let me know, guys. Is that too high? Is that too low? or is that just right? Earlier, I think I saw, John said 6 or 7 wins for the Bengals, so that's too high for him. Too high. Let me know, guys. Is that too high, too low? Bengals right now, 8-9 on the season. I got to cut the show short, guys, because we're out of power. Later. See you tomorrow. No, I got to shut down the computer.
Let's go.
And what is up, Man Hour Nation? Michael Buckhouse here with the Man Hour. Be sure to manhourradio.com. Check out the merchandise page or check out the blog section as well. But most importantly, if you're watching us over here at facebook.com or youtube.com, hit the like button and share this with a couple friends as well, because sharing is caring at the end of the day. This is live, raw, uncut NFL talk every Monday through Friday, 2:30 East Coast time, right here on said platform. Excuse me. If you're going to miss any part of the show whatsoever, you can check it out on podcast form. You can check us out over on Spotify. Words are tough today. Check it out on Spotify. Shortly after the show, about 4:30 East Coast time, bada bing, bada boom, it is up there. It is live, raw, and uncut. But, if you guys would be most inclined, subscribe to the channel. Become a pigskin pundit. Get yourself some free merch. Get yourself unlimited access to any NFL game that you want. But check out for the pre-show or after show or some film breakdown, because we do it all, we do it all, we do it all. But today, it is Thursday, guys. August 1st, Hall of Fame game is here. We got the Houston Texans taking on the Chicago Bears. We are going to continue our trek through the AFC North and continue our talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers. The mighty, mighty, mighty Pittsburgh Steelers. We've already talked about the Ravens. We've already talked about the Browns. And we've already talked about the Bengals as well. Steelers are the only one left. And quite frankly, I think they're going to be a very, very, very good team. But Jim Powell, speaking of pigskin pundits, the CFO of the pigskin pundits, Mr. Jim Powell himself, give the guy his dues or recognition. This man started pigskin pundits. He says squeakquels are a decade away. Huge conflict at quarterback. One of them will not be there. We're going to talk about their quarterback controversy coming up here very, very soon. About 15 minutes about the Pittsburgh Steelers, about their quarterback potential controversies. What? Controversies? Yeah, about that. But first.
And now, Mike's thoughts.
As we get closer to the Hall of Fame game, we have to start speaking about the Hall of Fame. We have to start speaking about how many of these players on Saturday are going to be the new inductees into the Hall of Fame. We got players like Devin Hester and some other names that will be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Now, after that happens, the next round of 5 players do get elected into the Hall of Fame. So I was in a controversy. I was in a talk here with some other people from other podcasts. I believe it was Mike the Bears guy or some of that. Obviously a Chicago Bears fan. Doesn't really know about winning, but hey, we digress from that. But we got into a conversation, said that Eli Manning will not be a Hall of Famer. And I said Eli Manning definitely is a Hall of Famer. Eli Manning is a 100% a NFL Hall of Famer because of the 2 Super Bowl rings. Because of the Super Bowl rings aspect. What do you guys do not know about this? But every starting quarterback in the NFL that has won a Super Bowl ring while starting for said team on Super Bowl, if he has 2 rings, he is in the Hall of Fame. If he started in the Super Bowl for that team that particular year and has 2 Super Bowl rings, he is in the Hall of Fame. Eli Manning has 2 Super Bowl rings. Eli Manning is a Hall of Famer. Whether you guys want to admit it or not, he's a Hall of Famer. 2 Super Bowl rings. He may have been above average, may have been below average, but he was always consistent to 2 Super Bowl rings. Eli Manning is a Hall of Famer. Get mad, get all you want, but the truth of the matter is he's going to the Hall of Fame. Those are my thoughts. All right, guys, so let me know down in the comments below. Do you guys think Eli Manning should become a Hall of Fame quarterback? Is he a Hall of Famer? Let me know your thoughts. Let me know your valid opinions. Because Don't just say yes or just say no. Give me some reasons why. Why do you guys think Eli Manning is a Hall of Famer? Well, we got Danny Hawker in the chat. He says, our brawl that happened yesterday made me want it all. Go Steelers, go Steelers, go Steelers. Danny Don Hawker, I know you a Steelers fan. I know you love you some Pittsburgh Steelers. By the way, thank you for being an anniversary follower. I see that number one there, man. A year strong. Let's go, baby. But I'm going to tell you something different about that brawl. Here in about 10 minutes, when we talk about potential starting quarterbacks for the Pittsburgh Steelers moving into this 2024 NFL season, let me talk to you about that brawl. We'll see there. We'll see it. Got my man Mark D in the chat as well. He says, what up? Join NFL experts here. Got my man Casey Morgan in the chat as well. He beat Tom Brady twice for his rings. That is all you need. In my opinion, he says. In my opinion, all you need. Beat Tom Brady twice. Play those dollar bills, yo. Put some hardware on the hand. He's in. James Frank says, Eli beat Brady twice. Give that man a jacket. Woo! Get that man fitted. When I was in this conversation with the Bears man, it's I think it's Mike the Bears man. I think that's what his show was called. He said, well, I said to him, I think the Hall of Fame's kind of starting to get watered down a little bit. He's like, what do you mean watered down? Y'all letting Devin Hester in. The Hall of Fame's letting Devin Hester in. What has he done? He had a couple years of spectacular kickoff returns. Awesome. What did he do the rest of his career? Watered down. Does Devin Hester deserve it in the Hall of Fame? I'm going to say no. I think that was just a pity interest in there, right? I think that was just some pettiness, I should say, pettiness. But Hall of Fame game, guys, is tonight. We do have the Houston Texans taking on the Chicago Bears, and this is a preseason game that we're not going to see a lot out of, right? This is a preseason game that could be like, football's on TV. There's some betting happening, but is it really football? Is it really football? It is preseason. It is Hall of Fame game. We won't be seeing Stephon Diggs out there. We won't be seeing CJ Stroud out there. We won't be seeing Joe Mixon out there. We won't be seeing Caleb Williams out there. We won't be seeing DJ Moore out there. But what we will be seeing out there is a lot of backups. A lot of backups that are fighting for roster positions for these two said teams. So when we look at this Hall of Fame game, and I said, it's football, but whoever, right? Yada, yada, yada. What are we going to watch for, right? In this game, what do we want to watch for? What do we want to keep an eye on? You guys, you want to keep an eye on the quarterback position. You want to keep an eye on the quarterback position for both teams. You want to see who starts this particular game. Who starts this game will probably by default be the backup quarterback moving forward. For the Houston Texans, is it Davis Mills? Is it Case Keenum? Is it Tim Boyle, right? Whoever that backup quarterback is, get behind that man and hope he does well. For the Chicago Bears, is it going to be Taysom Bagent? Is he going to ball out again like he did a couple games last season? What we want to watch for in this game is the backup quarterback play. Why? Because if you are a pigskin pundit, we kind of discussed this a little bit on my way home from work. We basically said that, or I said that 28 teams last season started a backup quarterback. 28 teams started a backup quarterback last season. I looked it up. Of those 28 teams, 25 of the backups played more than one game. 2, 3, 4, etc. 1.5. More than one, right? They played 5 total quarters. Backup quarterback is a very valuable position in the NFL right now. If God forbid CJ Stroud goes down this season, the Houston Texans have Super Bowl aspirations. They have AFC South championship. They have AFC championship. All in their hindsights. They have a team built to make a run. CJ Stroud goes down. Can Case Keenum step up and carry the load? Can Davis Mills step up and carry the load? That is what we want to watch for in this game. Same thing on the Chicago Bears side. Obviously, the Chicago Bears have won 5 straight championships without Caleb Williams stepping a foot on the field. Obviously, the Chicago Bears have one of the best defenses in the NFL. From week 9 till week 18 last season, they were the number 2 ranked defense in the NFL. Not many people watched them because the Bears sucked at that particular point of the season. They got hot. The defense made some dollar bills, y'all, adding a sweat, right? The Chicago Bears quality guys have a really, really good team. But if Caleb Williams go down, how can Tyson Bagent step up? How can Austin Reed step up? How can Brett Ripon step up? Can they carry the load? Can they be a stopgap fill guy for Caleb Williams if he were to go down? Those are all things that we are watching for in this game. For first half, how can the backup quarterbacks perform? Also, I want to see how the backup running backs do. Yes, we know in Chicago, DeAndre Swift is the man. Yes, in Houston, we know that Dameon Pierce and Joe Mixon is the man. Right now in the NFL landscape, guys, we're in a 2-back system. There are probably only 2 running backs right now in the NFL that don't need that second guy. One is Saquon Barkley, the other one's CMC. Everybody else, 2-back system, the way of the Rourkes, right? For the Chicago Bears, can Herbert step up and be that number 2 punch for the Chicago Bears? Yes, I know he has done it in the past, but DeAndre Swift is the guy. Can he understand his role? Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce should be a great 1-2 punch, but how are they going to gel? How are they going to mix in? That's what we're going to watch in this game. That is what we're going to watch in this game. So I got to ask you guys this question. Obviously, we want to watch some football. Obviously, we want to root for our teams, whether it's the Houston Texans or the Bears, or root for a sad team to lose. Hopefully the Houston Texans get their dick stomped in the dirt, whatever you want to hope for. What are you guys hoping for? What are you guys looking for in this game? Are you betting on this game? That's the real question. I saw the spreads -2 points in Chicago Bears' favor. Are you going to put $10 on the Chicago Bears tonight or the Houston Texans? Spoiler alert, if you are betting on preseason games, you have a problem. I just want to put that out there. You're betting on preseason games, you have a problem. I don't care if it's a part of a parlay or not. Preseason games is total shot in the dark, total luck. Total luck. The Bears is in the chat. He says yes. The Bears. Yes. We're watching for the Bears. Watching for the Bears, right? Casey Morgan says the only thing I would want out to watch of is how Caleb Williams would handle playing in the NFL. But we're not getting that. We're going to get that 3 other games. Chicago Bears fans, Houston Texans fans, NFL fans. We are going to see Caleb Williams in a preseason game. The Houston Texans and the Chicago Bears are playing in a Hall of Fame game. They still have 3 more preseason games that they got to play. They still have joint practices. I believe the Bears have joint practice on Sunday. There's still a lot of training camp to see Caleb Williams and CJ Stroud strap it up this season. Still a lot. James says, well, they said CMC is going to get less carries this year, so they're going to have a 2-back system in San Francisco as well. True. Or Debo is going to carry the ball more. But yes, even CMC now is starting to slow down a little bit, and the 49ers are seeing the value of a 2-back system. However, if you're paying that kind of money to CMC and Saquon, they better be toting the rock, and they better be toting it a lot. Let's just be flat honest. They should be toting that rock a lot. a lot. Casey says, here's the biggest question. What is the point of the Hall of Fame game? That is a great question. I got to propose it to everybody out in the chat here. YouTube.com, Facebook.com, wherever you're listening to us, you can tweet at me at manhour_buck or hit us up on the Facebook page at facebook.com/manhour. What do you guys think the point is of the Hall of Fame game? Me personally, if you think about the Hall of Fame game, every freaking year at this stadium, something goes wrong. Whether it's the lights going out, right? Whether it's the turf being shitty, whether it's the stadium like falling in on itself. Basically, I think the Hall of Fame game is just satire at this point. Like, how bad can Canton, Ohio's high school football field, or I assume it's a high school football field, how bad can they mess up this season? Like, that to me, that's kind of what it comes down to, is how bad can they mess up this game this time? Only half the lights come on. There's potholes in the end zone. It's something. But beyond the extra game, beyond us getting excited for the ceremony to come Saturday, making a whole week-long spectacular, having people fly into Canton, Ohio, watching the football game, staying the night Thursday, spending some time in Canton on Friday, maybe going to the Hall of Fame, Saturday listening to the speeches, beyond making it a week-long spectacle thing, I think the Hall of Fame game is a complete waste of time. I'm going to be flat honest. I think it's a complete waste of time for average fans, for fans in general. Now, for players on said team, for the Bears and the Texans, if you are fighting for a camp spot, if you are the third string center and you haven't been getting very, very many camp reps, and then you come out in this Hall of Fame game because you were going to play because you're probably going to be cut the next week, and you ball out, all power to you, right? That is more reps for you. So basically, to answer the question, the point of the Hall of Fame game is for free agent players, low draft pick players to make their mark. For players that are on the outside looking in, make your mark. There are sometimes in practice, right? I have a couple of high school kids right now in practice. They are just not very good. I can speak that, and I told them that. In practice, you all suck. If I didn't know how you balled in a game, you would never see the light of day. Some people just do not have the energy, the passion, or the know-how to step up in practice and ball out. I was the same way. In high school, practice, that is for the birds. Game time come, bada bing, bada doom, I'm balling out. College, had to work a little harder, right? But once the lights came on, the visors came on, the socks came on, it was like a different gear. Now, I understand that is probably why I never made it to the highest level. That's probably why I did not have